people money lean back and like a wheel. Them raise everything from high to great need. Then how them no raise up, everybody pay. Vote more, me ball, not so me heart steal. So me now pay no vote for cross because we Mr. Bruce, Mr. PG. This is just a couple questions from a DJ. Question, Kingston make no ear key. Question, how come come in and share ear? Who want the walk on the airport, the docks and the beer? Oh, you mean? Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there things stuck around here. Crime scene. Hey, Roach. Yeah. I think them for dealing poor people with a better approach. Oh, you mean? First class from coach. Hey. Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there things stuck around here. Crime scene. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man. What you doing for the gut around here? Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there things stuck around here. Crime scene. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man. What you doing for the gut around here? Two party but at the same sad song them a play. Poor people money lean back and like a wheel. Them raise everything from high to great need. Then how them no raise up, everybody pay. Vote more, me ball, not so me heart steal. So me now pay no vote for cross because we Mr. Bruce, Mr. PG. This is just a couple questions from a DJ. Question, Kingston make no ear key. Question, how come come in and share ear? Who want the walk on the airport, the docks and the beer? Oh, you mean? Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there things stuck around here. Crime scene. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man. What you doing for the guts around here? Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there things stuck around here. Crime scene. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man. What you doing for the guts around here? Everything except that people are real. You get, man, I say better off with the grave. Home you for stay for minimum wage. When two you go high school, two go early. Them chase like Nicholas Keys. Two election I come, temporary or real. Me rate Bruce, me rate PTA. But them walk with the off like that way I play. Me man as a sufferer, we need to go cheer. Me love Pusha Simpson, me love Babsy Gray. But if them not on a new page, me now wear no green and no red again. Me and we a beard. True they a stop like, we couldn't watch here. Them dark live better than with them out real. You know how much innocent youth they are 100 man in the cage. Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there things stuck around here. Crime scene. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man. What you doing for the guts around here? Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there things stuck around here. Crime scene. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man. What you doing for the guts around here? Two party but at the same sad song them a play. Poor people money lean back and like a wheel. Them raise everything from high to great need. Then how them no raise up, everybody pay. Vote more, me ball, not so me heart steal. So me now pay no toll for cross because we Mr. Bruce, Mr. PG. This is just a couple questions from a DJ. Question, Kingston make no ear key. Question, who don't come in and share ear? Who want the walk on the airport, the docks and the beer? Oh, you mean? Emergency, we are stuck around here. Man, and there things stuck around here. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man, what you doing for the guts around here? Emergency, we are stuck around here. Man, and there things stuck around here. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man, what you doing for the guts around here? Everything except that people are real. You get man, I say better off in the grave. Home you fi stay for minimum wage. When two you go high school, two go early. Them chase them face like Nicholas Keys. Two election I come, temporary or real. Me rate Bruce, me rate PTA. But them walk with the off like that way I play. Me man as a sufferer, we need to go cheer. Me love Pusha Simpson, me love Babsy Gray. But if them not on a new page, me now wear no green and no red again. Yeah, we a beard. True they a stop like they couldn't watch here. Them dark live better than with them out real. You know how much innocent youth they are 100 man in the cage. Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there it's stuck around here. Crime scene. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man, what you doing for the guns around here? Emergency, we are stuck around here. Round here, man, and there it's stuck around here. Crime scene. Look, man, I go around here. Listen, man, what you doing?
Yeah, God, now we do. Yeah, man. Start, man. The youths were ill to make everyone's breakfast, bring man to school. Bruh, it's been a mad damn. But we there anyway, man. One to them. You get me? G Block to the world. Yeah, man. So what we saying, man? Big up the people them in the chat. Old time my G Block familia. Yeah, you know how you do it. Cabot, it's G Block in the Jeez. Yeah, man. Emergency, man. I suffer around here. Trust me. Yeah, bruv. One of them ones. How much will it cost for England to get ready? Yo, we got.
I'm not gonna lie. I'll duck out for a cool. I'll duck out for a cool million.
For a mil straight, yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, believe it or not, that's not a lot of money, right? But on the continent, it's enough to set up a sustainable business, a sustainable home, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Land, facilities, and it would leave you with enough money to travel to and from. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So the reason why I asked this question today, again, I was on Ralph's stream the other day.
Oh God.
And then Ralph said, if I gave you 100 million to give up your British passport, 100 million, you know, if I gave you 100 million to give up your British passport, would you give it up? I said, hell the fuck, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, fucking right, damn right, damn right.
Really, per person or per family?
Well, just me. If he just gave me 100 mil, I'm saying, yo,
100 mil.
100 mil, yeah. I said, yo, 100. God, Horsey.
Yeah, missing. Do you know what the funny thing is, though? The thing I hate about him, is that he.
Yo, you can't, man.
Kids. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Say that again.
Yeah. The thing about him that annoys me, right, is that he knows full well the UK is brassic. Brassic. Yeah. I'm wondering where he's getting these stupid figures from. It's just wishful thinking. It's nonsense. It's illusory. It's mad. It's madness. It's madness. One person.
He went down to a mill, yeah. He went down to a mill, yeah. And I said, I'll probably take it, but I'll consider it. You know what I'm saying? I'd more likely take it, but I wouldn't say, just straight away. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, right, let me set up my shit outside, so I don't even have to come back again.
Yeah, that's it. You'd have to
as long as I can set up outside where I don't have to come back, then I'm good, bruv. What the fuck?
Yeah, ducking out. This is what I'm saying. But I'm not gonna lie. Like for me, like I said, for me, you see that day he tried to launch that political thing and Steve bust him up. Like he was done. He was done from there. Like he was done from there. Man. Like
you think it kind of backfired on him?
Yeah, it was mad.
But do you think that Ralph is strong enough to play? I feel like he's strong enough to play that long game.
Of course, bro. This is because he has to.
It will take a few hours on the way to trying to get to the top. You know what I'm saying? Like so.
But he's the type of don where he's convinced himself fully, like he's fully invested emotionally, probably financially, in this stupid foolishness. So let's leave him to it, bro. Because like I said, Steve bust him up with 2 questions, and like he reached for ad hominem instead of like. Anyway, he's done at it.
So you're saying they take a mill for you to give up your passport, yeah?
If I'm honest, a cool million, provided like I've made the required steps, like what you said, right? Yeah, actually, do you know what? $1 million, it's not a lot, you know. It's not a lot. And I need to just think about
2 million. 2 million. Because 1 million is a lot, yeah? But you're saying that you might just be able to set up your business and then have to pay yourself out of it. You're saying you want to have enough money to set up your thing, and just in case you fail, you can still stay there, yeah? You don't have to come back.
Yeah, I think for 2 mil, I'll be cushy. Yeah, because I've got backup money. The kids are sorted, and like I've got a business I've got a sustainable business, sustainable land. Because for me, it will be about the purchase of land, like, like less, And I don't mean here; I mean on the continent. I'll be ducking out. Like, and obviously, like for me, a big problem, like with the continent, for me is healthcare. Like that's important for me. So
what you saying? You going to Africa with your 2 mil, yeah?
Yeah, I'm ducking out, man.
Yeah.
I'm ducking out.
Yeah, man. Big up everyone in the chat, man. True, I'm driving. I can't really read the comments and them things there, but I can see that the people are interacting, popping off in there. You get me? So what's the if you can have a look in the chat, yeah, what's the sort of figure that people are throwing out that will make them
hold on.
give up their passport?
100k, and I'm not. Counter 708 says 100k, and he's out of Europe. Scattered Mind says 50k to a mil. Jordan N said he'll never leave England because he's a white Viking barbarian at heart. So he'll never leave the UK. This is his home. For any money. Kushat Smoke said 500k, 500 grand. C4 Blaster said 25 grand is alright with him. Yeah, like, but for me, I'll tell you the truth, yeah. If you check it, right, really, $1 million is nothing. And I know, obviously, like, unless my circumstances change, I'll never see $1 million, right? But like, it's really not a lot of money on the grand scheme of things. It's really, really not, right? Because once you put down serious roots, right, you secured yourself good education and healthcare, a good plot of fertile land, the business, the home, yeah, a reliable vehicle, yeah, like just those things alone, the million just disappeared. Like before I'd even finished the sentence, that million was gone. Like it's different. Like if you've got like land at home or abroad already, and you've got roots abroad already, and you've got healthcare sorted. That's different, isn't it? But for me, like for me, healthcare, education, a good plot of land, a good home, a secure home, and healthcare. For me, those things are a must, and that shit costs money, right? And then
I listen to this though, yeah. Don't ever get it twisted and think you could just move back and just be a baller. You're gonna have to make sure that some other people are eating, because someone will rap you. You will get rapped.
Yeah, 100%.
There's people that come from Jamaica that will get rapped. So
yeah, 100%.
if you get me, yeah,
100%. And that's the thing.
Well, wherever you're going to, you need to be making sure that, you're going to be feeding a couple of people at least as well. You get me?
Yeah, that's why I said the land is important, bro.
The
land is important. It's important. It's important, man, because like, the jobs, bro. Like I said, you're either or your dinner. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Do you know what I mean? So, like I said, a secure home, land, and business, and not even that. Do you know what the funny thing is, bro? Like, I was doing some research into Google, because on my calendar, like, my trip to Estonia just popped up on there. I was like, right, I didn't put that on there. What a bumper clock, yeah. So when I started looking into Google, I was looking at, are Google employees happy? And then I stumbled across a video about like how they treat their employees in California in their main HQ, yeah. And I said to myself, these motherfuckers make their employees so happy.
Is it?
Really? Bro, yeah, bro, it's mad. It's mad. They get like chefs to make world food. They don't pay for nothing. They've got slides to get you down from the top floors of the building. They've got fucking like rest pods and meditation pods, like to like, it's mad, bro. Like it's mad. And I thought to myself, yes, bro. Now I said to myself, the reason why everyone's vexed and upset and is because, like, 9 times out of 10, especially in this country, the work-life balance is poor. Yeah, it's poor. But I'm saying, if you're an employer, yeah, where people are coming to work and they're happy to work for you, I think that primarily is a goal. That's a goal for me. To start up a business where when they're coming to work, it ain't like, oh, fucking Ultra, I hate him. Nah.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying Google head office is a good place to work, yeah?
On the video that I saw, I would say, bruh, like I'm in the wrong job, innit? I'm in the wrong job. Like I should be in telecommunications, but because Google's HQ is mad.
Listen, I'm gonna jump off and jump back on, yeah, so I can go on the Bluetooth. But I'm gonna go way down, but I can't hear properly still.
Okay, slight problem. I'm just about to get to work, Veli. I sign on at 09:48.
Just stay there for 1 sec, yeah? Literally,
okay,
I'm
1
gonna jump
second,
off
no
and jump
problem.
back on.
Alright, cool. Oh wait, I just see Ralph in the chat, and he seems to be going after Raj and Steve.
Yo.
Yeah, Ralph's in the chat, yeah, and it seems that he's upset with Raj and Steve. Now, I'll just turn right here, yeah, Drive. Yes, please, thank you. Yeah, if he's upset with Ralph and Steve, so it makes sense because Steve body bagged him. Steve body bagged him. No, it's not. Yeah, this will do, man. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Is it automatic, the door? No. All right, cool. All right, thank you. Take care. Cheers, man. Huh? It even seems to I know, bro. A couple of weeks, bro. We got Estonia coming up, lad. All right, listen. Miami, what you saying? Yeah? Because I double confirmed it last night, yeah? Yes, sir. I double confirmed it today. Last night, I said to her, the reason why we're not going to Miami this year is because you're having the baby and rare. And she's like, yeah, you made the right decision. So but she's not saying I can't go. She's just saying if I chose to go this year, it would have been a problem. Yeah. But there's a chance I might be going to Miami this year because my brother-in-law's doing a stag do and it might be in Miami. If it's in Miami, I'm going to try and get it to go in October where the flight is £290. Yeah, but the problem is, she already said to me, by not going this year, like I did the right thing. So I'm saying so. But I'll say to her, I don't really want to go to the stag do because it's gonna be strippers, and I don't want to. That's not my thing, baby. That's not my thing, baby. But she's like, no, you have to go. But I don't know.
Yo, yeah, man. We got the people there in the chat, man. Like, I was telling his whole life story on YouTube and shit. Yeah. He's like, yeah. My wife said this, and I said that, and my wife, everything for you, my yeah, man. So, Ralph, if you're in the chat, bro, jump on and let me know how much it would cost Britain to get rid of your British passport. Yeah, man, you gotta let me know, B. Right, you got some good sales in the chat still. Some men are saying like, I swear one man's 50 grand and shit. Like, bro. Now, but seriously, if the government gave you a £2 million check, I'm going to say 2 million. And I can't see many people who are earning under 100 grand a year that would say no to that. Yeah, that's still. Trust me. Yeah, fuck, man. I'll take that stuff. Yeah. I'll go over that. Yeah, man. But the only issue is that
Bro, our local government, they're still fucking half running, whatever, by the outside forces, man. Yeah. Anyway, man, we got everyone in the chat, man. I'm on the most people, I can't really read the comments and that stuff. Yeah, you might have to jump on, you get me? Oh, when you're ready, bro, I'll give you your mic, man. Obviously, you want to tell your ins and outs of your home life over the YouTube. You get me? Allow me now. You get me? Allow me. Allow me now. Even bitches don't fucking like, yo, fam, you ain't gonna tell everyone everything. That's the area. Shit in the house. Shit in the house. Yeah.
Yo, Velly.
What's up? You know, guys?
Yeah, I'm at work, man. Fucking hell. Yes, sir.
Say now, guys. You ready, bro? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to get something to jump on. But one thing I've noticed, though, there ain't been no one that said they ain't giving up their British passport to no one. So, saying everyone's got a price, yeah? Yeah, man. Yeah. Alright. That's what it is, big. Oh, yeah, shit. Just like that. Yeah. So, man. Yeah, yeah. I say that, I'm saying. Funny still. Alright. Alright. Yeah, man. The man them in the chat have their own conversation. Man, they do their own thing in there still. So what you saying? Kind of got to let me know how much it's going to cost when give up the British passport. How much did it cost you? How much could the government offer you to give up your British passport? Yeah, that's no fee. Yeah, that's no fee. Yeah, we got Ultra, man. He's at work now still. Yeah, jumped in. Yeah, I mean, all told people them in the chat. I was talking to Julian, man. He's been staying in hotels all week, swapping them little Gideon Bibles for little Qurans, yeah? Alright, there we go. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Watch out. Yo. Let's speak with them, man. You have to come in. You have to come in. Yes. Alright, yeah. Alright, less than $500,000. Okay. Alright. After it's still like a lot of money, having your account. back, isn't it? I'm gonna come back. Question then. You talk deep. Yeah, me. This is real shit, bro. Man, complaining for man to leave the UK. We're saying like, how much for the cost for that to really happen? How far, guys?
Yes, my cousin, what's going on?
You say, bro? Yeah, bro. There, bro.
Good G, man. That's my day off today. My show come back, you know how it is. Valley Vision, G Block, them man there.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we did, bro. Yeah,
Come on. The best live chat so
what
far.
you saying, Nick? Yeah. Big up, man. Big up, big up. We love that, man. Come on, we try still.
Nah,
Yeah,
you
man.
are. I'm not gonna lie
That's why,
to you.
you know what, Khalid, yeah? Because obviously, when we're saying try to stay away from the personal attacks, yeah, it means that anyone and everyone can come on. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. But
No.
anyway,
Yeah, the passport thing.
yeah, the passport, man. How much will it cost for Britain to get your British passport back and you to never return?
For me, I'd say like about 2 million, 1 to 2 million. I'll be good in Somalia, 1-2 million. You get me? Yeah. But with me, if it's a peaceful Somalia, 1-2 million, I wouldn't mind, bro. I would say safe, innit? There's the passport. Be gone.
Yo, so you're saying that? Imagine the British government,
Yeah.
made a scheme, never come back scheme. Say they had a scheme called the never come back scheme. Yeah. They're going to give everyone. Wait. Listen, let me explain what the scheme is first. Yeah. So if the never come back scheme, we're going to give you a one-off payment to basically leave Britain forever, and then obviously we'll take away your British passport. We'll never give you a visa to ever return. You'll basically never be able to return to the UK, but we'll give you up to £2 million. Would you sign that contract?
I would definitely sign that contract because there's more to, like, because you know it is very, because like I said, a year before that I was traveling around East Africa, innit? Went to about 5-6 countries. I realized, like, and I've been to, like I said, I spent a year and a half when I was younger in Dubai. I've been around the world, fam. You could, like I say, 2 million, yeah, I'll be gone. Like, the UK is not the only place in the world. You get where I'm coming from, Veli? With you, like, a man like you've got your ties back to the Caribbeans, innit? They gave you 2 million right now, you and your family, and told you, hey, Veli, here's 2 million. Go, like, you build your house backyard and near the beach, boom, you're good.
I asked my girl yesterday, I was like, right, if the UK offered me 2 million to leave UK and never come back here, would you move to Jamaica as well? She was like, hell yeah.
It is, fam.
Obviously.
No, Veli.
The only thing that's not running, in Jamaica, is that man them are struggling to have a decent income, you get me? So man can have that quality of life where man are being able to pay their bills, pay for their school fees. But you got to pay for school in Jamaica, you get me? You got to pay medical bills in Jamaica. Yeah, you got to pay for your house and all this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. So, there's no benefit, you get me?
There's no benefit system.
No free school dinners and nothing like that.
No, but then again, Vils, like, I don't know about the current situation in Jamaica where you're originally, your family roots are from, where I think 2 million, like, I'm from the north, you can see my flag, I'm from Somaliland, innit? Yeah. I think, because man's already built my house halfway. You know, when my mum passed away, she left me and my brothers a bare land. She's like, yo, you lot do what you're doing, innit? So these times, man, me and my older brother, we built some of our things now. Just my two younger brothers that we're trying to help. That they're doing their thing, innit, obviously. But I reckon 2 million. I think I would survive. You know, I'll apply for a different type of passport. I think 2 million in the east coast of Africa, I would survive. I'll be nice. You know where I'm coming from, Veld?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Because I've been around the world
Yeah,
as well. And like I said, there's more to the world than the UK. I think because the UK, man, obviously I come in when I was 2. I don't know what is it, climatized, assimilated. I don't know what it is, man. You know where I'm coming from. It's like I always say, UK is my adopted home. But if I've got 2 million, I would say, yo, Queen, here's your passport. Safe. You know what I'm coming from. Would you rather live like a king in a different country, or would you rather live in the system, the UK that you are now? I think a lot of people choose the latter or the first one. You know what I'm coming from. Which one would you choose?
Yeah. You're muffled though. You got the mic muffled a bit, man.
Oh, sorry, no. Like I said, Belly, which would you rather choose, my brother? Would you rather choose to live in a different developing country as a millionaire, or would you stay in the UK on the same sort of pay wage, the same system? I don't know. So I think I'll take the 2 million and dip. Me personally.
Yeah, because what obviously as long as man can set up, and I reckon you can do that. Man. Yeah, you could set up a business or something that's earning money and they paying some people some wages as well as sustaining your lifestyle over there. You get me? Yeah, man. One time, yeah, if you just come back and you're just rich and yeah, man, it's just gonna be freeing you like you're some dinner. But if you come back and you're providing, like
Yeah.
some people are gonna be freeing you like a dinner, yeah, but there's gonna be people that are looking out for you as well. You get me? Because bro, you're feeding people
Yeah.
in the land.
You're feeding. You're bringing something back. That's what I tell a lot of people. You know, a lot of the diaspora communities that go there for holidays. I tell them there's no point. Like, especially like I'm from the East Coast where man's from a developing country, and you know you can make more money in a developing country than a country that's already developed. You know that. Hence why all these companies are out there trying to come home to the motherland and take shit. You know where I'm coming from. And I've seen brothers.
Well,
You see, not take shit, but I've seen brothers from London like a couple of years ago that actually, a couple of brothers and sisters that have set up shop back home, and all they do is come here, renew their passport, and leave. Literally,
yeah.
that's all they do to the UK. As soon as they a passport's about 6 months. You know, you're supposed to renew your passport. I think is it every 6 months, 6 months before it expires. They come back, get that over and done with, out again.
Yeah.
So
well,
my angle,
like I was saying,
yeah, go ahead.
one of the things what I would have done if I knew better, yeah, or what I'm going to inspire my children to do is to get like some sort of engineering degree. You know what I mean? That something that means that
That
a
could
skill that you can take
benefit me.
anywhere in the world. You know,
Yeah,
that
something that could benefit you.
Yeah. You're like, all right, something like this, yeah. In Jamaica, yeah, there's a lot of Chinese building roads. But
Yeah.
if there was some British Jamaicans that go there and do the work better than the Chinese or on their level, yeah, or even for the same sort of price or whatever, it means that you're going to be paying people that come from your own stock at least to regenerate your own place.
Yeah. It's like
obviously once they're paying the China offer, then the China's got to renew it unless they pay the bill to make Jamaican workers work with it.
Yeah.
And that's sort of what you would do if you was like, say it was my company and we was road builders, then obviously I'd have my own people, but I would be hoping to employ local people to pass on skills as well, innit? So they can become part of the firm. So man, they can start to work on different sides of the island now. You get me? Then, right? Well, you know what I'm saying? Once the roads go up to scratch in Jamaica, you might move to Barbados, Trinidad, so and so. You get me?
Yeah. No, I hear that. Like recently, I think Dubai they bought like 30. They leased out the port, one of my main city ports, for 30 years. And part of the deal was, Belly, that you have to employ local Somali people. You know where I'm coming from? Like they try bring their own, they try bring Indians and their own people part of the deal, but the government, you know, the state government, because we're not recognized as a country yet, said one of the things, if you're gonna be here for 30 years, you have to employ Somalis and train them. And they said the first year and a half until we get developed, we've got our own people, but they're doing apprenticeships. You get where I'm coming from? So you pass on the skill set. Like I'm saying, like, you know me, man. I work in construction. I'm something called a slinger. You know, I work with the crates and all of that. You get where I'm coming from? So, like I said, that I'm trying to encourage my young Somali brothers to get off the roads. You know, the ones that have been in trouble, I've got criminal records, to come in this industry and to benefit them later on. You get where I'm coming from? Because we've got a real building process. You get where I'm coming from, and Belly. So I think what you're saying is key. You have to, even with us, we're going back, we have to employ within. But then the problem is, as the people within have got the skill sets. That's a problem we face. What do you think about is that the same thing as Jamaica? If you don't mind asking.
Yeah, man. Boy, we're saying that, yeah, man. Really, the architectural skills, CAD drawing, actual building skills, all them sort of things there, yeah, it's something that all of our home countries, and then even like Africa as well, yeah, like home countries like Africa and the Caribbean and like just wherever, you know what I mean, like developing nations, like man, they can build the things there, like with the man them. Once they start, if they've got the actual skills to do what they're supposed to be doing, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Because I think that's a challenge is what faces us building back home is, do our people have the right skill set? Because certain things in my people, they don't like to get up and work. They like to be in offices. The man all got this delusion where, like, working in construction, you know, it's a big taboo in our community, innit? Like, wow, like, you know, where I'm coming from. It's like, so we have, I don't know, is it the mindset where we have to be less dependent on Chinese people and Arabs and all of that building our nations, where they're just employing their own. And you know how the China man only employs
his own. You know what, yeah?
And the Indian man employs his own as well.
Yeah, but think about this though, yeah? Think about this, yeah? When any up and coming developing empire, they always go to educate their people in the places where it's already doing well, but for them to return to bring the skills back. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not to go and stay there forever. When the Greeks went to Egypt, they learned from the Egyptians, and they made their own civilization, and then ended up overtaking the Egyptians, overtaking their thing, and running it how they wanted it. So it's the same sort, and it's like, if you're going in with plans to develop your own shit, or if you're just going in with selfish plans, but it's not selfish, yeah, but it's just how you see things in your own thing, innit? Like, you're trying to eat, you're trying to live, day by day and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, I want to fucking live my life.
Yeah. But part of living your life is, do you think, ain't it not helping to giving back? Say if you're in a position of right now, we've got that option where they give us both 2 million, and we're going back home. We're supposed to leave the country. Wouldn't you try to use that 2 million to improve the community you're in as well? Because like I said, there's no fun. I'm one of them, man. If I got a big house on top of the hill and I'm eating that's no fun, bro. I want my whole community to eat with me and take everyone out. That's me as a person, you know. And sometimes saying that is, sorry, Veli, can I ask something that Jim Jones is asking in the comments? No, a slinger is a type of person that works with a crate.
big up. Yeah, he's taking a
Big
pic, bro.
up Jason, my second favorite internet guy.
That's what he does, man.
Mm. That's why he's my
Yeah,
second favorite internet guy.
Yeah.
You give me the number one position goes to Ultra. Unfortunately, it goes to your older Ultra, but you're number two. You know, you're gang. But like I say, you know, Bells, like, with that option, would you wanna improve, like, say, Montego Bay, Spanish Town, wherever you're from, you know, whatever part of the island you're from? Would you want to, like, uplift the people as well? Because the problem is, I think with diasporas, one thing about the diaspora community, what I saw when I was traveling back home is that they come for a month, summertime, plus on the locals and leave. And that's what creates, you know, the Libya problem that we have in Somalia, like all our youths flying out. Instead of creating opportunities for them, man, you come there, you stunt on them, man, and them man are like, all right, obviously the world, the internet access and all of that, where they're watching the internet saying, oh, that's the life I want. So they're risking that. So I don't know, man. It kind of links up. But I think we have to.
Yeah, no, of course not, man. If obviously, like when I don't know if you heard when I first jumped on you about like I was just saying first of all, yeah, was speaking in like say someone who's left, say someone that's just left Jamaica, yeah, come to the UK, they've had plans to send money back home. They've realised that the money that they're earning, they're only just able to feed and clothe themselves and pay their rent with.
Yeah.
They're not even really able to send no money back home with. I'm saying like that, then that's when someone sort of. But if you're going back with a lump sum of like £2 million or whatever, then you can definitely help. But if you come out with high hopes of doing well, and then you've not been able to, you're only able to pay your bills, but not able to save up to return back or send any money back, then
that's obviously
that way.
Give me a second, Bells. Yeah, I agree with you, Bells.
Yeah, bro.
I agree with you because there was one. I remember when I first went back 2017, one of these brothers, he got in, he went to Germany. Within 2 years, he couldn't understand the system, innit? He couldn't understand beans on toast, getting up in the morning, working. He thought life was going to be easy. He asked to get dipped back. His whole family was like, bro, we saw the houses. And we saw the houses, and everyone's like mugging you off. Like, why did you come back? Like, they think that you've made it, but Donnie couldn't adapt. So there's a lot of brothers like that, a lot of sisters like that. They come here with false pretenses. Do you think so about that, Velv?
Yeah, man. Well, it's not even that. It's not even false pretenses. It's just like with high hopes to do well, but not really understanding the situation that they're going into.
I realized that because again, it's a big crisis what's happening on the East Coast, where, you know, like a percentage of our well, like I said, 75%.
Family in say you got family in the country, you can go there.
Yeah.
But then if you say you're the first one there, and your guys make your fortune abroad or whatever, it might be a bit. You know what I'm saying? You might get a reality check when you get somewhere.
No, because there's a lot of brothers and sisters. I remember like a couple of brothers and sisters. They came under cousins and stuff in this country, and then they're like literally the only breadwinner of like 10 people. One of my bedrooms where he kind of fell off, and then so when you fell off, like a lot of people forget, like there's 10 people waiting for you. Like I'm saying, like me and my brothers, we put our uncle, he passed away, so we put his kids through school every month. Like we all gather. It's not that much, you know? Like we all chip in at £100 each. Put at least 4-5 in the UK where very rare. But that's a good question you asked. Like, what would you do if you had the option of money and returning your passport? And a lot of us migrant communities, I don't know. That's a good question to throw out there. Are forced to be leaders, and some leadership is just natural. You know, I'm coming from Valley, so it's a good question, man. You said
obviously, with the helping out back home sort of thing, it's like if you've got like your brother and other cousins over here or whatever, then like you lot can chip in for certain occasions, innit? Right? Because like say someone in our family needs to go hospital, then they'll send out a WhatsApp message, a group message, innit? So needs to go hospital. If anyone's got any money to chip in, put some money in so we can pay for the hospital fee.
Mm-hmm.
So and so needs to get something for their cataract.
Yeah.
Or, stuff that's free on the NHS. Yeah, it's not probably, and it's obviously not free in your homeland, is it? So anytime any of your family members need that help or surgery, especially if they're not family members in Jamaica that are doing well still. It's not everyone that's on the bread line or needs help. It's only the people that really need help and ain't doing well that will ask for help us with this, that, the other. And then obviously there's a thing called the barrel in it that if you're Jamaican family, they'll send around Christmas, Easter, and like in the summer, but they'll try and send some supplies in it, stuff that's
in a barrel,
washing up liquid, salt
some
powder, maybe even beans, tins, tomatoes, clothes, bras, stickers, socks. Stuff that you just take for granted in it that you use daily. If your socks got a hole in it, you're just gonna go to Asda and buy 3 pairs of socks for a £5 or something. It's nothing in it. But to a man that's not got a £5 or even got gentle ways to get a little extra dough, man, that's the man that needs to help them, man.
No, a couple of years ago, before I went out, because my auntie got in charge of the orphanage back home, innit? Doing a little thing, educate women, she got in charge of the orphanage. So she asked me and my cousins, I rent out some vans and I beg you to do some charity collection. So all we did, we went around the Somali community, Facebook, all of this. And we said, yo, give me on your old clothes. And then when man bought them, put them in the container, brought them back home, we washed them, brought them back home. And then we saw that, after a couple of sisters, that they threw away. And when we gave it to these guys, they were so happy with it. Oh, man, for these. So I feel like this is a question that it's going to lead up to my other question. Do you feel like the generations, obviously, Verly, you in and around my generation, you and Leo, do you feel like the younger generations have lost that connection? You know where I'm coming from? I think that's going to be a serious problem as well.
How do people lose connection, This is how the connection's lost, is because you can't afford to bring your family back home to visit, they don't grow up knowing who their family abroad are, and they're like strangers. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's harder for you to, you know what I mean? Obviously growing up here, we met our family in Jamaica from young to when we was children, to when we was teenagers, to when we was adults. So obviously we still got a connection that this is our family and we want to try and help out with there in it. And then obviously Jamaicans in the UK are proud of Jamaica as well, innit? So they're more times happy. I don't know about the younger generation, innit? They're happy to make a connection with their family over there, innit? So
no, it's something that
I'm first generation, innit? So my mum was born in Jamaica. My dad was born in Jamaica.
With me, I'm first generation, I'm not gonna say first generation refugee child. You get where I'm coming from? So I'm seeing as the ones that were born here, the ones that came not my generation, but 2 generations after. I'm starting to see them have no connection where it's raw. It's I don't know whether it's the snowflake, whether it's the society. That's why I thought I might as well ask Brother Vels. But there's a question I wanted to ask off topic. I wanted to get into it. There was something on Sunday. I was in speakers on Sunday. A little incident happened, I want to do an insight on it. If you don't mind me asking, Vels.
What happened,
I'm not even trying to stir nothing. Something to do with my brother Issa, Big Issa, and something to do with my brother Jedi. I was standing next to Issa. That little, are you a token black man for Islam? Okay. No one came. You seen that video where they kept accusing my brother of being a token pawn for Islam? What do you think of that?
Kane. Kane.
Yeah. I mean, East was standing next to each other.
Yeah. I didn't see the full video still, man. So I can't give an honest opinion on it.
Yeah, hopefully Jedi comes on Sunday. No, hopefully Jedi comes on Sunday. I can speak to Jedi face to face on COE and say, yo, bro, like, yeah, man. So it's just a little thing that I wanted to throw out there, innit? You hear me? But
you know what, yeah? Obviously, Jedi and Isa have got their own relationship. Like, they was together somewhere outside of the park. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I feel like, yeah, they're not taking it, so I can't give up honest opinion about that. I've heard bits and pieces, like, so, yeah. But for me, yeah, anyway, yeah, like, this is why I try to do those shows on point and not personality, because stuff like this don't happen then, like where you're gonna have to take one side or the other. You're gonna have to say, yeah, I like this guy because that, or I don't like this guy because of that. It's that. If when man are doing the topic shows about actual points and questions, yeah, it's always about the actual question. You get me?
Yeah.
So then, yeah, it's always, and then no one can actually take it fully personal because it's raw about the question and not about the person.
Not about the person. No, I hear that, man. No, it's just, you know what it is, man. It's just, I like the two brothers. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a big fan of the two guys. And, you know, man, I like to, like, recently as well, I try to have a rant on your show where Shaka was like, no, bro, we do that off camera, the speakers, innit? So it's best, always, keep shit in-house. Now I was just throwing that out there, so hopefully, the two brothers come to shoot something up, innit? They're two intelligent black brothers, so I don't like to see it. I don't like to see brothers at each other's throats, innit? You know what I'm saying? I'm a bit of a hypocrite on that. Like, me and Everlast are on each other's throats, but at the same time, it's more to do. It's ego. I don't know, man. Because I feel like, when two brothers are very
the way it is, differently. Sometimes, what you might want to do, sometimes, is let them each other rather than everyone else getting involved. I've got
You're breaking up,
got their personal point of view, and then it starts to, yo, you hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I hear you clearly. Yeah.
Alright. So I'm saying what man might want to do, is let Jeds and Isa sort it out between Jeds and Isa.
I hear that.
Wait, yeah. When loads of us start to give our points of view and gets involved, and this one says this and that one says that and blah 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 and blah blah blah, it gets into the, you get me, that it starts to get bigger than the actual.
Yeah.
What it probably was. It might be tough to get that. So.
Yeah, man. No, I hear that, Vils, man. I hear that. No, I just, it's not. They're very two intelligent brothers, man. And sometimes, some people speak. There's not a lot of people in that part that I listen to anyway, especially when they speak anyway. So it's like, yeah, man. We'll probably, a good idea. But if you get back to our topic about the whole, can we go back to the passport issue? I've always had that problem,
Yeah. Let me just do a question to everyone in the chat. I've asked you today, how much would the British government, if we had, like I just explained to Khalid, the British government might have made a, what did I call it again? What was the scheme? No return scheme or something.
Yeah, the no return scheme, and give up your passport.
The no return scheme, no return scheme. The government's made a no return scheme, They're gonna offer you £2 million. They're gonna offer you £2 million, £2 million in your account to give up your British passport and never get a visa here. You can do business here or whatever, but you might boom, you can't even do business here. You gotta make it so you're totally cut out from the UK. Yeah, big up BVM, But we wanna ask man like a few questions. questions as well coming. But we want more views on this and these topics there. Yeah. The government have made a note. So they're gonna give you £2 million. They're gonna revoke your British government, and you will never be able to get a visa any business in the UK. The only thing you'll be able to do is you'll be able to do business anywhere else in Europe, and obviously anywhere else in the world. You're able to live anywhere else in Europe or anywhere else in the world. And then how many people would accept that or go for that scheme? How many people in the chat would try to? Yo, can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Yeah. How many people would accept that scheme?
Hey, me?
Would take the 2 mil? Yeah. Well, obviously you me and you've already accepted it. Yeah, we've already taken the deal. It's too late, man. We've already taken the deal, cuz.
We took that deal time ago.
Yeah, we took the deal time. I took the deal on Ralph's channel. How you mean?
Yeah. No, but you know,
I took the deal ages ago. I can't start. Right now, in Jamaica, building.
Those. Black Van Man's jumped on. I want to ask Black Van Man. Black Van Man, would you give up your passport? He's on a live chatting it, yeah. My brother, would you give up your passport for good for 2 million? BBV, you know.
Even Black Van Man will leave, because they say most English people leave.
Nah, man. Black Van Man wouldn't leave, man. He loves his fish and chips, man.
No, you can make a listen, yeah. Man can bring a chip shop to Jamaica, you know.
No.
You know, in Jamaica, man.
Nah, do you know in my culture, you know, Veli, when we started first going back here in the early 2000s, innit, yeah, that everyone was calling us fish and chips, because that was the only thing that we were used to, innit? You get, can I get fish and chips? Everyone used to look at us like, so everyone, all the diaspora community, that's what they call us, innit? Yo. They call us yo-yos and fish and chips, because we was like, yo. Yeah, that's what they started calling it. And they called us, guess what else? Say wallahi. They take the piss. They're like, say wallahi. Because all Londoners say that. Yeah.
The Somalis, when I was growing up, loved that wallahi. Say wallahi. Wallahi, I'll fuck you up. Wallahi, that. I'm like, yeah. You love wallahi.
No, do you know what it is? I'm reading Black Van Man's comment, and he's like, you know Isabel's Black Van Man's like, yo.
Big up Khalid, big up Veli.
Yes, man.
Respect, man. What you saying? You good?
Yeah, man. Hey, bro, Ali must be happy now, bro. Hey, if you've been listening on every day, Ali, for about 2, however long I've been doing this daily show for, yeah, every day, Ali said, have you got in touch with Dan yet? Have you got in touch with Dan yet? Has Dan messaged you back yet? Have you got in touch with Dan yet? Yeah. See him there? See him, yeah? That's back in the building, babe.
Dan, where you been? You been ghost, my brother.
Bruv, just Christmas and New Year's and all that. I just had to get a couple of things sorted out, man. My family were my mum had an operation, so
How was she?
Yeah, she's good, man. She had an operation on her ankle, so she was off her feet for a little while. So I was sort of chauffeuring and doing all of that good stuff, man. And then just been trying to get sorted out for the new year, 2020. Big up the people with 2020 vision. Yeah, man.
I love the 2020 vision. How's your how's 20 what do you think of the question? What do you think of the new decade? How can we move on with the new decade? Like what's gone past? 2019, 100 of 118 of.
Khalid, hold on a sec. Hey, Dan, before you get into that though, obviously, like, lately, but basically we have a question of the day, that we ask to everyone that joins the panel, and we get them to build on their answer or whatever.
All right.
Yeah, the question of the day today is, so I've made up a scenario, it's called the non-return scenario, where the British government are going to take your passport. You'll never get a visa. You're not able to do no business in the UK, but they're going to give you £2 million, and obviously you can do whatever you like with the £2 million. You can do business in Europe.
Wow.
You can go back to Africa. You can go to America, whatever. Would you?
I've got to leave.
Non-return deal.
So wait, I get 2 million, but I have to leave.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
I could do a lot. I could do a lot with 2 million. I could do more with 2 million elsewhere than I could do here. But I'd have to think about that one still. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm erring on the side of yes, but I can't see it ever happening. If someone give me 2 mil though, yeah, I'd consider that, man. Trust. You could do a lot with that.
But
you could do a lot with 2 million.
Yeah, but Dan, 2 million out of the country. Like you said, you could do. I think you could do more with 2 million out of the UK with the 2 million. Do you think so? I don't know, man, Dan. Like you just said.
See what? Sticky. I don't know. Yeah, you need a plan. I kind of I don't know. 2 million in the UK. Don't get me wrong. You can make money here. You can make a lot of money here. But if you've already got 2 million, that's seed money.
That is, yeah. But obviously, you know what I mean? Like, it's hypothetical on it,
2 mil. I probably would. I probably would for 2. Well, I don't know, man. That's a mad one. What 2? And so, what happens to my friends and family?
Well, you could buy a bad boy villa in Jamaica. You could buy a bad boy villa in Jamaica, for 250 grand. Yeah, a bad boy villa in Jamaica for 250 grand. Yeah, and I mean that's just with a maid and all. Get me? Someone cooking and all them shit like that. Yeah. So, like.
Yeah, you see if
I reckon you could probably get a mansion.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I don't know, man. I probably would. If it's 2 mil, because I mean that's people's retirement dream, isn't it? Like a lot of these, a lot of middle class people, they get, they save up their little 500 grand, 600 grand or whatever. They go and move to fucking, I don't know, Costa del Sol or somewhere like that. They go and retire in the sunshine, isn't it? But if someone give me 2 mil, that's retirement money. That's retirement money for me. So I probably would. But yeah, so what are you saying? You can't fly back? You can come back and visit, or you gone?
No, you're gone.
You're gone.
You're gone. Yeah, you're gone. There's no return, no visa, no holiday. You can only watch YouTube.
What are you saying? Come like some VIP deportee business, man. I just get dipped with the VIP fucking privileges. 2 million in the bank and you still get. Yeah, man. Well, yeah, I'm kind of erring on the side of yes. I'm erring on the side because I'm kind of hoping that maybe there's like some deals being cut behind the scenes, and this is actually going to happen. There's 2 mil lined up for me. Man, just want me to confirm, and then I'm gone. Yeah, I don't know, Khalid. What are you saying? Would you go for 2 mil?
Yeah, straight. Cause I've been Dan. Do you know what it is like? How do you know the last 2 years of my life? I've been in and around East Africa. Went to the Middle East. Been around Europe. There is places that I can set up shop. Like, you get where I'm coming from. And plus, I'm from a developing nation as well, Dan. And most people I've seen that go to developing nation with money come back with more money. And I'm starting to see that a lot. Because it's easier to make, like, boom, like, say if I was to open a laundrette or some type of dry cleaning business or whatever. Because it's not there back home, you're making actually more money there. You get where I'm coming from, Dan?
Yeah.
And one of my brothers, in the mid-90s, one of my uncles, he took bare plastic bags, like containers full of plastic bags, became a millionaire. And shit like that. Like, it works.
Off of plastic bags?
containers after the war, you know, containers full of normal beds.
Fuck it, though,
And
man.
the guy made a million. Like now he owns construction companies, he owns this guy and I'm thinking, wow. And he's like, oh, that's like 20 bags. Now he's on a good fortune, and I was like, right. And then people are saying developing nation, maybe it's something to look at. So if like the question really saying, right now, you have like the deal was done, down there, 2 million on the table, bring your passport, you put like a day and a half to leave the country, like 2 days minimum. You and wherever you're gonna take. Would you take that option? And where would you go? That's the good question.
Where would I go? Yeah.
Because you're mixed. Last time I spoke to you, you're mixed race or something. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, my dad's Jamaican. My mum's English. Yeah. I probably, I don't know, Jamaica. Jamaica's a bit mad still. Jamaica's a mad place, especially for you to turn up with money in Jamaica just out of the blue. If you never grew there, you haven't really got no links out there. Like I got links, but yeah, I don't know. I'd have to set up. If I was going to go to Jamaica, I'd have to set something up with the family that I got out there because we're from the country, innit? So
there's gated communities. You know there's gated communities.
Yeah, but fuck all that. Fuck all of that, man. I couldn't do that.
There's gated communities like you said, I'm saying that if it was security that you're worried about, because there's Jamaicans that live in gated communities in Jamaica. It's not just foreigners, you know. Like it's Jamaicans that are living in gated communities as well, also. You know what I'm saying? Like, because Jamaica's so near to America, yeah, they take up a lot of the American style as well. So the America deals with gated communities and all them sort of things there. You get me? And even UK's got gated private communities as well. I've been at me. So it's like, yeah, man. If security was your number, then the gated community would be a better option for you. Where you can still get linked down in the gated community though. Don't ever feel like that. But obviously you've got more security, at least there's someone on the gate when you're coming in and out of the compound sort of thing, innit, where the houses are.
Yeah, 2 mil. I don't know. See, if I went to Jamaica, I'd be looking to I'd be looking to set up businesses, man. I'd be out there buying up all them old Hondas, them Toyotas, them Nissans, set up my little taxi company, set up. Yeah, I'd probably I don't know. See, I don't know, man, because the thing is, when you got money like that, you can go back to a place like that, you basically become like a don. I don't know, 2 mil, your money's gonna go quite far in Jamaica, but same way, I don't know, I'd have to build something that I could sustain. So I'd have to have some sort of business out there. I'd have to do that. Do you know, I'd go to the country, I'd buy myself a little piece of land, I'd build myself a house, and yeah, that'd be me. Just jet back and forth, go Canada, go America, go wherever I want. Yeah, man. Probably would. But then, yeah, I mean, if that's what we're saying, so at the end of the rainbow, so to speak, are we all just working towards this retirement like package, this payoff, so that we can go and do what we want? Are we here until we do that? You see what I'm saying?
I think we will, though.
That's a whole different question. Let me build on this, yeah, Dan, yeah. I'll tell you how the question come about, yeah. I jumped on Ralph's stream the other day, yeah. On Sunday night. Was it Sunday? Yeah, I jumped on Sunday night, yeah. So they was asking me some questions, yeah. Obviously, Braden was asking dumb questions, yeah. he was making it selfish. Ralph said, if I gave you 100 million, yeah, 100 million, you know. Man said, if I gave you 100 million, yeah, would you give up your British passport? I said, hell fucking yeah, you dumb. I said, Braden will give up his British passport for 100 million. So that's what made me come up with the question of it today. Like, right, how much would it cost how much could Britain offer you to give up your British passport? How much could England offer you to give up your British passport? You get me?
Yeah, it's worth a lot. It's worth a lot. Let's say,
Rob, you said 100 million, right? Veli, right now, you give me that right now, I'm gone. Forget 100.
That's what I said, bro.
About 2 million.
I
didn't realize 100. Are you mad?
Today.
Yeah? I'll
Bro,
leave right now.
I'll leave today.
I'll
I'll
pack
leave today,
everyone.
yeah, and I'll
Hey,
just WhatsApp everyone and say, listen, I had to go. I had to go, bruv. You man, 100 mil. You man, I can send for you never. Yeah, I'm up.
Veli, you're talking like the check just cleared, man. You're talking like the check just cleared. Veli's on his way to Heathrow right now.
I'm thinking about it. I was so gassed, yeah. I was spending the money already, Cam. I was spending the money, Cam. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy a dealership. Yeah, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna buy a weed plantation. You know what I'm saying? Like,
man, that's
I'm taking you to Somalia with me. That's how bad it is. 100 million. I am mad. Hey.
I'm gonna buy out the government.
Bro, I think you could be president. You come to my side, after 100 million, we'll get you the presidency. Yeah. That's how bad it is.
Nah, man will double me in Somalia. You crazy, cunt. I'm gonna go there and say, you man have to forget about Islam. Next thing you know. Yeah.
Nah, Billy, I'll tell you. With me, you be my guest, yeah?
And then I'm dead, you get me?
As soon as you come up with that G Block shit, I don't know you, my G. You're on the East Coast Africa.
Yeah.
You just say salam alaikum, alaikum assalam. You know the ancient saying, once you go wrong, you do what the Romans
You'll
do.
see me in Somalia
Wedding
dressed
Rome,
like Zachariah. Man, don't see me dressed like Zachariah in Somalia, fam. Man, you mean? Yeah.
Salam
alaikum, brothers. All that shit. You get me?
I got a story.
All that. You get me?
I Belly Tom, not this Sunday, last Sunday, he came with a couple of us, like a couple of the Somali brothers and sisters. We went to one chicken shop to go eat, innit? And we asked him that question, brother, like, what's going on? What's with the African accent now? And he just said, I'm embracing this side. And I was like, right, do you think the brother's got a split personality? Because that's what we were all like, is this brother really? Because a couple of years ago, one of the brothers, like, I remember battling you to become Muslim. Because you know the way he speaks Arabic and all of that.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that? Do you think that's just him accepting who he is now?
Man.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, like, everyone has their own journey, innit, man? So, like,
I think that's what the brother's on, man. I think he's just on a journey where he found
there's a lot of mad people in speakers school, though, bro. Like, Zachariah is not the only madman in speakers school, man.
Yeah, there is a couple of brothers. I'm not even like the other week, even this week as well. I don't know, you know, the Asian brother just become Muslim. That's CQ, yeah. So man just telling, like, we were having a little conversation. It was a bear Somali was shooting something from my channel. And man's looking at the brother like he wants so much acceptance. Like, and man's like, bro, like, allow it, fam. Like, show some mannerisms. So I don't know, man. I don't know whether brothers, when they've changed, they feel like they adopt on home. I don't know, man. So it's an interesting question I want to throw out to my Reverb brothers.
You know what the issue is, yeah? You know what the issue is with that, bro? The issue is, yeah, before you go into a religion or go into anything else, yeah, you need to know yourself. Like, if you go in there still trying to find yourself, you get me? It don't even make sense, bro. You're still trying to find yourself, going into something else where he needs to learn, and then ain't going to be taking the time to know himself.
Yeah.
Because
he's Billy, because the brother said something to interest me when I was eating with him the other day, not this Sunday, last Sunday. He was like, yeah, I got used by the Salafis. I feel like I want to. And then I looked at him, like you're saying, bro, I had to give him that same answer. I was like, before you, like changing religions is a major step. It's a major thing in your life. And then certain brothers that get accused of being token black Muslims, like the other day, I think this is the thing that happens to them. Once they convert with the good intentions, and then certain things they realize, oh shit, like certain things are racist and that, and then it confuses them. Like with Zakaria, I'm seeing the confusion. And when I had to explain to him, and then he's like, yo, I love the Somali way Muslim. I'm like, it's not that. Forget that. It's not like. And I was like, maybe people think the Arabization culture version of Islam is their way forward. When they find out, it's not really that really hospitable for black brothers. That's when the problem happens. You get on coming from, Vels. That's like, I don't know. I just want to throw that out there to the revert nation. You get on coming from. This is a question for the revert brothers and sisters. Have they ever felt that experience where it must be hard coming from like with me because I was born Muslim and I've had them ones, Vels. It's always been part of my them ones, but for someone to change their whole way of life and to adopt something else, and then for them to find out they're actually being Arab worshipping instead of being a Muslim, is that a bit of a difficult thing? Do you think, Vels? Or Dan? I'm gonna throw that question to the panel and anyone in the chats, if you don't mind me asking.
Wait, run that again.
Sorry, shall I run that again, Vels, for Dan?
Yeah. Rewind it to Dan.
Okay. The question I had is like, where it was Dan? Like not this Sunday, the Sunday before, but Zakaria. Zakaria, innit?
Zachariah, yeah.
I say Zakaria. Sorry, like my little brother.
No, that's cool, man.
The way I pronounce it. Yeah. Zachariah basically came here with the Somali brothers and sisters. We went. Usually, like how everyone goes. We all went to go eat together. He came with us, and then one of the brothers asked him, 2 years ago I was battling you because he was a proper hardcore Christian. And he's like, well, you became a Salaf now, you're doing the whole Pan-African thing. And then that's when we analysed, maybe it's like Rebirth brothers and sisters find this journey a bit more difficult where they've changed their way of life. You get where I'm coming from, Dan?
So,
sorry.
Yeah, no, I think I kind of get what you're saying. So what?
Yeah.
They jump into the lifestyle, and then there's like barriers. There's questions they have about. You were saying like maybe racist aspects or interpretations. Or
some of the brothers realize. I think it's happened to a couple of brothers. Even that question got highlighted recently, where I reckon I don't know whether certain people when they come into Islam they get confused and they Arab worship instead of worshiping Islam.
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't really know, to be honest. In my personal experience, the friends I've had who've converted, whatever you want to say, generally I think they get in. They'll join the most mainstream kind of like the big mosques, the I don't know. And then typically what they're learning there is, I guess, one interpretation. It's like the Wahhabi, the kind of Saudi backed or funded form, which I guess, if that's what you mean by the Arabized kind of worship or whatever, I can kind of see that. But I've heard that in recent years. I've heard people saying that, but I don't know what the alternatives are, because the Arabs have got the most money to pump into stuff like madrasas in developing parts of the world, or big mosque projects. Like I mean, I don't know. Like what are the alternatives? Who else is going to pay? Who else is going to do it? And I suppose they're I don't know if they're controlling the purse strings and they control the kind of the significant like pilgrimage sites and that sort of thing. And I suppose, maybe subconsciously people are worshipping this kind of Arabized form of it. But I mean, I don't really know. Can't speak personally. But I just checked that Zachariah guy. So you're talking about, this is, did he become a Christian? Is this the guy you're talking about?
I don't know.
He was a Christian and he became a Muslim.
Okay. Wait, is he the guy? He's the guy who he wears the, I don't know what you call it, like the Saudi.
Last Sunday, he was dressed like. Do you remember WWF? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember a guy called Akeem the African Dream?
Yeah, and he used to come wear that, and I remember him. I remember him WWF still.
he was just like
No, you know what it is, though? And Dan, this whole conversation came up because there was a little incident. So I was thinking about it, and one of my Revert brothers, I remember a couple of years, this was about 6-7 years ago, when he wanted to take the journey, innit, and he was like, because he was around me, the Somali community inspired him, innit? Because he was jamming with Malis all his life, like Martin State. Like I told you, Martin State is just Africans, Malis, 1 or 2 white people, mainly Africans and Somali people, innit? Caribbean.
You from Turnpike Lane?
No, I'm from somewhere called Tiverton, innit?
Triffy,
Yeah, M15 side. Yeah, so lot of close, innit? So Dan, like I was saying, bro, when he was trying to take the journey, he said something where he's like, I want to become Somali Muslim. And you had to look at him like, nah, it's not even like that, bro.
What's Somali wisdom? Yeah. But it's obviously for him.
Somali, and he didn't think it was that strict, like, and he feel like because he was jamming around us and majority of us were, like, I'm not gonna lie, we all come in when we were 1, 2, 5, you know them ones. Later on, people were born here, so he just thought, and we're like, no, you're falling in love with the Somali culture. You want to be a Muslim, it's a whole different ball game. So that's why I feel like certain people can't, like Veli and Wagwan Freddy, you get me? Yeah, so I feel like certain brothers and sisters, they fall into that trap. You get where I'm coming from? As a person that was born in Muslim, I've seen it. You get where I'm coming from, Dan?
Yeah, so they come through the cultural angle, and then
the religion angle. And that's what confused. And then when they see certain things in certain cultures, it's like, it goes against their skin tone and it confuses. I don't know.
Nah, hey, brother, I totally agree with you, man. Big up Dan and big up Vel and the whole chat, man. But yeah, I totally agree with you, bro, man. Serious shit, fam. Because obviously, when you get to the religion, like, you're so excited that you found something new and you're so buzzing that there's a new vibration and a new path to go in life. It's like you chuck yourself into it. Do you know what I mean? It's the same with Rasta, innit? I've had, like, even non-black people that want to be Rasta, and they just fling themselves into it. They're fully into it. Like, the house has changed. They put the colours in the kitchen. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's what it is. Yeah, they're just into it, innit? So it's a bit of that more than giving up your culture. You know what I mean? It's just a bit of excitement, I think.
Yo, Freddie, well, go on, my brother. What you saying, man?
Love, Vel.
Big up, brother. Yeah, man. So the question of the day, man. How I've even added to it now. Yeah, I've made the return contract. Yeah. Obviously, yeah, we've accepted the contract in it. Like anyway. So let me ask you, yeah, if the UK offered you this non-return contract, where they're going to give you £2 million for you to leave and never return, and you give up your British passport, you never get a visa. Yeah, I didn't even need to finish the rest anyway. So you gone, yeah.
Fam, obviously I live other places. Like, I'm so glad, I'm grateful to God that I managed to get myself out of this place and live other places. I'm not scared of poverty, innit? I actually embrace it. I love it. It's all good, man. Like, obviously I'm not living poor over here, but I will never be living poor where I come from either. My work ethic speaks for itself, innit?
But if man's giving you £2 million to leave anyway, so obviously living poor.
I want 2 mil. I want 2 mil, and I'm looking another four or five to take.
Yeah, mad thing. Yeah, so, boy, man's definitely taking the deal. Yeah, so, boy, yeah. Everyone's just taking the deal with it, man. Maybe I need to make it less then, man.
Nah, you know the reason why I'm taking the deal? You know the reason why I'm taking the deal, fam? Because when I go back to Jamaica, fam, my mum was the only one that came here. Like, they laugh after my mum. Like, she was the only one that came into this poverty country, like, to like live on baked beans and all that. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? All my uncles and aunties, they're all well-to-do. They've got their job, had it for 46 years and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? So they're all right. They got mangoes and all that grind in the garden, so they're cool, really.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think 2 mil is the minimum.
Yeah, we 2 mil too much, man. Everyone's just taking the deal straight away, innit? Man, we're gonna have to make it. We're gonna have to make it less, innit? We're gonna have to make it like £500,000 or, you know, like a life-changing amount, yeah. But still, you could still see it. Like someone in the chat could still see that sort of money in it. Like, there might be some people in the chat that are paying off mortgages on houses that are worth more than £500,000 right now. You get me? Because certain man got 20 grand houses in Right to Buy that are worth £2 million right now. You get me? So don't yeah, bro. Trust me.
Mad
Nah,
thing
no,
right now.
it's dumb right now, bruv.
Mad
Like
thing.
if they
Nah.
was willing to even pay the mortgage bill, just give me the little mortgage start. Like just go so I can go over there, speak to Nova Scotia, get everything sorted out, get the house, and the government and the UK government are gonna pay the majority. I'm off. Don't even need to give me no 2 mil. That's I could work that myself. Just give me my mortgage
Yeah,
and
so
I'll
we're,
get
go-
a
we're
house.
gonna we're gonna change the deal, Freddie. We're gonna change the deal to £500,000, innit? Yeah, and obviously we want everyone in the chat to answer like £500,000. Yeah, it's still a lot of money, yeah, but it's not like £2 million. Like, and that's big money in it. Like,
I've seen if it was 500 grand, I couldn't leave for that, because I could probably, if I put my mind to it, on a serious one, make that in 15, 10
that, but that's exactly. So this is why Dan, yeah, I tried to make it £500,000, yeah, because realistically, if you went hard and put your mind to it, yeah, you might be able to make that sort of money.
But bro, this is what I'm saying. This might even be the incentive. You know how it, they when certain people are under pressure, they perform like to their optimum, to the peak of their ability. So if the government said, "Yo, you lot have got 10 years to sort out what you need to sort out, and at the end of this 10 years, we're gonna give you 500 grand and you're gone," then I think certain people, I don't know, certain people would just kick back for that time. But me, if they put that down, I'd be like, yo, all right, now's the time. This is it. All right, cool. There's 500 grand potentially at the end of the rainbow. Or if I stay here, I can boost past that. And yeah, I don't know. It's a funny
grand. You get your 500 grand check as well as whatever else you've managed to make in that 10-year squeeze till you had to wrap everything else up.
Yeah. But I mean, you
just live like a tramp, bruv. What, you live like a tramp and just eat beans every day like fucking Raj and wear the same? I'll live like a tramp for 10 years, cuz. You get me? And save up that guap, cuz. He's dumb. Look how much guap you could get, cuz.
I know certain people would be. Yeah, no, trust me, I'd work hard, man. I'd try and get the fuck out of here, bro. 10 years, just give me it in 5, innit? I'll be gone in 5. Don't worry about it. Like, but I think we're gonna get a deal, yeah, where obviously we ain't gonna have no money. Yeah, we're gonna have to leave anyway.
It's gonna be like stay or get out, innit? Just not even stay.
More than that. Yeah, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Yeah.
Hey Fred, will you say it's not even a plane ticket?
Yeah, no plane ticket, cuz. Not even that, cuz. Just get out.
Nah, you're gonna get a baton stick in your head and some pepper gas.
I'm done.
Wake up, you know, you wake up here and you feel like, I feel like I'm on a boat, cuz.
Then what? I feel rough. Who drunk, man? Like, and then you're
got a big cocoa in the back of your head, man.
And then you're sailing on the sea and that. Yeah, when you look through the window, you see the ocean and that.
Yeah, you see Ralph at the front, the ship's captain. Ralph comes over the tunnel. Welcome to Boris Boat 100.
Oh no.
We are going to Jamaica.
Hey, yo, Belly. Imagine they kick out Ralph first. You ain't planning for them.
No, they'll kick Ralph out last, man. They'll make sure they get all the rest out first. Yeah. So there's no resistance once they've got all the rest out. Then we can just dash Ralph out. He said he's himself the port in it. Obviously, he's trying shit, cousin.
I think they'll leave Ralph and keep him on the posters and that, and put him on the Oyster card and all that.
As and Dan and Freddie, do you think my man's trolling or do you think he's really like it, Ralph? Well, I was looking at him on Sunday, yeah. At times I'm questioning, is this guy for real?
Yeah, I don't know.
Nah, just delusional.
That's what I was gonna say. Realistically,
the Asian community take L's in that park, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm thinking, he's trying to say more Indians are like.
But that's down to it. If the Asian community feel like they're taking L's in the park because of Ralph here, then the Asian community needs to talk to Ralph about that. You get me that, but who's man to really be telling Ralph that he's a sellout and he's this that, and the other cars? You let Ralph do what he's doing. I don't even really care, really, truly. It's really just for the YouTube talk and
so and so. You get me? Like on a realistic
Yeah.
level, yeah. Ralph's YouTube people, less than 1% of the whole country. Yeah. So
Lad, you hitting it on the head, Bell.
the shit that they're talking about, yeah, that they're gonna be doing. Oh, we're gonna be doing this, and you have to be this % white, and so, blah blah, man, rah, rah. It's like, man, this just YouTube bullshit talk, cuz they are
No,
never,
I think so as
ever
well.
gonna get that in no policy. Bro.
Because some of the things that will be put across on YouTube, it's all hypothetical, coulda, shoulda, woulda. And when I look in the hood, like North London, West, South, whatever, out of London and all that, none of these things are happening. Like, where's the invasion? I'm in Stafford now. I'm in Stafford, fam. I'm hard to find a black person. Like, I can't see one. I haven't seen one for morning, actually.
Hey, you're on Phil's end still.
Yeah, like, where are they, Vel? Where are the black? Where's the invasion? Where's the invasion and that?
Off records, I must have went Cardiff recently, innit? Yeah. I hope the missus ain't listening to this. I went Cardiff to go, you do something, innit? Yeah. And then I've noticed just how Freddie's saying, bro. Like, I'm like, raw. I'm the only guy in the whole place. I'm like, where is, like he's saying, where is this so-called? I'm in migrant communities, including black, all of us, yeah, Asians, all of us, like 8% of the country. Some mad, some low statistic number.
I don't know what you went in. I don't know where you went in Cardiff. Cardiff's mixed, you know. Tiger Bay.
I'm not Dan. I was on the other side.
Okay.
I was not in the docks. Like, bear my family live in the docks and Greenstown and all of that.
Yeah.
A Somali girl used to come from Cardiff to G circles, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
No, but with me, I had to hide on the white side. No, I was doing something. I was playing away, innit? You hear where I'm coming from? So I had to go around there, do something. So I realized, nah, she don't want to do none of this shit, so I'm cool. You know them ones. She ain't never gonna find this yet.
Cool, man.
Man was just out there, you know how it is, big balls, yeah. So I was just like, wow, where is, you know, all this where these people talk about, like, man's taking over. You know how James, one time I was trying to defend one Somali auntie, she was trying to go against my man, innit, yeah? I had to jump in there. Obviously, my knowledge about Islam is very limited. I don't even bother trying to do that. And he said, I'm concerned about the rise of Islam. I'm like, bro, like, having seen the numbers, Britain's kind of good. You get where I'm coming from? Like, you don't even need to worry about them things. There's only how many of us are here? Like, all minorities, I'm giving Christians, Muslims, atheists, G-Block, Mandem. If you put all of them together, it's only 8% of the people in the UK. So, boy.
Yeah. Might even be less, bro. So, like I said, when you go to certain ends, when I do certain work or whatever, bruv, they ain't even seen no black dons around there before, bro. So,
that is the fact, bro.
Listen,
man.
Yeah,
that is the fact.
Listen to this, though. Listen to this, cuz, yeah. Listen to this, though, cuz, yeah. One time, yeah, I was in fucking again,
Stafford, yeah, fam.
Yeah. That's what I went up there, yeah, to do some work, yeah, on some fucking boiler, yeah, with this other guy, yeah. So we walked into this house, yeah, me and this older white don, yeah. So got into the old man's yard, yeah, and goes, brother, in my face, you know, the brother goes, "Cool, that's a suntan you've got there, mate." I was like, what did you say? But the brother's about 90, you know. I'm like, you know when you have to, when you have to hold it, like, and you're like, right,
hold it.
It's a nuts thing, man. It's a nuts thing, Vel, man.
You're like, oh, that's a suntan.
Coming from East, man's had to hold it all my life. I'll go down for M's and all that, and AMs and all that. I've had to hold it all my life. That's why I've got no faith in these. This is my personal experience, isn't it? It's not for the whole of general Britain. But I'm saying I ain't got no faith in none of these, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's no laws what I know about that are benefiting us or to our detriment that we know about are coming. Do you know what I'm saying? There's nothing in the Constitution and all the laws and everything that helps us or benefits us to do anything. We always have to start from the ground up. So you might as well go home, Vel. You know what I mean?
I was in Margate fixing an old Dodge boiler, yeah?
fixing the old Don's boiler. Yeah, he's got 2 hair grenades in. Yeah, so he's left me in the boiler cupboard. Yeah, and then he's gone round to the front room. Yeah, and he thinks he's whispering in it. He goes, "He's black."
Oh no!
I'm like, fuck. Fucking hell, cuz. I'm like, fuck. Yeah. But if he would have asked me, I would have said, don't lie.
It's crazy like that, blood. Man used to live up Ching, blood, and man, like back in the days, and man couldn't even go to Debden and Loughton and all them places there. I used to go Epping back in the days as well. Man couldn't, man, bruv, every day man's having a fight. Yeah, every day man's having a fight with one of them on having to fucking. One day I'm playing tennis with my ting now. It's like, oh, get this, because my thing was Filipino, innit? She was like, get this Chinese rice and out the fucking park, innit? I'm like, what are you talking about, get this Chinese rice? When I turn around, the man's got a British fucking flag in his head, fam. I've had to take the tennis racket and split his head open. Split the flag, fam. Yeah, fam. I've always suffered racism. Like, I don't know whether it's because man's tall and black and they just don't like black people, or there's a bit of a fear. That's another question, innit? Do you, man, think there's a fear of black men?
Yeah. Because I had that at work recently, you know, like I said, I work in a construction site. I would say,
I wouldn't even say just black men then. I would say that black women are going to be included in that as well then.
Well, I would say the black women, but they're much more accommodating. Do you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, they can understand the society, like, economics and fit into it a bit easier than us. Do you know what I'm saying? We stick out a little bit. Do you know what I'm saying? Especially if you've got a bit of authority.
Because we're talking from men to men. You got to be talking from women to women point of view. So if one black girl goes into a workplace when there's like all white women or whatever, do you know what I'm saying? Like, is it funny for her? Does she get little funny comments? Do you know, people trying to feel her hair and shit? And do you know what I'm saying? Like, stuff like that.
Nah. You know what? I got a sister like that now, and she's feeling the heat. You know what I mean? She's the only black woman. That's what I'm saying. She's feeling the heat. You know,
sometimes we look at it from point of view, and then we don't even think about obviously what the ladies' point of view is as well. Still. Obviously, but like, so it sort of works on both, innit, man? Because obviously, like with men, is like fighting and so and so. Women's not so much fighting and whatever. It might be like comments and like sort of leaving. She's eating lunch by herself and shit. No one's going to lunch with this means and all that sort of shit like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, that happens to me sometimes. I have to go eat lunch by myself because I get like new team of brickers and they're from Luton Town and imagine coming in there, your Somali young brother. Yeah.
They're like, oh, so, and then they see you come around the corner.
They see me come around the corner and you telling them what to do. Bruv, and you know with me, you see your boy K, I don't hold my mouth back for no man, innit? You get me? Especially in an industry like that where they test you straight away. Like, it's like, no, bro, you have to do this, that.
Yeah,
and you know what I'm telling them what to do? But you should see some of these man's faces, bro. You could just tell. So, yeah, Fred, like I was saying, brother, like some of the times when I'm working on construction sites and I'm telling a team of brickers like you're on the 15th floor, you're doing this, that. Some of them don't like it. I have to go check up the work just in case they fuck me over.
But no, that's the fact still. Yeah, that's the fact. I believe that 100%, fam. Because I've done a little time in the building trade as well, bro. Done a couple of years when I couldn't. Like, I was in a tough situation, and trust me, I'm telling you, bro, the fucking shit I had to pop with. It's crazy.
That's why I apologize to certain people on YouTube because you know with the industry, my language comes with me on the camera sometimes. I swear a lot in it, yeah. But it's times where I'll be like, yo, you have to do this, that, and then when the job's not done, sometimes I'll send the other supervisor because he's white. They'll do it, but when I say it, sometimes I have to double check. Oh, this is not done, and they'll throw like little cheeky comments.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. No,
and I'm like, say that again. You know, I get them. Say that again, then you know the Tottenham comes out. You say blood. You know, I have to drop the professional act. I say that again, bro. No, bear man start hesitating, man. I'll be like, fucking just do your job, I ain't in your bedroom, just get the work done.
That's why. Obviously, in my line of business, innit, I always just try and be assertive, innit, if I can. You know what I'm saying? Like, to do this and I want it done. Because obviously, I'm not in a bully boy thing, but just make sure you're doing it. Because obviously, man's got a business to run, innit? And if you don't do things correctly, I lose money. So I need it done now. And if you can't do it, fuck off, innit? And I'll get someone else to do it. I'm just on a like real quick one, you know what I'm saying, bro? Cause obviously, man, serious. When you're working with some of these, they'll fuck you around and make you lose all your money.
Yeah, bruv, they'll try to get you sacked without you realizing.
And then tell you sorry.
Yeah, and it'll be like, raw. And then that's why me and my guy, usually when there's a certain team, I'll send my other bedroom in it, yeah? I'll be like, boom, boom, boom. And then I'll surprise them.
So, like, where I got my own lorries and that, innit? So calm. Like, I'm just driving, innit? I just drive and I deliver stuff, innit? And I set up drivers and all that. So,
yeah, I rate that.
If you don't do the right thing on this job, you have to leave, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Fred. No, but with me, my sort of industry is like, if it's me, the forklift driver, if you don't get shit done, the site's not working, innit? And that's what some of these pricks don't realize sometimes. It's like, hey, boy, man's on a deadline, I'm getting shit. I'm taking shit. And there's certain times, like you're saying, man's never a bully boy, but if you piss man off, man's going to tell you about yourself, innit? You know where I'm coming from?
Yeah, facts, bruv. And I don't do sub stories, bruv. I hate sub stories, bruv. I can't take it, bruv. I know everyone's obviously gone through their own tribulations, innit? Like, everyone's got their own real story, innit? But trust me, sometimes I don't know, man. I just like people to keep their shit to themselves. If you're gonna tell me something for me to have sympathy for you, it's gonna like the opposite's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you to fuck off quicker. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm the same with that. Trust. Yeah, because to be honest, the sympathy card. Yeah, I don't know. For me, naturally, I extend my empathy. I can empathize and sympathize with people quite easily, but
you're more pessimistic. Is that what you are, Dan?
Yeah. As I've grown up, I've realized that certain people see that as a weakness to exploit. So yeah, I've had certain people I would have called brethrens who they just drop sub story after sub story. Then they get my support. If it's money or whatever it is, they get my help for a little period of time. And then, again, it's just more sub stories. And it always coincides with when they've got some sort of need. And I don't know, I think, it's I don't know, man.
I heard that, Dan, because I had one bedroom, Dan, recently, innit? Like, man, like the whole circle kind of locked him off. We tried bringing the brother back, but when someone's just bad behavior and it's just too much, innit? And we've all moved on, like the whole crew's on their 30s right now, innit? There's only about 3 of us that's not married left, but everyone else is there. And then some people cutting off people, I don't know, man. Is it easier said than done? Or say if you're being like I was saying, some of your friends, the sub stories, it gets to a time where enough's enough, bro. Like, fuck off, like, man up or something. You got coming from
past 25, I think. Yeah, a lot of man you're on your own kind of after that point, to be honest. But don't get me wrong. I mean, if it's sincere, then cool. But yeah, I mean, I've had to filter out a lot of people because, just I don't know. You kind of see after a while, when you check it out, if you're just gonna look at it, and most, don't get me wrong, when you got a brethren or you growing up with someone, you're not really keeping count of who's done what for who or whatever. But over time, you can kind of clock with a lot of people that you're putting in a lot more than they are. There's a lot of them. Boy, certain people. For me, if I'm putting in more than, it's kind of got to be a 50-50 thing. You got to kind of hold up your side of the thing, and then you got your thing set. Then so I don't know. I was chilling my brethren. I hadn't seen him for a little while the other day. And he was like, Dan, I'm just dealing with rich people now, bro. So I don't. I'm just chatting. They got more money than us combined or whatever. But they're not thinking about how can I make a raise off this guy? How can I make a little drink off? Like they just, I don't know. They ain't got no pretense to the way that they're behaving. Well, I don't know. But
I'm all about a charity rather than sympathy. Do you know what I'm saying, fam? So if there's something that you need me to put some piece to, I don't mind putting anything to it, innit? But like, don't give me a sub story associated with it. Just tell me you need it for that.
Yeah, just come straight. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, D. I can't
That's
take
it.
the going around the corners and all this shit.
That's it. Yeah, for real.
No, but Fred,
Yeah,
don't you think?
Boy, I a lot more time. I sense a punchline. I'm just listening. I'm waiting. All right, this is the elevator pitch. You're building me up. But what's the crunch? what's the underline? Do you know what I'm saying?
You know what I can't do.
I mean, that's it, bro. From you hit 25, 30, most of your problems are going to be financial. Really, at the end of it, so it's not really a thing of. And a lot of people to deal. And this is the fuckery, to deal with their financial problems. They will go and they'll gamble, or they'll drink, or they'll get into drugs, or whatever it is. And really, you know that they're compounding their own problems. So when a man like that comes to you with a problem, it's like, oh, I'm in this situation. You yourself, you can assess their life and be like, yo, well, you shouldn't really be spending fucking £200 a week on Cali and fucking and drinking your fucking sorrows away at the weekend, and then you got cookies on a Sunday.
When you got 8-month-old child and you got one on the way, that's certain one. Like I was saying, I think to myself, it's then it goes like, I want to ask this to Dan and Freddie as well, anyone on the chat. It's like, I feel like certain man that's in around my age have been sugar-coated, snowflaked down, where they can't handle real men problems. You get what I'm coming from? I don't know, man.
But I think
handle problems no more.
I think it's a society breakdown as well, you know, big man. Because obviously, like, we're supposed to be in Britain, we're the third richest country. We're supposed to have a lot more things going in per person. Do you know what I'm saying? Everyone's supposed to be a bit more affluent than we are at the moment. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's just a tear down of the laws and all the things that are against us. Every time you want to make a move, there's 1,000 red tape things you got to go through. It's a bit of a wear down. So it just tends to eat at man, innit? So a man sometimes just give up without knowing it. Do you know what I'm saying? Or get defeatist. Do you know what I mean? Like, it easily happens, isn't it? Because even obviously I don't hate white people. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate nobody. But at the same time, my experiences with them have just made me, you know what I'm saying, a bit wary of them. You get what I'm saying? I've never had trust. Like, the trust levels are gone. You get what I'm saying? Like, so it's just
with me, sorry, I'm not gonna disrespect none of the white people out here, innit, as well. Yeah, with me, it's like, the thing I don't understand is, their foreign policy is creating havoc across the world, and then they'll tell you, oh no, it's you immigrants' fault. I'm like, well, if you stop going to their countries, stealing their oil, licking man down, you wouldn't have refugee crisis. You get where I'm coming from, Frank? You wouldn't have immigrants trying to come through. Every country was allowed to develop. Yeah, if every country was allowed to develop and eat of their natural resources, where America is bullying the world, I don't think Iran and these countries are attacking people. These man got 16 military bases and stuff in and around people's countries. When you got man that's got AKs and he's got these flags on your thing telling you what to do, but you see, some parts of the world are under oppression.
That's logic. That's logic, but you can't.
And from the white nation,
what they're dealing with. They're coming from an emotional place. You can't connect emotion with logic that easily. Do you know what I'm saying? Again, that's a sympathy thing. It's they don't really want to deal with the actual like logic. They just want to feel, and this is what I feel my problem is, or this is what I feel the problem is. It's going back to what I was saying. Like, really, like if your brethren who's the fucking gambling addict, alcoholic, drug addict comes to you and says, "Oh, bruv, I can't pay my rent," like, really, most people should be saying, "Yo, you need to cut out X, Y, and Z." Logically, that's what you need to do. But they're in their emotions. They're just thinking and feeling like they ain't got nowhere to turn. They ain't got no options. And that's why when people come to me with the refugee thing, I'm just like, yeah, well, if that's how you feel, because you can't really address it logically with them, to be honest. You know, so I don't know. Freddie, what are you gonna say, man? Sorry, I cut you.
No, that's cool, bro. I was just gonna say, like, I think we just get worn down. We just get, like, you know what I'm saying, mistreated. Do you know what I'm saying? Because obviously the foreign policy is the same as the British policy for the people they don't like. So we're at war with the people. So obviously we're at war with the conservatives now. If you're a poor person or you come from a poor background or you think differently to the main population, you're at war with these people. Believe you me. You might not think it now, but later you better start strategizing to get yourself free from this place, and because we're under a different bondage, you know what I mean? Just even bringing it back to Britain with the youths them and the drugs thing and the county lines thing. Do you get what I'm saying? You know how many years they've made that run, and you know how many years man that's been in prison for fucking long now, family breakdown, everything, and all they had to do was make sure man registered the phone cards, and then half of this is done. Do you get what I'm saying, family?
Yeah, I'll get you, Freddie. I'll get you 100, Freddie, because one of my boys got was on the news recently, innit? I see him. He got 15 years, innit? Because he was taking bare little kids out there, and then he got done for what's it called, child something, plus with all this. Like, I think he's one of the first people they set example on, one of the youths, innit? So they hit him with a 15, and we were like, raw.
They're looking to get about 1,000 more men like that, and then come in with the law where they have to register the phones, because obviously they can tell the mobile phone companies you can't have you have to pay higher taxes if you don't register the phone, and then that means everybody will have to register their phone tomorrow. And allow you, Dan?
Yeah, well, yeah, I was thinking about this the other day. I think it's gonna, it will come in. It's gonna come in. I'd say in the next 5 years, I reckon. But it'll, I mean, even if it ain't off the county lines thing, it will be off terrorism for one reason or another. There'll be some security reason, probably a higher reason than that, but it will apply all the way down. But yeah, I suppose that's it. It's this sleepwalking into a surveillance state sort of thing.
Yeah, facts.
Kind of mad still. It's mad.
100, Dan. I agree with that.
No community cohesion. Like one time, Tottenham used to be jumping. We used to have bare community centres and places to go and things. Bruv, nothing no more in no community. Hackney, washed. What, we're going to go and get a coffee? That's it. You better get a coffee and get on a bus, because there ain't nowhere else to chill. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, it's mad, bruv, man. It's mad. Like, the breakdown of British society is all on these lot, and they want to blame the most vulnerable. And this is such a shame. You know what I'm saying?
I know. And Freddie, I agree with you 100%. And it's like, I feel like with the white community, even if I've had problems with white Muslims, Christians, all of that, and I keep explaining to these people, and it's, get over it. Oh, it's not art. And it's like, well, if you lot ain't making noise, it's truthfully, it's not Iran that's taking over America. It's not these countries that are invading, licking man down. It's Caucasian countries. It's Caucasian soldiers. You get where I'm coming from? It's like, I was watching one thing the other day with you're in the next country, you're from Grimsby or wherever the fuck you are, they recruit you, they take you there, and you're just sticking guns in little kids' faces, telling them families. Imagine that, bro. Like, say each man of you has got a family. Imagine, Dan, I run up on your house and I run up on Freddie's house and I'm putting a gun to your face, telling you what to do, rare. How would you, as a man, feel in that scenario then?
Man, it's hard work, brother. It's hard work. I feel like I got a gun to me now sometimes. Do you know what I'm saying, family? And I ain't got to be abroad. Like, that's how much of a depression sometimes this country gets me in. Gets me in a crazy, like, I need to get out. That's why I got 2 holidays planned for this year. One in August and one after. You know what I'm saying? Man, boy, this country, you have to get away, bruv. You have to just literally see where you're at in the world and where people are in society. Because, like, just for instance, when I had to sign on one time in 95, yeah, they was offering me training then. They was offering me training. Now I ask my people, yo, what were they offering you at the job centre? Don't you man get no training? Their training thing gone. So it's like they want people to sit down and suffer and starve. You get what I'm trying to show you? They don't want people to have this equal opportunities and to say have a path to success. Do you know what I'm saying? They just want you to just be like, rah, I'm dependent, I'm chilling. Oh, fucked, everything's fucked. All right, let me get a bear. All right, let me go down Betfred. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's mad, bro. And it's and society's gearing it more towards that. because I didn't like the pubs, but at least we could go there and chill, bruv, and we could have a conversation about your kids, my kids, maybe our future development, how we're gonna, you know what I'm saying? And it's like all of them local places are gone. The black ones, the white ones, they're all gone.
They're all gone. They're all Tesco's. They're all this. So at the end of the day, Dan and Fred, is it due to capitalism now?
100%. Yeah, bruv, 100%. That's the logic there. But people can't feel that. Like money don't. The only emotion people get off of money is either a good one when you've got it or the bad one when you ain't got it. And when people ain't got the money, that's when they start looking around and they go, oh, you know what's changed? What's gone? What have we lost? And yeah, this whole community thing. I mean, you're lucky if you live in an area where you know your neighbors. Your neighbors can look after your dog or your cat or whatever it is when you go on, or whatever it is. Look after your kids. If you can rely on your neighbors to, I don't know, if you run out of milk or whatever, you can go next. Like, you're lucky. That's not the experience most people have. And yeah, certain little things that, and to be honest, Khaled, you're lucky because you've still got aspect. Your culture means that you go to mosque. You've got a certain routine that keeps you connected with your sense of community is tangible. Every Friday, feel your community. You can see your community turn out, bruv.
That's why I always rate the Muslim community. I always rate them just because of the cohesiveness. You know what I mean? Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And to be honest, I think you don't even really see, like, bruv, I could walk past the church on Sunday. There's no. To be honest, more often than not, it's Jehovah's Witnesses, and I see Jehovah's Witnesses.
Dan, sorry to cut you, but I cry blood for the churches, you know, bruv. I want to, bruv, if I had my way, bruv, because what I'm saying, fam, they deal with the elderly so fucking disgusting, bro. You get, I'm trying to show you, people that have attended these churches for 45 years, bro, gave money every fucking week, and they can't get 6-7 hours in the hall after. Is that what you're trying to say? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, for the passing, they can't get a proper burial and all this, and the whole day's in the church. Do you know what I'm saying, fam? They get slotted in and little things like that. Like, in the Bible, it says...
One thing I'm saying, churches are empty nowadays. But I live next to one down the road from me, but the thing's never full.
They're empty because they're praising the devil, fam. Trust me, bruv. I'm telling you, fam. I'm saying to you, yeah. You see this knife crime thing, fam. Even if you fucking got the youths out of the Kentucky and got them near the church and said, look, if anything happens, any beef, just run in air, innit? Don't worry, just run in air, innit? Like, that would save the youth from getting, like, he might have got a stab in his back, but he missed the stab in his head because he managed to run in the church, innit? And get safety, innit? Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And then when he recovers from the stab in his back, innit, he might fucking have a thought in his brain that I might attend on Sunday, innit? Because these are the people that I kind of owe my life to, maybe.
And that might be a part to change. But then again, even in my religion, you know what it is, Freddy's? And this is going to be very controversial, but people have corrupted it so much where people are turning their backs towards it. Because it's so, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. That's a question.
Nice fact, bruv. It's facts. All them religions, bruv. Brixton, there shouldn't be no stabbings on Brixton. Because you should be able to run to that mosque. You should be able to run to that mosque, fam. Talk the truth, fam. There should be no fucking arms house in Finsbury Park, fam.
Yeah,
because look at the big mosque on the corner.
Yeah, think about Fred's. Even this Speaker's Corner place where, bro, like some of the Da'wah team, I have to look at them funny. I'll tell you why. I'm like, all right, cool, you guys are Da'wah teams, innit, yeah? But your team doesn't speak to this team, and your team doesn't speak to this team, and ain't you guys all Muslim?
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I'll be honest, that's a bad one.
As a Muslim, like born Muslim, had my culture is embedded in Islam, yeah? You forgive more, like, you know them ones, part of forgiveness, and I'm seeing certain Da'wah teams like Shamsi and I see Muhammad Hijab and these guys and Ali. These men are not even speaking to each other. And I'm like, what type of Islam are you lot trying to preach in a way sometimes? I have to look at these people, like, they're dangerous as well, fam. Like, man, I've created Islamophobes and certain man are like, now they've just realized I don't talk to them. You get, and I'm actually telling people, don't talk like now. Like,
that's why, you know, fam.
And now, you know what these people are doing? They're targeting layman Muslims in the park because these guys don't want to talk to them. Like the other day, like I was saying, I was walking by, I see one of my Somali aunties, she had a kid. taking her kid to Winter Wonderland, and she was listening to James, and then she tried her best to defend the religion. And then I come in trying to defend her. Spoken English. I thought, you know what, boom, auntie, I see where you're coming from. And then as soon as I'm done, a couple of brothers are like, hey, why are you talking to my man? I'm like, bro, what do you mean? I'm not these da'wah teams, bro. I'm not here to do da'wah, man. Don't ever talk to me like that. You know it, Dan. You know, sometimes I've got that rude mouth in it. I'm like, bro, who you talking to? I'm not here to do, like, you never see Khalid doing da'wah in that park.
Khalid, that's why I stopped going to that park, you know, because like Rasbek and Jedi and all them, like, they got much more patience than me, innit? I'm not gonna lie, fam. I rate them when it comes to the patience thing and how they can tolerate certain. Because I can't tolerate it, fam. I see it and I want to move to you. I want to get your hood over your head and start banging you. Do you know what I'm saying, fam? I want to start. You know what I mean? Like I want to just because they wind man so much up with the lies and the nonsense. You got what I'm trying to show you, fam.
And then,
like, and then some questions every week, and is Aisha 6 and da-da-da-da. That's not gonna help, man. That's not helping none of your Akis that are starving to death right now on the high road. Yeah, that's not helping nobody that's suffering and they're behind on their rent. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, Freddie and Dan, yeah, none of these guys, they ain't out here trying to solve knife crime in the Muslim community. No one wants to talk about it. Oh yeah, knife crime in the Muslim community, it's only affecting the Somali brothers. No one's talking about it. I'm like, all right, ain't we Muslims? Again, the same problem, you know, me and that organization that I work with in my area in Harringay, check them out, you brothers, it's called Rise Project. They're doing a hell of a lot. And when they went to certain Muslim councils, we went up to them and asked them, yo, they're like, nah, that's not priority. I hate to say this, it was run by the Asian community. They were like, no, Kashmir, we're doing this, we're doing that. Knife crime is not a priority. I'm like, well, there's 12 Muslim, just from my community, 12 died in 2019. 2020, the first person to get stabbed and killed was an Algerian guy. He was a delivery driver. You know, I'm coming from one of them Ubers or, you know, them delivery guys. And I'm like, so Dan and Freddie, when I'm trying to raise up these questions, I'm like, well, you guys just want to talk about something that's 700 years ago. Let's talk about something that's affecting the Muslim community now in the UK. None of them want to do. That's why I've given up chatting to some of these guys.
That's too hard. That's too hard because then if you talk about these things, you have to do something, fam. So they're gonna avoid it. They're gonna avoid chatting about anything to do with common sense because then they have to do something, innit? Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
And then
so I've been
labelled now, Dan, and you man, I've been labelled a nationalist. I've been labelled this. Certain man give me dirty looks for just like, you know what it is. Like my whole ethos is, well, if I'm gonna call out white supremacy, I'm calling out something even more dangerous called Arab supremacy. As soon as I started talking about it, I'm not talking about the religion. I'm talking about 10% of the community. Like reality, we've got a struggle. When I was back home, our kids our boys and girls are locked in cages in Libya. This is reality. I don't even like the way certain people brush that underneath. Like, it doesn't mean nothing to them. You know, I'm coming from the certain subjects I bring up here. Then I started realizing if I'm talking to these people, I'm just going to keep it straight down drummer. You get where I'm coming from? Like, it's going to a situation where I'm like, because a lot of people see these people on camera and they think, all right, cool, yeah, but nah, man. There's something funny, like, and I hope my brothers and my sisters on the da'wah team listen to this. Y'all need to fix up. You're coming there for clean da'wah, do your clean da'wah. Don't come there doing gimmicks and shares and like. Don't like. That's what pisses me off as well.
This is why you can't even pay attention to them people in the park because you know they ain't representing Muslims, innit? You man like yourself are representing Muslims. When I go to my ends, I see man like you, Khalid, innit? I don't see no haters, innit? Do you know what I'm trying to show you, fam? I don't see man that's gonna try and draw me out and call me any dumb names, innit? I see man like you, bro. We're gonna go have something to eat. We're gonna chat. We're gonna organize. We're gonna build. You get what I'm trying to show you? Those are the Muslims I love and know. You get me? I don't know no ones that like what's over the park. That's why I can't go over there and debate nothing. Like Jedi shame them up on Sunday, shame them up. You get what I'm saying? Because he basically told them you're both liars. You get what I'm trying to show you? That's why I'm Rastafarian, you know, because you're never gonna see a Rasta on the high road trying to give out any leaflets and talk about anything. Our thing's private relationship with the Most High.
Yeah,
you get me? My mission on life is not to show off and brag and boast, you know, it's to help as much people as I can and cut.
Thank you, Freddie. Thank you. Leave a legacy and do something for your people. Then that's my whole ethos. Like I said, yeah. Like Dan and Freddie, I know you lot don't do the empathy thing, but A man watching my country burn from 91 hurts me, you know them ones, innit? Yeah? So me and my crew trying to organize, trying to get this conversation started. Can we fix back home? Can we Man, I'll call a nationalist. I'm looking at certain man, I'm like, bro, you just became Muslim yesterday and you're calling me a nationalist. Like, how ironic is that? Like, you get where I'm coming from, bro. But when the white Muslim talks about Brexit, NHS, it's okay. You know the double standard I get. It's okay for them lot to. Do you get where I'm coming from, Dan? Them not allowed to talk about that. But the minute I say, well, yeah, we had 75 people get blown up, students the other day. None of the Da'wah team wanted to report about that. So I had to go to Uncle Dan Juma. He cares about what goes on in the African countries. And then they try to call us takfiris, this, that. I'm baffed with these people.
Yeah, it's mad, man. I see all of that. And to be honest, watching from an outside perspective, that doesn't make me want to explore Islam. That just makes me want to stay where I am, do what I'm doing, and just no disrespect, because I like the idea of like this international ummah. People, there's no boundaries, there's no this and that, there's no colors, but in reality, everyone's kind of still on their little tribal thing. Even if you're the most zealous Muslim, you're the most pious, or I don't know. There's this moderate Muslim label. Then you got this. I don't know. It's all too political. It's all too political for me. And then at the end of the day, whatever your issues are, you've got to be the one to kind of to represent them and deal with them, regardless of what the label is.
No, but Dan, like I was saying, me, like I'm saying, like Freddie knows, man from Tottenham, man grew up with Turks, Kurds, and these men are Sunni Shias. You get where I'm coming from? We used to just love each other for the sake of Muslim. Since I went to that park, it's like I'm noticing my Shia brothers are scared to come out of the park and speak. And I started noticing bad behavior from a certain community. I'm like, this doesn't represent the Sunni community. You get where I'm coming from?
That's big facts, man. Because that part,
like, you see Callum. I spotted Callum the other day outside the gate. I speak to someone. I'm like, yo, Callum, what's going on, my brother? Give him a them little shoulder. That man, I got after that. He's like, bro, I don't care about you right now, Dan. I don't care about your political views, whatever. You're entitled to your opinion. You know the ones. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. And if you can't hear this opinion, stay away from that place.
Yeah, that's what I've done, bro. I can't handle it, because I've never ever seen Muslims or Christians like them in the park. They just chat a bag of shit and nothing's coming off of it. Like, how many weeks you gonna go there? 52 weeks, and you haven't come to some sort of consensus yet. Man. I'm trying to show you.
Shit, big up Raj as well. Big up Raj.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Wait.
Hello.
I'm gone, because I can't even stand Raj, man. I'm gone.
Oh, it's Freddie. How's it going, my man?
He's the chat. It's good.
What an effect. That's what you call the Raj effect. Yeah, it's kind of. He actually lives local to me. One day, me and him. I don't want to say where, but he lives local. One day he's gonna see me and he's gonna start shouting, "Yo, goddamn sellout! Yo, cone!" And I'll know it'll be him, because he's always going to be a sellout. So I'm waiting for that day when I'm just walking, doing a bit of shopping, and he's going to be shouting at me from a distance. So I'll have to leg it, though. I'll have to leg it.
Big up Freddie, man. Fuck it. He literally that was the French exit, man. He didn't say bye. He just dipped out.
No, it's just the way. It's just that kind of power I have over people, man. I don't know. It's a talent, I'm not going to lie. It's a talent. Who else is on the panel then? I don't know.
Khalid.
Khalid.
Yeah.
Have I met you before? Are you in the park, from the park?
Yeah, I don't speak to you. Me and you don't speak to each other, bro.
Yeah, I think I've walked past you sometimes. And
we walk past each other. I've never actually spoken to you in that park.
Are you the guy that's pro-Somalian then? You're like quite a Somalian...
No, I'm pro-life. I'm pro...
No, but you carefully... No, but you keep getting stick for being... No, are you the guy that keeps getting stick for being too pro-Somalian? I'm not saying you are pro-Somalian.
Yeah. I'm not ever like... I'm the other Khalid. The new guy on the block.
Oh, are you there? Was you there on Sunday?
Yeah, I was there Sunday. I was there the Sunday before. You've seen me on...
Yeah, no. I just need to, because I think I walked outside and I saw you, a group of you guys. I'm pretty sure it's you. You was one of the guys.
Remember that day with the woman with the meat? She was eating the raw meat.
Oh yeah, that lunatic, that freaking.
Yeah, freak. I remember I was standing right next to him and we were both recording.
Oh yeah, I think I know you are now. Yeah, that lunatic. I actually spoke to her later on, man.
They call me the laid-back Sunni Somali.
Yeah, I don't really get why people are against nationalism per se. Like, you have to look after your own country and and your people in order for them to, for the country to be prosperous. Like, you can't say, oh, you can't have no nationalism. I don't get that. You have to have a bit.
Yeah, well.
I'd say that's fair.
It's just normal, isn't it? I mean, I'm not. You shouldn't go to the state like Big Arse goes to, where I'm a Pakistani, I'm the best in the what. No, you don't go. That's what you.
No, I think that's racist.
Bad nationalism, but then there's nationalism in the sense that you want the best for your country, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Like with Raj and Dan. Dan's half Jamaican, half English, so and with Raj, you come from India. Like with me, I come from a nation that's been burning since '91, and it's right now the new generation. Dan, it's getting more intense. You get where I'm coming from? Like, there's more of a movement now. That we're starting to have enough's enough now. You get where I'm coming from?
Are you with Samar? Because I looked into Samar. I don't get what that Ask Getty anymore. You were saying filthy stuff about my mother, but before I did, a guy called Ask Getty. I don't really talk to him now, but I did at a time a chat to him, and he was talking. And I actually looked into Somaliland. Are you? I mean, that situation I never knew about. So, I'm kind of getting educated because Somalians come in the '90s when I remember in my area.
Well, that's a false lie, man. We've been here since the Windrush. I think we came here before.
I'm talking about in my area. I'm not talking about in the UK.
Smoke. I think he was the first person to tell me that. He said his dad or his granddad came in like the 40s or something.
No, can I just clarify?
Yeah, sorry not to bother you. Now, my granddad, he was in Marseille in the 1940s as well. Because what you got to remember, we were fighting British colonizers, and we were part of, the Commonwealth. And people don't understand. When the Windrush came, we came as well. We were in British armies.
Yeah, because it was British Somaliland, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's where I'm from. You see my flag? Like, I'm from the north, innit? So,
are you from Somaliland then?
I'm from. Do you know what? I'm from the Horn of. I'm gonna be very controversial.
Just keep it general. Yeah.
I'm from the Horn of Africa, man. I don't believe in this. Got created that we were all one nation, and then we had the French, the Italians, and the French. You know how colonizers they just turned up in our shores with guns, fighting.
It reminds me a bit of Punjab, like where I'm from, because you have to understand.
We were the first nation, African nation I think we were the first nation to get air bombed in the world. That's a little history for you as well.
Yeah, because we have a similar situation in the Punjab, like, Big Ards, I've called him Big Ards. He's actually the same ethnicity as me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the country was split in half, and the place we're from, called the Punjab, we used to live side by side. And then that was split, and so millions of people were displaced from one side to the next. Millions of people actually died in the process. People were killing each other en masse.
The Sikh, and from the area, so you're Punjabi.
Yeah.
Get your religion, and then he's
Punjabi. Yeah.
You're both Punjabis.
Yeah.
You're both ethnically the same, but just different religion.
Yeah. We got the same language. But the problem is, sometimes what I've realized, a lot of people don't realize, they're kind of confused as, because in the one way, I see them as my brothers ethnically, but I also have the most problem with them as well. It's hard to explain. When you're so similar, but there's a little thing that it's like sometimes my biggest fights have been with my brother. And the reason is because you're very similar. And so we're like the Pakistani Punjabis and stuff. We're so similar. We speak the same language. You've got the same kind of temperament. We've got a shared history up to the point of, when the Islamic conquest come in. And that actually, I've realized with the Somalians as well, they fight a lot with each other. Same with the Punjabi people. We're always constantly fighting because we've got a hot temperament as well.
Like Raj, what it was here, after the colonialism left, we decided to just all become one, which was a detriment, where people didn't understand each other. Different tribes lived in, like I'm saying, I'm from the north, certain people from the south. And I did something on my channel's called Somali Speakers. There's a video that we did recently with Ahmed Quranista. He's got very, when he's not talking about the Quran and all of that, his Somali politics is very amazing. So. And have you noticed, Raj, we only come in the evenings as well, because of our agenda of getting the Somalia to work again. We're not allowed.
I'll tell you what surprised me the most about when I went Speaker's Corner is the difference between Somalians ethnically. Like, sometimes I've met some Somalians that look Jamaican. Then I've met some that look full Arab. Then I've met some that look a mix, and then others like I was because the area that I'm from, the Somalians that I kind of saw were more like what you would consider in the movie. I don't want to be disrespectful, like what is it called?
Captain Phillips.
Yeah. So that's how they looked in my area when they come in the 90s. And then when I went Speaker's Corner, then I realized that there must have been a lot of mixing with different people to have such a diverse looking group. Like I sometimes.
Brother, I'm not gonna lie to you. We come in all shades and all shades. Like if you see one of my friends, you think he's like Nigerian or something, but he's actually full Somali. Like from where I'm from, the same city where I'm from. So I don't. To me, I could tell who's Somali and who's not. But there is some people that look way different. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I've met some that look full on Arab. Like I wouldn't have told. I wouldn't when they told me this. I remember meeting one guy, and I thought he was a Jamaican, like proper Jamaican. He said, "No, I'm Somali." I was like, "All right." I was quite shocked. I started questioning. I was like, "You sure?" Because I'd never met it's only when I went Speakers. I've got to say that the Somalis have a similarity to the Punjabis, very hot tempered. We kind of like.
I don't know. It's the ones that you've Raj. I'm not gonna.
It's a mix, man. So I have to say this. Some of the best Muslims I've met in the past have been Somalians. Some of the worst have been Somalians. So it's a real. I mean, some of them are. I mean, there's a couple of guys that their mannerisms and everything are so kind of freaking on point. And then you have people like M-Stacks and them guys, and then you're like, all right. But I suppose that's in all people.
With M-Stacks, he's my little young brother. Even with me, I got into a little altercation with him. Yeah. He's my young little brother. He's 21. He's naive. You know them ones.
He's 25.
He's still young to me, man. I'm 32, bro. So
yeah, but come on,
my
man.
Little young bro. But at the same time, with you, Rogers, I've noticed. I've never spoke to you. This is the first time I've ever spoke to you.
Yeah.
And I see you nearly every other Sunday because you're too busy chasing people around.
Killing and doing what I gotta do. Yeah.
I've always wanted to ask you this question. We've got Kusheti, Smokey's in our back chat. If anyone can let him, the whole village can let him in. It would be interesting. My brother, we're from the same city. He's an atheist Somali.
Atheist? Oh my god.
He's an atheist. He's the first one I've ever met.
I've never met Somali either. But I'll tell you something. You've got one of the, let's just say, the most unique person I've ever met is that Ahmed.
The
Quranist. Big up Ahmed, man.
No. Look here. I'm not someone to say someone's not a Muslim, but I remember people saying he's not a Muslim. I was like, oh, calm down. Then when I asked him what does he believe in, he doesn't pray, he doesn't fast, he doesn't believe in going to Hajj. He doesn't believe. Now, even I had to say takfir on him. I had to takfir him because I was like, dude, man, there are some basic principles of faith, like within Sikhism. If you don't believe in X, Y, Z, at the base, the foundation, you can't really be a Sikh. And so even I had to go, all right, that guy's probably created his own religion, man.
Do you know to hear my point of view, Dana and Raj? Because I got a little stick for bringing him on my channel, talking to him.
Yeah.
To me, religion is not forced. Religion never came to, the shores of Somalia, East Africa, never came before. We accepted the religion, innit,
Yeah.
And what a lot of people need to start realizing, all right, it's going to be very controversial. Like my brother Kusheti, when I found out and he told me I don't believe in no religion, I was like, wow. I was like, all right, cool. I've seen a couple of sisters, brothers that are telling me, you've given up on this. To me, it's like, you're Muslim first, innit? If you're a Muslim, innit? And that's who you are. That's your way of life. But Somali's ethnicity, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you. I know Punjabis that are not religious. That Mani Sindh.
One of the greatest politicians, Somali politician, was a Christian. His name is Michael Malema. He was in the 70s, 80s. He was one of the greatest politicians. He's from close tribe to where I'm from. So what
I mean, if you're somebody that wants the best for Somalia, it shouldn't matter what religion it is. It's whether they believe in the same concept. So whether they want the best for that's their ethnic home as well.
But Raj, what you're forgetting, we're the only Muslim nation that's 99% Sunni.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought I heard that a lot of you guys are Sufis though.
They're Sunni, but all right, we're the only nation, I think one of the only nations, the Islamic nations, that's all one set.
Oh, right, yeah. There's no.
You go around the Arab states or these Indian states, and like you're saying, one half is Punjabis, Sikhs, the other half is Muslims, the other half is something else. If you go to all of the Arab countries, there's Jews, Christians, there's this. With us, it's just what except for Ahmed Quranist and a couple, about I'll say 1%.
Yeah. Can I say that I actually do like Ahmed? Yeah. I just like trolling him a bit because he hates me, but so I'm kind of like always trolling when I see him. But the thing is, I was shocked about Somaliland. I'm not going to lie here because someone was talking about Somaliland, so I just quickly done a cursory kind of look over it. That place, like when I think about, don't take this the wrong way, but because of all the news and the films, when you think about Somaliland, you think about a war-torn country. But when I saw, when I talk about Somalia, but when I saw Somaliland, I was shocked about how prosperous the place was. I've heard it's got its own currency. And it looked like a great place to live. Like it looked fucking amazing, man.
We had what's it called? Bill Gates. You know, Bill Gates talk about how these are using technology on the phone. They're using all of this, so they're very. But this is the I'm gonna be very controversial to a lot of my Somali brothers and sisters. I don't really believe in the concept no more of Somaliland.
All right.
I'm from there. I shouldn't say that, but I don't. I feel like this new generation, we're trying to start a movement where we're trying to tear the whole fabric down in the next 10 to 20 years. So that's why, hence, we come to Speaker's Corner. We don't really engage with a lot of the, the teams and all of that. We try to stay out of it. We try to bring Ahmed through. So we started coming in the evenings, when there's less crowd. And I think that's why a lot of people are not seeing us now, innit?
Yeah, during the day. It's kind of pointless during the day because you got so many people. You can't really have a good discussion without getting interrupted.
No, it's not even that, bro. It's like some of the brothers and sisters, I have to ask this question out here for my Muslim brothers and sisters is religion. He even says in our religion, don't go extreme. Live your life balance. Don't forget the world and don't forget the hair. Live your life balance.
So balance.
So you live in a UK society where you have freedom of speech. Something I think something that's beautiful. You get where I'm coming from, where people are entitled to say what they want, to have their own opinions, as long as it doesn't offend you. And especially a place like Speaker's Corner, where it's very even more unique. You get where I'm coming from? The whole reason I started coming to Raj is one of my cousins was going there. I watched a couple of 2 episodes. I loved the way the G Circle went to Tottenham. They went to Kilburn. Big up when they were doing their thing. That's kind of inspired me to get up off my arse and do something for my community. Because we've got something called that and mad knife crime issue in the UK. We're dying home, we're dying abroad. Canada, Sweden, all the countries that Somali diasporas are living in, we've got violent.
But can I say something? Memstax was like, he said to me, if you come Birmingham, if you come to Spark Hill, you're gonna get chased out. So he was giving me an impression like Spark Hill was some freaking like some Compton of the UK. And when I went down there, they were just like normal Somalians walking about doing their shopping. He's a bit like Big Odds. Like Big Odds said, I can't go to a certain area called Green Street. And when I went there was just like little old aunties shopping and stuff. So I think there's a lot of. I don't know whether it is dangerous down there, and it probably is at night time. I'm not sure though.
No, but Raj, I think it's you lot a troll nation, innit?
I know.
It's trolling and it's like.
Can I just answer the question? How much would I accept?
Big up, man.
How you doing? Can I just quickly just answer the question because I need to go to him. He says, how much would you accept to give up your passport? I wouldn't take any money, but if Punjab become an independent state from India, I would leave freely. So I want a separate state. So there's India. I want maybe like Somalian. You want a separate state. I don't know how that works, but for me, I want a separate state for the Punjabi people in India, and I would leave if it ever came to fruition, and I wouldn't ask for a penny. I'll just go. But that happening in my lifetime is probably zero at the moment. So how much did you say you would accept, Dan and Khalid?
2 million.
For me, I'll accept that couple of million.
All right.
Couple of million.
It's got to be 2 million.
Anything above 2 million. I'm down.
The thing is, I kind of like. Where would you move though? That's the thing though. What place could you move to that has the same kind of? Because when I went to LA, I thought I'd love LA because of the sun, and I hated it. Like it was boring as shit. The place is garbage. It's just like all. I mean, if you're very shallow, you love it. But there's only so much sun you can take before you start looking around going, okay, there's not really nothing here. It's boring. And I was only there for a week.
One of my cousins, her and her friends went there. They're like, yo, it's one of the most shittest places in the world where you meet the most fake. Everyone's trying to be a celebrity over there.
No, I mean, the problem. I'm talking. When I look at the place, like, I was looking at it from more kind of like how do people live day to day, like your average person. And unless you're really wealthy, you're gonna have problems. There, 2 million won't do nothing for you in LA, and so even stuff like transport is a disaster. The health service, a disaster. The only thing that's good there is the sun and the beaches. Like other than that, and the trees actually. Other than that, there's not really much. Like I went to Hollywood Boulevard thinking that it's going to be something amazing. It was the most garbage place. It was like some freaking something made but for freaking degenerates. It was just stupid. All these little garbage stars. So yeah, I mean, I really like what we got in the UK overall. Yeah, there are things I don't like. So yeah, you'd have to.
You've adapted, Raj. Yeah, are you one of them? Because like, what are you? Second generation, third
generation?
Yeah.
But I kind of like the cold weather, the seasons.
Yeah, what are you? The third generation or second?
No,
generation?
second. Yeah. Actually, I might be first generation. I was the first one to be born here in my families. Yeah. So is that first or second generation? I don't know.
Yeah. You know, I understand. It's like you've adapted. Like, I come in when I was 2 years old.
All right.
First time I went back was when I was 13. I stayed there for a year and a half just to learn the language. I couldn't even speak my own language until I was about 15.
Yeah.
That's when I started speaking. Until now, my Somali is a bit, you could tell I've got a British accent.
Yeah, I've got one. Everyone makes fun of my Punjabi because I'm Punjabi. Yeah. To other people, when they're listening, they can't tell the difference. Like, if someone's got okay Punjabi, they're like, oh, Raj, you got an accent. You sound terrible. Yeah, I was like that as well. I got a bad habit.
The question that I've got for the Asian community is like, I've always wanted to ask an Asian brother this year. Like, I see a lot of, Raj behavior in the Asian community. Like,
Raj behavior.
I've seen like people rather say I'm South African, I'm Tanzanian. We just feel like someone's like, you're Patel. Like, you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Why is that in the Asian community so rife?
Can I elaborate on that? I'm not sure I got what you meant though.
Basically, I've met a lot of Asian brothers and sisters. They're always first to say they're from some other country.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
And so later on, like with me, if you look at me and you're like, yeah, I'm Somalian, I'm from the north.
All right, so the thing is, for me, I'm a Punjabi. Yeah, the reason I don't say Indian isn't because I'm ashamed of my Indian background. I'm against the Indian state as a concept. Same way some people might be against Somalia. And they want their own Somaliland, and so they're against Somalia. It doesn't mean they're not Somalian. Now, the problem with the Indian subcontinent is that there's a long. I mean, you're looking at around a 10,000-year history, and unfortunately, and I'm going to say this straight. I know people say, "Oh, I'm picking on the Pakistanis," but when it comes to the Pakistanis, they have a kind of like a problem with their Indian roots. So, big odds. When I say your ancestors were Hindu, which they probably were, he won't accept it. So you see a lot of people in Pakistan, especially, that say their people were Turks that come in, that their people were Arabs. They're ashamed of their pre-Islamic, let's say, Islamic kind of conquest heritage. So I'm proud that, like before my family was Sikh, they probably would have been Hindu, and before that, there might have been something else. And so I agree with you. It's a big problem. If you speak to, I'll just ask a Pakistani, were your ancestors Hindu, Indian? And they will go freaking mad when you ask them. Their brains will start exploding.
But I've seen it. Like, it's like I used to work in one place. I'll be like, bro, where are you from? South Africa. Like, what? Where are you from? Tanzania. Where are you from? I'm from England. You're Indian, but your name says Patel Khan at the end. And it's like, I don't know whether it's because they've been here so long, or whether a lot of Asian communities love to adopt other identities more than any other race I've ever seen, more than any other race I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm a British Punjabi. I know that's going to trigger people, but I'm British Punjabi Sikh. I'm British citizen, Punjabi by ethnicity and race, and then Sikh by religion. Yeah, so I kind of incorporate all three in my kind of like character. Yeah, Yeah, but there is a I don't think it's such that. But oh, you do know my family come from Uganda though, so I might have to put that in there. My mum's
Yeah.
side come from Uganda.
The Idi
Before
Amin story.
yeah, no, I mean, luckily they left before Idi Amin. I think it was like 2 years before the. But I have to, like, when I talk about this, I have to be balanced and say I kind of understand why the Ugandans were pissed off. The reason being is because when the Asians come down, and I'm not saying this is my family's fault, but it's just part of the way the British kind of put the Asians as a buffer class. And when they put them in there, what I realized talking to my family is that they didn't integrate with the host nation. What they did was they went there, had their own kind of like parts of Uganda, like in what is it, Mombasa? I can't remember exactly what the areas are. Kampala, yeah. So what they did, they kind of like had ghettos within the area. Then they were running a lot of the kind of shops, and they were not what I call kind of not integrating, but kind of like assimilating with or integrating with the indigenous population. And then you lot didn't start hiring, you lot didn't employ them as well. Yeah. So within the Asian community, you'll see even in the UK, we have this very kind of like in-group preference. Like if you set up a shop, you're going to hire your own kind of thingy, your own kind of like family or people from a similar background. And so when it was in there, I mean, although I disagree with what Idi Amin done, I can understand why some people within the country were kind of like upset about the way that Asians didn't really kind of, I don't know, spread the wealth around. Do you understand? They were kind of very, very segregated. I was actually shocked when I spoke to my aunt and my mother. I said, "Oh, did you ever used to have any friends from that you get?" No. I was like, "All right," and it wasn't their fault. They were young kids, but they were segregated that much. It was like almost like a I wouldn't say apartheid, but it was definitely very close knit community. Yeah, yeah, and
so
done.
Do you think that was a detriment to East Africa? But I've seen a lot of them in Kenya. I had when I went to Kenya, there's a big Asian community that was.
Yeah, I got family there as well. I got family there as well.
Like there's 4-5 generations there. They see themselves as Kenyans now.
Yeah. My mum went in. Like I got loads of relatives down there. My mum went. When the embassy was blown up a couple of years ago. Yeah, she was down there when it happened. So I think in Kenya they've managed to kind of like
integrate more.
But I think they just you have to understand when it comes to like the Ugandan situation. That was when the people were under British. They were under British colonial rule, so they were probably in that mindset that we're here as a kind of a buffer class themselves. I don't know if that's the truth, and they didn't really integrate. Whereas Kenya, I think they learned the.
They integrated more. They started going.
Yeah, I think what happened with the Kenyans, they probably looked at Uganda and went, okay, all right, let's not get into this situation. Let's kind of think, because in our Sikh temples and stuff, there's black people in there, there's thingy, there's everybody, all the indigenous population and stuff like that. So it's much more integrated over there. So yeah, next time I come speak at school, man, I'll say hello, man. Say hello.
No, we'll do a video, man. I wanna pick your brains and see why a lot of the Muslims hate you.
All right, let me explain something here. Now the thing is, if you look at my main problems, it is mainly South Asians. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it is mainly Pakistanis, Bengalis. But what happens, I've realized, is that the Somalians start defending their Pakistani brothers, so then they get involved. Then other people get involved. Like if you really look at my main problems. Like there's a guy called Young Ottoman in the chat. Like I hate that guy. I hate him with a passion. And he's a Pakistani guy, yeah. And you have to understand, like in Somalia, you have like a long history that goes like thousands of years, of like beef between yourself. That's kind of what's happening with me, I think, in a way. So a lot of times when I'm having issues with other people, like M-Stacks and them, like it's normally them lot kind of like coming to their Muslim brothers' aid. Do you understand? Yeah, you don't see me really having beefs with Algerians, Moroccans, Egyptians, Somalians. I mean, I do have the thing that Somalians, I think, like they jump into it, but I don't have an actual problem.
They don't stay on their own businesses. This is not.
I'll give you what the example is. Look, if I had an issue with Islam with the Somalian, that's all it would be. But with the Pakistanis, we have another baggage of the Islamic conquest because that was in that part. And that's very contentious because they see the Islamic conquest as something that was amazing. I see it as the worst thing that's ever happened to India. Yeah, to my people. They genocided my people. So you can understand when we're having a conversation and they're bigging up. So there's a guy called Aurangzeb, and he killed like some of our lot of our religious leaders, and these guys big him up. They think he's a freaking saint. Big up Aurangzeb. So you can understand. Could you imagine? Like,
yeah, but I've seen young Ottoman. He's made a comment saying that you called Somalis famine victims. What's that all about?
All right, if I say that, if I say someone's skinny, yeah, and I say you're a famine victim, is that me saying Somalians are famine victims, or am I saying that man's a famine victim?
You're saying the man. Were you dissing that certain individual that was Somali that was skinny?
He's skinny. So I've called Asian people Somali, but white people, like, if you're skinny, I'll say it. Because one of the things that I can't stand is like when they talk about famines, they make it a racial thing because they have a racial bias. But you know, famines have occurred around the world, and it isn't black people had the most famines. India's had millions of people die of famines. China, millions. Russia, millions.
Hey, Raj.
Yeah.
What's his name? Winston Churchill calls it famine in India.
Yeah, I know. I condemn Winston Churchill for causing that famine. So yeah. So when it comes to this situation with this kind of racializing famines, I actually say they're racist because when they think of famine, they think of black people. When I think of famine, because I know the history of it, Africa didn't have that many famines until recently because of the way the land was. I mean, India had loads of famines. If you look at the famines throughout history, Google it. Africa only started to have famines in like the 1800s. If you look at throughout history, it was mainly Europe, China, India had loads. So it's their own prejudice about African famine. So if they think of
what other group of people do you refer to as famine victims, Raj?
I've referred to loads of people with famine victims over my life.
Finally,
so it depends on how skinny the person is. Like, look how skinny Abu Talha is.
Yeah.
I don't meet many people as skinny as Abu Talha.
I mean, that guy don't get along anyway. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is that you got to be real. You got to be real skinny, for me. I don't mind if you
disrespect him. You could disrespect.
So it was him that I said it to you. So you got to be real skinny, for me to say it. How many real skinny people like Abu Talha do you meet? Yeah, only once in a while in my life I've met him. So I'm gonna say it. You look like a freaking you're starving or something. You need to eat. Yeah. Is it appropriate? No, probably not. But is it racist? No, don't make it into a race thing. You can call me a prick for saying it. You can even say it's inappropriate and I'm being an idiot. But don't say it's race because that's your own bigotry about seeing black people as famine victims. Because I don't see black people as famine victims when I say it.
No, I hear that. That's so good. Young Ottoman, I hope that cleared it up, man. I had to ask him that question, brother. He even asked that.
I forget about that guy, man. That guy's a degenerate and a gutted when he's heard of the highest nature, man.
I wanted to talk to my brother Kusheti, man. Kusheti, what's up, man?
I need to go anyway, man. Oh, Veli, how you doing, my man?
Hey, stay on, man.
Yeah, I need to listen to sorry. I need to listen to Bigger Jawala. He's going mad on another channel. I need to go over there and listen. So I'll come back later on, man. I need to go.
Yeah, I got to dip out as well, you know. But I got to go do a couple little things.
All right, so Khalid, next time I see you, man, let's have a chat.
Catch you later, damn, bro.
Yeah, man, respect. I didn't even say hello, Coach, but pick up yourself, man. Cool, bro. I'll be back on later, man.
Yeah. Anyway, man, take care, man. I'll be back on later.
All right, Kusheti.
What's up, man?
What's up, my brother?
How you doing, bro?
You're asking me some certain questions. You're an interesting character that I wanted to speak to. Thank God for G Block.
Come on. Got a Somali division in G Block B. Come on.
Come on, my G. No, you've introduced me to an interesting Somalian brother called Kusheti Smoke. You're from my home city as well.
I am indeed, man.
Where you from? You're from High Pepsi, Arab.
I'm from I'm Arab, bro. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Aden, are you Ahmed Yara? What?
I prefer to keep that a bit, on the dealer.
Say that. Bro, I wanted to ask you the same question. Where are you from? You from the UK?
Yeah, man, I'm from London.
Brother, would you leave the UK with a passport? Like, same thing Veli was asking, as a Somali brother as well. 2 million. If I was to give you
I'd do it for less than 2 more, bro. But of course, yeah, I would, yeah.
Like you cleared it up. So, brother, I want to get into it with you, man. I want to ask you an interesting question, innit? Last time I spoke to you, you said, "Okay, I don't even believe in none of this in the religion aspect." Is that true, Kosheti?
I did, yeah. I don't believe in any religions, bro.
I think you're the first. You've gone beyond Ahmed Quranista. I'm not gonna lie to you now, bro. Have you? How did your family find that? Like, have you shown them, or you just kept it to yourself?
My parents didn't take it too lightly, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, man. My parents are strict. Like my dad's he's a Muslim, bro. My mum, both of them. Do you know what I mean? So.
I know how it is, man. Where did you come to this conscious decision? Like you said,
I'd say, bro, it was. I'm 28 now. It's my early 20s, man. I was like 23, probably.
You just a religion now. It's not for me. You just realized.
Yeah, man.
Fucking hell, fam. Like I was saying, you know, it was I don't know. I think you're the fourth, fifth person that said that to me out of the Somali community.
For real. I haven't met another one, to be honest. I've not met another Somali who's agnostic yet.
Yeah, I've met a couple of people. Were you agnostic?
Like I've met people who ain't really into religion like that. Do you know what I mean? But I've not met anyone that's, you know what I'm saying, that's not really like fully against. Say that again. What did you say? What did you say?
I said, bro. Okay, on that side, I wanted to talk about, as a fellow Somalian, do you think religions play the detrimental part of the violence that we're seeing now? Because I don't think everyone gets it twisted. They try to say it's qabil. They try to say it's tribalism. Well, I don't think it's tribalism no more.
Be specific. What violence you talking about?
I'm talking about the recent violence that we saw with the 70 something bombings and like 2019.
Yeah, with Al Shabaab and all that.
Yeah, so I'd say, like, what's your views on that? Like, as a Somali that is not religious, it's the first time I think I've said this. An atheist, I'm not an agnostic Somalian. What's your thoughts on it?
I'd be honest, bro. I'm not too well informed on the subject, but I would say obviously that there has to be a portion of religion that comes into the situation. I don't know, like it has to, bro. From my perspective, anyway. Obviously, I'm looking from outside the religion, so I have a total different perspective to you, obviously. So.
Right. No, I was just.
I'm not going to look into it a bit more, man.
Yeah, we have to. You know how it is, man. We're trying to start a movement now where enough's enough. You get where I'm coming from. So. Yeah, it was interesting. Like that day, you took me back. I was like, what? I remember on that show that we were talking like, bro, I don't even believe in religion. I had to be like, yeah, up to Kusa Ali, like, you know. But then again, you know what?
You get a lot of hostility from Somalis on it as well, bro.
Nah, you're my brother, fam. Like, I did a so at the end of the day, like, you get me? I don't. And it's the question I had to ask, innit? It's like, can you be accepted in the community without religion? And I think
I would say, sorry, go on, finish up, bro. Sorry.
I think the G Block is the best platform to ask these questions, isn't it?
I would say, how couldn't we, like, we had our own religion before we was Muslims. If we could put that away and denounce that, how can't we denounce another man's religion?
That's true that. Because one day I was with one of the brothers, a historian. He was like, "Yo, we believed in Bach, Waq, this, that. We were the land of Pun. That we had our own thing, and then obviously Islam came to our shores with King Nubis. Was it? Do you think we were great Abyssinia, or were we Somalians then? I've never looked at that.
I don't know. I think there was a link between Ethiopia and Somalia in them times, bro. But I don't know. I'm not really I don't know, man. I think there was a closer link than there is now, present day, for sure. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, man. No, it's just always like, because I always try to look at that period. Okay, before the colonizers and before Islam came, what were we as a people then? Because everyone's like,
What,
we were Chahili, we were this. I don't think we were Chahili. If we were great poets, artists, philanthropists, what makes us like, I don't know. So
bro?
that's the question.
From what I know is they found like shrines in like Old Bakadle.
Yeah, I realized that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've got all shrines up there of like the like Waka and all that we used to really like being and all that, and they've even found like Christian shrines in that, bro. So Christianity was probably in our country way before Islam was back in the day, bro.
Yeah. It was. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you look at the Great Abyssinia, because there was a time that we were great Abyssinia, innit? Like
The link exactly.
And Ethiopia and these places had the Ark of Covenant and all of this. It makes you question like, what were the Somalis at a period before colonization? And that's a question I'd like to, a couple of historians, a couple of people. I want to throw that out there. Like before them lot came, for all of this, what were we?
Bro, I've looked into it. We had similar beliefs to what you see the Oromo and their indigenous beliefs, bro. Some of them still do. Some of the tribal ones, they still believe in that Wak stuff, bro.
No. Do you know what it is? I was you know where Wachale is? Like when I was back home, and I was with Wachale is like the borderline of Somalia and Ethiopia. Crossed the border, went over there to have some fun and whatnot. Then I was with the Oromo people, and I realized our language is very similar, our cultures are very similar. Certain Isak tribes, Huyudu, Oromo, Behaim, so it makes me think, innit?
No, there's definitely a close link. Yeah, man. There's definitely a close link, bro. I've seen some Oromos and I think they're Somali, bro, in all honesty sometimes. Have you heard like the similarities between the Oromo language and the Somali language is crazy, man. It's crazy. Not even just the Oromos, throughout all of that.
Yeah,
like
all of
Bars, Damo, yeah, all of them, like they all speak in Cushitic languages, bro. It's a lot of similarities, man.
Yeah. Scattered Minds is saying you're the same people. You are the same people. Like, what's wrong with you, East Africans, man? Scattered Minds trying to, them ones. But at the same time, man, just like I would like to look into them things there, like with a non-biased point of view. You get where I'm coming from, my brother. And as soon as you start talking about it, like some dumb shit, like you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, bro, they say if you're not Muslim, you're not Somali, bro. That don't even add up. Arabs don't even do that. Don't make no sense.
Hello, I moved to Arabs. They've got bare mixture of religions in their culture.
What are they? They're like 10% of the Muslim population, aren't they? What have they excluded the 90% of Arabs that aren't Muslims as being Arab? Then it don't make no sense, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So again, with Shatik Smoke, my brother, I think you're one of the best people to ask this question. Do you think we've been Arabized to the extreme where we forgot who we are? And
yeah, to an extent. I said this to a couple Somalis in the chat, and I've had a couple like go off on me, bro. In all honesty, but yeah, to an extent, we have lost some culture because it doesn't fit with Islam, bro. So we've just let it go. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it doesn't fit with the mold of Islam, bro.
And then
what's up, Billy, man?
Yeah, Billy.
Well gone, fam.
What's good, bro?
Yeah, man.
It was something that me and Veli were talking about.
Man. Good combo, man.
Yeah?
I'm just listening in, fam. Good combo.
What do you think of the convo so far? We're trying to take it to a different. We're trying to get some thought-provoking Somali thoughts out there.
Yeah, we want to hear that convo, man, about how comes the Somali family say if you're not Muslim, you're not Somali.
Yeah.
Things there, like.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about because do you know what it is, Vels? This is the first time I've met like an openly agnostic Somali was telling me, bro, I don't even believe in religion. The closest thing I had is Ahmed. That's a bit out there, but I'd say, yo, Kusheti Smokes is way beyond that. Like, you get where I'm coming from? He's like, I don't know. He's on. I'm a full G Block member.
Yeah, trust me.
So yeah, no, but to me, so it don't make sense because again, like to our Somali community need to realize, I don't know, you can, like, so it, I don't know, I don't want to sound like a theory, but this is an interesting question I'm gonna throw out there. It's like, okay, like Kusheti Smoke, to me, in my eyes, he's still my brother. I still got love for him. If I see him on the roads and I see him with the little Somaliland medallion, you know, I'm giving that 5 second extra. Yo, bro, you know what I'm on. So should it matter if the person is not Muslim? Can they be Somali if they're not Muslim? Kusheti.
Of course, to me, I think they can, bro. I think the term Dinir Dagan is detrimental to Somalis, bro.
Dinir Dagan?
Yeah, I think it's detrimental. I don't see any other Muslim nation that sticks by that one sentiment as much as Somalis do.
That's true, you know. And if no one understands what Dagan means, in our language it means culture, just to let everyone else know. So we've got a strong culture and a strong deen that sometimes conflicts each other.
Hey, the first time I heard that, yeah, was one of the ladies, Somali ladies at Park.
Yeah. And what did she say, Vels?
She said you need a club and you need Deen and Dagger.
Oh boy.
Do you know what I love? I love when a non-Somali pronounces a Somali word. Yeah, I love it, Vels.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Did I pronounce it badly, yeah?
Yeah, no, do you know, is you pronounce it right, but you need to, like, with the little tongue, it's like, Dakan. Like, you got it. I'm not gonna lie to you, first time. You need to come back to the park. Remember them times where you just come back and just straight away, Bells will come to the Somali circle, like, straight away, like, yeah, bang, you know what I'm on? You know,
Yeah, man.
No.
Come on, man.
Yeah, come on. No, but
Somali gang as well, still.
Come on. No, but do you know what it is? Yeah, it's because this summer, Bells, we had a Somali sister, and then she was on the verge of what Kusheti's on, and she tried to bring out this conversation where bare people shutting her down. I was the only guy who was saying, no, let the sister talk. Innit, yeah? And
the young sister, the young light-skinned one.
No. She's fully on the Muslim thing. She's a regular. Oh. No, we had one of these, you know, them visitors that them people that watched the YouTube that actually had the courage to come down. And this time we were doing a demonstration. Yeah, we were doing a demonstration about, like, we were talking about a demonstration we had for a dead sister that no one turned up to. So these times we were talking, and the sister was on the verge of what Kushetik's song, and then the whole community tried to shut her down. I didn't like it personally. I was like, yo, if you shut her down and we like throw her away, like, you know, there's a great African saying, if the village sends a child away, that child will come back and burn the village. You get what I'm coming from?
And they'll go underground or even conspire with your enemies, bro. So you gotta be careful. Your people with your
you get me? I've got one girl called Halima Bosch. She's on, like, subhanAllah, man, Allah protect them very, very real around the world on the hack. Like, I don't know what that means, but boy, she wants to come on and explain herself. I don't mind, but at the same time, it's like, what we gotta remember: Islam's not a religion that's forced upon people. It's either you accept it or you don't. And you get me? And Kushetik Smoke, a lot of these people that throw out this your takfiri, all of this, half of them don't even pray. Do you find that ironic?
A lot of people on these chats aren't really like.
They're not on their team, fam.
They're not on there, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're not really on their team like that.
Yeah, but no, Vels, do you know what it is? A bear man, I've seen this on these online things where they've got the Google, they've got their Google information there. Half of them, if you tell them to put the phone down and read the Quran in Arabic, hardly any of them could do that. You know what I'm on? So that's what I find a bit ridiculous. I'm like, if you live in a glass house, don't throw glass stones, bro. Are you really, really religious deep down inside? That's what I like to tell a lot of people.
Like, they're arguing a moot point. They're not even doing the thing themselves. It's just fucking whack, bro. I don't get it. It's weird.
Yeah, you get me? And like the sister said, I pray 5 times. That's between you and your creator. You don't even need to tell people on YouTube that. You know where I'm coming from? Like I'm saying, like, there's certain things, I don't know, man. Like, Kusheti, what happened to the old school Islam, like, where you just pray 5 times, you pray your sukkah? That's what I was used to. Until I started hitting this place, I was like, rah, you can't do this, you can't do that. I was like, rah. Literally, people are They're making you hate their deen to Islam. Have you ever felt that, Kushatik? It's not the religion aspect. I feel like certain people are making other people hate Islam.
I had that, like, I'll be honest with you, like, I'd say a couple months back when a couple of these men found out I was agnostic, bro. These man was talking mad shit to me in chats, bro. And I'll be honest with you, almost pushing me to the edge, bro. I almost started going off on Islam and all that, bro, but I held myself back, you know what I'm saying? But they push you to the edge where you say some fuck shit, bro. I'll be honest with you. Like, some of these guys in chats, they push you to the edge, bro.
That's what I'm saying, Kush. Instead of chatting to the brother saying, what happened? What's this? All right, bro. Bringing the person back, like, you get where I'm coming from, dialecting, speaking to the person, you're just dissing them. And then you're pushing the brother or sister away. Instead of saying, no, it's okay, you know what, all right, cool, boom, boom, blast. It's this, that. And at the end of the day, everyone has to forget, we're all going in that hole by yourself, fam. There ain't no one coming with you. You know where I'm coming from, except for your righteous good deeds. And
no, but it's just dumb, bro. Like, it's a religious belief, bro. Everyone's got it's a belief, man. Everyone's like, everyone's in the I don't know. That's the thing. Everyone, even though you've got a belief, everyone's still in the I don't know, bro. Everyone's like, I get it. You're affirming your belief, like you believe in it to that extent, but you're still in a state of I don't know to an extent. You get what I'm saying? Everyone's like, I don't see how you can be so sure about something you're not so sure, but it's just mad, bro. I don't know. It's mad to me, man.
It is, Kushati. I understand where you're coming from, bro. It's like with me, like I tell a lot of these brothers and sisters, I'll be like, go study your Quran before you start opening your mouth. That's number one for me. And number two, forget, like, we live in a generation where everyone's a scholar. All you have to do is just type a couple of things on your phone. One minute, bada bing, bada boom, you're a scholar. You're giving out da'wah, you're doing this. But you don't even know what the da'wah you're giving. You're just reading from a phone. You get where I'm coming from? You ain't studied it, you ain't broke it down, you ain't, like, you know them ones. So that's what makes me, like, that's what grinds my gears. And that's why when a brother like me tries to tell people, look, I ain't the holiest brother, I ain't no role model. I'm not even here to do that one. I'm here for the preservation and getting a conversation started. Until I had to break it down to people, like, I'm here to get a conversation started, gather my brothers and sisters, try and make this nation work again. And if we could do that, let's try and make Africa work. You get where I'm coming from? That's my whole stance, isn't it? Like, that's the thing about being an Afrocentric, Pan-African, Muslim, Somali brother. And that's what it is. Do you hate or love it?
I feel you.
I feel like our people don't even like, you know, especially in our community, I feel like something Ahmed said to me the other day, our people are scared to challenge their mindset. Do you think that's true?
I would have to agree with him 100%. For real, yeah. From what I've seen, yeah, man. I would have to agree with him. Do you disagree with him?
With me, no, there's like there's certain things about, you know, the sunnah and all of that I disagree with him, but there's certain things where, like, okay, if some of the things ain't authentic, and then everyone says, yeah, some of them are not authentic, then we have to look at certain things that are authentic. And what is this clash? Where is all these? Like, with me, do you know what I find weird? Like, you see, when I'm in Speaker's Corner, my G, innit, yeah? I'm looking at the Muslim community, and they're at each other's throats more than anyone else, more than the Christians, more than anyone else. But no, God damn it, we're not even allowed to say that. You got to come from Kushati.
Say that again. Well, I'll say that again. Sorry.
So I said, no, bro. Yeah, yes, Bells.
Yo, guys, you can ask me push out a couple questions in the chat still.
Nah, go ahead.
I bet you are push out. Is push out Pan-African or pro-black?
I would say that I am, yeah, for sure. I definitely am, yeah. I would prefer to see the continent do a lot better, bro.
Yeah, man. So that's a yeah and yeah, man. You get me?
Any other questions? I don't know, man.
Any other questions? Yeah, he's a Pan-African
Somali, Afrocentric Somali man.
He's Pan-African and pro-black.
Yeah. I'm a bit of both. I'm both in it. I'm both with Islam in there. So if anyone wants to ask what's Cali's point of view, I'm both with Islam in there, like, and I'm cool, man, bro. I'll say like I live in the like I grew up in the UK. I'm cool with people that are not Muslims, and I like because recently what it was, Vels. I met one brother from Birmingham and Kushati. They come to man in the park. Asian brother. He didn't know no one. He come, he spotted us. He said hello, hello, hello. There was one brother that weren't a Muslim. He didn't want to say welcome to him, and I was like, he's like, I don't shake Kufar's hands. I said that means you must not shake a lot of people's hands.
That's crazy.
Where did this like Kushati? Where did like I say, yeah, like you're 28. I'm 32, bro. I remember pre-2001 Islam. Does that make sense to you? Like,
So
like
way back,
yeah, I like way back before the Twin Towers, before all of this happened. Like I said to Vils, I grew up in a state where it's just mainly Africans, Caribbeans, and Kurds and Turks. Like, all they used to know about us here, the non-Muslim brothers and sisters used to just know that the fact that your females in your family wear headscarves, and you don't eat pork. Fast forward to 2000 and something, people are breaking. What sect are you? What's this? What's that? Where? I'm like, well, what happened to the basic Islam?
Trust me.
You get where I'm coming from, Vels?
And I know, even man like me know fucking things about Islam that I never even knew.
Yeah, back in the day, I like Vels. You used to never. I bet you before 2001, you never knew none of this.
Nah, man. No. And like you're saying, obviously the Somali family was still linking with them, whatever, because they was local on my end or whatever, innit, man? So, yeah, man.
But to you, it was normal, innit? You used to just see people with headscarves, innit? Like you, but now you know the sex, what groups they, what's this, what's that, it's like, wow. It's like, when did my religion become this confusing? You know where I'm coming from? Yeah, that's the question I like to ask, man. I like to throw that question out there to anyone on the chat. Halima Boss, furthermore, that question goes for you, sister. You get me? Yeah. Anyway, you get me? So I've been, listen, on my day off, I've been trying to hold up, what's it called? Veli's Vision, you get me? G-Block. I like that, man. I'm going to be doing my own one on my channel by next week, Wednesday, innit? So, it was good to get some practice on this. You get me? So stay tuned, Somali speakers, like I'm saying, for all my Somali brothers and for all my non-Somali brothers and sisters. We're going to be doing live chats like this soon. So, holla at us and give it, Veli.
Yeah, I'm a defo for trigger some people, man, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And Veli, you're always going to be a welcome on our pirate ships. You know them ones. Don't ever be shy. Yeah, I'm coming from. So I'm going to head out. I'm going to let you lot carry on the conversation. Anyone that wants to jump in, assalamu alaikum, best. I know in G-Block they don't really like that, but blessings and peace to all the brothers and sisters out here. Big up to everyone in the comment. You get me? It's your boy K signing out. I appreciate you all. Salam in Ader K.
Catch you later, bro. Soon. Someone get on, man. Come on. Let me see this chat.
Oh, shit, yo. I didn't even know I was locked off, I was yeah. Bro. I looked at the fucking screen. I was like, how come no one's answering this shit? Yeah. Oh, go on, Alima.
Before, Ref. I don't think I have, man.
Hello, Veli. How are you?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. How's everybody?
Yeah, we're good, man.
How you doing, Alima?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You come to chat to Khalid, yeah?
Khalid.
Yeah, he'll be back in a sec though, still through his Streamlabs does the battery, innit? Like probably never had the battery on charge.
It does, because my phone heats up.
Yeah, same with mine, man. Same with mine, man.
One second. I just wait till he comes back and just write a little message out.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back like I'm... Hello?
Yeah, hello, one sec.
Yo, Kusheti, is that the avatar on your thing?
Yeah, man.
Hang the avatar. Yeah, I used to watch that still.
That's my shit, bro.
And I'm hearing they're making a new live film.
Yeah, they're making a TV show, man, for Netflix.
Yeah, is it TV show? Is it number 2? I thought it was a number 2.
No, it's a live action TV show. It's in production now.
All right, say nothing, man. Yeah, man. Hopefully, I think sister's got a couple of injuries. Who does she got questions for? Is it for me or you? Appreciate it.
You, B.
It's for you, Khaled, bro. She came with the smoke for you, bro.
You know how it is, man. I've dealt with a lot of female smoke in my life. I'm not shy, I'm not shy when it comes to the ladies and their smoke.
Come with the halal barbecue, cuz. You get me?
It could be. Listen, Veli. It could be halal or haram. We're on the G block. You know them ones. None of them things exist on this block here. You get me?
Yeah. That's still, right. The only thing we're fixing, man. We don't need 4 grand to still, man. So, you're alright, man. You know what I mean?
It's all right. We'll get some jerk chicken and some dumplings.
Hello, I'm back.
Are you sure, sister?
Yeah. How is everybody?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. I already gave my salam. You weren't here.
I'm giving you a salam back.
Listen, Khaled, relax. You know that message that I put in the chat? That was a dua. That was a dua, a prayer for Kushite. I don't want him to go more further away. Nor have I ever said anything that will make somebody, leave Islam or make them feel bad about themselves. So
yes,
I don't know. When you're sometimes typing, you've already got a certain image of people in your mind. You think they're going to be saying stuff. So, but that's not my intention. Is to make somebody feel like shit. If I want somebody to feel like shit, I'd normally come on panel and say it to them in person, or I'll type it out for them, so it's clear. But sometimes comprehension, it's sad when people go distant from your religion or from your family, because that's part of who you are, isn't it? That's your DNA. So as a Muslims, we should be we should be on the front line teaching our family that keep together and help each other out.
Sister Halima, can I just ask you a couple of questions on that as well?
I'll try, but like I say, my own everybody knows my knowledge is very basic.
I'm the same as sister. Well, you can ask anyone, barely, all I know is how to pray, just Amma, the first Quran, 2 just that's the only 2 things I can remember off the top of my head. Just enough to pray, sister. But your boy K, I don't really get technical with religion with people. But I just wanted to ask you, do you think that's a detriment to our society when we've got brothers and sisters like Kushaitik that might have questioned certain things and then we shun them away? I've seen that in a lot of them in our community. I've seen it live also. I was just thinking, what's your thoughts on that?
Oh, my thoughts on what? Sorry, you're not very clear.
Sorry, sis, can you hear me? Let me clear
I can hear you. I can hear you, but I can't understand your question.
My question is, what do you think on thoughts of the community always chasing away brothers like Kushaitik Smoke and sisters like that on the same sort of path as Kushaitik himself? What do you think of that?
Oh, Shaitik. Oh, Kushait. Oh, right, yeah. Sorry. How do you pronounce your name? Is Kushite.
Oh, Kushite. Oh, sorry, Kushite. Sorry. That's my brother. I just call him Muriel. All right, listen. Yeah, go ahead, sis.
You're good, bro.
How do you pronounce your name?
Just call me Kush, man.
Kush, okay. We just call him Kush. Okay. So people like him, well, he didn't get to where he is overnight, did he? It was a long process, probably, and he probably had his own personal struggles, obviously. But what I say, it comes back to you being a community, isn't it? A family, a community. You have to support each other. You have and answer the questions, and if you don't have the answer, find out from somebody that does know.
No, but
But
sister, I'm not
mm,
gonna like say. All right, put it this way: say if someone in your family member, one of your brothers or your sisters, you're Bengali,
yeah.
innit, my sister, innit, Halima?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm Pakistani, Kashmiri Pakistani.
Okay, yeah. Say if one of your Pakistani family members came up to you and said, "You know what, my sister, I'm not feeling this. This is not me." Would you still treat that person with the same love you had as a Pakistani sister, or would you, Astaghfirullah, he's a haram, he's a takfiri, or he's a takfiri?
But yeah,
Would you,
like I say,
with
it's not
you,
gonna
no,
be
with you,
when
I'm
they.
not asking. Sorry, do you
Yeah.
mind if I finish off? Sorry, and then I'll
So
give it
carry
to you.
on.
Yeah, so sis, as a person, would you shun that person away, or would you try and embrace them even more to keep them closer to you?
Right. Shall I answer now? Yeah. So
Okay.
are you saying people that leave Islam, like if it's one of my family members that leave Islam,
No,
would I keep
I'm saying on the verge of leaving or
on
just
the
left.
verge? Oh, okay. If they're on the verge, then it'll be whatever knowledge that I have, and have while I can treat them, I'll inshallah try and bring them back into Islam. But if they've left and if it's not for them, then at the end of the day, our prophets have left their wives and children. They've died non-Muslim. They haven't accepted Allah's message. So we're not going to be the first to go through it, and we're certainly not going to be the last. So everybody just needs to learn at least basics. Of look, just treat everybody well. Anybody, especially online, people are already triggered. And we say all sorts of shit. I know I do, but my majority of my intention is not to harm somebody. It's normally if I need to troll somebody, it'll be for the right reasons. If you know what I mean. If somebody's attacking the Muslim Ummah, for instance, because Speaker's Corner, that's all I see is just all that, Islamophobia. And, all these groups are coming together to attack people's ethnicity or their religion. It's not all calm in the park anymore. But yeah, if I can say something that will make life a little bit better for people or change people's thinking a bit, just at least to back into human thought, then we've done something good, haven't we? That makes any sense?
That makes sense. Sorry, sis, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you said something all on the park, people coming to attack Islam in the park and rare. But have you been to the park yourself, sister? Do you attend?
No, I am gonna come one day, inshallah.
Inshallah. Sis, can I tell you, if I tell you something, have you seen me on the park when I'm speaking and all of that?
Sometimes, yeah. You're not main figure, but I do see you.
Yeah, I'm not a main figure. I'm trying to, stay underneath the radar a lot. Some of my views are a bit harsh, a bit really on the base, where it's a bit, controversial. Being called that myself. But sis, some of the worst ill behavior comes from us Sunni Muslims in that park. Did you know that?
Why do you say Sunni Muslims?
No, because I've been there. I've been racially abused. I've been me and my brother Isa has as well. You admit that. And
do you know when you say Sunni Muslims, it's not many. How many Shia Muslims go to the park as well?
Yeah, they can't really come to the park no more because their views are they're intimidated. Well, sister.
No, of course anybody can come to the park. It's not nobody
no,
owns the park.
There
park belongs to the Queen.
No, it belongs to the Queen, but there's the decline of them, and they don't really usually come out as big numbers as they used to. But I'm saying in-house, sister, if we keep this in-house Sunni thing, like obviously you don't come to the park, like you say, yeah, but man's are usually every Sunday I'm a regular there. Some of the worst behaviors I've seen in my life from my brothers and sisters are from us in that park.
Do you know who, for example? Because I'm
not gonna say names. I'm just saying generally, sister. We're gonna keep it generally based, because I'm talking a man that not in front of the camera and behind the camera, on the scenes, some of the best conversations.
Well, yeah, there might be people because no one's perfect, are they? So.
And do you think some of the Da'wah team have created some of these Islamophobes, give them fuel? Because I've started noticing the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but who, for example? I need to know
I'm not giving names about this, man.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say. I won't. Okay, then if you don't give names, then I can't agree with you because a lot of the Dawah team that I listen to, they don't bring Islamophobes. They actually give the right message of Islam, and they're educating the people and spreading Islam that way. So unless you give me names, specific names,
Okay, what Dawah
I'm
teams do you
gonna have
listen
to
to then?
disagree with
You
you.
listen to all of the Dawah teams.
All the Dawah teams.
Oh, you listen to all of them.
I listen to who do I listen to? Hashim, Mansour, Adnan Rashid. Who else is there?
Adnan Rashid, do you think he's part of that problem as well? Because the other day he
I
was
don't
like
think
Ali
so.
Dawah.
No, I think he's done a
Personally,
lot
you
of
don't
good
think so?
work. He's done a lot of good work outside of Speaker's
Yeah,
Corner.
outside. I don't know the brother
Inside
outside
of
speaker. Like, I'm saying,
inside of
sister,
Speaker's
man.
Corner.
Can I say something? Sorry, sister. Because I noticed the video the other day where man are telling you can't even talk to these people no more. But like a year ago, they were thriving of talking to these people. So and now, like
Yeah.
these same Islamophobes, because certain people are not giving them air. I think the airtime's finished with them. I think certain brothers have got what they wanted, got their subscribes or whatever up, their views up, and it's gone to a situation where, like, about a couple of weeks ago, I see one of my Somali aunties. She was going against James, and he's trying to do it. Where's the academics? Where's the people? Where's the people refute me? Now
Who's
he's trying.
James? James Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, some white guy in it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
What do you
the
think?
ST. Yeah, he's quite a vile person, really. I have debates with him online, and he says some really disturbing things about Islam. He doesn't come from a respectable angle. If he was genuinely interested in learning about Islam, he would at least approach it respectably, you know. But he just comes out saying all these derogatory things, and he knows that they're not from Islam. He just adds stuff to it, and he's had many debates with the Dawah team. And they've refuted him, or they've explained to him and refuted him at the same time and tried to help him understand, but he just comes back with the same nonsense. But their own belief, like he's atheist, they believe in having a relationship. You know, they say things about Mother Aisha Anha, but they in their sort of way of thought, they can, if they had a brother and sister relationship, they wouldn't mind that. They wouldn't mind things like that. They don't mind homosexuality. They don't mind all this bestiality. They've got no morals of their own, then they come out Islam. Now, if you come out Islam, you're gonna have to come up like you've got a better life than us. You know, that's what people are looking for. They're looking for the best quality of life that they can possibly afford or live by. And at the moment, that is only Islam. At the moment, that is only Islam, because I do not see anywhere else that can provide that kind of lifestyle.
That's your opinion, isn't it?
That's my opinion, and that is, if anybody studied it genuinely, they looked for it, they would see. You know, what else life are they looking at this country like everything's, you know, developed and that, but do they know where the wealth came from? Learn the history of our own countries. You know, things didn't just come into place. You know, there's been a lot of hardship, and a lot of people have suffered. You know, the majority of the world is suffering. You know, and we're sitting here happy, like, oh yeah, at least we've got a concrete road to walk on. What's that all about? You're eating, and how many people are not eating? Think like this, and I don't think like small thing. Like earlier, that we had that conversation with that £2 million. What's £2 million gonna do for you? £2 million ain't gonna get you far. You'll buy a house, and what if it needs repairing? Or what if something happens to you or your family? You need to pay for medical bills and things like that.
No, we're saying 2 million to leave the country and to go somewhere abroad.
Yeah. See, like I said, what are we going to do with that 2 million? Because it's getting expensive everywhere.
No, but you could not around the world, man. Sister, if you had 2 million right now, you're telling me you wouldn't try
in Pakistan, you know, in Pakistan, I don't know about you, but it's getting expensive there as well. Like a £10, a suit £10 here is costing the same there, near enough the same.
Pakistan really, you can't compare Pakistan and Somalia, darling. Like you're second world, you're in the second world. You're like, you got nukes, you got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, no, but I'm telling you, that's my country. Somalia is your country, but Pakistan is my country. My country is expensive. My ancestors' country is expensive. You know.
Yeah, but Kushayty is a fellow Somalian as well. 2 million would do a lot of justice. You could build houses, orphanages, schools for free, masjids. You could build so many masjids. You could do a lot for 2 million in a developing country, my sister. You could provide access. You could provide work for other people. Could bring a whole community through with 2 million if dealt with it right. If you know the ones, if you have the fear of Allah, if you have the fear of Allah inside you, sister, you could do a lot in a developing country. You agree with that?
Yeah, but my point, you understand where I'm coming from. It might be, and like I said, there's a lot of money everywhere. Yeah, there's a lot of money everywhere, but it's just in the wrong places. I mean, the money's in the wrong places, in the wrong hands. So, like I say, if we start the change starts with what the individual. You know, our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the Prophet came to him, and he was a good man before the prophethood came onto him. So and then it was easy for him to spread Islam through his friends and family because he was a righteous man. He was a good man. He had good character, trustworthy, truthful. So if you start from here and then slowly you build yourself up, and you can see and then inshallah you'll get success, isn't it? Doesn't matter if you're Muslim or non-Muslim. You know, you treat everybody with that love and respect that you'd want to be treated yourself. You know.
Are you sure about that?
Our Islamic leaders, if you learn, I don't know how much history you've read. Like today, I was listening to a little video about Salahuddin. Can you remember Salahuddin al-Ayyubi? He was loved by everybody. Everybody loved him because he did justice to everybody.
Yeah.
You know, the Muslims and the non-Muslims.
Okay. This leads up to my next question for you. So why is the Islamic Ummah right now in such tatters? Like we've got Muslim nations.
That's what I'm still contemplating on as well. I'm thinking, how did that all happen?
Now, if we've got this religion that's
it's people,
the best way of living. No, sister, if we live in this religion that has the best way of life, best all of this, how comes Muslim nations like Saudi Arabia are leashing hellfire on other Muslims?
I'm not with the Saudi Arabia because a Muslim doesn't harm his brother. And at the moment, if they're harming the Yemeni family, they're bombing them, where's your religion there? Why are you going directly against the teaching of our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? All these people, they're not right people. And there is no Muslim country at the moment. There might be a Muslim population, majority Muslim country, but there isn't one at the moment. I can't see any. Can you?
Okay.
Anything that's run by Islamic law, run on the teachings of our Prophet ﷺ, on the words of our Creator, what country is that? Do you know?
No, I don't know. So the whole Muslim Ummah thing's a myth then.
It's greed, isn't it? It's greed that's gone into the hearts of man.
The worldwide Muslim Ummah community is a myth. Or does it only benefit?
It will get better, but it's
sorry. Let me ask you. Let me rephrase that. Does it only benefit a certain type of Muslim right now?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, if the Muslim Ummah is in tatters right now, if we as the Muslim Ummah, let's not blame let's not blame the West. Let's not blame.
We're not blaming anybody. We're blaming ourselves.
Let me finish the question, sister. So you can understand it. Like, you know the ones. So let's not blame anyone else. Let's talk in house right now. Like, let's not point fingers. Let's say the Muslim Ummah right now, realistically, we're supposed to be one part of the Muslim Ummah hurts. We all hurt. Well, the rest of the Muslim Ummah is burning, and there's one part of the Muslim Ummah that's thriving, and that's doing chaos.
Yeah.
So how comes the rest of the Muslim brothers, like nation, call out these nations and say, yo, like what? Like, for example, the shit that was happening to Kashmir recently, that's in and around your regions.
Yes.
How can the Indian Prime Minister he's leashing hellfire on Kashmiris now. Muslim, Sikh, just not even Muslims, he's annihilating a certain people in it. A month down the line, he's getting the highest citizenship honor award in Dubai by the Crown Prince Mohammed Sutton. What type of messages does that send out to the rest of the Muslim Ummah? Don't mind me asking.
No, that's fine. That's because we're in this. When you're asking that question, then I'm with you there, because I asked the same question. I asked the same question. I said, why are the Muslim Ummah not united, not helping each other that way? Because they're not real Muslims, not in my opinion. You know, like, I can only answer for myself. Like, I haven't got the power to go out and help them that are suffering. But that's what it comes to. You know, if people were on the right path, then they would be able to stand up to these tyrants. But these people have sold their iman, they've sold their religion a long, long time ago. You know, like, well before they came into power.
Sorry, sister, can I just ask? I've got a prick on the comment saying this guy insulted my mom. Yeah, you're damn right, bro. So go fuck yourself.
You know, when you're talking on the panel, let's not involve the chat, because that's
okay. Sorry about that, sister. I just want to let that guy know that you're a racist.
Whoever it is can come on. Come on
Can
to
I
the
just
panel.
ask what's the subject? Because I've been missing. I just got back like 2 minutes ago. What were we even talking about?
You just have to rewind it. I need to go soon as well. Khalid, just yeah, try and make the world a better place, isn't it? Like I say, you got to start with yourself, and then like have the middle ground. Like our Prophet says, some do the middle ground, like pray and do your charity and everything, and just treat everybody. Because we've got
Halima, sorry, like I say to a lot of Muslim brothers and sisters, start off with the basics, fam. Let's get back to the basics. You're born Muslim as well, innit? Sister, you're born Muslim, innit? Let's get back to pre-2001. Pray. You try to be a better person. I try to be a better person. You know, we make mistakes. Fuck pagans, by the way. You know who that shot's to. But, you know, at the same time, sister, we gotta, you know, inshallah, man, thanks for the, you know.
They're not pagans. You know what it is? End of the day, as Muslims, we got to look at everybody like that's family, isn't it? Like they might be not on religion now, but
not everyone's your skin folk is your king folk. There's certain people that's
how can we say they won't become Muslim before they die? And how can we say how can we guarantee we're gonna die Muslim? Do you know? Huh? Yeah. How can you guarantee yourself like you're gonna die Muslim, Khalid?
Inshallah, I hope I die a Muslim.
That's our hope, innit? But it's not guarantee, is it? No one's written it down for you. You're gonna die with your iman, and no one's written for the pagans as well that they're gonna die pagan. They could die Muslim. You never know. So you always have to have that hope. You have to have that hope, you know.
Nah, sis, I respect that, man. That's coming from a real sister, man. Not these fake gimmick, you know, fed wannabe guys. Anyway, listen, sister. Well, that was a pleasure talking to you. You know them ones.
Yeah, take care, Khalid, inshallah. Yeah, better every day, innit? Better ourselves, Muslim, non-Muslim. We're all in it together, inshallah. And you know, £2 million, all the racists, put £2 million in their pocket and just ship them out.
Yeah, what are you saying? I'll catch you in Pakistan, innit, sister, innit?
Inshallah. No, I ain't going there. I'm staying here.
What you saying? What you saying? No Lahore for me, yeah?
No. All right, take care, everybody. Slowly go.
Oh, you take care, brother.
Take care. Peace out.
Yeah, peace out. There was a guy that just come on. I wanted him to get involved in the conversation as well. You hear me? I got a funny guy that's just all man's fucking case nowadays. You know what I mean? Now, fuck you and your family, bro. Hope you can hear that. Anyway.
Malik, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning. Assalamu alaikum, everybody in the world. Peace be to everybody, Muslims, non-Muslims, whatever you are.
Good morning, America. Yeah. Boom.
What's up?
What's good, man?
Yeah, just, another day.
What's up, Ref?
What you saying, man?
All good, bro.
Yeah, man. I was gonna ask. Sorry, yeah. Did I meet you at Speaker's Corner?
I used to go, man, but I haven't been for a while. I don't know if I've ever met you before, though. To be absolutely honest, bro, I'm not sure, man. I did used to frequent there, like you see, throughout 2017.
Yeah.
Towards 2018, bro, but I just stopped going, man. I went one time last year, bro. I think that's about it. 2 times, maybe.
Okay. Fair enough. I felt like you was there there was a discussion with Kalam, but then again I did feel like cause you're quite your English is quite good and the brother I was speaking to, his English was a bit
I feel you.
But he was Somali and he was claiming he didn't believe any of the religions and a lot of the Somalis don't know their background and whatnot. That's what he was saying.
I've heard a couple people say there's a couple Somali brothers that come through with that mentality, but I've never met one there, man. I've been there I frequented there for a while, bro. I just met the same brothers, man, all the time. So yeah.
It's interesting. I did see a video, but these lot are atheists anyway. But they have a thing called the Whack podcast, I think, or
Oh,
Whack
really?
Nation podcast. Yeah.
What
So
are they on
then,
YouTube?
yeah, or I think it's on SoundCloud or Spotify or something like that, where they're just
Oh,
talking
they're
about, yeah.
on
And
it
then
like
there's a
that. Fuck.
yeah, and then there's another one called I think it's called the Somali Nation or something, like Somali Atheists channel or something like that. Yeah. So they're trying to they just started up recently anyway, and they're interviewing a lot of Somalis
Well,
around
what's
the
that on
world.
YouTube as well?
Yeah, I forgot the name of the channel. I saw it the other day. Oh,
Check it.
ex-Muslims of Somali voices.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out, man. Definitely.
Yeah, man.
I ain't seen a lot of those on YouTube, to be fair.
Yeah. This one just started off recent, but it's like it's on and off, innit? They're not always there. But I think they said that there's a couple of people who were interviewed on there who have their own thing going on. So through that you can find out more people, innit?
I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel like there's probably more people that think like me, bro, but they're in shit. They're in shit. Like they're shook. They'll get fucking disowned by their family. Do you know what I mean? Like disowned by their community and all that, bro. Trust. That's how a lot of people feel. Trust me, bro.
No, it's true. It's true. I get what they're saying still. I do.
Because there is a community that will feel like they'll disown you, bro. Like they'll try to tell you you're not Somali if you're not Muslim. Do you get what I'm saying? It's kind of backwards when you really think about it. It don't make sense, but there is a community that like that, bro.
That's really weird, though.
It is weird as fuck, bro. It is, man. When you really think about it,
as if being Somali is the same thing as being Muslim.
Exactly, man. Arabs don't even do that, bro. That's just the weirdest thing, man. Yeah.
Khalid is behind. Khalid is trying to come back in.
What happened to him? He just dipped. He was on one. Oh shit. What part of London are you from, Rev? East, west,
south,
south.
More southwest, but they say my part's not really London. It's kind of
you're like Harrow.
Sorry?
You're like Croydon side, yeah?
Yeah.
I've got family up there, man.
Okay.
I'm in the East myself, bro.
East London, yeah?
Yeah, man.
What's that? Like near Newham sides or what? It was Newham, East London.
It is, yeah, it is. It's like Stratford sides and that. Forest Gate and that. I grew up like around Mile End Bow, but I live in Leytonstone right now. Yeah, man.
Okay, yeah. That's like Central Line or something like that. To get.
Yeah, it's right next to Stratford. It's between Stratford and Bethnal Green.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about still. Yeah, man, that's good, man. I just come in here to represent the G Block because I see you'd gone out and then I think Halima was making a lot of claims there.
Oh really? What claims was she making, man?
I can't remember exactly, but I know she was saying stuff like bringing back to Islam and the people had to really studied Islam properly, then they would know the truth out. Yeah.
I'm free from all of that, man. Oh shit! She's trying to bring me back, yeah. Damn it.
Yeah, man. Of course.
No, I'm unsavable, man. I should let them know now, bro. It's pointless, man. I'm a waste of time, guys. Don't waste your time on me.
That's the thing, though. Like for me, it's like when I was a Christian, yeah. For me, I wanted to know more and be a better Christian. So the more I kept studying, then I started looking into certain what they call scholars and whatnot, and what they were saying. It just like their understanding of what you call the Bible was like it just didn't make any it's not like it didn't make any sense. But yeah, it was like they were admitting to things like okay, the Bible's not the original Bible we have today, or the Bible we have today is not the original, and that some of the earlier scripts were have parts that were not included to the, like some of the parts that such as the story, like I think it was Jesus, and he was talking with the woman who was accused of being a prostitute, right? And apparently in the original, the earliest ones they found, it wasn't in there, and it's been added in. And then obviously, like, there's certain things like cultures which have added in through the influences of other communities around and whatnot. So it was just like, from learning those type of things, I was just like, yeah, you know what? I don't
Put
think,
you off.
yeah, I don't think Christianity is for me. And so I
You
started
like
looking,
that.
yeah, exactly.
I feel you.
Like,
I feel you, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to know the truth in it, and when I studied it, it just didn't make any sense because of the stuff I was hearing. So yeah,
They debunked it for you, man.
exactly.
It be like
Is
that
it that
sometimes, man.
is it that the book don't make sense, or what exactly, like, did you at what point exactly did you become a Muslim?
I'm not a Muslim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a Muslim still. Yeah.
Everyone was born a Muslim, Raf. Don't remember?
Oh my days, that one. Everyone's a Muslim, yeah. Everyone is a Muslim. But yeah, like, can you guys hear me? Yo.
Yeah, man. I hear you, bro. I hear you, man.
Oh, okay, car. Sometimes stuff. So no one. I'm looking at. Is anyone hearing me? Like, oh my days. But yeah, I mean, it was just when I studied Islam as well. It had issues as well. So yeah.
What's the issues that you have with Islam?
It wasn't. It was the whole. Okay, to begin with, yeah, when the Prophet Muhammad received his revelation, right?
Right.
So he was in a cave. I think it was Hira, is it? Or near Hira, the river Hira or something like that. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Cave is good.
Cave. Yeah, the cave that that he received a revelation, right? Supposedly, it was an angel that came, and what's it called? It wasn't like a revelation. It was more like a shake up. So it was like the angel grabbing him and like almost like some type of attack on him and whatnot.
Right.
And this angel didn't say its name. It didn't tell, it just said read, recite, and whatnot and everything. And then next thing you know, he goes back to his wife's uncle or wife's cousin, and basically he's telling him, yeah, it was the angel Gabriel, and I can prove this because I'm a Christian myself, and it seems similar to angel Gabriel. So then you go to now what the Christians read, right? I don't know what the Christians in his area read in there, but when from Christianity, what I know is when angel Gabriel was appeared to Mary, or when he appeared to any people in the Bible, he never really attacked anyone. It was like a greeting, and it tells his name, and gives the message in it. Whereas this one was sounded like it was like some type of demonic thing.
So do you know that they have two sides of the story, right?
Okay.
And me personally, the only thing I would say about that is when they say squeeze, it might be that, say for instance, when you
said the word might, I'm just like, because sorry man, I pick out the words, but I think the word might means it's not, you're not too
sure perspective, and I try to look at it from what God, like the mercy of God. So when they say
when they say what? Sorry, you keep cutting out, bro. What's going on with this thing, bro?
Yeah, is it me or is that his internet connection?
Yeah.
Is, you know, like some type of external force. Yeah, you know, you feel frightened, and so I don't know how to explain.
Sorry, brother, you missed your whole thing that you were saying.
Okay, I'm saying sometimes when you're by yourself and you feel frightened, either you're watching a horror movie or your eyes are kind of, you know, make you see things that is not there. Your spirit or your body, your whole body tends to be in some type of a shock or in some type of a fear. So when they say squeeze his neck, to me, if they really mean literally squeezing his neck, I wouldn't believe that from how you believe the angel Gabriel came to Mary and other prophets and he addressed himself. Logically, that does make sense. But when you say he came and he squeezed his neck, then I wouldn't totally believe in that. But when you say he would, if they put the narrative as he was so frightened or whatever, but not literally squeezing his neck, then I would believe that, because we as human beings sometimes we get frightened with illusions or certain things. Like I said, you watching a horror movie and then you might be in your living room, you might be seeing things that is not even there. So that gives you a whole bunch of new aura in your living room and your body, so you feel some type of way. But if you're looking at it from they're saying squeezing his neck, then me personally as a Muslim also, I wouldn't agree to that narrative. But you could continue with your you could continue with what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna say, like, I didn't really say squeezing his neck per se. I was more or less going on the action of how different Gabriel was in the Bible compared to how it was mentioned in the Quran. So in the Quran, it's like Gabriel didn't introduce himself; it just went straight on Iqra, like read, innit? Reciting the name of your Lord, also, or something like that, innit? And
I don't. You're talking about the Hadith.
Okay, maybe it was a Hadith, innit? But
yeah, it's not Quran. Okay, that's why I was telling you. I think from the way the Sunni Muslims give the story, they added that he kind of squeezed his neck, Iqra and whatnot. But that's my point about if they say squeeze his body, or his presence made him feel some type of weight, that's different than him coming and squeezing somebody's neck and telling them to read.
Okay, so how did the story go then? How did the Prophet Muhammad receive the revelation in the
I haven't really, to be honest with you, I haven't really heard about the Shia narrative, but I'm not really gonna go by squeezing his neck. Literal, when they say literal squeezing his neck, I really wouldn't go by that one.
Are you a Muslim, Malik?
Yes, I'm a Muslim.
Malik's a Muslim, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Jim Jones.
Yeah, James Jones.
JJ in the building.
My Seychelles brother.
And then when you also say introduce himself, sometimes when you tell story, you just go to the you just jump to the you don't give a whole story about what happened. So him not introducing himself, I wouldn't believe that. If he was introducing himself to other prophets and Mary and whoever God has sent him to in history, then definitely he wouldn't fail to introduce himself to the prophet also. The only thing that I would say is, okay, they probably knew each other, or they was expecting each other, or whatever. So there might not be a real formal introduction like, yo, I'm Gabriel and I know you're Muhammad or whatever. It's like me knowing my friend and then my friend coming in. I already know, okay, this is my friend or somebody that you having a chat with, and then you already recognize their voice or the way they look. It's not gonna be a formal, you know, I'm this person. They already, like, you already know who that person is. So the thing is, we have to look at it from a logical perspective. It's no way he would present himself to Muhammad, and then Muhammad not knowing him, and he wouldn't introduce himself. It's not proper. Even we human beings, it's logical when you meet somebody, you know, you introduce yourself. It's a formal way of greeting somebody. So whoever says he just came randomly and start doing stuff, that's like, maybe he's not putting the whole narrative into clarity, or just, you know, jumping into, you know, events of.
Yeah, man, he keep cutting out still.
Yeah, I swear he keeps, yeah. And I think he's talking, but he doesn't.
The only time you don't introduce yourself.
Oh, you cut out for a hot minute, like we didn't even hear what you said. Sorry, Malik.
How did you lot get onto this topic, though?
It was basically me asked. It was basically I was given my introduction on why I was not Christian, and I went, yeah, well, I looked from a little bit. I've looked into Islam. I don't really, no, I'm not really feeling it still. And then I said something about how basically the meeting between the angel and Muhammad in the cave, and he was he's basically telling me how that was in a short way, he's trying to tell me, yeah, basically that I'm talking a Sunni narrative, and that he wants to hear the Shia version, and that if we use our logic, basically that you understand that when you meet someone, you don't necessarily you introduce yourself and whatnot, whereas the Sunni narrative is like, he gripped up man and was like, yeah, listen, like read and recite in the name of your Lord and whatnot. So yeah.
Do you know I have to find it, yeah. But I remember reading, I think it was the Prophet Daniel, and I remember reading about the different traditions concerning what actually happened to Daniel, like where he was buried and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know what? Carry on talking. I want to find it for you because it made me laugh. It made me laugh. Let me see if I can find it.
Let me give you another example. It's like one of the prophets in the Old Testament, when they said he wrestled with somebody.
Yeah, it was supposed to be God and Jacob. Or yeah.
Okay,
Jacob,
so basically, when they say wrestle, it could see most times if you don't have somebody to explain certain things to you in a logical form, they just go by whatever they believe in or what they heard from somebody say. When we say wrestle, and when we look at how, if we're saying God is so merciful, he wouldn't.
You know, I don't believe
he wouldn't spend. I believe in the Bible, but I don't believe in.
I said I don't believe it. I said I don't believe it either.
Okay, I believe in many things in the Bible, but I don't totally believe in everything in the Bible. That's why when you look at the Quran, I always say this to anybody: once you find a mistake, just a slight one in the Quran, then I'll be the first person to donate my head, because I haven't seen nobody come up with a mistake in the Quran. The only thing people come up with is misconception and misunderstandings. And when you correct the misconception or misunderstanding, it's either they take it or they flip into something else, which I don't blame people. This is what I say.
Yeah.
For every question, there's always an answer. If you ask an atheist why he's an atheist, it definitely would have an answer for you. If you ask a Christian certain question about Christianity, no matter how they try to justify it or you try to justify it, they will always give you an answer. It's either you take it or you don't take it. So my point is, when you look at the word wrestle, like I told you before, trust me, certain things that you would see, it would shock you. When they say literal wrestling, I don't believe in you, a human being wrestling with an angel just to prove what point are they trying to prove? Because when the wrestling might mean, you know, they was going back and forth with testing. He's trying to test his faith, or they was going back and forth
They said it was with God, not with an angel. But,
even, well, when it's even worse when you say God, because God is not within. God is not a creature, and He doesn't go in His creation. He manifests in His creation, but I don't believe we could see God, or we could God could go in His creation.
Hello.
Hello.
About God is just a manifestation. The sun, the morning, the night, the stars, earthquakes, people, it's all manifestation of God. But when you say God goes into something, it doesn't befit Him for His majesty to go into something. So when they say wrestle, I don't believe it's a literal wrestling with Jacob or whoever the prophet was. It could mean something else. It could mean a spiritual back and forth, trying to clear out, you know,
Yo, can I ask you
his faith.
Hey, can I ask you a question really quick? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you speak Arabic?
Yeah. Do I speak Arabic?
Yeah.
No, I don't even really understand Arabic. I only understand certain words.
Cool. Does the Quran teach you to beat your wife? I'm going somewhere here, people, so don't get fucking triggered on this as a question. Does the Quran, in your opinion, teach you to beat your wife? Does the Quran, in your opinion, teach you to beat your wife? Malik.
Boy.
It's not really, it's not
To
that
beat your wife.
complicated, though. You can see where I'm going, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, does it teach you to beat
Okay.
your wife?
Okay, the only thing I heard was the Quran. Did the Quran teaches you to
Does it allow for you to beat your wife?
beat? You have verbal beating of somebody. You could beat somebody in every way or form. But when you look at the mercy, it's just
forget everything I'm saying. Forget everything I'm saying. I'm absolutely not interested in this discussion. No problem. Carry on to back you about fighting with angels.
all right. I think I'm done with.
How you do that, bro? How you do that right now? Are you asking bombshell question like that?
No, because he's on a joke thing. One said what a verbal beating. What the verbal beating?
Oh no! I can even back that.
Hold on. That's why I say when you look at what people write, it might be metaphorical and it might be literal. Hold on. When I say verbal beating,
I don't care anymore. It's boring. College, yeah. The reason I asked that is to say, if man don't speak Arabic, but you're talking about inferences and metaphors, yeah, but the Quran was written in Arabic, how the fuck are you gonna take a metaphor? How are you gonna infer or understand, interpret a metaphor? And if you need some kind of an intercessor, or you need someone to translate the text from you, then you're getting your religion from another man. So then your opinion's even less valid or important. So you've read a book. You read a book from a guy who read a book from a guy who read a book from a guy who claimed that he got the word from God. And then your opinion is meant to be somewhat valid. That's a joke. That makes absolutely no sense. You need to speak Arabic, interpret the Quran for yourself. The only people on this hangout thing that can really talk the Dalil business is people like Isa, not necessarily black Shia, but at least.
Okay, when you say Isa doesn't speak Arabic.
No, listen, what I said is not really him, but at least he tries. And man like Ziriab and then people there that will.
So why would you say at least it tries? What if everything it says is not valid? If you're going by whoever speaks Arabic, let me tell you something. Hold on. Even the Arabic people, we have Christians. Remember, we have Christians. We have non-believers. We have believers. We have Sunnis and we have Shias. We have a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, and they got more. They got more right to interpret the Quran than you do because they speak the language.
I'm not saying they don't have more rights, but you have to look at the interpretations and then.
Yeah, but you barely got a grasp on English. You're talking about verbal beatings. When has that phrase ever been used?
And I was trying to explain. you're correcting somebody, it's called verbal
Oh
beating.
my
Somebody
days.
does hold on. If you have a child and you're not gonna physically hit your child, if you're trying to correct your child, it's still verbal beating because you're not gonna hit him, but you're gonna scold him. If you don't understand my terms, say you don't understand my terms. Yes.
What is scolding?
Is there such a thing as verbal intercourse?
What?
No.
So there's no. So hold on.
Oh my Lord.
Hold on. So there's no such. Hold on. There's no such thing as verbal intercourse.
You mean discourse?
So now you're trying to say, okay.
Wait,
So now you
intercourse. What do you mean?
So what we are having right now is called verbal intercourse. When you have a dialogue with somebody, when you have a discussion with somebody, when you have a chat with somebody, when you have a conversation with somebody. Let me tell you something. Everything people say and everything people write is not literal. If you take it literal, you might make a mistake off of it. And me and you know, rappers and everybody, poets, they write a lot of books, and sometimes when you read it for the literal meaning, you might misunderstand what you're reading. That's my point.
Please just relax. All right, cool.
I think you missed the point, fam. That's what it is, Jim Jones, man. A lot of the comments are cracking up as well, Malik, fam. What's with this?
It's okay. It's okay. Listen, nobody has to believe in what I'm saying. If it's not logical to you, it might be logical to somebody else.
You explain yourself still. It did sound mad still. Right.
Jim Jones, let me just grab this for one second. I'm just saying, I've never heard of verbal intercourse, man. I know about intercourse. Yeah, Chuka thing, but verbal I don't know what that is, Jim Jones. I'm trying to Google it right now.
I've never know about. Listen, you can.
So can we have a verbal?
Hold on, man.
So can two people have a verbal beef?
Yo, hold on.
Is there such thing as a verbal beef?
Yeah, but that's when you're trash talking. That's when you're talking shit. That ain't no verbal.
Yeah, bro, relax. Stop screaming for a second, yeah, bro. Cool. You can copy and paste any words together. No one's saying that it's completely incoherent. It maybe makes sense in whatever kind of grasp handle of the English language you have, yeah. And I do understand, like you're saying, if we separate the two terms, prefix and suffix, I understand it, no problem. What I'm saying is, no one. I don't think if someone asks somebody, "Are you allowed to beat someone?" I don't think that their impression or what they take from that, what they infer from that, is allows for the option of any kind of dialogue or discourse. I think it would be referred to specifically as such. So, you know, and you used an interesting word. You said scold or, you know, admonish or chastise. There's a lot.
So why are you using a whole bunch of different words when I'm telling you?
Relax. You speaking for you. There's a lot of words that could describe that. You randomly chose. You randomly chose to not answer the question and talk about verbal beatings and these things. Yeah? You know what I was asking? I was asking to get to another point, but obviously you don't want to get to that point. And yeah, so you can carry on whatever.
No. Go ahead. You're still speaking. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, carry on about the angels. It's not important. You're not the guy to speak to this kind of thing about. So it's right. Carry on about angels.
So if I'm telling you about the angels, what would made you believe if I'm telling you my perspective about angels? So if I'm telling you I wrestled with an angel yesterday, would you believe me?
Tim Jones, you're bad, you know.
I'm not part of the angel discussion. That was you was having that with Raf. I literally was interested in your understanding of inference and or how you kept referring to stuff as metaphors. And I was saying, well, you know what? If you don't even speak Arabic, and I was going to use that as a little quick case study to say that a big disagreement is on the interpretation of, I think, the words daraba, if I'm correct, yeah. And whether that means to hit with miswak, some of the hadiths say. Other people say it means to walk away from your wife. Some people say it means divorce. Some people
exactly. So when you take,
so you don't even speak Arabic. So how the fuck are you gonna make that distinction? If whoever you follows tells you you're allowed to beat up your wife, then you're gonna have to say that you beat up your wife. So why are you giving your opinion on whether an angel can fight or not? You don't even speak Arabic like that.
All right. So you're telling me that for everybody who gives a little interpretation of what what was the Arabic term that you just said? If they're saying hit, you have people who's gonna literally hit their wives. You have people who's gonna literally use the tooth, whatever. You have people who's literally gonna walk off away. Everything is all interpretation based on how you understand it. So if you take the worst part of the interpretation, it's not gonna work for you. That's my point. Not every word is literal. Not every verb is literal.
Yeah, but
and me and you know it.
You're learning from an intercessor, or you're learning from somebody else. You're doing an analysis of you're doing meta-analysis on everything. Yours is an analysis of an analysis of an analysis, whereas somebody who can speak Arabic can actually find what they consider to be the quote unquote truth for themselves, where you're not afforded that luxury. Also,
why not? It's like somebody telling me God could become a dog or something. God could become a tree or something, and you want me to believe it.
You probably
hold on. Wait. If you have atheist scholars, you have Christian scholars, you have Muslim scholars. They are all scholars. But at the end of the day, one might be wrong. Do you believe in every scholar?
Hold on, Malik. Listen. What you're doing is you're over talking. Because like I was listening, right? I wasn't even going to jump on, but you're just making like a lot of different points, and you're just talking so that another person won't talk. You're really not. Like you're repeating the same point over and over, and your mic is really, really loud, and it's not really a conducive conversation. Like I really want to hear about this Quran saying you can hit someone because I'm a woman. You know what I'm saying? So like let's just say I was thinking about converting. Like I really want to know what the point is, but I can't know the point if all you're doing is yelling and over talking one another. Like,
well, considering I mean, Khalid jump in any time, yeah. But considering he doesn't even know the verse that we're specifically talking about, what it says is, like basically two instances. You know, I think the first one is you I can't remember the first one. The second one is you don't share a bed with your wife. Yeah, so that means you could sleep on the couch or she sleeps on the couch. It depends how you want to interpret that. So it's not necessarily misogynistic. And the third one, I've got on good authority that there is evidence within the Quran that you can use that term to essentially say walk away or to leave the situation, yeah, which some people believe implies a divorce. I've done on good authority by people that speak Arabic and that study the Quran and that use other examples in the Quran to say, it's consistent. So as in this term has been used to mean this thing. Unfortunately, there was a counter theory, which is unfortunately is the predominant theory, or at least amongst Sunni Muslims, as far as I'm aware, which is that it means that you're allowed to. I can't remember the specific term, but what some hadiths have clarified is you're allowed to like poke your wife with a little stick they use as like a toothbrush. It's like some little stick thing. So basically, you're not allowed to beat your wife, but you're allowed to use some kind of force to show her your displeasure.
All right. All right. So
major thoughts on the.
So hold on. Let me ask you a question now. The same people that's thinking it means walk away, and then you have certain people that to them it means literally beat. So how would you clarify yourself with those people who actually beat their wives up?
Wait, hold. I think that question. Yeah, like I think that question. He's literally asking you, since you're a Muslim, you know, your understanding of that word, and you don't know the word because you don't know the language, and that to me, I mean, outside of it just seeming like you're being singled out because you don't speak the language. Do you not see how? Hold on. Do you not see how serious that is? Like you're following a text, right?
Yes.
That this particular text is different than Christianity. This text, the way into understand it is through the language, right? Because like if I read a King James Bible, I don't have to speak Hebrew to understand about the Jesus walking on water and stuff. I don't have to speak Hebrew. But clearly in Islam, you don't know what these words is really meaning. You don't know if it's poke, walk away, or whatever. So you are taking whoever is interpreting it for you you're believing that they are coming up with the correct word, and that's serious. That's dangerous.
Can I add
okay, sister? Let me ask her a real quick question. When the Quran says, or when God says for the husband to beat the wife, now you have people that interpret the word beat as kung fu. They kick, beat, destroy their wives. You have other people who say it means walk away. You have other people who say poke. Now tell me, when we're talking about interpretation, what is the best interpretation that you think your husband would do to you if he was?
How do you know which one is right? This is what she's asking. How do you know which one is right?
And that's why I'm telling you, when you think about it, you have to go about the most merciful part of the interpretation, which is no man in his right senses should beat up a woman as such. I don't even know how to say it. But beating up a woman,
where she hits you, can you hit a woman? Can you hit a woman back if she hits you?
If you're angry, you could hit her. But if you're not angry,
that's okay. All right, so how do you
make a decision?
So listen, this is the third strike. So how do you know you're not angry? Furthermore, I don't even want to get into this bullshit thought experiment. The point is, you are what you know and understand about your faith is not from directly reading the text that is supposed to have been preserved for 1400 years. That's not who you are. That's not what you do. So you giving your opinion on what's metaphorical and what is literal, unfortunately, is extraneous and immaterial to anybody else.
Because that's why I told you.
It sounds like what you're doing is, if it sounds like it's something bad that the Quran is saying, you're just switching it and saying it's metaphorical. Like,
I'm not saying everything. Hold on. It's just like the Bible also. It's just like in the Bible also. You have.
Listen, Malik. I think this is a lot of problem the Muslim Ummah faces, bro. If you don't know something, and something you just don't know, why can't a lot of people just say, bro, I ain't even start, I don't even know what it means? Is that such a bad thing to do? Because these men are getting at you, and then you're just, no offense, you're waffling, bro. I'm trying to Malik, I'm trying to save you as a fellow Muslim brother. Sometimes, you know what's more righteous is for you say, Allah ya'lam, only Allah knows.
Right. Yes. So you being a Muslim, let me ask you a question. When you have scholars who claim to be
scholars, man, I'll tell you the truth, fam. My sources, the hadith, the Quran, the Sunnah. If I can read it, I can read it. If I can't translate it, I'm not gonna, like Jim Jones is saying, I'm done with the next man's points of views of how I should live my life as a Muslim. I'm done with that, bro, because certain people put the scholars above the prophets nowadays. Wallah. And you know this, I know this.
My question to you, or what I'm trying to say is, when somebody tells you to basically to scold your wife, do you know we have different mentalities and different characters of men? If you tell them scold your wife, they go hard on them. They go hard. Some people go soft. Some people go normal. Yeah. So don't tell me that when somebody tells you something, it's just like every text. People take it for exactly. That's my point. So when what I'm trying to say is, hold on. What I'm trying to say is, when they give you a whole line of interpretation, if you pick the worst part of the interpretation, is gonna look bad on you. But if you pick the most merciful part of the interpretation, is gonna fit into the text. If I'm telling you, scold your wife, if you tell her, okay, listen, hon, what you did yesterday, I don't like it. Let's just forget about it. She will be happy. You will be happy. But if you go raising your voice against her just because somebody told you, yes, you have the right to scold her. Trust me, she's going to be sad. And that's the bad way to interpret what I told you. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't have to be an Arabic speaking person to put logic into whatever they interpret to you. That's my point.
But that's you thinking, but certain Muslim brothers and sisters don't. They take that literally.
That's my point. And if you don't look at it from the merciful part of it, everybody has a little interpretation, whatever it's in the Quran or the Bible, whatever text. But I'm saying, if you always look at it from the extreme end, it will always get you into trouble, because God will never give you extreme solution to be the last resort. That's my point. If you have to scold somebody, you don't have to go hard on the person, because when it's all scolding. You go hard or you go soft. It depends on how you take the content.
No, but bro, like I'm saying, some of these hadiths and scriptures, were written 700 years ago, my bro. It doesn't. Right now in 2020, if you get you've got argument with your missus or your wife, are you literally gonna scold her and do something to her? Are you gonna beat her up, really? In the modern Western world that we live in. Go on, Malik. Do you want to answer that one?
It depends on your interpretation of the text. At the end of the day, it depends on what you
he's just asking you.
Even though you're a scholar, that's why. Hold on.
He's asking you a basic. He's asking you, would you handle it that way now? That's what he's asking you.
I've never hit a woman, so why would I hit a woman when I know it's wrong? I don't want nobody hitting me, so why would I hit a woman when I know it's wrong?
So that's you don't believe in that hadith and that scripture, then?
My point is, I don't care. Look, my point is, we have different kind of scholars. It could be Muslim, it could be Christian, it could be whatever. But once the scholar tells me, yes, you have the right to go home and kung fu your wife, how would you want me, being a normal thinking person, to go home and kung fu my wife because she said something wrong to me? But if you have somebody that tells me, yeah, women sometimes they do something and it makes you angry. When you go home, just have a merciful way of talking to her, or have a, then I would consider what that person is talking about. That's my point. No matter how you look at any text that anybody writes or any picture that's been painted by anybody, people get it the right way or they get it the wrong way. So if you go about people getting it the wrong way, you would always act wrongly.
Okay.
You don't have to be a Arabic speaking person, because even them, they do maltreat their wives.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you have two set of Arabic people who's saying, "Oh, me, I beat the shit out of my wife," and then the other one say, "Oh, I will never touch my wife," who would you go with?
Me personally. You're asking me that question, Malik?
I'm asking anybody.
I'm saying me, like you said, I've never hit a woman in my life, and I don't feel like.
That's my point.
Let him answer, Malik. Let him talk.
I'm finding it. And you know why I love you the most, Melanie Goddess? You're the sensiblest American that comes on this thing. You get what I'm saying? Hands down, you represent Team US hard, but Malik, like I'm saying, my brother,
yeah.
With me, I've never hit a woman in my life. I don't think I've never been in that scenario, man. I'm more of a lover more than a fighter when it comes to the ladies. You know what I'm saying? I give up in certain things. That's just me, bro. That's just me, Cali speaking.
All right. So let me ask you a question.
When you have it that way, I wouldn't never get handsy. I've never been taught like that. I've never been raised. I've never been in a household environment where I've seen women getting beaten up. So I don't think it applies to me. I'll say no. I don't believe in that, and I disagree with you.
Okay.
You disagree with the scripture?
I don't even know, Melanie. Like I said, I'm not the holiest brother, but I'm going on with my basic of what I know of Islam, how I've been grown up, been born into it. I can't hit a woman. I've never seen that, and I don't think it doesn't apply for me. If I get angry or we get angry, have an argument, usually we just
cool off. What's the deal with the sleeping in the bed thing? What's the deal with the sleeping in the bed thing? So
I don't know. I'm back. Jim Jones. I've never, like I said, Melanie. I'm one of them. I'm one of them brothers that will openly admit I'm not knowledgeable about my religion. I'm not gonna sit there and waffle and look at Google and try to get English translation. And like Jim Jones is saying something. So I keep calling Jim Jones. Yeah, JJ says something that I kind of agree with. A lot of people need to learn Arabic and start studying Arabic.
Let me ask.
Do you agree with that, Malik? Do you think that you need to learn Arabic?
You need to learn Arabic, but my point is, no matter how you study Arabic, even though you was born over there, you have people who literally hit their wives, who even do more, probably kill their wives.
Listen, but see, even non-Muslims are involved in domestic violence. So he's not saying that the religion of Islam created domestic violence. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is if people feel justified in their violence because of the scripture. That's a completely different thing, because you have to have a non-Muslim who hits his wife. He's not feeling like God sanctions what I'm doing, right? But a person who is their belief is that the scriptures sanction or approve of what they're doing, they're going to feel that God is not dissatisfied with them with their actions. Do you see? That's different.
It goes back to what I'm telling you. It depends on whoever interprets and how you feel the interpretation fits into your character. Me and him, we're talking about we've never hit a woman. So no matter how a scholar, I don't care if he was born and went to the whole bunch of university in Arabic, no matter how he tells us, look, when your wife tells you something you don't like, punch her in the face. That's his own type of interpretation, which me and Khaled will never agree to. But you have people also who will take that home and punch their wives in the face. That's why I'm telling you, every time you hear an interpretation, it's best for you to go by the most merciful interpretation.
But say if there's no merciful interpretation.
It is, because when you look at
not Malik, not just that scripture. Just say it, just some down the line. There is no merciful way out where you have to be a bit brutal. Would you, as a Muslim, still even if you know it's wrong? Malik.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, is it yes or no?
Well, I didn't get the question then.
I said, all right, that's good. Like you said, you have to do things in a merciful way. Say certain things are not merciful.
Like what?
I don't know. Like I don't know. Say
you gotta give me an example. Let me give you. I think I said that before, but I will give you another example. If somebody steals my $5, I have the right to punch him. I have the right to call the cops. I have the right to let him go. Trust me, you have so many options to deal with somebody who has stolen your $5. But at the end of the day, if you let them go.
He's talking about something that the Quran tells you. Like, let's say somebody, if the Quran tells you that, okay, I don't know what's in the Quran, but I'm just saying, let's say the Quran tells you that when your wife is on her cycle, she got to sleep on the floor. Your wife sleeping on the floor?
If it says your wife is in a cycle, she has
when
to
she's
sleep
on her menstrual cycle,
right?
She got to sleep on the floor, right? Let's say it literally says that during the time of menstrual bleeding or whatever, however it words it, she has to sleep on the floor. You telling me you're gonna get married, and once a month your wife's sleeping on the floor?
And that's what I'm telling you. It depends on.
I'm asking you a question. No. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, but I'm trying to explain to you.
No. So would you? So at least answer the question first, and then you can go on. Would you let your wife sleep on the floor? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. No way. Honey Babes is sleeping in the bed with me. G. Come on, Malik.
Okay. That's what I said. No. I just said no, right? So let me. All right, let me try to interpret her text, right? If it says you're telling me my wife, she's in a period, and then she has to sleep on the floor. When we look at the word or the phrase,
I said during the time she's on her period.
Right.
Let's just say that this Quran says that is very explicit. That it says during the time a woman's on her period, she needs to sleep on the floor. My question was, are you going to have your wife sleep on the floor? Are you going to listen to that?
And I said no. And I'm trying to give you an explanation to it.
Okay, go ahead.
When you said two things we have to consider. You said explicit. And then you said sleep on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If me and my wife, we are the most richest people in the world. when you say sleep on the floor, that floor might still be a better bed compared to the poor people, right? Hold on. I'm giving you.
I'm done, yo.
Hold on. You have people. Hold on. You have people who literally sleep, who don't have houses, right? They put coats together and they sleep on it. And then when you sleep on a bare floor, that's still considered as a floor, right? If you have rich people who float while sleeping, and then their floor is made up of big ass carpets worth of a mattress, is that
so
not
your wife was gonna? So will she sleep in the bed with you or on the floor? That's my stop with all of this. You
Melody, can you ask me that question?
Okay.
Can you ask me that question? Would
So,
I let my wife on her period sleep with me? Yes, of course. Hell yes.
Okay. See,
and I said yes.
So no,
And
no,
I
you
said
didn't.
yes.
Because now you no.
And
Let
I'm
me tell you what you did. Hold on, Malik. This is what you did. You said you would not let her sleep on the floor, but now it's sounding like she's not gonna be on the floor. She's gonna be on a fluffy carpet. There's still a freaking floor.
Hold on. I'm trying to explain when you talk about something being explicit, right? When you talk about something being explicit, it's either explicit or it has a meaning to it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you interpret everything literal, you might get it wrong.
Listen, for somebody like you who is trying to make every single word metaphorical, I'm very surprised that you do not know how to speak Arabic to get the understanding of this. Because now you really trying to break down the word floor, right?
Yes.
But why aren't you questioning, how do I know in the Quran that really means floor? It could mean a whole different word. Let me find out because you breaking down every single word right now. Every time somebody say something, but you're not even getting the original word. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You're breaking down an interpreted word instead of breaking down the actual word.
So I've got a question after this, sister. Malik.
What I'm trying to tell you is
Malik. Malik. Sorry, brother. I'm gonna ask you this question as one Muslim man to another. Yeah, the same question she asked you. Would you now in 2020, if your wife's on her period, would you let her sleep in the bed with you?
No. If you're asking me a direct question, the answer is no.
No. So if your wife has a period, you would not let her sleep in the bed with you. Wow.
And I said yes, she would sleep on the bed with me.
Oh.
You said no, bro.
You said no.
No. I thought he said.
Did I just hear that right?
Hold on. I thought you said would I let her sleep
He said
on the
no.
floor?
He said yes. He said no. He said yes, man.
Okay, let me repeat the question and let me give you an answer. Would I let my wife sleep on the floor for any reason? No. Is that a good answer?
No. Would you let your wife, if she's on her period, sleep in the bed with you, lay down in the bed next to you? That's okay.
Yes. Either she's in a period. Either she's in a period or not in a period. She will sleep with me on the bed.
Okay, listen to this. If right now I had a verse, not from a hadith, from the Quran that said that she wasn't allowed to, would you still maintain your position or would you follow your religion?
I would follow my religion. If it's explicit. If it's explicit, I would follow my religion.
So that's do you realize this? Do you realize that was my question? That was my question. Oh my god.
Yeah, but one second. You said earlier though, you said your religion has to go with what you say. You interpret it as not beat. You think beating is not a merciful thing to do. So if you don't believe it's merciful, if you think the merciful option will be to let your wife sleep in your bed, but your religion dictates to you. Sorry about this, Khalid. You know your excuse from this, But you say your religion dictates to you that your wife should sleep on the floor, and you don't think that's a merciful action, but you would still do it. What does that say about what you're prepared to do? What does that say about your principles? Number one, and number two, what does that say? What kind of damning indictment is that of your religion that you believe that people will act unbecomingly just because it's the word of God, or they will go against what they consider to be their own morality for the sake of some objective Arab morality.
So first of all, it doesn't say in the Quran that you should let your wife sleep on the floor, right?
I didn't say that.
No. I'm just making it clear.
No. Listen,
it's an example.
I made this. No, hold on. Listen, I specifically said, what if in the Quran it said that when your wife was on her period, she had to sleep on the floor, right? Then yes. Khalid asked you the question. The same question. You said you would not let her sleep on the floor. You would let her sleep in the bed. Then James Jones came on and said, if it said in the Quran that if she was on her period, she had to sleep on the floor, then you said then you would let her sleep on the floor, which is you just went backwards.
Okay. Maybe hold on, guys. Maybe I'm too hyped up right now. If it says in the Quran, okay, now I understand better. If it says in my Quran that when my wife is in her period, then she has to sleep on the floor. Yes, she has to sleep on the floor. If it says it in the Quran. But if you're talking about yourself asking me a direct question, if my wife is in her period, will I let her sleep on the floor? Hell no. She has to sleep on the bed.
Would you kill your child like Abraham if God asked you to?
If I what?
If God asked you to kill your son like your firstborn son like Abraham, would you do it?
Yes.
Bro, you're extreme, bro. No, but think about the delusions of these people, yeah? Like, I'm sorry, I have to be honest here. First of all, I would have respected someone that says, why am I answering that stupid-ass question? I don't believe my God would ever do that. But the fact that you believe any kind of psychotic episode that you go through, yeah, you are fucking unreliable, G. You are fucking liability, fam. How do I know you're not going to be running through the streets in a month or two, seeing visions and hearing voices and trying to kill people, bro? That's fucked up, bro.
So when God said to Abraham, kill your son, at the end of the day, was it a test? And did he actually kill the son?
Yo, you're dangerous. I'm saying people like you are dangerous, blood.
Yes, I know I'm dangerous, but I'm asking you a question also. You talked about Abraham, and God told him to kill his son.
Yeah, you're right. But you meet the wrong religious cleric, yeah, and man's gonna be fitting you up for a suicide mission.
So Jim Jones, Jim Jones, JJ, yo JJ, yo, what I didn't get about Malik here right now. I asked him, you asked him, and then when you said it's in the Quran, is it in the Quran verse that when a woman?
No, I don't know. I just heard what Mel was saying. I just jumped on the bandwagon.
I thought you said it's a verse in the Quran where if a woman's on her period, she has to see. Is that verse?
Actually, I got that.
No, it's not.
From no, listen. I've heard, right, and I don't see it in the Bible either. So I'm not saying this in the Bible, but I've heard that some Hebrew camps, that's one of their practices. So I just pulled that out of my brain. Like I remember that.
So again,
to be honest, you should tell her to go sleep in the car, but I guess in some of those countries they're not allowed to drive.
What? Watch your mouth there, James. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth right there, James. Okay?
No, but I think that Malik, like I'm saying,
she's not gripping on the bed. Gripping on the bed.
And Belly, I saw that comment talking about Hustle and Flow said, whoop that trick. I was like, what
that? You jumps up bad, you know.
No, this is Belly's fault, you know. I swear down this is Belly's fault. Because
you're bad, youth, man.
Belly said no, was doing
you had Malik fucking stuttering today.
No.
You know we don't do.
That's why you're my second favorite internet guy, you know.
You see, no. This how G Block goes, yeah. You see, on your first day at work, yeah, we'll give you a little easy time at work. But then after a little easy time in here, we're gonna start giving you that work. You get me? It's bad.
what's happening is I don't know if it's my network. Sometimes it's just stuttering. But the question was,
the network stuttering.
I understand the question, and I'm making the
man, brother, you were stuttering. I don't think it was the network. You were stuttering on that one. You went yes, no, but no, yes, but no, yes.
Listen,
okay,
man.
okay. Let me make it clear again. If it's in the Quran that my wife has to sleep on the floor during her period, yes, she has to sleep on the floor. But
she's not sleeping on no floor, man. Allah's most Rahim and most merciful. He can forgive me. I'm. If that's a verse, I'm not going on that verse there.
But it's not. That's my point. Let me finish
with me.
It is.
I'll tell you the truth. This is Khalid speaking. Malik, if it's really like that, yeah, may Allah forgive me. Please forgive me, but my missus, while she's at a vulnerable stage once a month, she's sleeping in bed. That's why I'm gonna give her that. You know, I told you I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm gonna give her that extra love.
That's why it's not in the Quran. That's my point. She's asking me.
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying the very fact that it's in the Quran, but you have your judgment. The same way you keep saying apply logic. You keep saying that apply logic. But then you literally not applying logic. You're not saying, man, I'm not listening to this, man. I'm not gonna let the lady, my woman, sleep on the floor. You're saying whatever the book say, I'm doing it. If the Quran say, you know what, if your kids jump on the bed, punch them in the chest. If you're gonna read that verse, if your kid jump on the bed, punch him in the chest, and you see your son going, Daddy, this is fun, you're gonna go boom and punch him because the Quran say it. You're not gonna say, you know what, I'm not gonna do punch my child in the chest. I'm gonna talk to them.
Okay. Can I answer to that also?
Yeah? To the people that follow religion, yeah. Whatever the religion says that you have to do, if you're a true follower of the religion, then you have to do it. If you don't do it, then you're not the follower of the religion.
But hold on.
Yeah, but I mean, like he just said, Allah got mercy. Yo, I feel him on that. You're gonna have to forgive me, bro. Forgive me, God. Like, I'ma just once a month repent. I ain't follow that.
But
one
it doesn't
thing.
say it.
Hold on.
It doesn't say it.
You're being too literal right now, yo. You're being mad literal.
We know it's hypothetical. We know it's hypothetical. We're not saying it says it.
Listen.
But it doesn't.
Well, Malik, one second, please, brother. Yeah, I'm having this conversation.
Yeah.
I'm having this conversation in the chat, so it makes sense to point out. Obviously, there's two different views on objective morality, i.e., morality that exists outside of God. Obviously, all religious people accept God created everything, so even the concept of morality is something that God created. I accept that that's their position anyway, default position. However, you can accept that there is an objective morality. That means a morality that is separate from God in a sense. God will point you to what is moral. You do not necessarily have to follow God to observe what is moral in the world, right? So it's to say, a Muslim that accepts an objective morality can accept that an atheist can be moral, can accept that someone from a different sect to them or a different understanding of religion and views on God can be moral. There is other people that believe in some kind of random or arbitrary a concept of morality. That is, whatever God says is moral is moral. Morality is what God says. If God says this is good, then this is good. If God wants to change his mind and say this is bad, then this is bad. That kind of thing. This is what Malik is thinking. And the reason that's super dangerous in the world is because what you believe now is everybody that thinks the way you think is moral. And anybody that doesn't think how you think is immoral. And the room for discourse, is very limited now because you're taking from an antiquated book. That is where you're taking your concept of morality from. So it leaves absolutely no space for any kind of discourse for us to achieve essentially, achieve a rational form of morality, morality based on all new information that we have. Because obviously times are changing. Is it rational, irrational to what do you call it? Like, should we embrace transgenderism, whatever, so on and so forth? Like, all these things should be debated and discussed that as and when they come into the public arena for discourse. Yeah, but if you believe that all morals come from whatever your God says and everything your God says is in a book from 1400 years ago, that's dangerous. That is, in my opinion, that is very dangerous, man.
Why start with on any of the past? Remember when man alright?
So, but in the Quran, it doesn't say for your wife to sleep on the floor when she's having a period. Let's make that clear. First of all,
how old are you, bro?
That was the question that she asked me. She said,
"You're young, right?"
She said, "If it's in the Quran," and I said, "Yes." But the thing is, when we look at morality, you will never find immoral stuffs in the Quran. And that's why I'm telling you, you have to give me, that's what I said earlier. I said, you have to give me an error in the Quran. And I told you, hold on. It's either you misinterpret what's in the Quran, and when you have been...
Listen, I'll give you a moral, so just waffling. Right now, you see right now, yeah? You see right now in the world, yeah? Do you think for example, if you and I were to go to where were you? You live in America,
right?
If America took every enemy combatant from what do you call it, from Iraq, yeah, or every enemy combatant from Afghanistan, or every enemy combatant from Vietnam, yeah, brought them back to America and made them work for like 20, 30 years, yeah, do you think that's moral? Do you think that's justified? Do you think that's justice?
Wait, hold on. If America took
every enemy combatant, every insurgent from Vietnam and made them a slave in America and made them earn their freedom 20, 30 years working. All the soldiers that were out there had a little personal slave. If it was a female, they could do whatever they wanted with that slave. Would that be okay? Is that moral?
It depends on the how should I say it? It depends on what kind of policies.
And they could sell them as well. They could be like, "Hey, have you? Oh, what? Your one's got big tits. Let me get your one." Cool.
What? Your one gives your brains, yeah. All right.
So it depends. So it depends on what kind of rules the how they say it, the rule of engagement or whatever. First of all, taking people as slaves.
So man-made laws. So observing man-made laws is moral or immoral. It's not God. It's just man-made thing. Yeah.
For observing man-made law, then you have to.
That's where morality comes from. I'm asking you.
Man-made laws.
You're in trouble now, bro.
So how would you think?
Listen, everyone on the panel, have a good day, you know. Goddess, JJ, you know my stuff. Love talking to you, my brother. Malik, speakers.
Big up. Wait, 2 million check, yeah? When we get that 2 million check, cuz we'll build them holiday homes. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Hotel Somalia and Hotel Jamaica. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Only one condition: you can't visit me in the north of Somaliland.
yeah, close, man, all day, bro.
Don't worry, I got my AK
everywhere, bro.
I'll bring the whole Godless block. I'll bring the whole G block in there.
Yeah, I think bring the whole G block, yeah, and then we're all gonna get shot.
Nah, man, I'll be like, they're rolling with me. But listen, everyone, G Block, you stay blessed. The best live chat show from Speakers Corner. I'm saying that out straight. The rest of you lot there. You get me? Big up the G Block. Jim Jones, let me just finish off with fuck that guy. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. That's anyway, yeah.
We'll talk another day. We'll take another day.
Yeah,
my sister, God bless you. You take care. The smartest American. Start before they start jumping on the plane.
Don't worry, man. Jordan's a devil anyway, man. He's a devil anyway, man. He's a devil anyway, man. He's a devil.
Listen.
He's a dirty devil.
Tell him tell that pussy your team Shakara all day long.
Team Shakara, right?
In a bit, my brother.
You don't know.
I love it.
Hey, Veli, do you remember when the first time you were definitely there? Do you remember when Jordan jumped on and I was chatting to him? Remember about like the white Messiah complex and shit? Remember that?
Yeah.
Like you know, like I see what Khalid is on, but he goes a bit mad with it though, a bit. But yeah, anyway, let's move on.
You need to make a calculated approach rather than a devil attack.
No, but obviously we discussed it with Jordan, and to be fair, I think he's a good brother. Like from how he spoke to us that day, he accepted everything, bro. He didn't deny or argue or try to be you know what I'm saying? He accepted everybody's perception how it could be, because he understands enough about history to know, I can see how some people feel like that. And then he probably even knows why Khalid feels like how Khalid feels, but obviously Khaled's a bit get me, the loose cannon, and he's a bit of a loose cannon.
Yeah, he's rough of it, innit?
But yes, where was we? Malik's crucifixion.
Malik, man. Malik's back, and especially even worse right now. Yeah, we got Rob on the panel from the UK.
Hey, good afternoon. I did hear a Muslim fellow here.
Shirts are gonna get draped up and man.
I did hear a Muslim panelist ask if there's an error in the Quran.
Yes.
Okay, let me just. I can present you with an error.
Rob, he said error. He said, "Give me an example of something being immoral." That's what he said.
Wait, Veli, I just want to. Can I just tell Veli? Fix the title.
Error,
you
immoral.
put Veli. You got to fix the title on the show. You put who instead of how.
Oh yeah. Good
point. My bad.
Yeah, I did see that actually. Well spotted, Melanated. So Malik, let me just ask you: you're looking for something that is immoral, or can I present you with any error?
Error, immoral, anyone.
Anyone. Okay, let me just check in before I go through this, because once I go through this, there won't be any way to hide away from this. So before I do this, let me just check in with you. Do you believe that the Quran is inerrant? Do you know what inerrant means?
No, explain.
Inerrant means that it contains no errors. Inerrant is no errors. Is that your view?
Yeah. Yes.
Good.
No errors.
And do you also believe that if you try to modify the Quran from its straightforward understanding, that is bid'ah and is forbidden? It is not allowed.
When you say modify,
in other words, if it says eat pork and a sheikh comes along and says, sorry, the Quran says don't eat pork, and a sheikh comes along and says you can eat pork, even though they're vegetables and other things, you would agree that that would be going against the Quran. Something straightforward that the Quran prohibits or straightforwardly says, and somebody tries to change it, that's not allowed. You would agree?
Yes, in some form, yes.
Great. Okay, cool. And if I were to present you an error that was irrefutable, what would that mean for you as a Muslim?
Bro, would you want to break his religion?
When you say irrefutable, it's either you haven't seen somebody that could explain it better.
I've got to go, man. Get to it. He's ready, Rob. Just give it to him. Give it to him.
Sorry, Jim Jones, sorry about that, guys. Let me just take over 2 minutes before my brother's in the shower. I'm just waiting. Now, let me explain to you why I don't really like that guy, bro. Because everyone's baffled. Like, they're thinking, yeah, he's a good guy, but I don't know the brother personally. Never spoke to him in Speaker's Corner. I used to just speak to, the crew, Raven, Raspect, and them lot. All of a sudden, I started doing these hangouts. I was jumping on Raspect's thing. These guys got me, M-Stacks, all these great Dunya, Solomon. I'll be honest, they try to kidnap me over incident where, when the Nation of Islam came to the park last time. I was listening. And then
Khalid, we were busy talking. Khalid, we were just talking. Are you talking about the same thing, or are you going on to something else?
No, brother. Just give me 2 seconds, Speaker's Corner UK, and I'm going to log off for you. Then you can take over. Just waiting for the shower, my brother. Just 2 minutes. Yeah, I just wanted to explain why everyone's thinking, so the brother kept putting me on these little hangouts, asking me about Shaka Ra. I see you videos with Shaka Ra, I see you Nation, and I was like, raw. So him and his little white Muslim friend, obviously, all of a sudden they get this white privileged Muslim thing. Oh wow, it's right. And I'm looking at the brother, I'm like, really, you're a munafiq, like in in Arabic that means you're something different. That's when I clocked it, them ones. So I'm gonna let the brother answer. He's a bitch. He's probably listening to this. So them ones, Jim Jones. That's why I felt like you keep putting me in the hangouts with these terrorist motherfuckers that I don't even like. nationalist, and then just to prove something. And I was like, okay, brother.
Hey, can you
Like,
do me one favor? Look, do me one favor. If
sorry,
you ever
bro,
get a chance to speak to him, just ask him whatever question without insulting each other. Ask him whatever you want to ask him that clarifies whatever position you think makes him a monarchic or makes him a terrorist, whatever. And then,
no,
and then, and
I wouldn't even call the brother terrorist. What I just don't get is his passionate hate for Shaka Ra. Like me and Shaka Ra, obviously we jumped in videos this whole summer.
I don't think it's like that. Honestly, I'm not trying to get in the middle of whatever, but I'd actually think it's like that. But if the only way you can know for sure is if you deal with the brother straight up, innit? And if he don't want to talk to you, then
to the brother, Jim Jones. I spoke to the brother. I'm like, yo, what going with you? Like with me, I don't do this online thing. I spoke to him face to face. Imagine I'm with a bag of Somalis just before, like, you know, Marble Arch, just before you get to Speaker's Corner, before you cross that road. The pair of us praying, we come out, we caught him, the guy weren't praying. So man's like, hey, bro, what's your problem? You started waffling. Oh, no, Then the next minute, I'm like, raw, this you keeps mentioning my name. Like, I'm not here for that war to fight guys. And just because you see me with a couple of black brothers that might be Nation of Islam, might be Afro spiritualist, Jim Jones, that Veli, they don't believe in God. Just because I'm in a show or I'm doing something with them, I put my religion to a side. You get where I'm coming from? Where we're talking about black betterment, community betterment. So I felt like that. Then I started looking at this brother's videos. He's always, black people, rare, this. So I clocked he's just a racist what became a Muslim. That's why. And that's what I think. He's so obsessed about Shaka Ra. Like, that's what, you know, with me, like the man says, yeah, I'm a bit of a loose cannon. I say what I gotta say. I'm from Tottenham, like, we just say it how it is, innit, yeah? Ask Mac, innit, yeah? So I'm thinking, well, I don't know you. I don't chat to you, brother. You know them ones, Jim Jones. I don't get involved in your business. You keep putting me on hangouts. I've never spoke. Wallahi, I never spoke to this guy not once in Speaker's Corner. Except for the time we pulled him up, a couple of my Somali brothers. You should see the way the youth was waffling. Man, looked at the guy, I spoke to him again. I was like, yo, bro, don't get me involved in your little internet sort of, oh, sorry, we should do a video on internet together. I was like, bro, not safe, innit? So I kept it with Shaka and them man there. Obviously, Jim Jones, you see me when I'm doing videos. I only talk to like Dan Juma and a couple of brothers. I don't really engage with a couple of people, innit? So I felt like his little Muslim friend, when the Nation of Islam guy was talking, I was just about to ask him about Malcolm X. I don't rate you, man, about Malcolm X. These times, Ralph and his far rights were like, fuck Islam, Tony Robinson. So I went to go challenge them guys. His white friend come up to me, like, what? You're with Shaka? I'm white Muslim. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you are. Like, you're white and you're Muslim now, what? What are you supposed to get a G-pass? I'm supposed to give you a G-pass now. You get where I'm coming from? So anyway,
so what's that word, Khalid? The Manafa? What does that mean again?
It means, like, to me, it means a hypocrite. But to me, in my sort of language, in the Somali way of saying it, it means like a bad-minded person. You get where I'm coming from? You're bad-minded. Like, if we're talking the Somali way, in Arabic, it means like you're a hypocrite. Like hypocrite. It's a big word. It's something nasty to call another Muslim, but
so it means you're like an enemy of the thing, or like you're against it or something.
Yeah, I don't like it. But where is Jim Jones? See, in my language in Somali, it's mixed with Arab, but we have our own sort of ways of saying things. You get where I'm coming from, Jim Jones?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just, Kushan says it.
No, you know how broken French is, like, you know, Creole, broken French and all of that, where some words in French means something else, but in Creole, it means a whole different French thing, innit?
Hey, Khalid, you have you heard what the challenge is, yeah? The challenge from Malik was find me one erroneous, find me one error or example of immorality in the Quran, and Speaker's Corner UK feels like he's fit for the he's up for the challenge.
Right, I'm gonna leave anyway. I'm jumping in the shower. You have your arguments again. I wanted to clarify. Fuck that. You don't have a blessed day. Because in the UK, you go ahead.
All righty, cool. Okay, Malik, are you there? I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to share with you something. And let's see if we can. Let's see if we can reason together, right? Because we can both reason, and hopefully you can add basic numbers, right?
Right.
Ready? Okay, cool. Let's go for it. You can look this up in your own Quran if you like, no problem at all.
click share the screen, yeah, because I can let it be on the screen on there.
Yeah.
So if you share your
Can you
screen,
see it?
then I can present it.
Can you see it there?
Hey, can I just give a quick disclaimer, Rob? Whatever you show him, he's not going to accept it. Carry on.
That's no problem. Be irrational, that's fine, but it's for the viewers as well. And my contention is this is irrefutable. In other words, there's nothing that you can say that any rational, critical thinking person can use to overcome this error. So let's read this together, shall we? This is Surah 4:11 and 4:12, and it refers to inheritance. What happens when a man dies and has to leave his estate, i.e. what he owns, to certain people, his family. So let's read here. This talks about various people getting very highlighted the important bits. You can read the entire thing if you like, but here's the important bits. And I will also confirm for you that it's not me cherry picking or anything like this. This is accepted in the tafsirs, and also the Islamic calculators use this. So by all means, go and do your research. There's no way around this. So let me explain it to you. Here's the important parts. When a man dies, if you have only daughters, 2 or more, share is 2/3. So if you have 2 or 3 daughters and no sons, the share of the inheritance is 2/3. If you have parents, you have a mother and father, 1/6 of the share of the inheritance to each if the deceased left children. So right, he left children, there's 3 daughters, he has a mother and a father, so they each get 1/6. Now if we do quick mathematics there, maybe you can help me with this, Malik. If you have 2/3 plus 1/6 plus 1/6, what does that give you? Do you know?
A whole.
Yes, it gives you 1, right? Because it's 2/3 plus 1/6 and 1/6. 2/6 equals 1/3. 1/3 plus 2/3 gives you 1, correct?
So his wife don't get nothing? What the hell?
We're getting to that.
Rob,
We're getting
I
to
think
that.
I'm going to have to advocate for him here, you know.
Okay, just let me finish it. Before you jump in, let me finish it. And then you can try whatever you like to try and get around this. So there we already have the entire inheritance that has been allocated. But now if we look in Surah 4:12, it says, in what your wives leave, i.e. what you leave for your wives, and you can read through the whole thing, but the important thing is that if you leave it, if they have a child as well, obviously, if he dies and you leave a child, i.e. the man dies and leaves a child, they get 1/8. And this is ordained by Allah, and Allah is all-knowing and most forbearing. So what the problem we now have, Malik, for you and every Muslim on planet Earth to try and reconcile, is that we now have effectively 9/8. We now have a man he's been instructed by your supposedly God-written Quran to give away more of the inheritance than he actually has. Is this possible in reality?
First of all, when you talk about I'm not gonna tell you I know everything or how to the answers to every question in the Quran or how to interpret it.
Are you gonna answer this question? Because if not,
can I answer it? Can I answer it?
My answer to you is when you look at the situation of people dying, men dying, leaving behind properties. You have a man dying with no wife, man dying with 2 wives, men dying with 10 wives.
You're finished. All right, Halima, you go next quickly. You get out. Go on.
I need to go.
Men dying.
Listen to me. Do you know about the woman's inheritance? Why the woman gets paid less is because the man in the house, he has to be.
You don't even know what the question is. Hey, Rob, appreciating and depreciating values. The argument that was James
No, Halima, you're missing it. You missed it. Yeah, he's talking about the fractions, and that the fractions contradict one another. So if you're going to respond, you need to respond why the fractions
of inheritance money.
Yeah, you don't just relax.
No, the fractions not of the money. It's fractions of the people that is divided. So on one example, it was the children and the parents of the deceased man, and the wife wasn't included.
That's complicated one, isn't it?
Just relax.
Yeah.
For 1 second. One second. Rob, you heard what the answer
has
is.
Rob asked any scholar in Islam this question?
Just relax for a minute. Just wait.
Ordinary Muslim. The ordinary Muslim feel inadequate about their
Insist on chatting shit. Just relax. Rob, Can you hear me? Yeah. I think the
I can hear you,
argument
sir.
is the counter argument that's been made. So I'm not going to speak to any tafsirs because obviously a lot of the people that give them
Are you a Muslim, by the way? Sorry, just to check.
I'm not. Of course
No,
not. I'm an
James,
atheist.
nobody.
Cool. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I'm just going to have at it. The argument that
Go
they've
for it,
made
buddy.
is percentages of or fractions of the fraction. You know where I'm going with this, right?
No,
So
no,
I
you
can say
go ahead.
if the initial thing was 1/6, right? It could be a fraction of that fraction.
No, it doesn't. If you read it clearly, and by the way,
Hold on. The last one is contingent upon, I think, having a child or having something to do with the wife, right? So if we remove that contingency, it still accounts for the whole. However, if that were to occur, if that instance were to occur, then it would be a fraction of one of the fractions.
No, that's not. That is better. Now you're modifying the Quran, and in fact, I'm showing you on the screen now what the Islamic calculator does, and they do the same, by the way. But you can see there where it's highlighted, that it says, and this is an Islamic calculator, right? The total shares exceed 100%, and they say there clearly, shares need to be reduced proportionally. Use Rule 18, which is something called a wal. So basically, in order for this to make sense in this scenario, because remember the scenario is a man dies, he leaves 2 or 3 daughters, let's say 3, doesn't matter, or 2. He leaves a father, a mother, and a wife. When you follow Surah 411 and 412, it adds up to more than 100%. And I think all rational people will agree that it is impossible to give away more than you own. So if that being the case, the only way you can make sense of this is to modify the Quran and say, hang on, there is an error here, and we need to change the sums, which is exactly what Muslims do.
What Muslims do.
Or you could follow it. You could follow it. What's the word? You could follow it like sequentially. And listen, I'm not Muslim. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Okay, so why didn't you let Muslims?
Sorry, go on. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Go on.
So
I need
James,
to go.
not James, sorry, Rob. So this question that you've got, do you think you should be asking somebody that's actually studied the Quran instead of just
I have tried that with many Muslims. Yeah, and none of them can answer. It's irrefutable, Halima. It's irrefutable.
Who have you asked that's in these live streams that studied the Quran?
Muhammad Hijab, Omar Amir, a number of other Muslims on Discord that consider them experts. I've asked many people on this, but it doesn't matter how many people. Halima, all we need to do, is use our rationality. Can we do that together?
No, we can't. What was their answer?
Then I can't have a discussion. If you can't use your rationality,
we can't
have a rational discussion, right?
Rob, we've had conversations that have been, quite disturbing on the surface.
Are you going to address this, or are you going to?
Yeah, so I'm just telling you. I'm just trying to look at where you're coming from.
I'm coming from an idea of I'm reading the Quran and I'm coming across an error that is irrefutable, given that this is an inerrant book. And any change is forbidden.
Unless you've got something, a solid one yourself, like something that's not been, you have to have something better than the Quran. How can there's an argument in there?
So, Halima, do you have an answer for the question?
No, I don't actually, because I'm not learned in the.
Nobody does. Don't worry, you're not alone.
Are you learning in maths? Do you understand maths?
What's got to do with the Quran? Because you haven't got me. Hey, PK.
Let's not argue, guys. Let's not argue.
I got to go. Yeah, I'll come back again soon. All right, take care.
Yeah. You're literally caught or retarded. Like
you know what? You're full retarded. Yeah.
Let's let Malik respond to this. Malik, you've seen the argument. You've seen the numbers. Firstly, hopefully you agree that the Quran does what's called oversubscribe, i.e., subscribe more than what's left. And so there are others, but all of the solutions that want to make this rational have to modify what the Quran says. It is impossible for them not to. Otherwise, you've got to accept that Allah is commanding the estate of a man to be given away more than what is available, which is impossible.
And you think that is going to be the interpretation of what it means in the Quran, right?
Hold on. Hey, Scattered's got an answer from the chat, and I literally am going to leave in a minute, so let me try to put it out there. An individual leaves 24 units. His widow shall receive 3 units, 1/8, and the parent 4 units, 1/6 each. Yeah, 1/6 each. From the 13 units left, daughter shall be eligible to get 2/3 and the 1/3 can either be willed or a close relative can also be appointed for the purpose.
Yeah, that's bid'ah. So he's modifying the Quran. So we can ignore that. That's not what the Quran says. So if he wants to change the Quran, he's welcome to do that. But that is not permitted.
One second. So actually, the real point you're trying to make is, because forget bid'ah for a moment. Forget innovation.
No, bid'ah is very important because otherwise they can go and change the Quran, right?
You're saying that each Quran is identical, and you're saying that if anybody has either A, different interpretation, or B, a translation which makes what you consider to be the bid'ah or the modification, then you won't accept it.
You know what the beauty of this is, James? The beauty of this is they cannot use Arabic. They can't use all their apologetic tactics. This is immune to all the apologetics tactics. That's why this is so incredibly good, is because it's immune to all of this sort of stuff. They cannot get away with saying, hey, you've got to read in another language. It's not in the Quran. This is purely adding together what the pure numbers. And there's no amount of slippery slopery that can get around this.
No, but if the concept of a whole isn't put forth, i.e., fractions of a whole, then one could argue a fraction of a fraction, depending on how the Arabic in it, like, because we speak English, right? If somebody said 1/6, so you could take 1/6, you could take whatever, and then from the entire portions, I was to say, and then you could take a further 1/8, right? If I described it as from the whole, then clearly that was impossible. If I described it from a third, right? If I said from one of the 1/3, you could take a 1/8, that would make sense. If we just saw just the numbers, maybe we could make our own inference, and then we could come up to.
The thing is, we don't have to make our own inference because the Quran is clear on how you are to distribute your inheritance. So all of these sort of things of going, hey, I'm going to redefine it, or maybe we can read it this way. No, you can't. And the scholars agree, the tafsirs agree. So there is no slippery slope to get out of this. The only thing you can do is go and modify those numbers, which is in fact what some Muslims. But that is, of course, not permitted. Otherwise, you're changing God's word.
You and I speak English, right? So we can only ever appreciate it through an English translation. But as in to say, the cold hard facts remain that there is a scenario in which. There's probably multiple. That was only the first one that came to mind. There are multiple scenarios in which you could reconcile.
No, my friend, there's none. There is nothing you can do that will still make this acceptable. If you're going to read the verses and accept that it's inerrant and that you can't change it, there is no apologetics that works here. That's why this is a knockdown error in the Quran. I know Muslims won't accept it. Their minds will find some way to avoid dealing with it, or they'll just forget about it, or they'll ad hominem, or they'll do something. Or hijab, for example. Muhammad Hijab tried to explain this away. He made a big mess of it by trying to explain it in his video, and he didn't actually explain it. He poisoned the well and then tried to say, well, hey, under certain circumstances, the Quran undersubscribes, i.e. it tells you that if a man dies, there's certain circumstances where you give away less than your entire inheritance. And therefore, it's okay that you can give away more. I mean, this is kind of certain Muslims' logic. I don't want to say all Muslims because I'm not going to label them all together. But this is the sort of apology gymnastics that goes on here. There's no way around this.
Why is that?
But I'm happy for Malik to go and read it himself.
No, but can I ask a question here? If a man dies and he has sisters and daughters and a parents, yeah, for example, yeah. If a man dies but he doesn't have a wife, yeah, then as far as you're concerned, there is no issue. Correct?
Sorry, what?
I'm saying because I can't remember exactly. I'm not familiar.
Wait. Hold on. Listen, I've got to jump off now, yeah, because I need to run into a flat quickly, yeah. But do you need to share any more screens, Rob?
No, we'll leave it now, Val. I was just going to bring up the verses again, but everybody can go read it themselves. It's fine.
All right, so I'm going to leave these on chatting, and then I'll jump back on in about half hour or so.
All right, I'm back there on night, really.
So Malik, what's your thoughts? You've had some attempted help from other people. Have you got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, the only thing that I would tell you is, like I said, it's either you're getting the whole context wrong, but the main thing that I would tell you is if you take this verse to court, in actual reality, trust me, the court itself will be able to solve the problem.
Oh, bro.
Yeah. James, you seem to be an advocate. Are you playing advocate, or are you kind of on the Muslim
Yeah,
side because you're trying to fight hard for their case?
He's not Muslim.
I know.
He's not.
But he's very keen to jump in every moment he gets.
No, because I'm about to fuck off. Because I'm about to fuck off. I just want to see if I can get my head around it. Because to be honest, I'm with you, Rob. Yeah, I don't believe this is a perfect book, but I believe it's not definitive enough as far as I'm concerned. I'm not a mathematician, so maybe that's why I'm probably averse to it. But what I'm interested in is if the man doesn't have the wife, yeah, then as far just help me out, just quickly, step by step. If the man doesn't have the wife, it's the story it checks out, yeah.
Correct. So this is only an error under certain circumstances, but one would expect God in his all-knowingness, apparently, to know of all of these things. So I'm not claiming this is an error under all circumstances. And I was very clear when I brought up the screenshot that this happens under certain circumstances. But if there's any circumstance in which this happens and it's an error, then that satisfies the criteria for finding an error.
But the proportional depreciation, the reason you don't accept that is because you consider it to be bid'ah. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
No. Better would be if they modified what these two verses clearly say. So if a Muslim comes along and says, no, which is what I put on screen. That's one apologetic, is to say, hey, let's reduce all the portion sizes equally to make it back down to 1, right? Because they recognize you can't go over 1. So if you're a rational person, you agree you can't go over 1. Except for hijab, who wants to say it's okay to oversubscribe because the Quran allows you to undersubscribe. That's like a non sequitur, right? That's an error in thinking, of which he's guilty quite a lot. So you can't go that route, right? So if you're going to try and be a rational human being, you go, okay, how do we make this add up to 1? And the only way you can do it is to reduce the portion size, because it's clear with this number of family members, the Quran is telling you to give away more than what you own, which is impossible.
Right. But this is what I'm trying to say.
Rob, can you put it? Rob,
I know, I'm out. Big up, Rob. Big up, everyone.
All right, James. Take it easy, buddy.
Rob, can you put up the screenshot of the calculations when you talk about proportions of inheritance?
I can't. I'll give you a link to it. I can't because I can't screen share.
The first thing I want him to do is take this verse and take your interpretation or whatever.
You can't
take it to court. Take it to any court and see if you don't get an answer to it. Before you come back to a Muslim society or whatever a Muslim says, take it to court and see if they don't have a reconciliation for your question.
I know
I'm telling you, it's either you get a wrong interpretation or you're getting the old interpretation out of context. There's no error in the Quran and there's no immoral guide whatever in the Quran.
Yeah, there we go. Obviously, that's at least certain Muslim mindsets. The Quran cannot be wrong, so anything you bring, there must be a mistake. And I'm telling you, there is a mistake. It's in the Quran, and you're saying no, the Quran must be perfect.
It is not a mistake.
So we've got
it
to
is
find
your
a way
misinterpretation of it. Anybody
That's
can have a
with minds that are taught what to think.
Take it to court.
Rob, I have one question.
Speak quiet. Take it to court and see what the court says.
And be quiet, please. Can I ask James? Can I ask Rob one question and then be quiet? Listen to you all. Rob, please put that link in the chat.
Sure, hang on a second.
If you will.
Calculator, so you can go do the calculations yourself. Yes?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So remember, I'll tell you what to put in there because you've got to put in the certain numbers, right? It works with certain numbers. I'm going to put it, I don't know if it allows the chat. I'll put it in our private chat. Can I put it in the main chat? I'm not sure if I can. Can I make a comment there? I see it in the back chat there, Eric. Eric,
okay,
are you there?
All right.
Have a look in the back chat. Can you see the link there?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, thanks.
I'm not sure if Vela lets me put links in. Let me just see if...
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me just see if there's a way to put it into the chat for other people who are watching. If you've never heard of this, this will be
okay.
Able to hear. So let me just post it there. Can people see that link? Is it coming up on the screen? And I think Streamlabs forbids the link, right? So the best way to do this, if you're interested in doing this yourself, don't take my word for it, is you just go and type in Islamic calculator into Google, and you'll get one that says inheritance-ilm ilmsummit.org. There's the inheritance calculator I used. I mean, you can use other ones, but that's the one that I used. And that will, as long as you put in the correct numbers, that's the important thing. Because you can put any numbers in and say, look, it adds up to 100%. But if you put in the numbers that I showed you, then you'll see that it doesn't. And I think Malik's defense is, and by the way, that's like a hand-waving defense I've heard from other Muslims as well. Hey, there must be some answer to this because the Quran can't be wrong. And I'm encouraging people to think and to read here. And as soon as certain Muslims, not all, I want to be clear, I'm not saying all Muslims, as soon as certain Muslims are asked to think, they just hand-wave it away and say, we must have an answer for this. And obviously that's intellectually lazy. But if that's what you want to be, that's okay, right? I can't stop you doing that, but I am asking you to think critically, read along with me, do your own calculations, and come to your own honest conclusion.
Honest conclusion. We have Islamic courts and we have non-Islamic courts. No matter how you take it to these two courts, they will have a reconciliation for your question. That's my point. It is not no error. It's you misinterpreting or you don't understand what the verse says.
There we go. Of course it is.
It was never for 1,400 years. People have been dying and leaving properties in every way or form. People have 20 wives, 5 kids, no kid, 10 wives, and a whole bunch of stuff, and they leave inheritance, and nobody never had a problem with it. So if you have a problem with it, it's either you don't understand the verse, or either you take it to an Islamic or non-Islamic court and see if they both don't have a same answer to your question. It's definitely going to be same calculation and same answer because the court, they don't misjudge people, right? They go by the law.
Of course, courts misjudge people. They're human beings. They're fallible.
I'm talking about they go by the law. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If there's a reconciliation, they tell you. Sometimes they tell you, all right, boom, I'll slash your ticket, go pay such, such and such.
None of that's relevant. What you're saying now is not relevant. Okay.
It is relevant. It is relevant.
The reason I asked you specific questions before we got started is to avoid you trying to escape with all of these sort of things. I asked
I'm not
you,
trying to escape it. Like I told you,
you said yes. I asked you,
listen,
what happens?
I don't know every question you ask me. I might not have a specific answer to it. I'm not saying I know everything in the Quran or whatnot. But my point is, for 1,400 years, you've been having situations like that even before, and they've been having reconciliation to the verse. So how would you tell me that it's an error? Take it to a non-Muslim court.
Hey Rob, is there any way that you can re-show that screenshot that you showed with the calculations for for inheritance? That screenshot where you showed the.
Yeah, I can't share it because only Valley can do the share screen. So, but what I can tell you, if you've got that link up, right, and you're looking at it where you put the numbers in, I'll tell you where to put the numbers in, and then you'll come to the same result, right? Have you got that link up where it says Islamic inheritance calculator?
Yes, I do. Okay, all right, go ahead now.
Okay, so where it says wives, cool. So where it says wives, put in 1.
Yeah.
Put in where it says daughters, put in 2.
Okay. All right.
Put in 1 under father and 1 under mother.
Wait. One for wives, 2 for daughters. Yeah.
1 for father,
1 for
1
wives,
for mother.
2 for daughters, 1 for father, 1 for mother. Okay. 1 for father. Okay, 1 for mother. All right. And then discuss calculate inheritance, right?
Yep.
All right.
What is the very last line that it says to you? What does the last line say to you?
No, right here I'm looking at I'm looking at Islamic inheritance calculator, okay? And it says shares by category, relative category, share fraction, share percentage. All right. Now it says the wife, right? 1/9. Okay. Now every other percentage is in 27ths, right? 8 27ths, 16 27ths, right? 3/9 is what? Is 3 27ths, is it not?
Yep.
Okay.
No, 3 9s.
No. It says 1/9.
Be 9 27ths.
No. It says 1/9 here. It says 1/9 here.
Okay, stop there. But Eric, before you say anything else, it says 1/9 there. What does the Quran say? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm looking here at the calculations here,
Yeah.
what I see before me. I'm looking at the
Okay,
numbers
but what
here.
I'm saying to you, Eric, is that those calculations differ from the Quran. The Quran specifically says that you leave a wife. If you have a wife and you have children, you leave the wife 1/8. So now the question is, Eric,
Or you leave
do we
long-
go with what the
Oh, it
Quran
says
says
leave
of
the wife
1/8, or do we go with what this
1/8.
calculator says, which is 1/9?
Okay, yeah,
You
yeah,
broke
okay, I
up
see.
there.
Wife, yeah.
Yep.
Wife is prescribed
So the-
share of 1/8. No, it
Correct.
doesn't. It doesn't reconcile.
No,
By
it doesn't.
by mathematical calculation, it doesn't. No, it doesn't reconcile to 1. It doesn't.
Correct. So in
I agree
order
with you
for it
on
to
that.
reconcile, and the calculator says it itself, total shares have exceeded 100%, so the shares need to be reduced proportionally, and they go with some rule 18 in this case, which is called a wal. And a wal basically says, when the total is more than 1, all shares should be reduced proportionally so that the total shares is 1. In the case of a wal and in the presence of grandfather, sisters will be removed. Grandfather and sisters will then divide the ratio 2-1. And in brackets, amusingly enough, it says disturbing case. It certainly is a disturbing case.
What's the common denomination? What's the common denominator for the calculations for inheritance in the Quran or by Islamic rule? What's the common denominator here? The common denominator is 27, right? What's the common denominator in this other calculation where you have 1/8?
Eights, yeah. So if you divide it by 8s, you'd get 8/8. Again, you'd have to change the sixths, right? But ultimately, because you're adding in the wife, it becomes 9/8 instead of 8/8 because, or it was originally before the wife in sixths, right? Parents each get a sixth, and the daughters get 2/3 or 4/6 if you make it even. If you remember from your days of doing fractions, you've got to make it a common denominator, i.e. the bottom number needs to be the same, right?
That's why I was asking, what is the common denominator?
Well, the common denominator would have been a sixth, right? But because you've now added the wife and the wife gets an 8th, you now have to make it an 8th. But you already have, 6/6, so you're now adding an 8th. So what you now have to do is say, okay, hang on a moment, we've got to make the common denominator the biggest number, which is an 8th. So if you do that, it turns out that you now have 9/8, which is impossible.
Yeah, because because here it says the wife gets the prescribed share of 1/8, rule 2, bravo. Then it says the daughter gets the prescribed share of 2/3, rule 3, bravo. Then it says the mother gets prescribed share 1/6, rule 6, bravo. Okay, I see it now. I see it here. All right. Wow. That's
You see, and that's why I was very careful, Eric.
Yes, strange calculation.
Yes, you're telling me, right? That's why I'm very careful to ask Muslims a couple of questions, right? One, do they believe the book is inerrant? I've only ever heard one Muslim say no, they think that Quran can have errors. I'm not sure that they understand or have read the Quran. So I've only ever had the response once, but virtually every other Muslim says it is inerrant. In other words, there are no errors. And then I asked the second question, which is the important one: can you modify the Quran? And the answer from every Muslim would be no, because that means they're reading the word of God. So you can't modify it, right? So whatever the Quran says, we have to go with. Now, Malik and a couple of other Muslims that have tried to go his route have said, no, there is this jurisprudence out there, right? And we just leave it to the scholars. No, we don't just leave it to the scholars. This is God's word, right? And if for the scholars to make a pronouncement on this, like this calculator, they have to go and change these verses. And that is not permitted. Now, most Muslims have never heard about this. They just presume, as Malik does, that the Quran is correct and there must be some other error. But in fact, if you look at it honestly, there is no way around this, right? And that's why somebody like Hijab will try and poison the well. He says, in his video, right? I've watched his video. He goes, this is not really a problem. So this is a weak problem. Right? So already he's trying to put into the minds of gullible Muslims that, hey, this is not a problem to concern yourself with. But as I've laid it out here, now any critical thinking person, whether you're Muslim or not, can go work this out for themselves. And they will see, as you have, Eric, that in fact it adds up to more than 1 or more than 100%, which is impossible. So we've got to be careful what Muslims shout loudly and say, hey, provide me with an error, and I provide this. And if they're honest enough, I've actually had a Muslim who said to me, in a sense, which was interesting, he said to me, yeah, I can't refute this. What you're saying is correct, but I'm still a Muslim. And I said to him, okay. And I asked him the same questions, right? That's why the other question I asked Malik, which he didn't really answer, he was a bit cautious, right, was, what would this mean to you if there was an error in the... Who's honest about this will immediately say, well, if there's an error, I couldn't be a Muslim. But many times when I've asked Muslims, and I've asked maybe 50 Muslims gone through this with them, they will hedge their bets. They don't want to say, which is the honest answer, right? Straight up, hey, if you provide me with an error, I would stop being a Muslim. That's what they should say. But like Malik, he'll dance around, hey, there can't be an error, so he won't answer directly. But once I provide
listen, I said it. Once you find an error, I will stop being a Muslim, and that's my word. And I'm telling you, we have 4,100 years from the time when the Quran was revealed, right? And then we have the same examples of this situation that you're talking about. And people die every day from 1,400 years. Are you going to tell me if it was an error, they wouldn't be making mistakes in the sharing of the inheritance? That's why I told you, you have men who had 10 wives, he had properties, they shared it. 20 wives, they shared it. 1 kid, they shared it. No problem. So how would you tell me now that, oh, the text say this and then people is doing this? And I'm telling you, it's either you taking it out of context or you don't understand what the interpretation means.
Yeah, none of those excuses work there, because I'm not taking it out of context. I'm reading the exact thing, and these are numbers, and they apply to an inheritance. So we can dismiss your context objection.
So how have people been sharing their properties?
I'll tell you how they've been doing it, Malik. I will tell you how they've been doing it. They've been doing it exactly like this Islamic calculator and other methods like this, where they reduce the portion sizes and say, hey, this is a scholar's ruling on this, and they then reduce the portion sizes, which is not in alignment with the Quran. That's how they've been doing it for the last 1,000+ years. Because if they followed the Quran, it would be impossible. So to avoid following the Quran, they have to do what the Islamic inheritance calculator does, which is modify the numbers. That's what they've been doing for thousands of years. So now you know what's been going on. But please go away. I'm not expecting you to change your mind now. Probably not actually expecting you to change your mind ever. But if you are honest and sincere and you're a critical thinker, you go away and think about this. Pretend you were a Christian. Pretend you're an atheist or a Buddhist, and you look at this, you read this. Go and look at every single response you can get and keep in your mind a couple of things. One, the claim is that the book is inerrant. Number two, you cannot change. Those two things are not permitted to be done if you're an honest Muslim. And if those are not permitted to be done, and any scholar says to you, hey, like this Islamic calculator, you've got to change the numbers, you immediately dismiss them. And then if you can still come up with an answer, please come back and tell me.
But I just told you the answer. First of all, you have to go to a court and present your case and see if there's no reconciliation for your case. Either a Muslim court or a non-Muslim court, and then see what they say. Did you ever try that?
I haven't been to a court. I've spoken to Muslims, and I've used my own reasoning and our ability to add mathematics. And a court will do exactly, Malik, a court will do exactly what the Islamic calculator has done and reduce the portion sizes. And they will forgetfully or purposely ignore the fact this book is supposed to be inerrant, and you are not allowed to make change the numbers or the book. There is no way around it. That's why this is such a devastating error in the Quran. It's not subject to, hey, you don't understand Arabic. Hey, there's a different interpretation. Hey, speak to the scholars. None of that works. I know all of the errors, or no, I would say that that's being a bit. I know a number of errors in the Quran that Muslims have got some sort of answer, which isn't sufficient to me, but might be to some Muslims because they already believe it.
It will always be
one
to you.
There's no getting around it.
It will always be insufficient to you because you don't understand it, and then those who's been interpreting the verse. That's why I told you, even the non-Muslim, you don't have to go to a Muslim court. Go to a non-Muslim court, present this case, and see if they don't have an answer to it. They are not Muslim. They are not going to be biased about it.
I've even spoken to non-Muslims as well who have tried to reconcile this. They can't reconcile this.
Go to a court. First of all, take it to a court, present it like it was a real case, and then see what the judge say.
And if a judge says that it's different from the Quran, would you become a non-Muslim?
I wouldn't, because it's either they get it correct or don't get it correct. But 9 out of 10 times, I'm telling you, they will get it correct. Because now it's now, of course, now it's a system of you getting it incorrectly and I'm getting it correctly. That's the verses. So I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times they will get it correctly.
And the 1 out of 10 when they don't? That's all I need. Out of 10,
It's
1 out of 1 million.
It's because they either don't understand it or they just don't get it correct. That's it.
Yeah, so it's got to be a human fault. It can't be a fault with the Quran. That's your presupposition, yes?
Yes.
There you go. And that blinds you to thinking critically, unfortunately. And you're not the only Muslim, by the way. Like I say, I've tried this with tens of Muslims, probably as many as 50 Muslims I've tried this with already. And I've gone through this like I have with you. I've walked through this step by step. I've encouraged them to go away and think for themselves. And it's just fascinating because I don't really expect you to change your mind or accept this, even though it's straightforwardly obvious to anybody who, you know, opens their mind and reads what it is. But it is for the people who are watching. I think for me, it's the viewers, the people who can go away and if there's honest Muslims who are quietly watching this, they might not speak up, but if they're quietly watching or they want to go, hang on a moment, let me question what I've been told my whole life to see whether that's the case, instead of being told what to think and just believing it, then this will make sense and you couldn't still claim there's no error. But I appreciate you might not be that person. That's fine.
That's okay. Like I said, I might not have the whole answer to your question, but what I definitely know is if you seek the answer, you will definitely get the answer.
I have looked for the answer, and the answer is that this is an error.
It's not an error.
I've looked at all the responses you can give, and that's why I ask you very specific questions before we start to ensure that we're on the same page. If you were a Muslim who said, hey, maybe there's an error in the Quran or bid'ah is okay, then you wouldn't accept this as an error. But if you don't accept those two things, as far as I can tell, you should not do that, any Muslim, then you haven't got a way out of this. You've got to accept that it's an error if you are logical.
That's why I'm telling you, people die every day living inheritance, and nobody has ever came presenting that, look, my father had one, and this is over one, or this is below one, or whatnot. I didn't get my fair share of inheritance. Nobody.
The fact that people have shared their inheritance contrary to the Quran doesn't make it the fact that there isn't an error, my friend. Those two things don't logically add up. It's called a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. Over 1,000 years, people have been doing something that is in conflict with the Quran under these circumstances. That doesn't mean that they haven't been doing something wrong. So there's again an error in your thinking process there. You're suggesting that because it's happened so for 1,000 years, therefore they've got an answer to this. Yes, I've given you a different answer, but it's different from the Quran. So now the question is, if you are an honest Muslim, do I take the scholar's ruling or do I take the Quran's explanation? And the two are not the same. What do you do when a scholar and the Quran straightforwardly have different answers? And this isn't about interpretation. That's why this is so beautiful. This is numbers. There's no telling me, hey, you've got to understand Arabic. That works. That's why this is so good. It is invulnerable to your apologetics. So you have to reconcile. What do? Do I give the wife 1/9 as this Islamic calculator says, or do I give the wife 1/8 as the Quran says? You have to choose one. Or you can just ignore it, of course. But if you're going to be an honest, critically thinking Muslim, you've got to make up your mind.
Right. So I wouldn't like to go back and forth with it, but I will look into it. But I'm definitely sure people have been dying and leaving inheritance, and people have been sharing it equally according to the Quran. Nobody has ever came to say, oh, I had bigger than my share or I had lesser than my share. And then if you take it to court,
how do you know that, Malik? How do you know that? Have you polled the people over the last 1,000 years? Because it could be in fact that people have recognized this error and just been told by the scholars to keep it quiet or to do whatever they've been told.
It's only if they get it wrong or they are doing injustice. Because you have people who would not even give you nothing out of the inheritance. They just take everything.
Yeah, but like yourself, right? You and many other Muslims just defer to the scholars. You don't try to think about this yourself. You say, hey, I don't know what this is. Let somebody else work this out. And you just blindly go with it. But now I'm presenting you with something that's requiring you to think and to work this out yourself. And I appreciate you might not do it live, but if you go away and think about it, and then you come back, give me your best answer. But remember, you can't modify the Quran, and the Quran contains no errors. If you give me those two and you come back with an answer that does not 100%, I will retract this and I'll never mention this again.
All right. So like I said, I would look into it because I never really thought about it. I will look into it. And I swear by everything that I love, if this is an error, I will stop being a Muslim. But 9 out of 10 times, like I said, it's you misinterpreting or you don't understand how to reconcile the verse. That's always the case. It's just like in the Bible when it says God says don't kill. It doesn't say you can protect yourself. It just says don't kill. So if we take it literal, don't thou should not kill, that means no matter what happened to you, you don't kill. But it's not the case.
Yeah, the fact that the Quran has got some contradiction is about kill, don't kill. It's not a reflection on this particular verse, right? So you bringing up something else that
it
you
is.
think is related.
It is because the same way it's the same way people like you will say the verse says don't kill. That's it. Even though somebody killed your whole family or what? Hold on. Even though somebody kills in an unjust way, don't kill them back. People like you, that's all they do because they go by the literal words that they say in the holy text, and which is not the interpretation of what that what the verse means.
Malik, if I look at a
you
verse
have
like
two
kill,
options. You have two options. Take it to a non-Muslim court and see how to reconcile with the verse, and then you look back and see, like I said, people been dying and leaving inheritance, and when you go by the legislation of the book, they always give a fair share to everybody who's worth giving the fair share to, and it's never been a problem.
Malik, you're repeating yourself. You said that about 5 times already. Okay, go away and look at this yourself, and then you come back with an answer that meets the criteria I've given you.
Like I said, I will, because I'm more critic than you. I'm telling you, I criticize my religion every day.
I'm now
when I criticize the Quran,
really look into.
Sure, thank you. I really do appreciate it. If you have something else, please let me know so I can know my faith. Because I'm not going to follow something that doesn't make sense or it's either interpreted in the wrong way. That's my point. It's either those two things. So if I find an error, just like you just gave me one good example, I will go and I will look into it, and then I will tell you what I feel about it. If it's definitely wrong, like I said, if it's definitely wrong, then I'm saying it live in public, I will stop being a Muslim. That's my point. Because it says there's no error in the book, and definitely it's no way you would follow a book that leads you to God and gives you an error in it. There's no way God will make a mistake about it. So if you're saying God made a mistake, fine. Let's see. Let's put the table down. Let's try to debate the verse, and let's try to see if it's an error or it's just a misinterpretation of either your view or whoever feels that way.
You go ahead. I leave it to you to go away and do your research. You sound like you're a guy that wants to be honest. Just remember that just because 1,000 years have passed and that people have been using inheritance doesn't mean that it hasn't been a modified version, right? So don't think about the law. Think about, work this out and see if it makes sense to you, and then go look at every single response you possibly can. But like I say to you, you've got to have in your mind that if the numbers differ from the Quran, that's bid'ah, and you can't do that. So you've got to in your mind go, okay, what could be an answer?
That's how you feel,
Malik. Use your mind. I'm trying to help you to think critically here. You've got to eliminate the things that are impossible, right? If you agree that it's inherent and has bid'ah, then anything that changes the Quran is immediately discounted. You cannot accept that because that goes against the teaching, right? So you can't have that. So you've got to go, well, what else could I do to reconcile this? And then you can go, look, that will narrow down your options if you're a rational, critical thinking person. That's how brain, I'm trying to help you think about things so you don't have to spend like a year trying to do this, when you can narrow it down and you can eliminate certain things that are impossible to begin with.
That's how you feel. That's what I'm saying. That's how you feel. But thank you for letting me know about this verse. Like I said, if you have anything else that is you feel is an error or contradiction in the book, please say it. Let me write it down and let me go research on it. Because I know 9 out of 10 times it's always misinterpretation, like I told you.
I mean, there's many things we could spend like days on this, weeks on this, right? But I'll give you one other one to have a look at, and I want to just get your opinion, right? Have a look when you've got a moment at Surah 3:138, 3:138, and tell me what you understand that to mean. Surah
Tell me about it.
138. I'll read it to you if you like. Sure. 1 second. Here we go. So Surah, I'll give you 3 readings of it, or 2, I don't mind. I'll give you Sahih International and Yusuf Ali. Hopefully those are acceptable translations to you, and as far as I can tell, every English-speaking Muslim. So Sahih International says, Surah 3:138, this, in brackets, Quran, is a clear statement, in brackets, to all people, and an instruction for those conscious of Yusuf Ali. Here is a plain statement to men, a guidance and instruction to those who fear Allah. What do you think that means?
It's a plain statement and a guidance to yeah. So what is it that you don't, what is the problem with it?
No, I just wanted to check if your reading and mine are the same, right? Because maybe I'm reading things in error. So because you've made it clear that people can have misinterpretations. I don't think that's the case with the inheritance, but I'm just providing another verse here to see if we agree on what it means. And I'll give you Ibn Abbas and Al-Jalalain. Presumably you accept them as pretty good scholars in the tafsirs.
I don't accept everything that is not. I don't accept everything that is not in the Quran, but I accept everything that is in the Quran. Don't get it twisted. The Quran is not written by men. It's a revelation. If it's and if we claim it's a revelation from God, then it has no errors. But if you're talking about something that is interpreted, it might be an error or understanding about whoever wrote it or whoever's reading it. So tell me what's the problem with 3:138? What is not clear about it?
Okay, so I'm not saying there's a problem with it. I want to see that we both agree that that's what it means, and that the tafsirs agree. And if we do, and we find something that is either ambiguous or is not plain or clear, then would you agree, based on this verse, that there is a problem, either with this verse or some other verse?
Can you read it again?
Of course, sure. Sahih International. This Quran is a clear statement to all the people and a guidance and instruction for those conscious of Allah. Yusuf Ali, here is a plain statement to men, a guidance and instruction to those who fear Allah.
Yeah, a plain statement and a guidance. Yes, it is a plain statement and a guidance.
And this is a declaration for mankind. This Quran shows for mankind what is lawful and unlawful, a guidance from error. Al-Jalalain, this Quran is an exposition for all mankind and a guidance from error and an admonition for such are God-fearing among them. So if you and I both read this and we are reasoning together as reasonable people, would you agree that that statement says that this book is a clear statement in its entirety for all mankind? And all mankind meaning forever humans living, right? Would that be an accurate assumption?
For all, yeah.
So if we come unclear or unknown, would you agree, and it's in the Quran itself, you would agree that that contradicts this verse?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, what does the verse say again? Let's just make sure that you haven't forgotten what the verse says. It's a plain statement to men, a guidance and instruction to those who fear Allah.
Yeah.
So if I provide you something that is not plain, that is unclear, that nobody knows what it is, would you agree that, and it's in the Quran and it's accepted, then that would contradict this verse?
So the question I'm going to ask you is, did God, how should I say it? Is everything in the Quran like specific?
That's what this verse.
Like, say for instance, is your name in the Quran?
Not as far as I can tell.
Okay, but it says it's clear, right? So if it's clear, how come we don't have people's name in the Quran? It should be in the, people's name should be in the Quran if we're saying, yeah, it's clear and it's a guidance for mankind.
No. Okay, so now you're confusing. Hang on. Now you're confusing clear with complete. I.e., Quran said, hey, I'm putting into this book everything that man will ever know. Then that objection of yours would be reasonable. But the Quran is not saying that it's complete in the sense that it is putting in every bit of information that man will ever know. It's saying that it's a clear statement about what it says to all mankind, not that it's covering every single person's name or every single word that will ever be produced. Although I would like, in the case, that would be quite impressive. But put that aside, it's not actually saying that. So we've got to be clear on what the verse is saying. I'm not saying more than the verse. I'm asking, hey, this is what the verse says. And if I provide you something that does not agree with this verse and it's in the Quran, what does that mean?
So let me hear it. Because I'm going to give you an example of hell or paradise. Nobody is in hell or paradise, but we hear about it. We have a description about it. But does that mean that when the Quran says everything is clear, is that a contradiction? Just because you've never seen hell or paradise?
I'm not bringing that up as a contradiction. If it makes clear what hell or paradise look like, then it's making. I guess it depends on what you mean by clear, right? But I'm not bringing up an objection about how it's speaking about the heaven or hell. I'm not bringing that up at all. So it's no good bringing up something else and saying, is this clear? I mean, I think it's dubious as to whether it's clear, but I'm not even going to bring up something that I think is dubious. I'm going to bring up things that I think are much more obvious than things that you can say, well, that's clear in my subjective opinion, right? So I'm not bringing that up to you. I'm not bringing that as an objection.
All right, tell me what is your objection, because at the end of the day, that's what I'm telling you. When you say clarity, you want everything to be like, okay, the Quran has to mention this or it say something about this or whatever. So let me know what is not clear about the verse.
Sure. Do you know what chapter 2, verse 1 says?
Alif Lam Mim. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, what does that mean? What is that clear? What does that tell us?
I don't know. Because I'm thinking that's probably what it's like saying we have to know everything that God is thinking about or what God is planning. It doesn't work that way.
What did the verse say again? That it's a clear and plain statement for all mankind.
Right.
So if nobody, and by the way, nobody seems to know, or they're just guessing as to what ALM or Alif Lam Mim means. Is that clear or plain?
It's clear.
Okay, if it's clear, tell me what it means.
Lam Mim.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It, right? If I don't know what it means, if only God knows what it means, so what does that mean? It means the Quran is not clear.
Correct. It's not clear for human beings, right? Because remember what the verse said. Hang on a moment. The verse said, this Quran is a clear statement to all the people. It didn't say this is a clear statement only to God or partly to God. It said it's a clear statement to all people. And here we have something that you agree is not clear. Nobody knows what this means. People guess at what it means, but nobody actually knows.
Right. People guess what it means, but nobody actually knows. So when we have a whole bunch of interpretations, at the end of the day, it's only God who knows the basic or the full meaning of it. So you're not.
So would you agree?
Tell him, cool. Basically, nobody. Hold on. Nobody knows what in the whole world. Nobody knows what Alif Lam Mim means. So it contradicts when the verse says this is a book that is very clear.
Yes, it contradicts that this is a plain statement to men. Yes, correct.
So how do we know what God is thinking right now? And it's not in the book.
We don't know what God is thinking, but we do know what God is supposedly. hang on, Malik. We do know what God has said in the book. He said that this Quran is a clear statement or a plain statement to men or all people, depending on your translation. And here is something that is not clear or plain to anybody, never mind one person or all people, not plain to anybody.
And then did you also read in the Quran that says that knowledge has been given to whoever he wishes to give it to?
Yes, he can give knowledge to everybody, but again, that still contradicts this verse, right? Which is a clear statement to all people, to men.
It doesn't.
Well, hopefully women as well.
It does. As long as we don't know what God is thinking, it doesn't contradict the Alif Lam Mim. That's my point. It is clear in the sense that everything that is written in it is no there's no error. It's no such thing as, oh, we don't understand this or how to deal with it in our basic moral life. That's what it means. But when you're talking about Alif Lam Mim, that everybody don't know what it means. God said he gives knowledge to whoever he wishes to. So we can't say, because me and you don't understand it, that means somebody else don't understand it, or somebody in history never understood it, or now we have to think about what God is thinking, and it's not in the Quran. So if it's clear, it says it's clear in the Quran, that means we have to know what God is thinking, or why didn't God put somebody my name in the Quran?
No,
it's not clear. If my name is not in the Quran, it's not clear.
Everything that you just said is not in any way a response to this, because the verse itself says, here is a plain statement to men, a guidance.
That's my point. We'll definitely keep going back and forth with it, because you're trying to go by your understanding and I'm trying to make it clear to you, but you're not going to believe what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're not addressing this, because all I asked you
I'm not saying for you to believe it.
Yeah, but
you can't say Alif Lam Mim or Alif the other verses that talks about it. That means the whole book is not clear.
I never said that, so please don't misrepresent me. Okay, Malik.
So what about when God says he has the? What about in the Quran when God says he has the secret he has the knowledge to every secret? It's in the Quran. So why didn't God make it specific so we can know the secrets that it's in the Quran, but people don't understand it?
Okay.
Just because me and you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not clear. The way you're interpreting clarity doesn't even go by the Alif Lam Mim. It's simple, it's clear. You understand it, read it. It's been revealed in Arabic, their language, and they understood it. And when you put it into practical, to moral life, every section and everything that we read out, we apply it to our basic moral life, and it's clear. That's why I told you look, it's even better for your argument talking about the inheritance, because if it says it's clear, then why does the numbers don't add up, right? I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, but everything you just said didn't address this point. So Malik, just so that you know, I've been chatting to people for about 3 years. None of the rhetoric and sophistry you just mentioned was an answer to my question, and it won't put me off the point. So if you think that by talking a lot and not addressing the point is going to be any sort of substantial answer, I just want to tell you up front, it won't be, right? I'm very laser focused once we get chatting, and I won't be deterred off the point. Telling me all of the sort of rhetoric you just did wasn't in any way an statement of the Quran is clear, that this is a clear book. Alif Lam Mim is not clear, which I think you've agreed that nobody knows that. And even if there was one person, that would still contradict the verse. It says this is a plain statement to all men or all people. And if it's not plain to you or me or anybody else, then that is a contradiction. So
how is it a contradiction?
What does the verse say? Let's say it one more time. I mean, okay, it's fine. I don't mind repeating it. It's cool. The verse says this Quran, in brackets, a statement to all the people and a guidance and instructions for those conscious of Allah. If it is a clear statement or a plain statement, Yusuf Ali says, then what does let me just make sure I pronounce it correctly. Alif Lam Mim. What does that mean? Because that is not clear. Those are three gibberish words or letters, if you depending on which translation you use, ALM. That is just gibberish. How is gibberish clear to any human being?
it's not clear to you. Did you ever YouTube it or
yes,
ask
I've
anybody
asked
for
Muslims, and honest Muslims say nobody knows. They're guessing. People can speculate, but nobody actually knows what it means.
What you're saying, to be honest with you, what you're saying is like, I don't even have a better way of explaining it. But since I'm telling you, we don't know, my name is not in the Quran. So if it's saying this is the book is clear, then people argue also that why my name is not in the Quran. That's what I'm telling you. It's the clarity of the Quran is talking about the basic day-to-day life, the revelation, and how it applies to our world. Every section, like every law, every section, and if you interpret it the right way, it works for a moral reason. When you're saying it says this book is clear and we don't understand what Alif Lam Mim means, that's not a point.
Sure it is. And you actually conceded it. You don't realize it. You just said if you interpret it the correct way. Who decides how to interpret it?
Those who are grounded in knowledge. Those who have the knowledge.
Disagree, and when they disagree on certain things, what then?
Just so you're telling me that every knowledge is given to just one person, or how do you say, a group of people?
I'm asking you, what happens when people disagree? Because you specifically use the words, if you use the right if you rewind the video, you will hear yourself saying, if you use the right interpretation. How do we know what the right
How do we know what the right interpretation is? When you listen to people who would interpret it, they will give you a logical and I think the easiest way to understand the verse. They will definitely tell you what it is. And this is another one, Alif Lam Mim. I will write it down and I will definitely look into it. But this one, it's even cheaper than the inheritance. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's always a misunderstanding or misinterpretation from either one or two people that makes it not clear, or that makes it feel like it's a contradiction or an error in the Quran.
Yeah, but just saying that as your favorite response. People do better. Malik, if you're just saying that as your favorite response every time something comes up, obviously that's not something that I can take seriously. You agreed that the verse said that the book is clear. I presented you something that you agreed is not clear. Somehow you are not following the logical pathway between, hey, it says it's clear, hey, here's something that is not clear, and recognizing there's a problem. And your go-to response is, let me just go back in my mind and find a response that'll make me feel okay. Well, that's okay, but it's obviously not going to, anybody who's listening or to myself, that's not going to be a valid response. There is a contradiction that I'm pointing out to you and telling me, well, there can't be a contradiction because there must be some other interpretation. You agreed that there was a straightforward interpretation, straightforward reading of verse 3:138. And you also agreed that Alif Mim, ALM, is not something that anybody understands. So there is something in the Quran that is not clear. The Quran says it is a clear book. There is something not clear. Therefore, there is a
nobody understands it. You have people who have explanation for it. 9 out of 10 times you will not take the explanation, and I understand you where you're coming from. And when the explanation has been presented to you, like I said, it's either you understand it or your brain is not fit to understand it. I have many things that I never understood years back that now I'm trying to understand, and I'm even understanding. And then the more I live, the more I research, the more I understand certain things. That's why I'm telling you, that is not even, it's not an argument. The argument that I really love that you just gave me is the inheritance. And like I said, I will look into it and I will see if it's definitely an error or a misinterpretation. And I gave you it's always happening. I gave you a good example. Thou shalt not kill. You have people who just take the verse literal for its meaning and says, okay, whatever happens, the book says thou shalt not kill, so I'm not gonna kill. But when you listen to the explanation, then it does make sense to you, and it's either you take it or you don't take it.
Now, pointing to another verse and saying, hey, you've got to read this in context, isn't an answer to this question or the inheritance. So, to be honest, I can dismiss that objection you have because it's not relevant to the points I've brought you.
Why
So
not?
I would
It's the
encourage
same
you
thing.
to have something relevant, because I can point out, and I just have, that is irrelevant. Bringing up another verse as if that's some response to these verses, it's not.
It is, because
Okay, you keep believing that.
you just gave me a good example of a contradiction or error or whatever you call it, which is the inheritance. And I'm telling you, if it's not clear, it's as good as you saying Alif Lam Mim is not also clear. And I'm telling you, take it to court, either Muslim court or a non-Muslim court, and see how they reconcile the verse. That's the first thing. And the second thing I gave you is people who've been dying and they've been having fair share of their
Yeah, you've said this, Malik.
inheritance.
At the risk of you repeating yourself the 7th time, I've heard this before. Neither of the to my claim. So you go away and have a think about this, do your research, and come back to me.
So this, I'm not going to go with this Alif Lam Mim. I'm not going with that one, but I would definitely go with the inheritance. So I will go look into it. And if they give me a stupid, illogical answer to it, I will keep looking into it and then see how to reconcile the verse. So if there's no way to reconcile the verse, then I'm going to take it as an error, an open error. But if there's an explanation to it, it's either I take it or I don't take it. That's my point. And which most people do. It's either they get a false interpretation or illogical interpretation. But when I'm talking about clear error, you have to present me an error that everybody knows. Yes, even the Muslims, they have no way out of it, and that's an error.
Okay, so Malik, just so I know that your brain is engaged here when you're going to go away, what is it? What sort of answer will you accept? What sort of answer will you accept? Or let me put it the other way. What sort of answer will you not accept when you go away and do research on this inheritance? What sort of thing will you dismiss because you know that can't be the answer? What sort of thing?
Let me see. I can't even really think about one right now, but if they give me a stupid explanation, or if how should I put it? I'll definitely look into how, 3 to 5 people explain it. And if they tell me, well, this is basically an error or whatnot, and then it's just maybe it was a miscalculation or whatever, yeah, that's an error. But if they have an explanation to it, like I said, I will look into whoever's giving me that explanation. And if it's a definite open error, then I would accept it. But if it's not, if they give me if they explain what the verse means and how to go by the inheritance law, then I would try to understand where they're coming from, if they are being biased or not. Trust me, I'm very critical. I'm not stupid to just believe, oh, my religion is it's no error in my religion, and I'm not willing to accept the error, when me myself every day I criticize many things that it's been done in the religion and try to see try to reconcile with either it's a misinterpretation or it's just politics or whatever. That's why I said
Malik,
no error, please.
If you go and research this and the people come back to you and say, hey, there is an answer to this, and the answer is to give the wife 1/9, the daughters 16/27, the father 4/27, and the mother 4/27. Will you accept that as an answer?
Because there will be a way that the prophet explained it, right?
No. I'm asking you, if they gave you that as a response, which is in fact the answer in the Islamic inheritance calculator, would you accept that as my critique being answered, or would you reject this as an answer?
I would look into it. I can't tell you if I would accept it or not, because they have to tell me what, you know, they have to basically explain the verse to me, and then and what the interpretation means. That's what I'm telling you. You don't have to look. You don't have to stress me on me declining my faith. I could openly say it, that yes, we have an error in the Quran, ladies and gentlemen, and the way it's explained, it doesn't make sense or whatnot. Then I could reject the religion.
Yeah, Malik, all I asked you, I think, try and keep your answers focused on the questions and the discussion we're having. All I asked you is, if you were presented with this as an answer by some sheikh or somebody else that you had some respect for, and they said, hang on a moment, no, what we've got to do here, there is an answer to this, and it's that the wife gets a 9th, the daughter gets 16/27, the father gets 4/27, and the mother gets 4/27. There we go. We now have an answer to this inheritance. Are you going to accept that as a valid response to the critique? That's all I asked you. So that would presumably be a yes or a no.
So I can, well, it's okay. It's a yes answer. But at the same time, do you know you have certain people that will explain either better or less than and having the same point and try to support the Quran. So I'm not gonna go by whatever anybody tells me. That's why I told you I'm gonna look into different answers and different reconciliation with the verse and see which one does make sense with the verse, because not every interpretation that you get is totally logic to it, because it's like saying 1 + 1 is 3. When we all know 1 + 1 is not 3, it's 2.
Okay, so Malik, what we're trying to do here is reason together as hopefully rational people, right? The reason I wouldn't take it, and I want you to consider my reasons and see if they are reasonable and logical and rational. The reason I won't accept a scholar telling me that, or in fact anything else, is because those numbers differ from the Quran, and because numbers that differ from the Quran are not under modification of the Quran. So any response that comes to me that says, hey, we've got to change these numbers, is automatically dismissed because it is bid'ah and therefore forbidden. So that's why I would not accept it. Do you see that that's a logical pathway, or do you see there's something wrong with my thinking?
There's something right with your thinking, but at the same time, we have plurals. And when I say plurals, I mean when you say in twos might be ranging from 2 to a million or whatever. So when we talking about singularity, that's different from talking about plural. And when you have plural rules never said it could be either 3 or 1. It's multiple. What I'm trying to say is when you have multiple, that means you cannot put a number to it.
Yeah, but we have got numbers here, Malik. We've got numbers of 1/8, for example, for the wife in the Quran, and we have 1/9 in this example on the Islamic calculator. And if you follow the laws of logic, which you do, in fact, even if you don't know what they are, that means that it's called the law of excluded middle. It cannot both be the fact that the answer is an 8th and a 9th. That is not possible if you go with a rational view of thinking. It's the law of the excluded middle. It's either an 8th or a 9th. If you're going to say, no, it can be an 8th and a 9th, then by all people's logical, as far as I can tell, unless you want to be irrational, anybody's logical thinking, you are being irrational.
All right. I'll accept to whatever you say, but I'm glad you brought up this topic, and I'm going to look into it.
Perfect. Okay, that's all I can ask is, did you have an honest look? I just wanted to go through what answers you would accept and you wouldn't, to remind you of what answers you shouldn't be accepting. Now, you can deny my logic, but I think you said my logic was sound. And so I just want to help you so that you can
every logic is
focus in on answers that might be an answer, and just ignore or dismiss answers that cannot possibly be a response to this.
So what do you like what I don't know what you want me to tell you right now, because I already said it's a good example, because I never thought there would be an error in the Quran if we claim it's a revelation from God. And I told you, when we talk about other written books, yes, it's human written books, it might contain error. But when we're talking about a revelation from the Most High, then it should not have errors. So it's either a misinterpretation, like I said, or it's an error. So let's try to deal with that one first. And I don't know, I don't know if we need to keep going back and forth with it. I already said it in public, and I swear by everything. I swear by God that if it's definitely an error, I would leave the religion of Islam. It's so simple. But if it's a misinterpretation, which I know it's not even 9 out of 10 times, it's always going to be a misinterpretation, because I still believe it's no error in the book. But if it is, then like I said, yes, I'm willing to leave the religion.
Cool. And just one thing to warn you of, you're putting forth your bias. And if you're going to be a critical thinker, you're going to try and put your bias aside and go, okay, I really think it's true, but let me look at this as if I don't know whether it's true. That's the way to think critically, because otherwise your mind is going, I know this is true. I'm looking for an answer to make it true. That's not critical thinking. Critical thinking goes, hey, I'm going to look at this like a blank sheet. That's the way to look at it. I don't care what the answer is. I just care to find out the truth. That's the way to think critically. Yes.
Okay, let me say it the way you said it. I'm gonna look into it with a blankly. Period. I'm gonna look into it from a clear table, and if I find out it's an error, then I would leave the religion. Is that cool enough?
Perfect. Happy with that. Yep.
Okay. Good.
Cool. So again, there's Melanate joined us. If anybody in the chat has got an answer or wants to join or thinks they have an answer that might suffice either for me or Malik, they're obviously welcome to join or to let us know.
Yes.
Hey, I'm here.
Hello.
Where's Halima? She was in the back chat with me.
She enjoyed.
Halima, come on. Veli's paying attention. He'll let you in. She was, having a response to things.
Let's hope it's rational and
about the
sound one. Yeah.
She was having a response about the inheritance.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, even if it mentions in a different what they don't call them scriptures, right? In Islam, what do they call them?
Surah.
Surahs.
Chapters, verses.
Okay, so even if there's another surah that mentions a wife inheriting things, how come she was left out on that one? Like if they mention daughters, right? They mention or children, and then parents. Why would you have to go somewhere to a whole nother verse somewhere to hear about the woman? You would think that the wife would have been mentioned then. It just,
I mean, I agree with you. That's the way I would. I'm not even going to critique, hey, why is it in another surah? Maybe because it's short, they want to keep it short. I mean, Muslims could come up with all kinds of answers for that.
Exactly. And then when they tell you the answer, you don't go by the answer. You always want to go by your understanding.
Well, I mean, no.
You don't want to follow it.
Listen, Malik.
And I never blame people for their logic or their understanding.
Malik.
Yeah.
Listen. Why would inheritance go to children before the other living spouse?
Does it ever say that inheritance is only
I'm asking a question to you.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
What we should be asking is, does it talk about everybody?
No, you can't. So what is wrong with my question? Why are you changing my question? I'm asking you, right now, me and my husband and my child, I'm writing my will. I leave things to my child so I don't put my husband first, like the adult person, the senior person in the house. I don't annotate him first. Does that make sense to you? No, that's the answer. You're hesitating. It's silent. It doesn't make sense that I would put the first person that I think to leave something to would be my child when I'm not a widow. If I was a widow, obviously that would make sense. Then it goes to the child. I'm married. I have a husband. right? So why wouldn't I leave my inheritance to my husband for my husband to disseminate to our children, right? He's my counterpart, right? The other person, the mature senior person over the children. Well, am I going to leave my inheritance to my children? I hope they could take care of their dad. Like, that doesn't even make no sense.
So have you thought about context and
No, I'm talking about common sense. I'm saying I'm giving you an example. Two parents and the children, right? In the home together. I pass away, and when they get my will, they're reading my will, and I say, and I leave the majority of my assets to my children. And I do not mention your spouse should come first that you mentioned. I'm just talking about the order and common sense, not in context, because if you're telling me that 1,000 years ago, what was more important was your children over your spouse, my morality, my common sense tells me that there's something wrong with that. I'm not just going to just say because somebody wrote it down that makes sense today. It doesn't. It don't make sense. Just because somebody wrote it down a long time ago doesn't mean it makes sense. I mean, the whole time you've been talking a lot about logic, common sense, using your what did you say, the most not the most humblest, but the most
merciful way to interpret.
Merciful way to interpret, right?
Right.
How is that? Am I dealing with my husband using mercy if I just shit on our relationship, however long, what he has done as a provider, what he has done, and I'm like, look, I'm leaving my inheritance to my kids. That's not merciful to him at all.
Because
so
that's why
to me, I think that got to be something wrong. Whoever wrote that, something wrong. They must not have no kids. They must not have a spouse that they care about. Maybe their spouse treated them poorly, and they was like, you know what? I think everybody should put their kids first before their spouse, because it just doesn't seem like how a marriage should be. It doesn't seem like a marriage should be that way. So I don't know. Let me see what people in the chat is saying.
So your question is like asking a man who has 20 wives, when you say, how's your wives doing? And he says they are good. And then somebody says, oh, why didn't you mention the first wife?
No, I'm saying wife.
Because you're going by your context, and you're not going by what the Quran says.
You're changing my argument.
And the context and the meaning.
You're changing my argument. You're changing my argument to say who is higher in the wives, and I'm saying wives and children. So even if it was multiple wives, the wives should come before the children. That's all I'm saying. You're trying to make something equal that's not equal. I'm saying between wives and children. The children don't build a house, buy the house. Children don't pay the bills. The parents do. Right? So the children don't leave inheritance. The parents leave inheritance to the children. So if one parent dies and there's another parent there, you don't disregard that parent and go straight to the children. So if it's multiple wives, you deal with the wives first, and the wives are who disseminate to the children. If I have a husband, all right, I put my husband as my beneficiary and then my children as secondary, not my child first. That's all I'm trying to say.
So according to your logic, you think the child comes before the parents. But I'm telling you that's in
no, I'm not. No, according to the scripture, the child come before the parents. Not my logic. My logic is the parents come before the child.
So now you're gonna ask,
how do you leave an inheritance to a child that cannot take care of themselves? That don't make no sense.
Because you're going by what you taking as your own context. You did not read the Quran.
I'm asking you, does it make sense to you? So I'm asking you, do you think if I have a will, I leave the money to a 10-year-old when their dad is alive? I'm asking you. You going around, you a good bug dancer, but I know how to ask the same question. The same way you like to restate yourself, I can ask the same question in multiple ways. Does it make sense to you for me to write a will and leave my inheritance to a 10-year-old when I am a married woman and their father lives in the house with me? Yes or no? Does that make sense?
I will always tell you if you're going
Doesn't
by
make sense. Doesn't
you're
make
going by
sense.
your context.
Doesn't
If
make
you're going by
sense.
your
You don't want to
context,
answer the
then
question. You don't want to answer the question. You don't want
it's
to answer the
not that I
question. You
don't
say
want to answer the
melanated.
question
I don't.
because
So
it
then
doesn't
answer the
say
question.
so
So
in
then
the
answer
Quran.
it. So you
It
have.
doesn't
So you
say
have.
so
So
in the
I'm
Quran.
asking, but I'm
It
asking
was
you a question. I'm asking you a
it's
question, and now you're
revealed
going back
in
to what it says. I'm not
stages.
asking you what it
It's
says in the
revealed
Quran.
in
I'm not
stages and
asking you.
situations. So you have to ask how the revelation came and who
Malik,
goes first.
you're answering a different question. I'm not
I'm
asking
not
you what it
answering a
says in
different
the Quran.
question
I'm not
because
asking you what it says
when
in the
you
Quran. I'd ask you
it's
a
just like
hypothetical question and you don't want to answer my hypothetical question. You telling me about the Quran. I asked you a hypothetical question. If I have a 10-year-old child and I'm a married woman and I live in the household with their dad, right? And I pass away, does it make sense for me to leave my inheritance to my child and not their dad? That's a yes or no question. And you over here going on, man. Does it make sense?
in your context, no. It doesn't make sense to leave the inheritance to a 10-year-old.
I'm not talking about the Quran, the Bible.
Yeah, I'm talking about
I'm
your
asking you a
context.
question. I asked you. So then,
Yeah,
no,
I just
not
answered
a
your
context
question.
based off of my question. For my question, you're saying no, it does not make sense.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that direct answer. I appreciate you answering my question.
In your context, yes. It doesn't make sense to leave your inheritance to a 10-year-old when you have people who's older who could manage the inheritance better until the kids grow up. And that's why I'm going by your context. But if you're talking about the Quran, don't put your context into the Quran. Because you're saying, why would the Quran mention the kids before they mention
making
the
my
wife?
head hurt, man. You're making my head hurt. Salah, that comes with anything. Yeah. If my kids say fuck their dad and don't take care of their dad, it's a chance with everything. But you know what, Salah? I'll be dead. Like, you see what I'm saying? I'll be dead. Like, this is the chance that anyone who has life insurance, there's no guarantee. You hope that your loved one is gonna pay for your burial expenses. They don't have to. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, either way. All of this what if. The point is I will be dead. I don't care. He can marry my sister. I'll be freaking dead. Who cares? Like, I'm not gonna get upset about what's happening if I'm dead. I can't feel it. I can't see it. None of that stuff. Like, you guys are tripping. There's a whole lot of what ifs when you're dead, but you dead. You ain't breathing no more. MG, no brain activity. Y'all must not have life insurance.
MG.
Oh, Melanie.
MG,
I'm calling her. Who's that? Eric?
Who's Eric calling?
Yeah, I'm talking about you, Melanated Goddess. What was your original question?
My question was, does it make sense if for me to leave my child as my beneficiary on my life insurance can I finish my question?
Yeah.
And
Melanated Goddess, I was asking you, what was your...
Oh, you can't hear me so well. Can you hear me? I can't. Eric, can anybody else hear me?
Yeah, we could. I think the problem...
we can hear you. I think there's a delay there, Melanated. So that's why it feels like people are talking over each other a little bit.
Yeah, but go ahead. We can hear you.
Well, I want to hear him say that because
he's starting talking, but he's going in and out. That's the problem.
Eric, your line is going in and out.
I think he asked you what was your original question, which was about, why do the daughters seemingly get first digs, for want of a better word, on the inheritance.
Right. So in the particular scripture, that I keep calling that scripture, I'm sorry, the surah that Rob read out, it details that the daughters and that's interesting. It didn't say children; it said daughters. But
no. Okay, so let's just be clear though, Melanator, before you go on. What it does say, the whole verse starts with a direction in regards to your children's inheritance. So yes, your question is, could be seen as valid. Like, why is he talking about the children's inheritance first instead of their caretakers? And one response that a Muslim could give you is, hey, well, it's more likely that children are going to survive or torn Saudi Arabia in the 7th century than the parents who might die because they're much older, or they might be killed in a battle. So let's talk about the children first, and whatever's left to the adults they get. So that could be a response to a Muslim. I wouldn't say that's necessarily a good response, but it's a response they could come up with.
Right, and I'm the same like you. If someone presents that as their argument, all I'm going to say is, oh, okay. Like, I mean, it still doesn't sound really good to me. Like, it doesn't make sense, but it's a response. I think that just let me talk though. You don't have to keep talking over me. That's like
I'm talking over you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were literally saying it never sounds good. Like, you could keep that until I'm finished talking.
All right.
So what I was gonna say is that, like, I think they ask these questions all the time, right? Like, do certain belief systems need to be upgraded? Like, anybody who's familiar with the Moorish Science Temple, right? And there's certain teachings that they have that people question, like, okay, this was instituted like in the 1920s or something like that. Like, are there aspects of this belief system that should be updated? Brother Intellect, the Black Select, he bigs up the Nation of Islam, but he even says that some of their teachings are just antiquated, that they need to be updated. Like, that he doesn't accept or embrace some of those teachings. I think that even with to me, in the past, if there was people only had a life expectancy of such and such, so it made sense to put the inheritance to the children. Obviously, that's not applicable today, and it should be updated. Like, why would I wouldn't want to, like, having your inheritance go to my children before it goes to me, and I was the one that stood by this man's side. Like, I would have a problem being a Muslim woman and that being the case, if that makes any sense to anybody listening.
I understand your objection, and I think that is an Achilles heel of the Abrahamic moral systems, right? Because it is unchanging. Although they do try to, Muslims and Christians now say slavery is immoral, yet their books advocated for it. So they're trying to get out of it. But normally they will say, hey, we've got this objective standard that God made for all time. And you're quite right. Your objection, I think, is a good one in that, hey, we've now recognized that's not a good standard. So either we are wrong and we should still have slaves or do whatever, in that sense, or we are correct and the book is wrong, or the book needs to be changed. But the book never said that it should change. It said, here's the thing, never. That's why this is clearly man-made, right? Because they made it for their time, never thinking that it would survive, any sort of time period. But even if they did, they couldn't imagine what we would discover about humans and about well-being and so on. And so they just did the best they could at the time.
Yeah, I mean, if it made sense for back in the day, I would even take that argument. But for someone to tell me, did this make sense today? That makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree with that, right?
To entrust your livelihood in the hand of a child, that's crazy.
That's why I always say to Muslims, right, that they really should give up this idea of saying that Muhammad or the Quran is the perfect moral guide for all time. If they said, hey, the Quran or Muhammad was a good moral guide at the time of the 7th century, we could have that discussion and they might have some sort of a point. But if they're saying it's for all time, that just buries the argument, right? Because now they've got to defend every moral statement made in the Quran or by Muhammad at any point in time, even by our judgments today. They can't escape that because they've made the claim that it's for all people for all time. So that opens the gate for us to critique it by today's standard. And they can't substantiate it. So they really should just say that it was for that time. But then, of course, they left with a position of, hey, Muhammad it was only good at the time. He's not worth following, or the Quran isn't worth following today. So they want to try and avoid that objection, but they then have this other objection. So either way you look at it, they're between a rock and a hard place.
No, I mean, it's just because you have critiques doesn't mean there aren't good things in it. So, like, for me, I'm not one of those people that feel like every single thing in the Quran or every single thing in the Bible is a bad thing. Like, so even if they were to recognize that, you know, perhaps, you know, you might not be feeling this one thing, or, you know, this right here could be a quote unquote error, that doesn't mean that the whole book is you know, to be done away with, or all the teachings need to be done away with. But I do think exercising something critical and not sitting here playing the verbal gymnastics trying to get around how it makes sense to leave your inheritance to your child before your spouse. Like, hopefully you value the decision-making capacity of your spouse. You know, yeah, hopefully you marry someone decent.
So
yeah.
So do you know if the revelation came about when something happened between people having a dispute between children?
What are you talking about? I don't know about this revelation stuff. What you talking about?
Because it's like you're trying to put you're saying that the child the Quran puts the child before the mother or the father. And I'm telling you, the revelation comes in stages. For instance, if I'm asking you, how are your children doing? I never talked about your husband or you. I was specific talking about your children first. Even though I'm still going to talk about you and your husband, I'm still talking about your children first. But because I'm talking about your children first, doesn't mean that the child is the head of the family. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But we're specifically talking about inheritance. We're not saying like asking, you know, like obviously.
Yes.
Right.
And
so
we're talking about
inheritance.
All right. If the reason why that revelation came out at that time was people disputing between inheritance over children, and then they were gonna ask about the wives and the father and the mother and the relatives and whatnot. Am I gonna if I talk about the children first before I talk about the parents or the relatives, is it wrong? Or if I talk about the wives first or the relative first before I get to the kids, is it wrong? It does not make it wrong. If it clearly states that the children,
let me answer it this way. If I'm your wife and you leave your inheritance to our children before you leave inheritance to me, you're wrong. I don't know what else other stuff you're talking about.
Because when you ask me that question, you're wanting me to relate it to the Quran, and then when I say yes or no, it doesn't really mean that that's the answer for the Quran also. You're asking me a direct question on your own subject, and then don't take that subject and put it back to the Quran and say, see, because you said yes, you have to take care of the kids first. That means the Quran should have said yes, you have to take care of the kids first. That's what I think you're trying to do. The point is, if the subject is talking about the children first, and it talks about basically it never said the children is bigger than the children is bigger than the father or the mother. It never said it. If it had said it, then we would have had a discussion. But it's giving you guys.
Actually, the kids get a bigger portion of the inheritance. So, you know, like the kids get a bigger. Is that not correct, Rob?
If the
kids get a bigger portion of the inheritance?
If the kids get a bigger portion of the inheritance, the question you should be asking yourself is, what would a 70-year-old man, 100-year-old man will be doing with a whole bunch of millions when other people are suffering? Would you give up?
That's not what the question. Listen. That's not what the question. Let me answer. So let me answer you. I should not be asking that question because 9 times out of 10, if the man is 70 years old, the woman is damn near like 60 or so. Let's just keep it real, right? Okay. What would a 60-year-old woman do with the majority of the inheritance. She would invest. She could buy property. She could do things if she had younger children or whatever. Yes. And I'm confused because one minute people are dying early, and this is the reason why they're leaving the kids the inheritance. But now we got a 100-year-old man. So we just got to stick with one of the responses because it's a little bit, confusing. We can't change the response to suit the answer to suit your, the direction you're trying to take things to. So if the reason why the children are being specified as the primary inheritors, then and that's because the life expectancy of the parents is very short, then keep it that way. But don't change the scenario. So now that the parents are living till they're 100, and why would an old person have, millions of dollars? Like,
I'm not.
If this is for the Quran, because if this is for the Quran, everybody is not going to have $1 million, right? Some people could have, $2,000, right? So who to benefit from the $2,000? Someone who's young, who might not be, who might not have lived very long and not have a lot of life experience. Maybe how does an 18-year-old respond when they get $2,000 versus how a 30-year-old gets when they get $2,000? Their responses are differently because they're young. So I think what Rob is saying is that this was not written with the mindset going for the future, like how this could be applied in the future, because it's no way that my child would understand and make a better use of their inheritance than me. I would be more responsible. There's no way that, it doesn't make any sense.
Why is it called inheritance? Is it not because the next person get to benefit from what is left over? Because the older ones, they don't really have much to do with it, or because they are dead, now you pass it over?
No, Malik, you're misunderstanding Melanator's critique here, and I think it's a good one in the sense that, hey, the reason why I would conceivably leave it to older people first is because they have more life, they have more wisdom, they are more likely to use the money wisely than a young person. As we know, young people are reckless, they don't have much life experience, and it's very unlikely that they're going to have as much wisdom as an old person. That's the critique that's being leveled. And I think that's a reasonable one to level.
But have you read the Quran and you don't have something that you just said?
How's that a response to Melanator's critique?
Oh my God! How is that not an answer?
What she said?
How is it not an answer?
Listen, Dark Magician says it seems like Allah was not aware of the coming capitalistic system. That's what Dark Magician
is not what? Is not aware of what?
It says that it seems that Allah was not aware of the coming capitalistic system. Allah didn't know everybody's gonna have credit cards and credit scores and bankruptcy, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Okay, so Malik, a response you could give Melanated is you need to justify why you think it's better that the children get it. Hey, well, because they might live longer, but she's got a valid counter to that, which is, hey, that might be the case, but if you leave it to the adults first, would you agree that most adults have got more life experience and are more likely generally to be more wise with whatever the inheritance is? And if your answer is yes, which I think it would be if you're rational, then you'd have to think of some other reason.
And I'm asking you, have you read in the Quran where he doesn't say that? Because the normal thing, and which is logical, is
so. What's the surah? Tell us the surah then.
Hold on. Let me put it this way. You have a newborn baby, right?
Malik, it's not helpful to give us analogies. Analogies from Muslims, in my experience, almost always fail. So giving us an analogy is not going to be helpful.
Well,
maybe you could just answer the question.
All right. It says in the Quran that's a part of the Quran. If you Google it, you'll find it, that says give to the basically you got to hold on to the inheritance until they are capable of using the inheritance. But until they are not capable, you have to hold on to it, because that, I think even somebody answered that question before, because 9 out of 10 times if you give it to them when they have no adequate judgment, they're gonna misuse the funds.
So wouldn't it be better then to have in this inheritance verse right here where we're talking about inheritance, hey, give it to the children when they are of an age, and here is how you can judge, here's some methodology you can judge so that you know that they are wise. Do you not think that that would have been an even better way to put it?
So that's what I'm telling you. You're trying to, it's like saying, it's the same way of saying, why is my name not in the Quran? If Allah knows everything, why didn't he specifically put my name in the Quran?
No,
I already told you, it highlights inheritance.
Trying to bring up a red herring.
It highlights inheritance and how to deal with it. If it says give more to the kids, it doesn't say right there on the spot, give it to a baby when a baby has nothing to do with money. It says, yes, that is their portion of the inheritance. But when they grow old and they are capable of using it, then you give it to them.
Yeah, why is that not in there?
I haven't seen no culture that doesn't do that. It's only if you want to be injustice.
Why is it not in there?
So Dark Magician just added to the conversation. In the UK, inheritance has an hierarchy: spouse, children, parents, siblings, cousins, and so on. So it puts the spouse before the children, and that's pretty much what I was saying. It makes a lot of sense. Then parents, right? So it puts the children before the person who died.
And I answered you. I said, me asking you, first of all, if I'm asking you about your family, I should be asking you about your husband first. But if I'm asking you about your kids, that doesn't mean I'm putting your kids over your husband. If you
when you ask me that, is that coming from God? When you ask me that, is that coming from God? No, you cannot compare your word. You can't listen. You cannot. But I'm telling you that this is the word of God, right?
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Revelation.
Your word. Why are you cutting me, yo? You just. I'm started talking, and then you started talking. Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You cannot compare the way and the manner that you choose to speak and the order that you choose to speak in, and comparing it to the way God speaks. God is supposed to know how to communicate this, and this is mandate. This is telling us how it is. You can't mix it up and put it in the wrong order. You're not saying that. That's what God did. God spoke in a certain way, but what He meant to do, what had happened was, the way His bank account was set up. God said it how He wanted to be said. And what I'm saying is that God put the children before the parents. And in 2020, even 2019. That does not apply. Kids cannot get inheritance, because what happens is when you put an inheritance to the children, that money has to stay in an account, right?
Okay.
So let's say I leave it to a 10-year-old and they can't touch it until they turn 18, right? So my husband dies, leaves me with my child. Me and my child, we in a shelter. We're homeless now. We sleep on people's couches, and he got $80,000 in the bank account just sitting there. He can't touch it till he turned 18. That make any freaking sense? No. That don't make no sense.
But I answered you, right? I told you when you look at the Revelation.
But the Quran didn't know the Quran didn't know that was going to happen. That's what you're saying?
I'm not saying it. Don't hold on. Don't put words in my mouth. I told you it's a way that revelation comes down. And I said you have to look into what happened and how the revelation was brought up with. And I gave you an example of, if I'm asking you, if you ask me a question or the situation comes about the children first, the children has to be addressed first before he talks about somebody else. It's not placing nobody over nobody or trying to discriminate nobody over nobody. But that's what you're trying. I think I'm not gonna say that's what you're trying to do. I'm gonna say that's what I think you're trying to do. And I'm telling you, it's not the way it is. The revelation might came down because a situation where people was arguing about what.
But you're speculating. You hear what you're saying? You're speculating right now. The revelation must have came down because of a situation. Where are you getting that info? That's just out of you pulling it out of your mind.
No, that's how Quran came down. It came down over a period of time, and it always comes down.
You're speculating that it came down. You're speculating that it came down in that order. You're speculating that it came down in that order, and these are the possible reasons as to why it came down that way. People can't build up their life and stuff on a maybe and a shoulda and a coulda and a woulda. No.
I'm not saying it did. I said you have to listen to the history of why the revelation came down that way. That's my point. I'm not saying the text says that the children is better than anybody else or whatever. I'm saying you have to look at how it came down. It's not gonna listen. If I'm asking you a question about the sun, and I start telling you about the moon and how the sun came to be, does that mean that I asked you about the sun and you telling me about the moon, or
you going back to that same argument? You going back to that same argument? So whatever I said to you, you said that before. Just saying it again.
Mel.
Vele, what up?
Let me ask a question. Yeah, another angle. It's about the same topic. Yeah. You know that you keep saying the way the verse come down. Is it every time a situation happens, does the verse come down to let Muhammad know how to handle that situation, or is the verse come down before the situation come about?
It could be during the situation. Look, certain verses came down during the situation. Certain verses came down before or after the situation. I don't know. What I'm trying to tell you is, it's not just something that was written or just happened and that's how it is. No, things happen and then you have a revelation, and sometimes revelation comes even before it happens or after after the situation.
Right. If the revelations are all before all situations, then obviously you could say it's more leaning on the inspired side. But if the revelations are happening after the situation, it's like a situation's happened, a man's thought about the best way to resolve it, and then got a revelation, and then that's how it's resolved.
Yes.
Yeah, because obviously, think about it like this, yeah. God knows everything that's going to happen before it happens, yeah. So if he's going to give you revelations about situations, it's going to be timeless, isn't it? And a lot of the revelations that come out are not timeless.
How do you mean?
Like
meaning they don't apply to current day times.
That's
what he means by timeless. They don't apply now.
Yeah, you're explaining the situation with the inheritance. Yeah, and that might have been the way it worked at that time. But in 2020, giving the child more inheritance money than giving the parent that's supposed to be taking care of the child, at that time, in this time, that doesn't work.
Wow.
Like Mel explained, what if you can't touch your inheritance until you're at age of wherever you're, and then you and the child sleeping on the chair? How are they should obviously be able to dip into the money to resolve that situation. But if they can't get to the money until the child is old enough to sign or to claim or whatever, how does that work out?
I don't really understand but if I would answer to your question is like saying, would you give what would a baby do with money? Like, can a baby manage?
Yeah, what's a baby going to do with money?
Yeah, can a baby manage funds being a baby?
Right, in them days, yeah. In them days,
yeah.
Like when the Quran was revealed, giving out the inheritance, yeah. When they was giving out the inheritance, it wouldn't have been like in legal terms, as in today's inheritance given out. So legally, it's all going through a lawyer and solicitor, and there's things that you have to sign for this, that, and the other, innit? Yeah. So like Mel was saying, if the is only for the child, and the child has to be at age enough to sign the money or say what they want done with the money, but they're not even old enough to talk, and they've got 80 grand, and you're like homeless. It's like that no setting, does it?
Well, it depends on you, ain't it? It depends on your court or your law and how. Okay, let me put it this way: if someone decides to give a 10-year-old his inheritance, the 10-year-old keeps saying, yes, I want it, and then it's okay, well, it's yours, you can have it. Are we going to totally blame it on the person who gave the inheritance to the child if the child goes squander the money and that's it?
What in the world are you talking about?
I'm saying.
How are you? Do you think a 10-year-old should have the inheritance though? You think so? Yes? You think the 10-year-old should get their inheritance?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's
so you're
either
saying no,
ways.
They should not get it.
Hold on. It's either two ways. It's either you follow the book that says hold on to the inheritance until they have the right way to use the funds. But if the child says, okay, I want to be hard-headed, I want my money or whatnot, and then you give the child the money, do you think you're going to be blamed for giving the child the fund and for the child
not if your religious book tells you to give them the money? You're not going to be blamed because your religious book told you this is how it's supposed to be. And you, as a person, wants to follow the religious book. So you're in compliance with what's mandated of you. So how are you going to be at fault? That child could take it and put it in a lunchbox and throw it in the garbage when they finish eating, and then the family inheritance is in the garbage. Like, because they're a kid. They're a kid.
Right. But the book doesn't say that,
no
right?
Freaking sense.
The book doesn't say that, right? The book doesn't say that, right? The book says hold on to the funds until they have the basic knowledge.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
Google it.
No, really.
Look,
that's
once
how you
you
answering the
Google
question. You telling me it say that? You telling me it say that?
Yes,
I don't
it
believe
does.
that you think the book says that. No, the book doesn't. So now you got to prove it. You're saying that it does. You got to prove it. You on your phone, Google that joint. Say the surah.
If I do, okay. Trust me. If I do, then I'll be cut off the show. But if you want me to get off the show and I Google it, I could come back and read a verse for you.
Well, either way, like Veli is on here. He just
that's what I'm telling you. Okay, can somebody Google it? Can somebody just Google it and let's see if it does say something about until somebody has the right mind or the right time for you to give the inheritance to whoever it belongs to. Yes, it does. And then it also says that if you don't and you
know a lot about what it say, but you don't know where it say it. You don't know, like, this is crazy.
I don't have the whole Quran in my head. That's why we have Google, and I'm telling you, anybody could Google it. It's there. I've read it before, and I know it's in there. That's why I'm telling you.
You don't even know what book. You don't even know what main book, what section in the Quran. You don't know what section.
I'm not Zakir Naik. It's right. It's right. It's either in the inheritance or in another verse. But what I'm saying is,
Malik, what are the words it uses? Because I can do a search. What are the words that you remember is in there?
Okay, let's see if until they are just put hold on to the inheritance until they are able to, until they are grown-ups. Just put it that way first. The Quran says
it's not going to say grown-ups in the Quran.
No,
it's not going to say grown-ups.
No,
until
it's
they
just
have
I'm
knowledge.
giving you.
I think you said until they have knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge, grown up, adults, capable. It's all the same thing. That's why I'm telling you, you're not gonna give. A baby doesn't know what to do with money. You have to hold on to these things until they are able to manage these things, which is a common sense. I don't see what argument is behind it. Even those who even the court of law will tell you, listen, if you give this baby this fund, what the baby gonna do with the fund? You have to hold on to this money until they are grown-ups and able to manage the fund, which is normal. And I'm saying Google it. It's in there. And it also says that if you usurp the orphan's money, it is bad for you. It's in there. It's not a good thing to hold on to somebody's property and not giving it to them when they have the right mindset to use it.
Yeah,
It says
Melanie, don't conflate different things together. Just do one thing at a time. Right? If you throw out shotgun, all kinds of assertions, it's very difficult to check them.
Malik,
okay, so can you just Google that one, or basically, if we could read it?
If a man behind and wife and children behind, we know the children get inheritance, but the wife will get inheritance itself.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said at the end. It kind of you sound a little bit muffled, Eric. Did y'all understand what he said?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it any better now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just saying to the link. I think the question is, on it. Okay. Inheritance is split.
Eric, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. You need to reconnect to something.
The question is,
you're breaking up, Eric. I don't know. You gotta go to where you normally talked from.
No idea how to, or children share.
We don't know what you're saying.
I'll be leaving at the how to say it, at the by 11:30, which might be 3:30 or 4:30 at your time, but whatever 6:30, then I'll be leaving. But I'll be back though.
Breaking up.
In 10 minutes. Just say in 10 minutes.
Right. In 10 minutes. Good. 10 minutes.
Nobody.
But what I'm trying to say, when you Google it, it doesn't say just give inheritance to someone who is not in the right state of mind to manage the funds. And when you look at it, it doesn't make no sense to give a baby funds when we all know there's nothing that a baby will do with those funds. You have to hold on to that money until they grow up and capable of using it, because that is their property. And it says if you don't do that, that's bad for you. Because we have people who either do it or don't do it. It's on them, not the book. The book says do it because it's something good. It doesn't say, regardless of whatever it is, just how they say, just keep the money and don't give it to them, which everybody also knows is bad.
Malika, I'm not finding it here. So there's a verse. I'm not saying there isn't one, but if you think there's a verse that says, hey, only give inheritance to children when they're of an age that they can somehow use it wisely, then you need to, when you've got a time, send us a link or provide the relevant verse. Because my search isn't coming up with that. So maybe I'm putting something wrong into the search. But
now
you do a search on that at some point.
They're gonna take my word for context, but oh man, let me see.
You've got to. Didn't you say you've got to go off anyway? So while you're off, maybe you can find the verse and then you can read it to us.
Right, but I'm trying to see if I even can.
The problem,
like,
of course,
maybe
is
did you search like inheritance and children? Nothing came up. Inheritance and children.
I'm just even using the word just inheritance, right? I'm not even saying children or anything like that. And I'm looking through here, and I don't see anything specifically that talks about. I could be wrong. I'm not saying there isn't one here. I'm just saying I'm not seeing it with regards to inheritance only being given to those who can manage it, quote unquote, properly or something like that, right? But even let's just say there was a verse in the Quran that said, and let's say Malik is correct in some way. I just haven't seen it, but I'm not saying there isn't. But let's say there's a verse that said, hey, only give inheritance to children when they're of an age when they can make use of it. How do we establish what age that is? What is the criteria for children being at a stage where they can wisely manage their inheritance? How do we establish? Because God presumably in his wisdom could have said, hey, when this and this and this criteria is met, now you can provide this to the children, and I, the Lord God, your all-knowing, all-wise person, tell you thus.
And
right?
that's
Then
what I'm
a clear
saying.
thing
You keep
with a methodology.
you keep wanting God to do whatever, like he has to do. He has to speak the way you speak. God gave you a mouth to speak. He has more knowledge than you. He knows what to say. You're not going to tell God what to say. And it's in the Quran.
No, he's not saying that. He's saying that if God is all-knowing, he's saying if God is all-knowing, then he wouldn't speak in a way that leaves you room to guess. Because, you know what I'm saying?
It's like, no guessing.
What I'm saying is like the Quran could have said, everyone be good. Right? The Quran could have just said, be good. And then people could go out and be good the way that they feel good is. But no, the Quran was very specific on how to be good, right? All he's saying is,
my God.
All he's saying is that it's not clear exactly when you give an inheritance to a child. What child? A 5-year-old child? A 14-year-old child? We consider 17-year-olds still children or adolescents. You see what I'm saying? Like, so right. What specifically are we talking about? And it's very subjective, because for someone, okay, this young lady is 12. She on her cycle. She can get her inheritance. Do you see what I'm saying? She's a woman.
Right.
She can get her inheritance. And now that doesn't apply to times in this day. No one calls you. You get your cycle. You're not a woman. You can't go out and get an apartment. You can't just join a service. You can't do none of that stuff at 12 years old. But you can have a baby. See the difference? You can't get a tattoo. You can't do none of these things that you can do because of your age. So how could you get your inheritance and you can't even buy a box of cigarettes? You see what I'm saying? Like, they don't make sense.
Yo.
Microphone check.
Yo, hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Big up everyone in the panel, man.
Yeah, big up.
Obviously, we're gonna pop it for a little piece. But yeah, it's fine, man. You know how we do. It's that Chinese whispering. We start off with one question, and then it rolls around into something different. Yeah. So obviously, I want to get everyone on the panel that's not answered the first question, the question of the day, to contribute towards that first of all. So we start with Malik. Are you jumping off now, or are you staying on for a bit?
Yeah, I got 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll ask you first.
So where's Halima? Is she in the back?
Nah, she's not in the back yet.
Oh, okay.
Alright, but basically, how much you're in USA, innit? So how much would the USA government, forget about how much, yeah? If the USA government offered you $500,000 account, yeah, and but you have to give up your US passport, no visas, no return, you can do no business to the US and all that. Just leave the USA, yeah.
Yeah.
Would you accept that deal, or would that not be enough money
Before I give you my answer, I just want you to know that everybody got an answer for it, you know, and depending on whatever their answer is based on their feeling or their condition. My answer to it is, even though they tell me to leave right now without nothing, if they tell me to leave America naked, as long as I'm alive, trust me, I don't put myself in a negative how they say it. I'm a survivor, basically. I go anywhere. I live happy. I blend with the culture. I love the people, and that's gonna be my country. So even though they give me $2 million, I could leave, and if they tell me to leave naked, I still leave. Because the United States is not gonna be the only place on earth where you have sunshine and food and good people. So I could come to UK. I could go back to my. I said even though they don't offer me no money, if they want me to leave, I'll leave without no money. And if they even offer me money saying, yeah, you know, take this money and leave, of course I'll go. I take the money and go live elsewhere.
Leaving with no money is unrealistic, though, isn't it? That's like just getting thrown out, because obviously wherever you go, you're gonna need to spend some sort of money in it. So just
what you think? You ain't getting no criminal getting deported. That's crazy.
No, that's why I said from my own.
Yeah, they're trying to make a deal. Yeah, what it is, is obviously really I was talking in the UK terms, isn't it? Yeah. I'm saying that hypothetically, yeah, we come up with a situation when I was speaking to Ralph the other day.
Right.
He asked me, would I leave? Would I give up my British passport for £100 million? Yeah.
Of course I will.
Obviously. Yeah, I said obviously. Yeah, and I said, well, even flipping Adolf Hitler would give up his German passport for $100 million. You know what I'm saying? That?
So if that's the way you want me to answer, if that's the way you want me to answer, let them give me half of it and give the rest of the orphans. I'll leave.
Yeah. So I was saying, I said, right, let me ask in a realistic sense, yeah? Because I started off even with 2 million, yeah, and I said, all right, that's even not realistic, innit? Yeah? £500,000, someone could earn that in their lifetime. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's an earnable amount of money that someone could earn, yeah? It's a lot of money, yeah? For someone to have in one lump sum, yeah, but it's an earnable amount, yeah? So, and obviously, it's an amount of money that could run out. You know what I mean? Like,
depending on how
you spend the money and whatever, you know what I'm saying? That so to make it harder, I said if it was £500,000, how many people would take the deal, and what stipulations would you want on the deal before you left or whatever? You know what I'm saying? That because when it was £500,000, a lot of people were saying, right, they want a time limit to be able to earn as much money as they could or save up. Say like, alright, so say you was gonna say, right, in 5 years' time, you've got to leave with this £500,000 contract and just give up everything that you've got in the UK and never come back. Yeah.
I could answer a little bit for people. From the way I understand people is very expensive. So most people might not leave because they know once they leave, they might $500,000 is not even enough to spend on a day. So most people might be like, that's too low. You gotta make mistakes. But if you're talking about £100 million, yeah, now we're talking about a lot of people would leave because £100 million is not no baby diggers. That's big money right there. But £500,000.
Realistically, yeah. Half. That's why I said to be realistic. Yeah, it's gonna have to be like a life-changing amount of money, but still enough for you to lose it. Yeah. So £500,000, like I said, is lot of money. It's not a small amount of money. I've not got £500,000 in my bank account right now. Yeah, I could tell you
No,
that
but
for free. Yeah, but I'm just saying that.
but when you
Wait.
consider
I'm trying to fill it out for you, yeah, fill the stipulations on it to make it like see whether you take the deal in it. Yeah, so they said, we're gonna give you £500,000, and then you've got 2 years to wrap everything else up that you've got in the UK to like sever all your ties and all that. Yeah, like would you take that offer?
I got a question. Why you gotta sever your ties?
Yeah, because like the thing is, it's just not to come back in it.
Right.
No,
So
but what if you have
obviously,
business? So what if you have a business?
Yeah, even to do business, it's just basically just to leave, just.
But you can't do business. You can't have maintain a business in the UK.
No. I've made it more awkward. I've made it awkward on purpose.
Yeah.
I've made it awkward on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, like,
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Part of this. There's
nothing to do with the UK. There's nothing you can do.
Is there another country? Is there another country that has agreed to take this mass group of people come in? Is there another country that has agreed to take all of these people? Or we gotta find get in where we fit in?
Hypothetically, your first choice is to return to your original homeland, isn't it? Yeah. So hypothetically, you're saying that you're returning either to the Caribbean or to Africa or to another part of Europe or to America or to anywhere else but England.
Let me make a last point.
Anywhere else.
And we'll have citizenship there. We'll have citizenship there. Will England arrange for people to obtain citizenship? Because it makes no sense you giving up citizenship in England and going somewhere else and being an immigrant. You're not a citizen. Who the hell is doing that?
Can I make a last point? When you look at £500,000, even when you look at how people spend money and how things get expensive or inflate, I don't know, is it inflation? In 3-5 years to come, £500,000 will be like £50,000. And
I think the 2 million was at least decent. 500. I mean, people living in $500,000 houses. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really.
It's too low.
Even though I don't have that money myself.
Right.
It's just not. It's not a life-changing amount. Yeah, it's not a life-changing amount of money. Right. And if you go to another country,
to get it in one lump would be a life-changing amount of money, though. Like it's like you're saying, people have got it in assets.
If I was swapping in my passport and getting another one, I would be okay. If I was swapping out my passport and getting another one, meaning I wasn't like, let's say, going to Ghana as with just like a visa, but they actually gave me citizenship there. I think that's different.
Obviously, it's like you're going to be you're not just going to be like a citizen of nowhere. You're going to everyone's in your case, yeah. You're going to be returning to the Caribbean or to Africa, whichever one you feel is going to be most suited to you. It's hypothetical, yeah, and that side of it's already sorted out. It's literally just for you to whether you're going to be taking the deal to leave or not. So like obviously, if you feel like for you to leave, you would need to be able to take your £500,000, invest it in some sort of business, invest 100 grand in some sort of business, buy a house for 100 grand, and sort of do, I don't know, have the other money in your account with some sort of investment that you earn money off the interest or whatever on top of that. I don't know, something in it, yeah. Just that side of it is sorted out. It's just whether you would take the deal to leave. In your case, it's leave the USA and never return with no visa, no business deals, or no, you know what I'm saying, that no trade, or anything like that.
All right. Big up to me. Bigger up to everybody in the chat room, and biggest up to Vele. I will be back if I can, I'll be back. If not, then hopefully we do this again tomorrow. But I would like to give a special thanks to Speaker's Corner for giving me something to look into, and hopefully I could clear my mind with this, either to be or not to be. Big up everybody.
All right, peace, Malik.
Yeah. Peace, Malik.
Peace, Malik.
Oh, you sound better, Eric.
Okay, cool. You can hear me now? You hear me clearly now?
Yeah. Yeah, but Bell, what do you say to that deal? Would you accept that? Would you accept that deal to leave the USA?
He's not in the USA.
No, I'm talking about you.
I'm in Finland.
Oh, talking about me? Oh yeah. I'm out. Give me my bread. I'm out. I'm out of here.
Oh yeah. But let me ask Rob, you still there?
But dang, I don't want to not make my money in the US. That's not good, man. That's not good.
There's gonna have to be some stuff that you're gonna have to give up in it. There's gonna have to be some stuff that you have to give up as well in it. Like, you know what I mean? It's basically, I'm trying to do it from the way that the far right have angled it. The far right people keep saying that they basically they want everyone out. They want control of the UK, and they want UK to be like a white only nation, or not even that, not a white only nation, They want it to be an English only nation, because like every time we question them about it, they're making new stipulations and saying, you have to be English now, your DNA has to be this, your haplogroup has to be this, So we're saying that. So we're saying, all right, imagine, shit, I'm in the fucking wrong lane, mate. Yeah, imagine that, imagine that there was a deal made, and there was there was a deal made, and they was going to be offering you. I was stopping talking there. I was trying to cut it. Traffic. But yeah. So they've made a deal. They've made a deal for you to offer for you to leave Finland and return back to America and cut all your ties. They've given you £500,000 as this deal. That would you give up your citizenship and just return home, or would that not be enough money for you to return home? Hello?
Well, you know what? I'll put it this way. It sounds like to me they're talking about how can I say, voluntary exile of people who are not of English descent, right? That's what they're talking about.
Right.
And they're talking about giving what, £500,000?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's hypothetical. I've just made it up.
Yeah.
I've made up.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You know what?
£500,000.
You know what? I mean, if in fact the English people in England, they felt that way. They're so how can I say? They're so disparaging of having immigrants in their society, and ethnic diversity in their society. Yeah, pay me. I'm out. With £500,000, I can do something with that. Okay, I'll learn to do something with that money.
Yeah.
obviously, you got money
we were talking
like
about
that, and you got money to, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we was talking about
Well,
in UK terms, yeah, because it sort of goes with even the USA sort of goes with the way that the far right sort of people are trying to lean. I would say the far right people have got more of a say on that side in the UK, innit? Because obviously the UK has been a white nation for as long as we've known it, innit? Yeah, so like. Yeah, this is like white people's land, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, but it's not so. I mean, that's true. But see, for me, it's not the question of whether it's a black nation or a white nation. It's the question: can I live in that nation? Can I knowing that the government that works for the overwhelming majority, the dominant culture, the dominant society, is that law going to equally protect me and my life while I live in that country, or not? That's
Eric, that's a side piece, isn't it? Yeah, that's a side piece, isn't it? Because really, like we're saying forget about what the government's like and all that. Yeah, we're just talking about they've made a deal in it. Yeah, so they've just said, boom, anyone we've got the never return. I swear it was called the non-return policy or something like that. If you sign up for the non-return policy, we'll pay you £500,000, but the only thing is that obviously you're never able to return. You have to give up your citizenship and your right to come to these lands and all that. But we're just offering you the non-return deal. So would you accept the non-return deal for £500,000?
Myself?
Yeah.
If it was stateside, I'd say hell no. You know why? I put the uniform on and I served that country. So hell no. That's the way I do it. You're not gonna force me out. Not gonna force me out of other country where I got family. No, hell no.
Yeah, but wait, listen.
Y'all got a different situation. Y'all got a different situation going on there, Britain. No.
But bro, you didn't think about it smartly, bro. You didn't think about it smartly. Listen. I'm trying to help you out, bro. Listen, let me help you out. Let me help you out and get.
No. You have to understand what I'm thinking about, though. I'm trying to tell you what I'm thinking about.
Before you make the stipulation, let me help you. Let me help you in it, because it's not just one person they're offering the deal. They're offering everyone the deal in it. So basically, your whole family can sign up and all move out. It's
and they all get $500,000 a piece.
Yeah, whoever's
and they all get $500,000 a piece.
If you're a citizen and you're giving up your citizenship, they're going to be giving you that's what I was trying to say to you. Yeah. So it's not like you're going to be you could be leaving people behind, because it depends on who's willing to leave or not. Yeah, but if you and your group are all looking to leave, then you basically could all leave together.
Wow, that's something that I would have to consult with my kids and kin about stateside. I don't think my kids and kin will want to leave because they're quite old now. My mother's 84 years old. My father's 80 years old. So they may not want to leave. You understand? Those are the two people I'm first and foremost concerned with as far as stateside. I mean, my grandparents on both sides of the family, they're gone. They've been gone for years. I got some. I have some cousins scattered around, but the thing about it, I don't have any family members that I'm really that tight with like that. Other than my parents, so if my family chose to stay, but the problem is I can't come back and see my parents. Can my parents come see me?
Yeah.
Wherever I move to? But see,
They can come and see you. People can come and see you,
that's
visit
hard,
you and
man.
all that. It's literally, all you're doing is giving up your rights to be a U.S. citizen. Do you know what I'm saying? So
You know what?
basically, the far right of the USA, you know, like the KKK people, they think the USA is a white people's country.
Oh, no.
So,
If that's the case,
no, but wait, bro. Let me explain it, yeah?
Belly. See, no, Belly. Now you have to stop and think what I'm thinking about. Belly, you have to let me explain what I'm thinking about, though. Belly.
Yeah, but Eric, I'm trying to make the situation.
You have to let me explain to you how I'm thinking.
Bro. Yeah, but every time you keep...
you have to let me explain how I'm thinking about the situation that you present. Don't you?
Yeah, but I'm trying to build the situation up for you so you can have all the points and then you can make your answer.
You can't fill it up for me because ultimately I still have to ultimately I have to think for myself about the situation, right, Belly? No matter what filler you put in there, no matter how deep in detail you describe the situation, right? I still got to think about it. Okay? And in order to answer your question, I have to think out loud. I have to tell you what I'm thinking about it and why I'm thinking that way. Okay? For example, you talking about skinheads, neo-Nazis, Klansmen, all these motherfuckers be $500,000 to leave? No, I'll slaughter them first. It's just that simple. I get them out of the way. I take no prisoners. They're my enemies. Because they're telling me that they're going to give me $500,000, right? And buy me off cheap, leave this country. No, fuck that, man. Bury them under the country. Then I ain't got to worry about that shit. You get me?
You know what? I feel like the question is harder to answer in the USA's stance, yeah? Because it's not Europe, innit? USA is not Europe. So, like, USA's been jacked, innit? Like, it's a robbed landmass, innit? So it's hard to...
The history is different.
Yeah, the history is different. It's not the same. It's not the same as, like, Finland. Like, alright, so say the far right got in Finland, yeah? And it's like, they're the majority, yeah? And then they've come up with the non-return plan. Yeah. Yeah, big up Trill, man.
Voluntary
exile. Yeah, would you? Yeah, voluntary exile.
With 500,000 euros in a bank account or in my pocket, yeah, I will go backstage. It's simple. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Even just answering for England. So go on, Eric.
No, I'm just saying is that, okay, if that was a choice, if I had that choice here, because it always depends on context, okay? Because you have to understand, okay? You're saying leave Finland now, right? Which in a country which I am not a citizen. I don't have citizenship here. I got permanent residence status. I can work here, but I don't have citizenship. I'm not a naturalized citizen here, okay? So that detachment to the country is not a big deal to me. Like I said, I would go back. I would take that 500,000 euros and go back to the country, my country of origin. Okay, for me physically is the USA, and nowhere else. That's where I was physically born. That's where my mother gave birth to me. I go back there, and with 500,000 euros in my pocket, a bank account, I can make that work for me and live well. So see, it's always a matter of context, man. That's what I was trying to explain.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm saying that in UK, yeah.
I mean, Stephen Miller Ghana said, okay, well, Yeah, take my money. I'm out. And I do.
Yeah. I ain't sure. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Veli, bro.
Yeah. Is it Eric that's cutting out on me?
Anybody else have any answers?
I think so.
Yeah.
Alright. What are you saying, Eric? You keep cutting out. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Kushite the same question though. Yeah.
No, Veli, I was there. Okay. All right. I'm listening.
Alright. Yo, Kush. Obviously, you heard the question.
They asked me earlier, man.
Yeah. Oh, you done it already, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said you would chuck out ages ago, innit, man?
Yeah, I said I'd be willing to do it for less than 2 mil, bro. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Well, I've lowered it to £500,000 now, innit?
Yeah, I'll do it for $500,000. I'll be out of there, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Go buy some land, bro. Straight up.
Yeah, man. I reckon, boy, for 150 grand, I reckon you could buy a nice spot in Jamaica.
Bro, you could buy some nice land. For 100K, probably, Phil. What are you on about? For 100 alone, bro, you could probably get some decent land.
That's with the land, doing the work,
Build a mansion, bro.
having the property there. Yeah, the property.
I'd want to build like a plantation and that, bro. There's so many things, you know what I'm saying? It's a madness.
Yeah. Or even a factory, man. You could buy fucking.
That's it. You just got to sustain for yourself. Yeah, man. Just like you got to build businesses, help the industry, help the economy of the country you're in, provide jobs to the people. You know what I'm saying?
So on, mining company. Because there's a bauxite gets mined in Jamaica. So we're not a bauxite mining company. A fucking hotel, man.
Telecommunications companies, bro, all over Africa. Do you get what I'm saying? All of them things are needed, man.
A mobile phone company, something.
Yeah, man. Internet cables, Africa's still in need of internet cables, bro. You get what I'm saying? Jeez, like, it's a long way to go, bro. Shit. But there's opportunities for people. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's not at the stage of like the West, so there's opportunities for people to go back and build it up. And do you get what I'm saying? So,
but it's people have to have serious money, not silly money.
You know of course.
If you ain't got serious, real money, then bro, you're just going back to build a little house and live your life and retire, innit?
Yeah, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. That's pretty much it.
But like I said, for example, if I had technology, right? Okay, if I for how?
Is it cutting out or is it me? It's cutting out badly, you know.
No, I just
that's Eric.
I thought you were talking to somebody else. No, I was saying that if I had, I probably
you're cutting out, Eric, bro. You're lagging, man.
I probably going to go in technology is developed everywhere. So for me to go for example, I would go to the continent of Africa if I know for a fact that the people are going to welcome me there and they're going to accept my knowledge. I would go there and stay there. I would take the risk of doing that because I have certain knowledge that's going to be an asset, to that whole particular country or whole particular region, with, covering like 4 or 5 different countries, using a form of technological advancement for all the people there. You understand? Okay, or
hey, listen,
maybe yeah.
Hey, Eric, Garadina Gamba, yeah, was selling houses, 2-bedroom bungalows in Ghana for 30 grand.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? So, for 30 grand plus.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, sometimes you got to try and think of it like that, innit? Like, if you can go to somewhere where you know that you're going to be able to settle in and be a part of the community, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said, right? Yeah, it is, because, like I said, I said if I knew that I would be welcome, if I had specialized skills, for example, if I did construction of single family homes, bungalows, condominiums, 1-story houses, 2-story houses, 3-story houses, brownstone houses, this type of thing. If I had those skills, okay, and I can show and prove I have these skills, and I can get a team of people together who are foundation layers, bricklayers, and brick masons, people who build, who do windows, people who can electrify the home, put the junction boxes in and all that stuff that you need to have electricity run through your home, plumbers who can do the plumbing and stuff like that, and I'm in charge of that. And the people in the country accept me and accept what skills I bring to the table, yes, I would have no problem going to a country on the continent of Africa, because I would be an asset to the people. I'm working in service to those people, and I'm probably going to live relatively well. But those people, of course, they have to accept me as a person first before they even accept my skills.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, like you said, it's a lot to consider, man. That's a deep topic, man. You can't just say, well, yes or no like that. That's not an open. That's not a closed question, man. That you can answer yes or no like that. At least not for me.
Man. Who's not? Well, no one's not just answered it yes or no anyway. Everyone's given terms and conditions.
Of course, they give me.
I feel like it might be a bit harder for Americans, bro. They feel, I guess some Americans feel a bit more, they feel a bit more disconnected from the continent, I think, so.
No, but even even with the American story, yeah, it's not like America's not the UK. UK's like Europe is actually where the white Americans come from. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So it's
these are their indigenous lands, bro. I get it. Yeah.
That one's different. Yeah, that one's a bit difficult still. So even though the black Americans don't come from America, the white Americans don't come from America either. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not. Yeah, that one's a bit different.
And the thing about it is,
when we're talking about UK, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's different because in America you have to.
Fair play.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Now I was just saying that when you're talking about life in America, okay, even though we were forced to do it, we were whipped and chained while we were doing it. Black people built that country, man. So why the hell am I going to leave a country that my forebears built? Why? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially
the American situation is a bit different still. I can understand the American situation being a lot different to the UK situation. Because even like you're saying, right, going back to Jamaica is still a colony, isn't it? It's not where actually black people in Jamaica come from. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that it's a majority black place now. It's a majority black land.
Right.
So it's like, right, if there was a group trying to tell Americans or trying to tell Jamaicans to leave Jamaica, go back to Africa, and we'll pay you whatever, I would understand Jamaicans being like, boy, I don't know about that one still. You know what I'm saying? Like, because how long they've been in that land for, even though they know it's not, they don't originally come from there. So it's the same situation like the American situation, isn't it? Like, right, you brought us here, we basically built up the place, and now you're trying to offer us money to leave the place. It's mad. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can continue doing what you've been doing since you first, at least since you brought a large group of us over there. You've benefited from the sweat of our brow, you know. Because we leave everything behind to you.
Yeah, man.
But I mean, it's an interesting question, though, Belly. I mean, it's a good question, man. It really is a good question.
Yeah, well, someone, Ralph asked me the question the other day, innit? So that's why I said, all right, let me ask the panel the question. Ask the G Block crew the question and see what they say about it.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Listen, man, I'm stuck in some fucking traffic, man.
You're stuck in traffic now, you say?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Is it rush hour now?
I'm right outside fucking Chelsea Bridge.
Yeah. Are people on their way home now? On their way home from work now?
Yeah.
Yes. So you're in the rush hour making sense. That's no joke. I empathize with you, man, because that's when people start getting that road rage. You know, people want to get home, and everybody wants to get home. Yeah, people want to get home, and everybody wants to get home as quick as possible, and everybody's using the same artery of roadway, to get home. So that's going to slow everything down. People get frustrated. They get that road rage. That's something that you got to watch out for. I don't know how bad road rage is in Britain and in England, but I know in the U.S. of A, it can get pretty nasty. People have been killed over other people getting road rage, taking it out on other people.
Let's go. Crazy. Boy. Right?
Yeah.
Shit. Hello? Still there, yeah?
Yeah, I'm still here. I think that we probably need a new question though, because as far as the people,
everyone's on.
I don't think that Rob will go on, because is he English? Rob.
South African. Yeah, he's South African.
Can you hear me?
He's Abdullah. Yo, I can hear you, man. Yo, he's up here. Yo.
Yes, yes.
I don't know.
Big up everybody on the panel
I
in
don't
my
know if
chat.
you heard the question or not. I would like to hear it.
Yes, my brother. I wanted to switch up the subject and see if we can talk about the UN basically, because according to me, for the last a week or two, I came to know that UN basically is set up as a Lucifer's trust. Come again? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, now I was going to say, basically, you know how the UN has been set up here, and I come to know basically how USA, we know that USA set up a UN.
Yeah, I can hear you.
But they set it up under Lucifer's trust. So in other words, the whole purpose
Why you say it,
of UN,
me and you.
sorry, my brother, I didn't catch that.
Eric, I think your team's lagging behind.
Okay.
Yeah. His team's lagging still, man. So, yeah, Eric, let Abdullah finish his.
Am I still cutting in and out?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out, bro. You might have to jump up and jump back on.
Wait, say that again.
I'm back. What's good?
You might have to jump up and jump back on. You're cutting in and out.
Yeah, you're lagging, Eric, man.
Yeah, so as I was saying, we know UN basically is all over the world, and they claim it to be the peacekeepers, but we know they're causing all sorts of mischief under what they're claiming to do. So in other words, they're exploiting our people all over. I'm sure you're aware about the situation in Haiti and all sorts of Africa can tell situation regarding UN and what they do. I can tell even DR Congo is the kind of civil war. UN was there and wasn't hardly doing anything. 1 second.
So we're saying that the UN are basically not friends, they're sly foes. Because what does the UN actually do?
United Nations, I don't know, Rust, preserve peace, I don't know.
Nah, sorry, I was talking to one family member. Yeah, as we know, basically, the job of UN, even in DRC, whereas the conflict that took on the civil war, the UN is it DRC or is it their neighbor, Uganda? I can't remember, but either way, the Tutsi and Hutsi war, what was the UN doing? Watching them kill each other. And that was meant to be the peacekeepers, that the job of the peacekeepers. And we see wherever UN goes, problems follows. And yet, they can't even pass laws to those leaders in the West. They're always immune from prosecution. You always see African leaders ending up in international criminal court, all because they're in UN basically. So it's set up to work against the rest of us and only to work for USA. They set up trust, getting us basically to all be under the Lucifer's trust. And we've got a lot of Muslim leaders. And one of my main points is actually the Muslim brothers and sisters. What do we call these Muslim leaders now? Since we know the fact that UN trust is set up to be Lucifer's trust, and all these leaders are in a UN law, basically. They're governed by UN law or international laws and what. So what do we call these leaders now? Can we call what they are upon Kufr Akbar? What is it? I mean, this is more question of Muslim first and foremost. Because I say Muslim trying to blame Saudi Arabia, everything Saudi Arabia, this, the other country, Muslim country. If they're all in the UN together, what do we call them then? But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. So we're basically saying that the UN are more foe than friend.
The UN are there to serve the West, in other words, and exploit the rest. And the proof is in the pudding. They're named after Lucifer. And now they try to hide it. I mean, they did extensive things to try to hide it. The information is still out there. But however, what's the purpose of them setting up Lucifer's trust? And getting people that disbelieve in Lucifer or the way Lucifer is portrayed, i.e. for us, a shaitan, in other words, that disbelieve in shaitan, getting them to actually put them in a law where actually Lucifer's legislating, or those setting up the Lucifer's trust are legislating for people that was meant to be believing in one creator, and that creator is telling you that Satan is your enemy and take him as your clear-cut open enemy. And here we have Muslim leaders in UN doing deals with the devil. Are these leaders even fit to represent us? No, I'm being honest. I mean, I'm speaking to my Muslim brothers first and foremost. Are these leaders even fit to represent us? Should UN even be in Muslim land, let alone African and Asian countries? But yeah, I guess who am I to decide? But yeah, I've said my piece. Anybody want to add in? Go ahead.
Yes, what's the actual policy that, so how does the UN control what the actual people on the ground do? What does the UN do that the people on the ground, like, if ain't it the people of the country that are committing these atrocities and genocides and so and so? How does the UN have anything to do with it?
Well, UN meant to be the so-called peacekeepers in the world, yeah? And we also know there's a verse in the Quran that tells us that those that claim to be the peacekeepers of the world, but yet they're the biggest mischief makers in the world, yeah? And now we can clearly prove that this fits it to USA and UN. And they set up a trust fund basically to help UN do US dirty job for them under the name of Lucifer. Now this goes against any Sharia law, clear cut. That's my point. So what this Muslim leaders calling themselves Muslim, representing Muslim people, doing something that they know is clear cut kufr akbar, no doubt. So we see why the Muslim world is facing. We see why the Muslim world is facing the problem is because of the UN. Because UN basically, hold on, they connect you to international laws. So therefore, not only are you obliged to uphold UN law, but also obliged to international laws too when you're in the UN.
Yeah, but how does the UN, which comes in to do peacekeeping, how does that cause the issue between the people that's already in wars with each other?
Well, if UN is telling you that the whole purpose of the UN or the Lucifer's Trust is being set up to be the peacekeepers of the world there, and that goes against Muslim or those who claim to be Muslim, because why? We've been taught from the moment you call yourself
each other.
Abdullahi, listen. Yeah. Yo, Eric, your reception's bad, bro. You just keep cutting out. Yeah, but Abdullahi, cuz I keep trying to ask you the same question. Yeah, I'm like, how does the UN? How does the UN affect the troubles that's already happening? What does the UN do? Is the UN fueling the troubles before it starts?
Well, okay, let's just use the example of the Tutsi and Husi that I told you, yeah? There are people that have been prosecuted, getting gunned down in front of UN, the so-called peacekeepers with the guns and every single thing, yeah? They didn't do nothing. They had to stand down because there was no command given. What kind of peacekeeping is that? That's to a point where you see human life is being lost, you have to wait for command to save a human life?
You know what? What's really funny, like in Mali, the same thing. The UN have been accused of that type of thing in Mali with all the insurgents and the Islamists in northern Mali. The UN and French 4,500 troops and the 12,000 UN troops in that region don't seem to be doing anything. It seems to be getting worse. So the brother does have a point about this UN.
And go ask Haitian people too how they feel about it. You know how many rapes and claims and every single thing. I mean, do people who meant to uphold and keep the peace here commit so much atrocity in the name of peace? I mean, for those that are not Muslim, they may be find it hard to understand my position, but I'm sure every single Muslim knows my position, because our position as a Muslim is clear. We have no choice. Your choice has been already been decided for you when you say I'm a Muslim. Quran, Sunnah, and Sharia. Anything goes against that is meant to leave it alone. Why you think it says Allah is the only legislator? Allah is the only one that gives law. Well, why the Muslim going to the UN then if Allah is the only one that's the lawgivers? And UN are claiming to be lawgivers themselves. And you can tell the whole purpose that they've been setting up here is what Allah is telling us again in the Quran. Those that are claiming to be the peacekeepers on the world, but yet causing the mischief upon the world here are the biggest wrongdoers. And now they come in the name of USA and UN, also known as Lucifer's Trust here. So it's a clear cut who we're dealing with. And now I'm telling Muslim, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told you Shaitan is your open enemy. And take him as your clear-cut open enemy. If you and it say that for Shaitan, then he's showing you. Your Muslim leader should not be there. I'm sorry.
Guess what? You got memory. You.
Eric, you with the connection's bad. We can't hear you. You sound like a robot. Yeah, Eric, your connection's bad. You sound like a robot.
So the summer say,
Eric's just when
we want peacekeepers removed from here. They can do that too, and the UN must comply.
These people set up UN to be above the law. That's why you won't see George W. Bush, Tony Blair being charged for those war crimes. But yet, if these are African leaders or other leaders, you see them into international war crimes, and all done under the name of UN. And this is why certain African leaders was even thinking about pulling from UN. Why? Because their sin has been set up to work against them, to put them in the international court and prosecute them, and the weaker ones. But yet, the major player or those that set it up, the fund or the trust, are immune from prosecution. And we see this happening all over the world. I mean, there was a case in UK where is that the US ambassador's girlfriend or wife ran over somebody, and then they got her out, and now they can't prosecute her because, however, diplomatic immunity and all those things. I mean, come on. It don't seem like we're all equal under the law. It seems like some people are diplomatically immune. They got 007 license to kill. But yeah, if you're from the third world country, that 007 license is getting taken away from you. And this is all the job of UN, I'm sorry to say. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's the point. The point is the UN is only made up of the countries that they represent. Okay, so that means those people who are in the UN, GA. Now, as far as the UN Security Council is concerned, yeah, there's a problem there. I would agree with anybody. I'd be the first one to tell you there's a problem there, because the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council, these were the victors of World War I and World War II. And the problem is that those countries, I believe they joined the UN. I know the US government, the US joined the UN because they would have a permanent seat, okay, in the UN Security Council. Otherwise, they wouldn't join the organization, even though they initiated it. Just like with the League of Nations. It was initiated in the States, and the States Senate would not ratify joining it because it didn't work to the advantage of the national interest of the US government. And that's the problem. When people lust for power, okay, nobody's equal, nobody's safe.
Yes, no, I hear you. But have you not seen what they see at that table as well? If majority, let's say, vote in favors, or should we say majority third class world vote in favor for something to get passed, all it takes is USA to just vote against, and all the effort is gone. So what are they really doing there when they see it's fixed, even the odds against them, unless they just want to make us submit to the West? In other words, use
wait a minute now. Wait a minute, because the US is not the only country that has veto. But the US is not the only permanent member state of the UN Security Council. Okay, you got Russia there, you got China there too. You hear me?
Yeah, now the ones with major powers, US, Russia,
and they're major powers, but they're not westernized. But they're not westernized powers. You understand what I'm saying? They're their own powers.
No. You see, the way it's set it up here is to work for the West, in other words, and anybody that support the West will work in their favor as well. Supporting the West is set up to work against you. That is why America, Britain, China, and so-called there work together, and they have the biggest say in Russia. Do you really think they care about Africa? Even what China is doing to Africa right now. Do you really think these
who's letting China attack? Who's letting China? Who's letting the people of China into there? You do have sovereign governments there, so they claim. If you say that you got 53 countries on the continent of Africa, that means you got 53 individual countries. Okay, I don't know how strong or weak their sovereignty is according to their governments.
None of them are sovereign.
But the heads of state are the ones that let the Chinese in. Do they not? The Chinese have to talk to somebody before they come into the country.
All I'm saying,
I mean, it's not like it was.
For me, from the appearance, majority of our leaders, whether from the West or the East, have sold us out. And for those of us that are supporting them, are only oppressing our African brothers and sisters, Asians here in the West, the poor, you're helping to oppress them. Because why? When you know you've been sold out and you work with them, you also helping to oppress. For me, anyway, I have no leader. I'm not going to lie. There's not a leader that I can call my leader whatsoever. The only leader that I'm waiting for is a righteous Khalifa, I'll be honest. Until then, I'm just a lost sheep grazing around in the Most High's earth. And with that, peace,
Listen,
everybody.
man. Listen, man. That's how I'm living too, though. You know, I mean,
that's where the lost sheep. That's where the lost sheep lives until the shepherds come. But yeah, peace, everybody. Take care.
Well, bye. Bye, hon. Hi, everyone. How's things? Hi, Rob. Hi, Kosh. Hi, Eric.
What's up?
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Betty. How are you?
What's happening? I've not been on for about a day or two.
Oh, well, I mean,
what have I missed?
But yeah.
Oh, you broke up, Eric.
Eric's having some technical problems.
Yeah, I'm all right. You know what, Eric, you keep on breaking up, bud. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. Stay in the call. You can't hear me. Oh. I know. Yeah.
Oh, Eric, we can't hear you, you know, hon.
I'm
just doing eyelashes.
No, I'm cutting out. I
don't
know.
Yeah, that's not that good today, bro.
Now I keep getting a message that I'm cutting out.
Yeah, you keep on cutting out, bro.
Yeah, and Betty, what one?
Oh yeah, not much bigger. Just been doing some homework. I've got a lot of assignments to do. I thought I'd just come on here
the
for a
question
break.
of the day today.
Yeah, that's imaginary. Imaginary, hypothetically, you get paid to leave the UK. How much money are we speaking?
Yeah, £500,000.
Okay. Are you going to transfer the money to my account still?
Yeah.
And I'm not allowed to come back. I've just got to go.
You can't come back. You can make contact with people in the UK. They can come and visit you, but you just can't go to the UK or have any businesses there.
Okay, I'll take the money.
Yeah.
I can live on $500,000. That do me nicely. Yeah, $500,000 is a lot, and the UK ain't. That ain't. There's still other countries in Europe around the world. The UK ain't. The UK ain't that great. It's fucking cold.
Everyone.
Oh, you're breaking up.
No one. No.
Bigger, you're breaking up. Oh, Bigger, come back in or move your signal or something. You're breaking up. Are you driving or something?
Yeah, man. Whoever that was, jump back in, mate.
Bigger, we can't hear you. You're just breaking up. You're like Eric. We can't hear you. Someone type to Bigger that we can't hear him properly.
Give him a sec, we'll be back.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
When was the last time you went to Africa, Betty? In Nigeria specifically? Hello? You there, Betty?
Oh, sorry, I'm doing my eyelashes at the same time. Sorry, I'm a bit. Oh, sorry, I keep on going away from friggin'. A few years ago, sorry, I'm away from the mic. Just a moment, I've dropped my eyelash. A few years ago.
Okay. You said you was going to go to Ethiopia soon.
Yeah, me and my friend Jarina, she's from Ethiopia, and we're going to go to Ethiopia, Algeria, and Nigeria.
Oh.
We're going to show each.
Why Algeria? I just want to see North Africa.
Because I want to see North Africa. I want to see what it's like to be a black person in Algeria. I want to see how much racism is there, and I just want to see what North Africa's like. I've only been to Egypt.
Fair enough.
I've been to Morocco. Only short trip. It's only Egypt to Morocco.
Oh, I can't even lose my eye. Oh, shit.
What you do?
I got the eyelash glue in my eye and my eyes still.
Oh, Betty, you sound like you're in it. Oh.
I need to yeah. Oh shit. I need to wash this eye out. Oh shit, where is it?
You need to allow them fake eyelashes and that, man. If it's doing that to your eye and that.
No, I like them. I like long hair. You have to suffer for beauty. It's the cost of being a woman. You have to suffer. You know, beauty is the illusion of inclusion.
Yeah.
I'm better now. Stop paying it now. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I you know, so
when you burn out your eyes,
people are not
trying to.
These two under the fucking sea, mate.
I know. It's one of them, but they look really nice. You know, at the end of the day.
No, they was. When you burn out your eye for trying to put flipping eyelashes in, like those girls.
I'll be dead soon. Don't worry about that. I'll be dead. I don't think anyone's ever gone blind putting glue in their eye. Those people that put contacts in their eyes. those coloured ones. And they look nice. They look really nice. Oh yeah, they look nice. I'm a happy
I could
bunny.
never put contacts in my eyes, man. I could never touch my eyes. Like, I've got a fear of touching my eyes for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know how people put contacts in their eyes. They're just like.
It's a bit of a mad one.
I need another pack. Where's my other pack of lashes? Oh, damn.
Well, I mean, as long as you keep your contact lenses and moist, you soft and as long as it's moist, you shouldn't have a problem unless you're allergic to that material that contact lens. Yeah, that's another issue.
I don't know, because I've heard those people that put blue contacts in their eyes that have actually have brown eyes. Actually, they go blind because they start to lose their eyesight because they don't get enough sun. I don't know how far that's true.
Wow.
That's just a rumor I've heard.
Well, I don't know. The thing about it is that I've never heard that. I knew guys when I was in the military. I knew a few guys who wore soft contact lenses. They had brown eyes.
Yeah, so I don't know. Just
But
what I've heard.
But the contacts that they had, though, yeah. But the contacts that they had, they were clear. They were clear contact lenses. They weren't colored contact lenses.
Oh no, the ones I'm talking about is the coloured ones. So if you've got naturally brown eyes,
yeah.
and you're wearing blue.
Hey. What's good, everybody?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
What's up, brothers?
I'm making
pancakes. Sorry, I'm just concentrating on my eyelashes. That's why I'm taking
you and these eyelashes, you're doing them again.
Yeah.
How long does it last? You was doing it just the other day.
It normally lasts about 2 weeks, but usually in that 2 weeks, 1 or 2 might fall off, so you have to top up. But I pull them off. They don't actually fall off, the majority of them. I pull them off to refresh and give my eye a break. And then a week later.
Yeah.
I just don't like it when I have, because I've got naturally short eyelashes and they're not that full. And my nephew has the most beautiful eyelashes, dead thick. And I'm like, long. And I'm like, I want them.
What kind of pancake?
I found this keto pancake mix. So I'm trying to see if it's gonna taste good. Scattered mine said it's gonna taste nasty. He said healthy pancakes taste nasty. So I'm trying to see if it's gonna taste good. The batter don't taste good. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna try to have to add some cinnamon or something in here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make it, cook it up in a little bit.
What can't you eat in a keto diet?
Huh? What can't you eat? So it's, so the keto diet is like a low carb. So really you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be, I think it's under 20 grams for the day of carbs.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's basically you want to try to minimize it because there's still like these pancakes. For 2 pancakes, that's 5 carbs right there, 5 grams. So like let's say if I had a muffin or something like that, or a bagel or rice with my lunch or my dinner, I may, or even a piece of fruit, like an orange or a banana, all of that could make me go over. So
do you eat meat?
I started since I got on this diet, but I don't eat like a whole lot of meat, but I do eat chicken and fish. That's it. Chicken and fish. And vegetables and more vegetables.
Yeah.
You eat eggs and stuff? Yeah.
Yes, I started eating eggs. Like the before this, I was vegan, so I wasn't eating any eggs. So it's but the weird thing is I'm still doing like my vegan dairy. So I still do vegan cheese, vegan butter, and almond milk. I don't do so keto is not only is it low carbs, but it's high in fat. So a lot of people who aren't vegan, they would use like heavy cream, whipping cream, like fatty butters, milk, cheese. Like you can actually eat all of those things and still lose weight and develop muscle, like become more lean. But I don't know. I think it's a mental thing for me now that I just stayed away from dairy so much that it's kind of hard for me to like. So I still do vegan cheese and stuff. But let me taste this stuff. I'm scared.
Right.
Because it's not sweet. Pancake mix should have a little bit of sweetness to it.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, a little bit of sweetness to it. But the diet's not that bad. If you cook your own foods, it's hard to like go out and eat.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to go out and eat.
I think most people who have.
Go ahead.
I think people who have specialized diets that, like vegan diet or vegetarian diet, or people who have a diet where they're cutting down on intake or dairy intake like that, you have to do it yourself. The restaurants and the salad bars and all these different places, they're not going to do that for you. They may specialize in something that a lot of people, but other than that, it's on you how you cook it, how you cook it and how much of it you eat at a time and all that.
Yep.
Were you before?
Yeah, I was. And being vegan, you really like it's different than saying when I was vegan, my blood pressure was still high. I still suffer with high blood pressure, and I was heavier than I am now. So, because you can eat a whole lot of carbs as long as it's not meat or dairy and you're technically vegan. So you can be a vegan and still be unhealthy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so vegan doesn't necessarily mean you're healthy at all. Because I was eating bad.
But that cause
Eric's gone again, then.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We couldn't. No, you cut out. Can hear you now.
Okay. Now I was asking Melanated Goddess that she was saying that she was a vegan, but even though she was poor, she had high blood pressure. And I was asking her was there any particular type of food that she was eating that caused her to get high blood pressure. Or what were those foods?
Sorry, I had it on mute. My dog was barking. What you say? Kushite? Was it Kushite or
Melanie, I was asking you. Vegan.
Anybody know what he's saying?
He said, "What was causing your blood pressure to go up? What was you eating?"
Yeah, he said, is there a particular food that you've eaten that made your blood pressure go up?
Well, I'm assuming it was carbohydrates. You know, I cut out the carbohydrates and my pressure is good.
Yeah.
So like, you know, eating, I don't know, I guess eating pasta and rice and French fries, fried cassava, fried plantains. Those are different types of starches that I ate regularly. You know, rice, pasta, potatoes.
Okay, yeah.
Those are all the things that I cut out now. I don't eat those. And my pressure is pretty good. So
right.
And then just like the types of fats that I add. Down. Yeah, my blood pressure came down. Mm-hmm.
What did you replace your proteins with?
Right.
My protein. Oh, when I was vegan? Well, protein. Yeah. You can create protein through eating foods that are high in amino acids. So amino acids are, you know, the building blocks for protein. So I also had a plant-based protein, so it's made from pea protein. I add protein powder, chia seeds, and just eat a lot of like veggies. So in my smoothies, I would have spinach and kale, blueberries, blackberries.
Beans have a lot. Kidney beans and them type of beans have a lot of protein in it. Plant-based.
Yeah, lentils, quinoa. Yeah. I ate a lot of those things, and I definitely, when I was vegan, when I got my physical, I asked my blood work. I was very curious to see if my protein levels were going to be low, and they were not. So, and I didn't eat any meat.
Myself.
Right.
Well, see, the thing about it is I'm not vegan anymore, but I still have many vegan meals. So you don't have to like look at it. I'm going to completely stop eating meat.
You just minimize it.
You can just minimize it. You just do what you want to do. People's like, "Are you vegan?" I say, "I'm veganish." People could be Jewish. I'm vegan-ish.
Vegan on Sundays.
Mm-hmm. But I don't miss like eating red meat. The only red meat I miss eating is oxtails sometimes. I used to like oxtails. But like steak, I'm not a big fan of steak. I'll take chicken over steak any day.
You know, I've never tried oxtail before, you know.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
I've heard so many good things about it, but I've never tried it. No.
It's nice.
For me, though, I felt like
Eric,
you're
breaking up.
Exactly.
You sound like the robot.
Yeah, I don't think you know us.
Jollof. Some jollof rice.
Some jollof rice, yeah.
Yeah. With
you said what? Oxtails with jollof? With jollof?
Steaks over here.
My mom cooks.
You know how to make jollof, Betty?
Yeah.
Oh, Suki.
It's not that hard. There's a lot of recipes on internet or the YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up for one of my my days. I do non-keto.
I've seen a couple on YouTube.
It just takes time. It takes time. It's not a quick thing.
Oh, Sicky, look at my pancake, looking like a real pancake. Go
How do you spell
keto.
that? How do you spell
Go
Jello?
keto.
Betty, how do you spell Jello?
J-O-double-L.
Yeah.
J-O-L-L-O.
Double L. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna check it.
You should try the Nigerian food channel, or just type it in YouTube, and there's the Ghanaian version, the Nigerian version. I've never seen the Gambian. No, I did see the Gambian version, but I've never tasted it. I've only tasted the Nigerian and Ghanaian one.
I've only ever heard of Ghana and Nigerian, to be honest. I've never heard of no Gambia.
You know, it's actually from Gambia. It's actually
It's
Wolof.
originally from Gabon. Yeah. Okay. Damn.
Yeah, it's Wolof. It's a Wolof dish, meaning to put together. But no, when everyone seems to think it's Nigerian and Ghanaian, and they don't pay respect to the root.
They done took it over. That's why.
Yeah. There's only a small.
Which Jollof is preferred, Nigerian or the Ghanaian?
It all depends on who you're talking to.
It depends on who you ask, man.
I like the Ghanaian.
You like the Ghanaian?
Yeah, the Ghanaian one, because they put ginger and garlic in it. The Nigerian one, they don't really put it. Well, they don't put it in. I've never seen them put that in. But I prefer the Ghanaian one myself. But they're both nice. It just depends on what you like.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I drastically decreased my rice intake. So I have to to me, that's like a treat, like having ice cream or something. You know, you'd be like, oh, I'm going to have some rice.
I had rice for a while. I miss it, to be honest.
Yeah. There's foods that you can eat, though. You can eat a lot of greens, spinach, soup, stews. There's a lot of Nigerian.
I made that cauliflower rice. That don't really, to me, it's not a great substitute. If you a rice head and then you have some cauliflower rice, you like, man, this ain't no rice. It just made me feel like I want the real thing.
Getting rid of carbs is hard because you get rid of couscous, all those things, rice, yam, everything. If you get rid of carbs.
Yeah. But then you get rid of all of the stuff that puts weight on you, give you belly fat. You know, especially things that have gluten in it. That's what gives you the belly fat.
Oh wow. That Jollof.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's definitely worth having a go.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get ready for the summertime. You got to start now. Wear your little, what they call it? My little sundress.
Well, last 20 years, there are a lot of
Man, Eric, what is going on? That joint, we trying to hear you, but we can't hear you.
Get like one line and it just goes. Have you tried Somali food before?
No. I gotta get it. I've only had Ethiopian food.
Ethiopian food is not bad. It's alright. It's not bad.
You said as well?
I said it's alright. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I had it twice before.
Did you have the injera? Did you have like the veggie version, or did you have like? Yeah. Okay.
And I was able to like order a couple of different things off the menu, being a vegan, because like a lot of the dishes,
like
like they had the chickpeas, they had the okra, they had
You see
like
a lot of vegans go
cucumbers.
towards like Ethiopian food and that, to be honest.
And like Eritrean food similar. As well.
Yeah, but Eritrea's got they got a lot of Italian influences on those.
Yeah,
in their food.
By them.
Yeah.
Eritrea, the country next door to Ethiopia. and Somalia, Eritrea.
Yeah, that's where Nipsey Hussle was from, right? Eritrea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where his dad's from. Yeah.
Some of them, like the older generation, still speak Italian, though, man.
Well, I've heard Somalia. Some of the Somalian generation, old generation, speak Italian too, though, don't they?
I couldn't tell you because I'm not from that region of Somalia, so I couldn't. I'm from the north. I'm from where Britain colonized.
Oh, okay. That doctor.
I'm pretty sure they probably are.
Speaks Italian. That Dr. Hawa Abdi. She's from Somalia, and she's like in her 70s.
Yeah, no, they probably are, man. They probably are, because I know there was like there were a couple of architects, Italian architects there, even towards like the 80s and that. Yeah, so they must have been communicating in Italian with people. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
I think it's from that time of the colonial period, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it kept on changing hands.
So, I know. So, what you call it? I was just on the phone with my best friend, right? And he's talking. He's engaged to a Ghanaian woman, and we were talking about like him changing his last name because he wanted to pretty much like take on. He already had a naming ceremony and everything, and has been given like a African name, right? From he took on a name from Guinea-Bissau, right? And then he was also given a Ghanaian name from the woman's family, right? And so they're talking about getting married, and so I asked her, what name is she gonna take? Because he hasn't legally changed his name. So I was just basically like asking her what was she gonna do about her name, and she was saying that you don't have to have the last name of your father. Like that's not a like I don't want to say African as like every country in Africa does it that way, but so I guess in Ghana you don't have to like have your father's name. So it was just difficult for me, and I understand I'm saying this from like a Western mind. I was just like, well, how do you trace where you come from? And she was like, I forgot what she said, but she just basically said that like she said that when she was born, because she was born in Ghana,
yeah,
her and her siblings did not have the same name, the same last name. And she said when she moved to America, I guess her father was like, he just didn't want them to draw more attention or say, like just basically cause a commotion. So they changed their birth certificates. So now the whole family has his name. But that was more of them doing an American way of thing. But in Ghana, like, and then that made me think my friend who was from Ethiopia,
yeah,
her first name is her father's last name.
Yeah, well, it's because like I don't have a surname. I have 3 surnames, and my dad's first name, my granddad's first name, and my great granddad's first name. Because we don't have surnames in my ethnic group, so it's quite common that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
so
can
like when
say
you
the same.
so when you
The same as
so
Billy.
if you get married, then you could just keep your name how you like your name that you have now. I
wouldn't take my husband's name, but my sister has the same thing. We're all named after our granddads on our dad, on our birth certificates. But that's just how, because we only had, just like your friend said, the white man forced us to bring surnames because we didn't have no surnames before the white man come. So how we'd identify someone would say, a cone is from so-and-so village. That's how they would identify. That's how, so they didn't need surnames.
Okay, so how, like, let's say you was married to Veli. How would I know? How would you identify that you are of the same house? You are his wife. Like, or what we if I would say Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, or I was like Mr. Johnson and Miss Smith, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, what? How does that work?
You wouldn't need to, because you'd be in
Where
your
I'm from,
house.
you'd like be referred to as you'd be referred to as the daughter of that person. Do you know what I mean? If that makes any sense? Yeah.
Even if you're married?
Yeah, still, yeah. You'd still be the daughter of that person, yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Where I'm from, that is anyway. I can tell you that, yeah.
So you still be your father's daughter.
Yeah.
So it's So it's a bit. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's that. I don't know. It's supposed to depend on why they created surnames. Because I remember reading about English history, and people didn't always have surnames in the UK. It came after a certain period in, time. So it wasn't always. So, like, for example, if Jonathan was a baker, he would say whose name was just Jonathan. And then when the surnames came, they say Jonathan Baker, meaning one of his ancestors was a baker. And then that's how the name continued after generation after generation. It wasn't like some great big thing. They were like naming people after their profession or surname.
But okay.
And also, I think
I like it the African way. I ain't changing my last name. Bump that mess.
Yeah, but it also depends on how big it is. Depending on how far you travel. If you're in them days, people weren't traveling that far unless you had a lot of camels and horses. So people really stayed in their own little communities. So there wouldn't be I don't think there would be a need for a surname, because there might be only about 200 people in the village.
Okay, so everybody just know each other.
Did they like use nicknames and stuff? Because did they use nicknames in that? Yeah, that makes sense. Because that's what they do where I'm from. They give each other nicknames and stuff. So like they're easily distinguishable if they've got the same name.
I've got a nickname, got an African nickname, a family nickname that people call me by. Yeah, and then I've got a real name, but it's not on the birth certificate. But yeah. So it's the same thing in Somalia. You've got nicknames for everybody.
Yeah, but a lot of people are given nicknames.
Yeah. I actually prefer my nickname more than my actual name. And what was really difficult, because my mum and dad never called me by the name that they gave me on my birth certificate. They'd always call me by my nickname, which was just really annoying. But some people are really.
And then you're like, why didn't you just give me this name?
Yeah, I don't know it. I know why, because he named me after his sister. But to me, it's just like, well, what's the point if you're never going to use it? What's the point in putting it down? But families are just strange, aren't they? What about you? Is your nickname? You got any nickname? Your family nominated?
No. My first name is pretty short, so usually they give you a nickname to like condense it or something like that. But my name is kind of short, so I never got a nickname. Kind of disappointed about that. I think nicknames are so cool.
Yeah, nicknames are fun. I think British people really like, if you've got a really long name, they like to shorten everything, like Elizabeth, Liz, Beth, all these different, variations. They don't really like to use the long title, like Jonathan.
I still don't understand how the nickname for Richard is Dick. I just don't get that.
Was it after a king? Was he a little bit of a womanizer? Is that what it is? Because I'm sure it's after a king, isn't it? That nickname did come from, is it King Richard? Wasn't there a King Richard or something?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense. Like it might be Robert.
Yeah, but he might.
Why is the nickname for Robert Bob? Why isn't the nickname for Robert Rob? This is stupid. All right.
It's English, you know. Makes
Yeah,
no
it's
sense.
just like nickname for Robert. Hey, Bob. No, I would be Rob, not Bob. See, I like Hood Fabulous nicknames. You know, Kiki, Ray, Tay Tay. You know, I like those kind of nicknames. At least they, you know, it goes with their name.
Shit rhymes.
Your name is Jay Quan. They just call you Quan for short. You know what I'm saying?
It's better than fucking Dick.
Exactly. Walk around, your name is Dick. Oh my God. Yes. Only got a little bit of vegan cheese left. I'm over here making a big old breakfast, and it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
It's only 6 p.m. here, but it feels later than it is, man.
It's this damn winter time. I can't stand it. Getting dark and cold. The worst.
So, what about you? Have you been to Africa? Right?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Somalia, or Somaliland, several times.
Oh, when was the last time you went?
5 years ago.
Oh, okay. I've heard. Is it stable? I've heard that place is stable.
Yeah, Somaliland's stable, yeah. It's been stable for a while, to be honest, for a long time now. They've had loads of presidential elections. They're on I don't know, they're on their 5th president now. I'm not sure. 6th president. I'm not sure what they're on. Fuck knows. But they've transitioned over safely every time. Do you know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, that's what you want in a nice stable country. You don't want all that craziness.
But they're just seeking recognition, which they've been seeking for 20 years now. So yeah.
It's a hard thing to get recognition from the international community.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll get there one day. I was listening to your president talking about it, giving the history of it and the protectorates. He speaks English well.
He does. I think he was out here, raised out here. That's why it is. He came out here with his sugar.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, because the other president of Somalia, speaks English well, but with a Somali accent. So when I was listening to the one from Somaliland, I was like, oh, he speaks. I can't really hear his accent that strong compared to the other one.
Yeah, I believe he was diaspora.
Somaliland is not in Somalia.
No,
you're saying it it's a different location.
It's basically it's a long story, man. It's a whole long story.
Cut the story short, they were colonized by not colonized, the protectorates before Fisherman kicks off. They were protectorates, so they had yeah. I don't want Fisherman coming on. They're coming out of nowhere. There was Italian, French, and British. So I think
they basically split us up into 3. Djibouti was taken over by France, south of Somalia was taken over by Italy, and the north of Somalia was taken over by Britain.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, this was in the rush. Yeah, this is when all that madness was going on back in the day.
So the separation still exists.
We was divided.
You say the president for Somaliland. Yeah.
So they divided us back then, but basically it caused a division, obviously, which it would. But so what did you say, Melanie? My bad.
So I was saying that Somaliland has its own president, and then the rest of Somalia Somalia has another president.
Yeah.
Oh. Dang, that's crazy. I never asked somebody so are you from Somalia or Somaliland? I didn't even know about this.
Yeah, I know a lot of people do, to be honest.
Boy, I could just.
Fairly, Eric's backstage again.
I noticed some Somalians do mention it.
Eric's backstage. Yeah, probably like the ones that are from there do, but other than that, it's probably not really mentioned. Exactly, yeah.
And one of the guys I knew was from Somaliland. Yeah, but when I mentioned it to, is it Khalid? He went, "Oh, forget all that, Betty." I was like, oh, "Okay."
Yeah, because he's like, I think he's more on his like trying to link up all regions of Somalia. He's on that tip. He's on that vibe right now, I think.
Yeah.
He don't want you to come with your division, Betty.
Say that again?
I said he don't want you to come with no division.
Yeah, and then wait until you meet the Somalians that are Ethiopian. That's another one, and Kenyan as well, because there's some of them in Kenya and Ethiopia. It's really
but they've the thing is those regions have always fought to be in like what is Somalia, do you know what I mean? They've actually there's actually been factions that have risen up within those sectors of Kenya and Ethiopia to actually join back into Somalia, but obviously the powers that be have fought against it. So
yeah, but they're not having any success, so they still obviously they still carry Kenyan passports and Ethiopian.
Yeah. They've like right now in Kenya, like they quelled all of that a long time ago, and same in Ethiopia. Like so, yeah.
But it's quite similar in Nigeria. There's different. There's my ethnic group lives in Cameroon as well, but the only difference with them is they still held Nigerian citizenship, even though they were technically in Cameroon, and Nigeria still governed that region. And then they had a big old fight over it in the international court, and then Cameroon won. So it's a very, do you know what I mean? So it's not unusual to have ethnic groups all over Africa split in different countries because of the colonial borders that have divided ethnic groups and people's kin. That's one of the reasons why there's a lot of trouble in Africa, because of the colonial borders that
East Africa's all messed up because of colonial borders, pretty much.
West Africa, everywhere.
Yeah, the whole of Africa is all messed up because of colonial borders. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's like that guy, you know, Beefy from Gang. I said to Beefy, I said, "Oh, you're from Zimbabwe," and he went, "No, Zimbabwe and Zambia." And I think he might be from one of those ethnic groups that's been split.
That are across two nations,
Yeah,
it's like the Wolof that are in Senegal and they're in, like you said, Gambia.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous, the colonial borders. But the elite benefit from it, the African elite benefit from it. That's why they don't want to move the borders around, because a lot of people would no longer be rich. I know in Nigeria, the northern elite, they get most of their money from the south. So if they changed all the borders in Nigeria to reflect the ethnic group, the northern oligarchy and that richest man in Africa, is it Danton? No, Dangon. What is his name? The richest guy in Africa from Nigeria. He would be poor because his wealth comes from the south, and he's a northerner. That's one of the reasons why they don't want to get rid of the borders, because the political elite and the business elite benefit from those borders.
It's a bit crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. It sounds.
Yeah, and it's all that problem's all over Africa. It's because they benefit from it. That tiny elite in Africa, they keep them borders because they're getting lots of money out of it. It's like that, that one, what's her name? I think it's Isabella, I think her name is Isabella, the richest woman in Africa from Angola. She's being prosecuted because she's just been ciphering money. But once again, another thing, a lot of her money doesn't come from her own ethnic group. It comes from parts of where her ethnic group aren't in Angola. Just ciphering money. I mean, just like Somaliland, like you said, and when people rise up, because I know in Cameroon, they're rising up trying to succeed from Cameroon, the English-speaking part, and they're just getting killed like chicken. You know, target practice. They're just getting like, you know, killed by the army and the police. And you rarely hear about it.
Yeah, that's a sad thing, man.
Yeah, that's why, and I think that's the sad thing, because people don't realize that there's lots of places in Africa where people are rising up, but because the media's here is just written by, you know, white middle class men, they don't care about, you know, what's going on in Africa unless it benefits them. They're not going to talk about people's oppression unless there's something in it for the West. Oh, where's Melanated Goddess gone? Is she popped up? She popped off.
I didn't realize, man.
What's going on with Rob? Rob hasn't spoken for a while. Is he just hanging about?
Robbie there. I didn't even know he's there. I thought he left.
Yeah, I think that's Rob's speaker's corner. I'm sure that's Rob.
Yeah, that's him. That's him. Yeah.
Well, maybe he's just gone out or something. Just signed himself in. So what's popping in London? What's going on in London? London life?
Oh, nothing. Shit, weather. It's been raining. Nothing, man. Shit.
No.
When was the last time you went to the park? A long time ago.
No, it was a long time ago. It was in July last year. It was that time when Jedi was getting chased around the park by you.
Oh, them times. Okay.
Yeah. Those were like 3 weeks after that. That's when I didn't go again, because I had that operation. I had a nose operation, so I was in recovery. And then I just thought it's too dark to go and stand there all the way to London and listen to them talk about religion and, you know, the same mold in the cold, and it's dark. It's not really safe for a woman.
Winter times is not the place for Speaker's Corner, man.
Say that again?
I said winter time it's not really the place to be.
Yeah, I don't really like it in the winter because it's cold and, you know.
It's all right in summer, but winter's not really enough.
Yeah, it's just... And there's no real conversation. The only time I'd go to Speaker's Corner again is probably to do a speech. I don't really...
I'll be honest, it's repetitive as fuck. That's why I stopped going. It's just like you see the same shit every week. It's like EastEnders on a Sunday.
Also, you used to go yourself then?
Yeah, I used to go throughout 2017 and that, yeah. But stopped going, yeah.
Yeah, because that's it. You have to do something different. And people ask me to go, but then I just think... Like my friend, Jarina, her partner wanted to start Ethiopian Corner after seeing the Somalian Corner. But she's not spoken about that again, so I'm not too sure what her partner's saying. But I think different type of corners would be nice. Different subjects. Oh, Eric's back.
It's interesting. I think he was in back chat for a while.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was just in. Because I had to reboot. I had to shut down my laptop, took my battery out, and cleaned all the dust and stuff that was there. It wasn't much. I was trying to figure out why, I was having so many technical difficulties earlier today, and now it's working better. I don't know how much longer it's going to work better, but for the time being, I'm all right.
Oh.
As long as people can hear me and I can hear you.
Yeah.
But but Kushai, I missed what you were saying about Somalia and Somaliland. Can you shortly rehash that, if you will?
What specifically did you want me to rehash them, bro? I'm not sure.
He wants you to explain.
For example, why is there Somalia and Somaliland?
Civil War, I think it started in 19, went on towards, I think he won, and we split off, man.
Right.
Yeah, simply put, we split off and done our own thing after that.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah. Right. Okay.
We were separate. We were colonized by Britain. We were colonized by Britain.
Okay.
In 1960, we was given our land back, Eric.
Yeah.
We were our own nation for a week.
Protectorate, not colonized. We've got to say protectorate before fisherman comes and cusses us.
Same shit, different toilet, you know? Fucking.
Yeah. I like that. I like that. Same shit, different toilet.
It's not. It's a protectorate. It's a business arrangement. A colony doesn't have any autonomy. A protectorate has a certain amount of autonomy.
I feel ya.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel you. Well, yeah, we was like you said, a protectorate. We split off from Britain, and we was our own nation for I think it was a week. We chose to reunite back with Somalia, which we did.
Right.
Then we had the civil war, like I said, in '88, and then Somaliland back to it. Yeah. From 91.
Right, okay.
So from 91, we've been Somaliland.
Oh, okay. All right. I see. Wow. Yeah, I mean, because I caught bits and pieces, and you know, when you and Betty was saying that, you know, how can I say, colonization of the world fucked up the world. It really did. Because when you slice up, for example, the way that the continent of Africa was recarved after colonization, to my understanding, there were communities and tribes of people who were split simply because of how can I say, one country was carved out and the border would become between a tribal land there, and one side's on the border of one side's on the border of another country, the other side's on the border.
No, that is what happened, Eric, at the start.
Yeah.
They basically split Somalia into 3 different nations, bro. That's basically what happened.
Yeah.
They split him into 3 different nations, and they had Somalis fighting against each other for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Because I remember when I saw on the news when Sudan split up south.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, damn, you know. And then they said, well, you know, in southern Sudan, you have a burgeoning Christian community, and then in northern Sudan, you got a burgeoning Islamic community, and the Islamic government wanted to take the basically they want to keep hold of the oil that's coming out that's actually in southern Sudan rather than northern Sudan, and the north wants to run that, you know. And I'm sure that's not the only thing. I'm sure that it's more complex than that.
Also, another thing that was saying, what they said, one of the things they were saying was that they were being Arabized and Islamized, and they said they put out this idea that if they split away, everything would be all right and hunky dory, and they stopped fighting. But it wasn't, because they're still fighting now. You know what I mean? And another thing is because I've got a friend from Sudan, and he says that what's really silly about it is now they've split. The only way that the South Sudan can get the oil out is to go through Sudan, because they're landlocked. So, you know, them splitting because of oil doesn't really work, because they can't get it out because they need to go through Sudan.
Yeah,
and it's
indeed.
Do you know what I mean? So you just think,
yeah.
And they're fighting now. Now the Dinky and the Niederlocks and all of those ones are now fighting each other. Now there's a civil war in Sudan between the people the Christians, ethnic groups. Now they're fighting each other. You know what I mean? So it was just like a bit.
Oh, the Christian ethnic groups are fighting against each other now.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
They're still fighting. The South Sudan, they're still fighting each other. First they said they were just fighting the Muslims and the Arab North, But after they got rid of them, they went back to fighting each other. And this country, South Sudan's still not stable. Because you know what it is.
Yeah,
you know it's like
but is it?
Time to fight.
Yeah, I mean, but is it sectarian or is it more ethnic? You know, by tribe or by community like that, or
it's both, because
both.
South Sudan still doesn't have the same ethnic groups. They are different ethnic groups. There's still different ethnic groups and different languages in South Sudan. And also the leadership are fighting each other as well. Like, you know, the second in command is they're having disputes.
Yeah.
So they're, you know, breaking off and then fighting to overthrow each other, you know, that type of foolishness.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's sad, isn't it? People, you know, cause
it is.
A famine. They were nearly having a famine in South Sudan.
But you know who did that centuries ago? I mean, well nigh a millennium ago. The Europeans were doing that. They were fighting. Europe, the continent of Europe, was on fire. They had their period of the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages, and I mean, monarchs fought against monarchs, and
the Europeans,
you know,
the Europeans are always fighting. I don't think it's a millennium ago, because you had is it Napoleonic Wars, which was just a pan-European war, and then you had that 100-year war. I think wasn't that the 1300? Then you had the 30-year war. The Europeans fight a lot.
Yeah, they fought each other a lot.
And then you got World War I and World War II. That was another one of the Europeans fighting each other. Who's going to run things?
Well, the Europeans started both of those wars.
Yeah,
fighting against each other.
I heard a white Englishman, a very old white Englishman, in the interview, and he went like this: World War I, the War of the Cousins, and many innocent men died because of that Austrian-Hungary Empire, and obviously Britain, and you know, etc. Because you know, obviously they're all inbred, aren't they? The royal families, they're all inbred, fighting over. You know, your cousin takes a part of land, and then you like off with your head.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy because, I mean, think about it. I mean, you fight each other constantly like that. You constantly one emperor's at another emperor's throat. You know, one king's at another king's throat. You know, or
I think it's worse because they're related and they're cousins. You know, because obviously family warfare can get peak. You know, amount of times people have killed each other's family members. So you know, like if they're not related, it's not so bad because it's not as personal. But family can hurt you the most. It becomes personal.
I think it's neurological. I think too much inbreeding has was driving them mad during those times where they were fighting each other left and right. Because you think about it, most monarchies and empires, a lot of it has to do with inbreeding within the main family to keep the as they would say, to keep the bloodline pure, but to keep the lineage the same. You know, whether it's on the side of, you know, the female, the queen, or whether it's on the side of course, the male, the king. I mean, a lot of cousins, a lot of cousins, and not too distant cousins, were marrying up together to keep these empires together, to keep the families of the empires together. And I think that I think that has a lot to do with it too. You know, think about it. World War I, you know, the World War I, the War of the Cousins.
Yeah, the war.
You know, I'm sure that he's talking figuratively, but I'm thinking that even during that time, there were cousins fighting against each other because they were cousins married up in different families, feuding against each other to see who can take who has the upper hand, who can take command of the land, and all that stuff, all that type of stuff, you know. And therefore, you command the land, You command the people who live on the land. They have to work the land. You know, it's a nasty business.
Yes, it is. It's ruthless. Power corrupts, though, doesn't it? It's like when families fight. Someone dies, and then there's a punch up at the funeral. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. You know.
Someone gets
and
it's
and it's shameful. How people I know at least stateside, how people, you know, they actually fight. They have the audacity to show their ass at their families' funerals. They have feuds at funerals. Yeah. You know, they're fighting about the headstone. They're fighting about the pastor or whatever priest is, you know, is doing the eulogy. You know, who should speak it? Who should speak? You know, after.
Sometimes it's about money, though.
Yeah, I mean, they fight about every little thing.
Like someone feels maybe one family member is getting more than another family member. So, or maybe you know what I mean. Sometimes it's women. Sometimes the males have got more. The women haven't got anything. You know, there's just long last things, or maybe the first son is favored over the third son. There's a lot. Or sometimes sometimes the illegitimate child turns up. And that causes
I want my cut too. I want my cut too. Yeah, you know. Hey, he was my father. Oh, she was my mother. You want me to show you the birth? Yes. So she left something. Hey, you damn straight. You gonna get. Hey, listen. If we can't talk it out, I'll take you now. Once we go to court, you come after me, then I'm gonna shoot you and take mine. I mean, these are the type of views that they have. This is the way they talk with each other. It's really crazy, you know.
I think it's human nature, isn't it? But if you put that into a monarchy, then all hell breaks loose because power, you have more access to power and armies. So that family feud, like World War I, you can really like blitz the place and bring a whole load of people into your personal beef that you're having with your family member. So I understand that old white man sentiments about calling World War I the war of the cousins.
Yeah. I mean, indeed. I mean, but see, the thing about it is, though, a lot of times it's not about, or at least in my mind, it's not about lineage. It's about what lineage has the right to the land and to the minerals under that land. You understand that it's more of the material thing, but of course you have to add the lineage because, of course, it's the people who have the power over the land and over the you know, rank and file people, the general population that work that live in the land and work the land, you know, for the sake of earning their living and taking care of their families, you know. And it's like, well, you know, it's like, okay, well, who knows? Archduke so-and-so is in the feud with Prince so-and-so because Prince so-and-so is about to marry Princess so-and-so and Archduke wanted to marry Princess so-and-so. This type of shit, you know? Common everyday shit that you know, that people, you know, they have arguments over, jealousy, envy, and all that type of shit. And like you said, you know, once it gets to, you know, the scale of a monarch or an empire, I mean, it's everybody. I mean, everybody suffers. You know, everybody suffers because of greed or because of envy or jealousy or something like that within a family that happens to be ruling the land at a certain period of time. You know,
it magnifies when it's a nation. Well, there's benefits to marrying. There's benefits to marrying your family members because they're able to keep the money and the wealth. And
this is why.
That's how the Jews do it, don't they?
Yeah, this is what I was saying. I mean, back, like I said, back during the time of the Dark Ages. That was the Middle Ages. I think was like 15th century, 16th century. So the Dark Ages was like it was like the 11th, 12th, 13th century. You know, up to the 14th century, something like that. And Europe was on fire all day, every day, because always somebody was fighting somebody else, and they're all living on the same continent. I mean, they're all connected. They're connected by inbreeding to keep the monarchies going and keep the lineage going, to keep, like you were saying, control of the land that is made from having control of the land, you know, and keeping it in a family, or keeping it, you know, yeah, keeping it within the family, you know, for, you know, multiple generations, for a couple of, you know, for hundreds of years, you know, and everybody around them, when they're feuding, everybody else just gets squeezed out, you know, if not slaughtered, you know. But see, the thing about it is, though, scientists have shown, though, that when you inbreed like that, you make the people who are doing the inbreeding along that lineage, you weaken them, genetically speaking, because the genetics are too close.
Not everything's down to inbreeding, because
Wait.
if you marry your cousin and have a child with your cousin,
No.
the risk of a genetic abnormality is only 4 to 5% increase. It's not a big increase. You know, not everything in the world, the fighting is down to inbreeding. That's an excuse.
Oh no, I didn't. No, I wasn't saying that. I'm just saying that if you do too much inbreeding over a long period of time, and you're inbreeding with close relations like that, you know, for the sake of keeping an empire going, in the end, you weaken yourselves. Okay, you weaken yourselves physically and genetically. You weaken yourselves as far as your family structures that are making up the empire, because sooner or later these people will get died, or in their feuds that they have with another monarch or whatever, they may get killed. I mean, empires rise and fall. You know, it's a vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle of, you know, of the human condition, you know.
But I think people fight in general, and there's still plenty of wars in the world that are not down to people being inbred. They are just dominant.
Oh, I agree.
Societies. There are some people who are dominant,
Yeah.
and there's some societies who are insular and end up getting dominated. You know, whether they've got resources that society wants. I mean, look at America. America's one of the most prolific, aggressive nations who think they're the world police, and they manufacture shitloads of weapons and have hundreds and hundreds of bases around the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
but you know who they,
the Congress, are they all inbred? As to why they cause so much issues.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it all comes from inbreeding. Inbreeding has its part in it, though. If you think over the millennia, and you think of the monarchies and the family structures and stuff like that. But I would never say that it's all inbreeding. I wouldn't even say that it's mostly inbreeding. You know, because once you know, I mean, eventually you're going to go outside of, you know, outside the family, you know. So I mean, then you marry outside the family, you know, and that cycle of inbreeding, okay, it's going to wear away, you know. I'm just saying that inbreeding has its place in that, though, and keeping, you know, empires and monarchies together, and ruling families together. But the thing about it is that the U.S., though, that aggressive nature is not necessarily naturally American, because you have to remember that America was a colony of the British Empire too. We fought a war.
So what are you saying? So you're saying it's white European, and it's not the Native American? You're saying that it's white European nature.
Well, yeah, it is white European nature to fight like that, to fight feud with each other and take land. History proves that. Look at what Europeans have done.
Well, I don't know. It depends. I think it's a section of Europeans, though, isn't it? It's not all Europeans, because it's not Russia, is it? It's not Eastern Europe.
Well, Russia, come on, Russia's had their empires too, and the USSR is not innocent.
Yeah, but they've not done the whole entire planet like Western Europe. You know, English is one of the most popular languages around the world. Russian isn't.
Well,
because it's coming from Western Europe.
But the thing about it is, I mean, if you go back in the history of World War II, for example, okay, Stalin was running the USSR, right? Stalin went east.
He wasn't
Russian. And Hitler went west.
But he wasn't Russian.
It doesn't make a difference. He was but he was living there.
But he wasn't European.
But he was running the country, though. The point I'm making is this: he was running the country, okay?
He was from the Asian side. He wasn't a white man. Wasn't he from Georgia, or one of those USR countries that have in Central Asia? I mean, are you going to make?
Is that not Russian?
No.
Russia is that?
Russia is a country.
You've been to Asia.
Hey, Eric.
Let me explain something to you. Russia is a country, and then you have the United, Soviet Union, Russia, and under that confederation, you have all those countries under it.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that, but what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is
a small misconception about Russia. Go ahead.
Listen, Russia's not innocent now. Come on now.
Oh no! I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Are we going to claim that Russia is innocent?
Yeah, but Eric, can we compare what Russia did inland to what they did, to what the Western Europeans did on a global scale? Because what they did was primarily affecting what Eastern Europe, and then what Western Europe did affects literally the whole world. Like I think it was less than 20 countries in the world actually celebrated Independence Day.
Okay, what Stalin did in his part of Russia, is that historical fact or is it fiction?
No.
The purges.
Eric, listen, I agree with you. On the moral standpoint, you were
I'm talking about numbers of people. No. Not only moral scale. I'm talking literally in the number of bodies killed, number of people killed.
The only thing I'm saying is it cannot be compared. It cannot be compared to what Western Europe did.
But your thesis that you put forward, that white European nature, and what I'm saying is Stalin is not a white European. So you can count him out because you said it was white European nature. And then what I'm saying, but Stalin wasn't a white European.
Yeah.
He was
I understand that. But
how were the white Europeans going to be blamed for this Asiatic guy?
No. I'm not. No. Wait, Betty. Because when I talked about Europeans, I was talking about what is now the United States of America, which was colonized by it was colonized by Britain, but there were settlers from all over old Europe, who settled, in what is now the United States of America during the time when the United States of America did not exist. Under the British Empire, it was a colony. This is what I'm talking about, and it was European. It was Europeans that came in, and they're the ones that were taking out the Native American tribes, if you will. The Native American tribe, they were taking them out. You understand?
Yeah.
They were poisoning the blankets with smallpox and all that type of shit.
No, but
that's what I'm
my
talking
point,
about.
Eric. You think we can compare that on a global scale? When Western Europe has had a negative effect on a global scale versus Eastern Europe's effect on itself.
Well, yeah. I get what you're saying, DC.
Yeah.
You're
That's the one
right.
thing I'm saying. You're right in the moral sense.
Yeah.
In the moral sense, Russia has done evil things. But in the sense, when we're talking about which country, which region can we say affected the world in a negative sense versus someone who affected themselves? In other words, the person who stabs 100 people versus the person who stabs himself 100 times, which one is more detrimental to humanity? That's
of course, the person that stabs 100 people. Of course, indeed.
That's
All right, yeah.
So you really can't compare.
I get where you're coming from. You're talking
you
about,
really can't compare Russia.
You're talking about on scale, Yeah.
That's it. That's it. No, you're right.
You're comparing scale, Yeah, I see.
Yeah, you're right though. It's just that that's the point. You can't really compare Russia to Western Europe in regards to,
Oh no, definitely not.
Yeah,
definitely not.
That's my only point, man.
Because
how have you been?
Yeah, because when Hitler went west, in Europe, and Stalin went east, you had a small block of the continent of Europe called the Eastern Bloc. And the only reason why it's the Eastern Bloc was because it was in Eastern Europe, geographically speaking, or literally speaking, and Stalin was running it through the communist regime, while Hitler, with his Nazis, he went west.
Yeah,
it was almost like they made a deal. You go east, I'll go west.
Yeah,
you don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. I mean, if you think about it, that has to be, to me, that has to be one of the most unholiest alliances in the world. I'm talking about 20th century world.
But can we be real though, in regards to the Cold War? Let's be real. The United States was asking for it.
Yeah.
Because, Russia didn't test the bomb. It was the U.S. that did it. And I realized the only thing the U.S. did was just flex their military might in Russia. Like, when I look at the Russian military, the one thing you always see, and I know it's biased news, but you've heard of RT News on YouTube?
Yeah. I watch RT News.
When you see the military,
go ahead.
Yeah, when you see their military always talking, they're never talking about we're going to conquer America. They're always talking about defending themselves from America. So, like China's military, I think, I'm not gonna lie, I really don't feel their Navy can take our Navy due to the fact our Navy has been like in war at all time. Oh yeah, by the way, I got like an 81 on my ASVAB, and my MOS, I'm gonna be commissioned by June. Yeah, so
you're gonna be what? Say
I'm
again?
going Army. I'm going to be commissioned by June. Yeah, so I'm going to OCS soon.
Okay, cool, man.
I have to get their benefits, bro. They forgive up to $50,000 of debt, man. What the hell? So that's going to take me out of debt. Yeah, but no. One thing I've noticed is that like the way they portray the news to us is that America's constantly under attack. I'm trying to figure out from who, like from who. You know what I mean?
Well, see, I mean, since I would say that I would actually say that since America became independent from the British Empire, they practiced imperialism, just like the British practiced it on them when they were colonized by them. But if you think about it, think about the bloodline of those people, particularly the white people in America, where'd they learn that from? And who came over to America? The Europeans, the Puritans, right? Plymouth Rock and all that type of shit. That goes back centuries, man. So I can understand. I get the point that the U.S. always finds somebody to fuck with. They always.
That's why I look at this Iran thing. I don't see it as real because it's like every time you hear these conflicting messages. You hear the rights now, like Fox News was talking about, if we don't stop Iran, they're going to launch a missile. They're going to launch a nuclear missile at us. And I'm like, how?
Come on, really?
How?
Really?
Like how? Like what vessel are they going to use to get it first out of the Mediterranean? And then they're going to go what? And even if they go south, they have to go all around Africa. They have to go past our base in Djibouti. You know, like how? And then like they're that's what the then you now you have the left. I really hate the fact that we can kind of tell now. I think this is the only benefit Donald Trump has brought to the country. Everyone comes in. When you look at news now, when I look at political news now, I'm realizing this is all bullshit. All of this.
Listen, man, we had an old Major General in the United States Marine Corps. His name was Lieutenant General Smedley Butler. He gave a speech right after he finally retired because of all the scandalous cloak and dagger clandestine bullshit he did in the name of freedom, the United States government. Right? Now, freedom to do what? Freedom to go to the Americas and destroy their countries and take all the natural resources from them, take control of it, and any leader who didn't fall in line, execute him, targeted assassinations. I mean, we got. Hey, listen, I'm not going to deny that the U.S. government, as we know it, especially since the beginning of the 20th century, we got a really nasty record.
We do
with the world.
I don't say we went because black people ain't make no choices. Like that's why I said because a Japanese dude said, "How can you be proud to be American?" I'm like, I'm not. It's just it's home. It's like my place. It's my trust fund right now. You know what I mean? So it's like
the only the only reason why I say we because there were black Americans in the military during that time too.
That's true.
You understand?
Well, you think the soldier versus who do you think? Okay, in regards to a situation, because I noticed like with the Nazis, with the trials, they only punish the commanders. So do you think you can hold the soldier responsible? Like for example, with the war in Iraq, I would hold Colin Powell example for that. You know? Relying to the government about weapons of mass destruction and.
I think General Colin. I lost my respect for him when I saw him stand before the UN General Assembly with that vial of white powder, white crystal powder, or whatever was in that vial, talking about this is what they have in Iraq. Hans Blix, who was a I don't know if he was Dutch or not. I forgot what nationality Hans Blix was, but he was IAEA inspector in Iraq. He took a team to Iraq. So that the UN, particularly the UN Security Council, where of course the US holds veto power because it has a permanent seat there within the United Nations Security Council, along with China, along with Russia, and France, and who else? I forgot who the fifth country is. But anyhow, the victors of World War I and World War II, have permanent positions, in the United Nations Security Council. Before you can do anything, you could talk all you want to the UN General Assembly and talk to the leaders and say, well, we need to send peacekeepers here. We need to send some troops there, to help the fighting there, to stop the warring factions from fighting each other. But the fact of the matter is this: when you get all that leads to the UN Security Council, because that's why the UN was formed. The UN was formed as a large organization where people from their respective sovereign countries, they send representatives there and say, hey, this is how we're going to secure the world of humanity. This is how we're going to keep peace on the planet, and on several different continents and multiple countries within those continents throughout the world. This is how the system was supposed to work. But unfortunately, because the U.S. government,
I don't think it's a military complex, though, because Eisenhower was warning about that. Because I'll never understand. Like when you look at, because so one thing my father works IT for the Congress, and they did the Security Council voted on a budget to privatize about, I think it was 43% of our combat aspect of our military to PMCs. So that's like, I think that's like $50 billion.
So basically, we're broadening our mercenary force, then, right?
Well, we can't use the M word. They're going to use,
That's what it is, man. I don't
know. I agree with you. They call it
mercenary.
They're contractors.
Contract killers. So they're mercenaries. Yeah. Damn it.
You know what? They're giving. They're removing the political narrative to attacks now. They're no longer considering collateral damage.
Wow.
So, like, for now on with Afghanistan, if it takes the death of 50 people to kill one, it's going to be like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, go and do it.
And that's why, like, one thing that I think is scaring me, because the guy Eric Prince.
Yeah.
Guess who Eric Prince's sister is right now?
Yeah. Say again.
Guess who Eric Prince's sister is?
Who?
Betsy DeVos. She's head of education right now. And the guy who owned Blackwater, the one that killed all those black people in Louisiana during Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's up right now for a $25 billion contract that will kill the Taliban. And they said that the numbers, people are estimating that the population of countries like Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Afghanistan, cut in half by 2022 if he gets that contract.
I can believe it.
Because
you gotta think that the population of Iraq has been decimated, man.
Yeah. The thing is, though, it's like this. And guess what? They voted that they will take zero asylum seekers. Zero. Any refugee
from Iraq and Afghanistan, you mean?
From the Muslim ban. He would take zero refugees from these countries.
You know what though? Well, the thing about it is that actually Trump was planning on doing that.
Yeah.
On the campaign trail. That was one of the promises he made.
And
to keep the Muslim out.
Is that the National Guard in Texas is doubling its numbers. Apparently, there's going to be some move to remove illegal immigrants. There's going to be some moves to remove illegal immigrants from America in a mass drill. That's why they've been investing in the INS. Like, I'm not going to say this. I'm like, I have cousins. I have family that have been fighting for this country since the War of 1812. Like, documented evidence of family that fought against the British in DC, defending the White House from being burnt down. Okay, the thing that kills me the most is the fact that I'm saying this. I hope these people win, because most of these attacks we know are going to come from the air, and they're not going to care, like, at all. They're not, and I'm saying, like, in a moral sense, this is not right, like, at all. Like, honestly, when I heard that, I was disgusted. If I didn't have this debt, I wouldn't have gone through this. But I am disgusted.
Right.
My country right now. I am disgusted because, like,
I am too.
Life,
I'm disgusted from the fact that going all the way back to the birth of the nation, as they call it, right?
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson warned about the U.S. government using military troops to be engaged in foreign entanglements.
Yeah.
He warned against that shit. He said you don't need to be doing it.
I invest in the stock market, and my broker told me he took about 75% of my portfolio, and I feel disgusted with my bank account now. I'm not gonna say I'm mad with it, but I feel disgusted with it only because I know that companies like Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, these companies' stocks have tripled.
Yeah, defense contractors, defense weapons contractors,
Like, now I know that most of my stock portfolio is in these industries. I don't know, like, Eric, I'm not gonna lie. Usually, because the American style when it comes to money, it's morals second, money first, bro. I actually, like, though I may be a godless person, bro, I don't know. There's something deep down inside. It's like, this is not fucking right. This is not. Right. And the thing is, they're talking about deporting. So, like, let's say if you're from Pakistan, or if you're from Iraq or Iran right now, and you've been a citizen in this country, they're talking about deporting them. So rather than doing internment camps, they're talking about deporting them and giving them no right to seek asylum or to appeal the deportation.
Oh, wow. So you're talking about people who actually have citizenship.
Straight, like what the British did to the Jamaicans that had citizenship, like they just deported them for no reason.
Yeah.
They're doing that now, and they're doing it to Hispanics. Well, I will say there's one good benefit of it is that like African immigrants are going to be overlooked. So like the African Muslim countries in the Sahara now would no longer be removed from the Muslim ban. So so that should be easier. We should see more of our people coming into the country. But damn, and the thing is, though, the worst part about it is the U.S. government created the Taliban. They created ISIS. That's why you don't have a central power structure for ISIS.
Back in 79, 80, when the first time that Putin sent troops into Afghanistan there, right? His army pretty much, his ground troop army, they pretty much got waxed. And he realized that, hey, this is too much money to send troops over here, and they're not winning. And we ain't gonna send jets and tanks and all that shit over there because the motherfuckers, them Afghani warlords and tribal chiefs and whatnot, they're about fighting. They're about it, and they do fight. You know, and the thing about it, and the U.S. government actually fought alongside the Mujahideen when they were there, because the Mujahideen wanted to destroy the poppy fields. As a matter of fact, they destroyed a whole lot.
You know what I realized what those poppy fields are meant for? Pharmaceutical companies have been buying them. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, they're not. They've been using them because that's the pharmaceutical company uses the opioids in their. So they've been paying like companies like KBR that does delivery, Halliburton. These companies pay. They have contracts with the U.S. government to simply station troops near their fields to keep them safe. And the Taliban has been attacking those fields. That's what our war with the Taliban primarily is. Because a general came out talking about we really have no reason to fight the Taliban right now.
Yeah, I mean, because
you have no idea how mad I was. Because I lost 2 cousins in Afghanistan. I lost one cousin in Saudi Arabia. So to know that their death was merely because the pharmaceutical company was trying to find a cheap way to get its opioids.
I got a brethren that's online quite often. He doesn't have a platform, but usually we talk in hangouts. He uses the name Lived It. You may have seen him here and there every once in a while. But him and we've been talking for the last 2.5 years, damn near 3 years. And I remember he was telling me about his combat experience, because he did a pump in Iraq. Okay, left Iraq, and I think like he was, if I understood correctly, he damn near went straight from deployment in Iraq to deployment in Afghanistan. And he said in Afghanistan, he remembers seeing the trucks. Okay, the trucks that were guarded by ground troop frontline Marines, right? And those trucks were full of that poppy, okay, or processed poppy from the poppy fields there, and flying out in C-130 Hercules aircraft, those big giant green airplanes that you see, that deliver tanks and shit like that. Using those to get the opioids back to the States.
And you know what happens though when they dump them? When they have so a pharmaceutical company in West Virginia got called out. Also, they're going to be dumping Langley. All past missions are going to be considered because I don't know why I feel like I'm one of those weird Americans that can sit through a C-SPAN. Of the government, things like that. So
I used to watch C-SPAN all the time when it was free. When I was free, I watch it all the time.
C-SPAN will you will see senators and congressmen arguing about this like it's nothing. But they will literally tell you, hey, like we're voting on the vote to extend service members in a particular area for the delivery of, they call it primary and necessary resources for the production and advancement of the country.
Yeah,
and you see these people flat out put up that they use B-52s to deliver, like, I think it was a couple of 1,000 tons of poppy seeds to the Americas used to make pharmaceuticals. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, man. I am disgusted right now that, like, this is going to be the reputation.
You remember when we used to? You remember when who was it? It was Uribe was his name. He was the leader of Colombia back in the days, back in the 80s and 90s, right? And you remember the feuds that we used to have between Uribe and us, or the deals between Uribe and the U.S. government, the Colombian government, and the U.S. government, because of the so-called peasant class in Colombia. They had no choice but to grow.
And did you know that our problem with Noriega was that Noriega just wanted more money? We put him out of power because he wanted more money. That's it.
Yeah.
He just wanted, because they were paying, like, companies, they were being, like, flaky with the money.
Hang on, family. Come on.
They were being money. They were just being flaky, so they removed money.
Yo, I just want to say, fuck the British passport. Fuck the British passport. We don't need that shit. Fuck the British passport. You get me? I ain't got no fucking British passport. You get me? I ain't got a passport. Not a British one, anyway. And I'm living good, family. I'm living good and I ain't got no British passport. Yeah, I'm living good, fam. I ain't got no British passport.
Yeah, but guess what? But guess what? You ain't got a British passport, but you are living under British law, though.
Yo, you hear me? Yeah.
No, law is for the lawless. You get me? Law is for the lawless. You get me?
No. Yeah, and that's right. And it's the lawyer, and it's the lawyer that will prosecute you in court if you break the law to the point where the Finnish government wants to come after you. Am I lying?
No. Wait,
as I was saying, law is for the lawless. You get me? Law is for the lawless.
Okay, I get what he's saying.
Law is for the lawless.
I get that too. And I agree with you on that too.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The lawless. You get me?
Yeah.
Law is actually to protect the lawless.
Exactly. Protect the rich people and the powerful. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, what's up, Belly?
Yo, can you hear me now, yeah?
Yo, Belly. Come on, family.
Go on, man.
Big up yourself, man.
Come on.
What's happening, bro?
Yo, Animal.
Yeah, go on.
Animal, let me see, yeah? So, the government's come out with a scheme called the non-return scheme.
Okay.
Yeah? Where they're going to offer you £500,000, and the only thing that they want from you is for you to give up your British citizenship, so your British passport, and never to return to the land. So you can't get a visa to come and visit. You can't do no business in the country, but they're going to give you the £500,000 back. Would you accept that? Would you accept that deal?
Bro, 100%. What I would say to that is, I'm willing to do that. 100%. All I ask you to do is, for you criminals, which is the British Empire, I want you to get the hell out of Australia. I want you to get the fuck out of America. I want you to get the fuck out of New Zealand. I want you to get the fuck out of them countries, okay?
Yeah.
Can you do that for me, family? If you do that, I'll leave your country tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
That's not part of the deal, man. The deal's only just your animal. Yeah, you're getting too carried away, man.
Okay. Yo, Belly.
Your animal, yeah, man. That's not part of the deal, fam.
Yo, wait a minute.
It's not part of the deal, fam.
Wait, hold on. What's up?
Hold on. Yeah, you can't have that, man. How you doing?
No. Listen, what Belly's telling you. What Belly is saying is this: listen to the proposal, hear the proposal
All right, go
for
on.
what it is. Don't add nothing to it.
Yeah. So the proposal is to leave with £500,000 in whatever account you want, as a check, as cash, whatever, and then never return. Give up your British passport. Give up all British citizenship. No business in the UK, and not to return to the UK ever.
Yeah, that's not a good deal.
Yeah, but for Billy, that's biased, family. You're talking from the imperialistic point of view.
Yeah, that's what we're asking the question on that point, isn't it?
Yeah. I wouldn't take that.
We're asking that way. I'm asking the question like I'm the government making a deal for you.
Nah, bro, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, bro. It ain't gonna work like that.
Yeah.
Good. Managing respect. Big up Billy. Big up G Block. Big up United States. Big up.
Hold on. How you doing,
Yo, that's my note. Yeah, I'm Captain Rambo. Yeah, get that straight, man. Yeah,
you right. I ain't trying to step on no toes.
All right. First of all, let me just make my point.
Gotcha.
Right, $500,000 in British currency. I would be happy to go back to Jamaica and give up my citizenship. Simple reason why is what I have experienced. It's nothing to do with racism, you know. It's something where I would say, you know what? I have better opportunities to be amongst my people and my land if I took that opportunity. I wouldn't mind doing it. If you haven't, let me tell you something. One thing with you young people, yeah, you should have left college, left university, and set up a foundation for anything to happen with yourselves. Yeah, even you was working, you should be putting down just in case, because the way how we speak is against the system. Things we do is against the system. The reason why I say that is not if you from America or from England. Yeah, I know a lot of people is getting fucked in America and being put, their citizenship is being given up. Yeah, but you got black brothers, sisters, you got people who fight for the people. Yeah, bro, and their citizenship of the United States has been revoked. They've been taken off. Yeah, they've been in penitentiary, and if they could send them back to Africa, what they won't do. They will make them do a life sentence in prison system. England, let me tell you something. If I was a Muslim and everything, and I went out there to fight for an Islamic country, then they will kick me out. You understand? But they will tell me I must go back to Jamaica or somewhere like that. That's why I respect my family. My family grew me up in that environment. My mum and dad don't live in this country, by the way. They live in Jamaica. So if I took $500,000 or even 250,000, I'm cool. I'm with my family, and I can read because my mindset different from Europe. I could throw away I could get my luxury car. I don't need a luxury car, bro. A nice little Toyota from town to country. You understand? And that is what I experienced in Jamaica. I will tell a lot of people, if you haven't took your time out and see other countries and shit, just know what you're talking about, giving up your citizenship and stuff. a lot of people are scared to give up that, bro. You got a lot of elders who will come back for their NHS for that, bro. You understand? You got people going back and forth from the Caribbean just to get their NHS or their National Health Service, bro. Yeah? You get what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I personally,
just before, let me just finish off and say to everyone, you must know what you are standing for, so you know what you gonna fight, what you gonna lose, bro. If you don't know what you're standing for out here, shut up.
That's true.
Fuck the rhetoric. If you say you're a revolutionary, it doesn't mean you must do genocide crap. You don't have to kill people to be a revolutionary.
That's true.
You just have to think different. You understand? You have to feel different. You have to look at your environment different. Stop hating yourself and hating your own. That's the first step of the revolution. And for you to cut yourself off the system, that is the next step. Do for self.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake. But big up everyone and have your say. I'm here still. Big up.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Okay, cool. Hey, I mean, Cap drop those jewels, man. I'm telling you.
I love it when the OGs do that, man. Y'all need to do that.
Because
do you know what? I could say no disrespect, Eric. No disrespect. I could say fuck the system. Fuck this. Because I live life, bro. You understand? When I flash and look again, I'm gonna be 50, I'm gonna be 60, I'm gonna be 70. I'm gonna be preparing for my pension anyway. Right now, I'm enjoying my food. Yeah, it's a new life.
Right.
Yeah. I've been through everything. At least I live to tell the tale, bro. You understand? But for me to give up passions in shit, my parents has set the foundation for me. I'm happy to do it. But many of you family hasn't set that foundation where you can give up your citizenship, your passports, and your rights.
Yeah, that's true.
Just remember this, you know, you love your human rights right now. Because when I go back to Jamaica, police will gum butt your fucking teeth out your mouth. Police are more radical than the police in America, but they do black and black things. You understand? Benny, let me talk to you, General. G-Block, General.
Come on.
G-Block. You know what Jamaicans like,
man.
You know what Jamaicans like, innit? You know that when we go out there, our police is strict. We love human rights from being English. Because you get slapped up for smoking a joint, weed some places. You think you could come with that revolution?
But you know what, though? Hey, Rambo, you know what? The only difference, between police in Jamaica, and then the police in the UK is that you might have family members that might be police. You might be someone from the local town or whatever that might be a police officer. So it's a different sort of scenario. So it's like, and obviously everyone there looks like you in it. So it's like, it's that, it's a bit different.
But we used to it because we go out there, bro. We go out there. If something happens, we could give up that if we choose to. Because I got a Jamaican passport via my parents. Because they got residence and they work out there. You hear me?
Right.
And they pay their dues to the government. But when I step out there, bro, I got police and soldier and civilians as my comrades. Because I'm about the people, bro, and the community. But the one thing I ain't about is the like, I'll be real with you. I don't like maybe my eyes are open. But as I say to everybody, please, if you want to give up your citizenship and your passport, please have a foundation set.
You have to.
Yeah, that's why I probably wouldn't take the deal. If it was like offered in the US, like I wouldn't take the deal because I feel like I could make so the 500,000, the $500,000 I would get, I feel like I could make 3 times as much if I just simply took my passport and because the one thing I'm trying to do is transition from living in the US for my ultimate goal is to live in the US for like 2 months out of the year and then live in like a West African country 10 months out of the year and work and only like do business in the US. So I wouldn't take the deal just for that.
Oh, trading expert, yeah, expert in import. Well, that's business, isn't it? That's what.
Yeah, that's the only thing I would want. Would just be like, I wouldn't take.
But that's business, isn't it? Don't forget, you gone back home as a CEO, yeah, and you coming back to do with CEOs, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have to worry about the racism aspect because if I'm barely there, you know.
Let me tell you something, bro. Racist people will sell you guns and bullets, bombs to do with your matter. Any person will give you that, and you know that from being in the States.
That's true. Facts.
Right?
Facts.
But if you dealing with CEO level, I don't mind what you're saying. I kind of agree.
Yeah.
But one thing you don't want to do is all the rhetoric shit. If you really want to fuck Babylon properly, innit? Because when they're ready to fuck you, they go fuck you properly, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. I
like how when Babylon ready to burn you, Babylon's gonna burn you so hard, yeah. I see this. Let me tell you something. Respect to all those people who feel in themselves they should go and fight some holy war, do your thing. Big up to yourself. But don't criticize me when I'm saying I'm a revolutionary and I choose to deal with myself physically, mentally, and spiritually. Meaning that I'm not taking nothing for a ride no more. You understand? Life life is, you know what? Don't let people sell you false hopes and dreams, innit? Like, oh, I'm gonna give up my citizenship and do what? And do what? Some people can't afford to do it. Some people don't have the mental skills to start having a foundation for themselves. That's all I'm promoting. Have your own innit?
See, for me, my mentality is a little bit different because I come from a country that's been amalgamated before the law. It was amalgamated by the nasty ass whiteys who ran the plantations, who raped women, and impregnated them. Okay, you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, all that shit that they went through, all the shit that a whole lot of military brethren went through fighting for their country. And you gonna tell me that I can't stay there? No, fuck you. You kidding me?
That's the only tough part, Eric, that I have about like leaving America, the history my family has here.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at it, when you look at it historically, man, I'm like, who the fuck are you to tell me that I ain't got the right to live there? Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? I don't live there now, but if I want to go back, I got my legal passport.
Do you have a citizenship in Finland?
No, I don't. I have permanent residence here.
Okay.
I just have permanent residence. So it means that what it basically means is this: I have an ID card now. Now the law has changed. The duration of the ID card now is only 5 years. The rate has been cut in half. It used to be 10 years. Starting last year when I got my ID card, actually not last. Was it last? I think it was last year when I got my new ID card. It only lasts for 5 years now.
Yeah. See, I was thinking about moving to South Africa and try to nationalize there. Because my expertise would be perfect for that country in regards to like them trying to like, you know, do more growing. Because I know because South Africa has a lot of like flat land, and I can just use septic methods, man.
Yeah,
that's why like what Rainbow is saying, I would tell someone that like if you have family in another country, take that. My friend when I went to college, my friend was from Beijing. He told me what he does is he said he married a woman that's from China, that's from like another country he planned to go to.
Right.
And it's like a political marriage rather than like an actual one. And I'm thinking about doing that too, you know.
Right.
But that's what it's gonna be though. It's decent.
Yeah.
Decent. don't forget when you go out to your town or not your town, your community.
Yeah.
You will start a political. You know, it's a political drive.
These days,
you would have to talk. You know, the best thing is, bro. I'm gonna say this to everyone: live your destiny and your will to the fullest. You do what the fuck you really want to do. If you think if you want to be controlled, you be controlled. But I would say live your life, live your dreams, do your thing, and have a blessed life. Each to their own out here. You know what? I'm gonna kind of cut short and say, big up G Block, big up everybody, and I don't want to talk all night and everything because I've got work to do. But I'm just gonna say, bro, you know, you lot are smart. Keep spreading this type of knowledge about, innit?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's where it is.
Big up, Captain.
Yeah, man. Big up, Velly, man. I don't really want to take the conversations here, there, and everywhere, but I'll just say, leave it on this point that right now, I don't want to give up my citizenship. And trust me, put that deal on the hold. I don't want that.
It makes me feel like I'm hurting. It makes me feel like I'm struggling. If I just leave, you know what I mean? Like all my ancestors that fought for a better life here, it makes me think I'm hurting.
This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. Don't make no one think you don't believe, you don't belong where you are. Your ancestors, your forefathers, your family went through the struggles to build a foundation. Don't be an arsehole and try to take that 250 check and go to another country and do what? The lifestyle you live over here will break you within a year.
Yeah.
You always go out, start pedaling, man. Start learning to cool, man, before you learn to fun. Yeah?
Right.
But I'll be real with you. Don't forget, there's gonna be a time where you keep on talking, your freedom of speech is gonna lead to that. Your government ain't gonna have it.
Yeah.
Yeah? And guess what? You lot ain't my comrades. I don't know your black asses. I don't know if you're agents or what. I'm not telling you no guns. I'm not telling you to blow no buildings up. Yeah. You
we don't know. We don't know if you. We don't know if you.
Who are you?
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm that special agent who's trying to plug out the fucking matrix. Don't worry about me, bro.
No, you can take your blue pill, sir. You can take your red pill, sir. I'm good. I'll stick with this blue one.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Live life, and when you're ready. That mean, yeah. Just remember, you they could give you 250 check. Because you're so happy, you become a junkie before you even leave the continent. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, because that's a big check half a million to people who's never had it. Yeah, don't get fooled out here.
It is.
Yeah.
It is indeed. I mean, you got to have plans for how you work that money, make that money work for you.
I tell you the truth. See my ambition. I'll tell you the truth. I always wanted to retire and be a farmer. So long as I got my land was brown and reddish, long as I could see red and I got fertile land, I'm good. Yeah.
Oh man, I can give you some resources if you still want to do, because you can still be a farmer.
No, bro. I've got land. I've got everything in place.
Oh man,
it's only because I choose to stay here.
Yeah.
Right. I choose to spend my English, notes, my Queen's face. I choose to stay here. Yeah. But I can always give this up and be a farmer and go to and get a link to somebody who works in the market somewhere and just transport my stuff. I'm happy. Just smoke my ganja, sit back on my veranda and leave everybody alone. As long as I got my my M16, I'm nice. You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you.
You're showing your age right there, Captain, when you said you need an M16. We got AR-15s today, man.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna upgrade you.
With the laser on it, yeah? What's got infrared Telescope, big up, rude boy. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, but I'm cool. I'm happy to live. I'm happy to be in the jungle, you know, and live my gorilla life. Yeah, and do jungle justice. Work as a community person. So really and truly, I'm just be honest with you. Like, I choose to be here. Bro, I might have to say fuck this. I might have to go and look after my parents and build on their land. I have someone, but that you don't feel your grandparents live in Jamaica. You know that you don't come from America, bro. You could count the generations, maybe to the Confederation Army, to the Cavaliers, or the Buffalo Soldiers, or some shit.
Yeah, I got Buffalo Soldiers in my family. Yeah.
Right. So really, you go tell me you don't come from fucking Africa. I come from America. So that's your argument. Some of us can say, well, we Moors, and it's proven fact that there were black people living in this country for more than 400 years before slavery and during slavery. People living in the UK and in, throughout Europe and America. It's known fact. I don't care if they're Freemasons or what. We lived on the land. Don't tell me no shit. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna tell that stupid African story in Japan. It don't work out. How come it's so much black people over the Western Hemisphere and there was not so much boats who transported us over here, and we never bred that quick. So somebody lied in our history. Either we were in America and the Caribbean or UK before, and some of us got transported from Africa. But what I don't like is when I looked up to my elders and I've done some research and I found out they're also been under MK mind control bullshit about we from Africa and this. I believe that we come from the planet Earth. And we all, you know what I mean? I believe we come from the planet Earth, and stuff like that. I don't really want to say we just come from Africa, because I know that's a bullshit. I know how white people did it. I know how the Europeans taught.
Well, I think they talk about in the past 500 years, though.
Yeah.
Our generations,
but we don't really have one of our own to come out and say, you know what, children, see that black history, that's a load of bullshit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true.
There's only a few who says, you know what, you don't wasn't called Blackfoot and all of that shit for nothing. Or Caribbean or whatever for nothing.
Well, you know what? See, the problem is this, is that the people from the generations ago that you're talking about, Cap, those people are not among us now.
No, they're not. And what we do is discovering ourselves. Rediscovering ourselves. You get what I'm saying? We are soon. I'm gonna be real with you. Some people might not even call themselves black and might not even have nothing really to talk about Africa again, because I thought the propaganda, the psyops, the lies, the fairy tales, when reality kicks in, you gonna really find out that most of everything we've ever known is a lie anyway. You know what I mean? We might wake up to the truth that one day that we did create a life and the universe for ourselves. We named our higher power God, Jah, and all of that. But remember, these are the generations to come in the future. Don't forget, we still waking up to realize that there's a lot of errors and mistakes in our holy books.
See, the thing about it is that history is written by the conquerors.
Exactly.
You hear me?
Yeah.
But as I said, salute and man of it. The same way you respect Rick James in America, I respect Captain Rambo's, man. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? I'm the fucking Beverly Hills for the Black Power or Black Liberation. Don't fuck with me, bro. Yeah? I don't walk on red carpet. I walk on black carpet.
I like that.
Sorry.
Black carpet.
Yeah.
I like that.
But remember, my gold is black, unpolished. Remember that. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Right.
So, Veli,
Yes, bro.
all power to the people. Get me. Yeah, salute. Get me freedom of speech, freedom of mind, freedom of thinking, freedom of feeling. Get me. Big up.
Salute, Cap.
Yo, I've heard that so many times that, and I don't try to like refute it. I just try to understand it. When we keep saying that we didn't come from Africa, we come from the whole world. How does that work? If we know the slave trade primarily was out of, like, okay, we know that Cameroon was known to be the land of the prawns by the Portuguese. But we know that the Bida Benin, Bida Biafra, we know that the Oya were known as places that at least 50% of the slave trade came out of these places. How is it that we can claim we were all around the world if we know that genetically, like 96% of my DNA comes from like one region in Africa? So how does that work?
But think about it. You got to think about how long has Africa, the continental landmass that we know of, how long has it existed in that form?
Well,
how
the
long
African, using the term Africa, right?
Now check this out. Also, when was the last ice age? You remember that once the ice melted, men could navigate, right? You had trees, you had lumber. Men built little boats, and they circumnavigated the globe as far as they could go. Some died along the way, some died along the way, but you had quite a few who lived. And so that's the thing about it. When you talk about out of Africa, you got to see when the last ice age was. When did it end?
Even with that, like in college, I learned that the out of Africa theory means that, okay, human beings originate out of one place with through human migrations, and the phenotypes and the haplogroups started to morph and mutate based off the environment in which these people live. So if we look at Europeans, especially like, the English, the Scottish and things like that, because their sun wasn't so intense, because they had winter and things like that, the need over the generations for having melanin to protect you from the sun wasn't that important.
Yeah, it was unnecessary.
It wasn't what your body had to do.
Yeah.
So that's why I try to figure out, like, okay, because I think Minister Farrakhan said that don't call me African, I'm around from the whole world. And I get the concept that, like, the white man wasn't the first, people of darker skin was the first. But that, I understand the tax that. I'm saying in an academic sense, if we know that, like, okay, for example, Jamaicans can't claim that they were, like, Jamaicans can't say that they come from any other place in the world but West Africa. Like, I mean, like the black one. Like, like it's apparent. Like, that's one of the things that Jamaicans can always say over African Americans is that, like, yo, we are actually more black than you are because we didn't have that, like, European breeding factor. Because, like, 25% of African American males, patriarchal lineage, like their father's line, would start with the white man. Because a white man would marry a black, have a baby with a black woman. The black woman would, then the black child would marry another black child, and move forward from there. You know what I mean? That's like 25% of us. Like, overall, we know that 20%, the highest European rate that you would see for an African American would be 20%, European or Native American. But then we also know that Native American, it's like less than 4% of African Americans would have Native American, and most of it would be European ancestry. That's the cheekbones and things like that. And we associate that with European, but really we associate that with Native American when it's European. I get the premise that black people were, that Africa was the originator, not Europe. It's just, don't you feel that, like, in an intellectual sense, it's kind of wrong to say that, like, we're from everything, man.
Well, I'm thinking like this, okay? I'm thinking like this. Even if we think about it, even if we started out in Africa, right? Yeah, that's why I say go back to the ending of the last ice age. Yeah, when the water when the water was no longer frozen, right? It was navigable. The waterways around the world were navigable. That meant that people could make boats. Once they learn how to make boats, they can use boats and they can travel distances. As they built better boats with sails and things like that, they can travel even farther distances. Yes. Now, if they get to a place that they like to settle there, You understand? Either because it was unpopulated or was populated people who, to their presence, they stayed there. Right? Think about it. If you got any place where you got men, you got women. Okay. Then you got miscegenation, right? Okay.
Yes.
And these people, okay, when they grow up after generation, people become adventurous again. All right.
Yeah.
They leave that continent, and the country within that continent to where they circumnavigate the globe to get to, and they go further. So now from that perspective, I can see that, you know, that there were other people around. The question that I have is this, though. Did everybody come out of Africa, or was Africa one of the oldest places on the earth, but there were other places where people lived besides that one place? That's my question.
I personally believe the out of Africa theory would cover, like, okay, because we know there's like the Bering Strait that connects like Russia to the US or Russia to Alaska.
Right.
And then we know that, I know that like the Europeans that are here currently wouldn't have came like from Morocco through Spain. I think they would have came Egypt to the Gaza, and it would have moved up that way. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, you have older civilizations. Like while you have Kemet, but you also have the Assyrians, you have the Babylonians and things like that. So I get that component. For me, though, when I hear, because Minister Farrakhan made this speech where he said, "Don't call me African, I'm from the whole world."
Right.
The premise of it, I get it, because you know we know in America, white people like to make themselves be the, you know, God's favorite.
Right.
So I get it, trying to attack. It's just that in an academic sense, when we know that, like, Eric, you know this, we know this for a fact that like it was a killable offense for a black man to know how to read, you know, to know how to write.
Indeed it was.
He would kill a pastor if he knew how to read anything but the Bible. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when I see this narrative being pushed that we are citizens of the universe or citizens of the world, I'm just trying to see, like, okay, if we know that there's ignorant genetics and we know that education was a punishable offense, is pushing that narrative detrimental to the advancement of our people? Because I would
it's detrimental. It's detrimental if it becomes a fairy tale or merely a fantasy, or even at best a fiction, because we don't know that. We don't have evidence of it. I would say this. I would prefer to go with what we have evidence with, which is that most black folks that came over to the Western world, okay, that came west, for a lot of that history, it was forced exile. You understand what I'm saying? We left that continent by force. At least we do have evidence of that. You see what I'm saying? So what I say is this: stick with what is visible, but still continue to go in search of what is invisible now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah. You know, do research going back in history, but don't count that history until you can prove it, until you got evidence of it.
Yeah.
Because even though, for example, in scripture it says simply because you don't have physical evidence of something is not proof that it did not exist, right?
Yeah.
And I can understand that, but at the same time, like you said, when you're talking about literal physical representation of something that existed, a civilization that existed, okay?
Yeah.
You want to do the research, and you want to go back as far as you can and do as detailed research as you can to find out, okay, well, how long ago were there people of dark brown skin, okay, who were living throughout the world? How far
that's
back
why honestly I see myself kind of going away from the term. Like I learned when I was in school, I learned that like in antiquity you can't use the term black. So like when you talk about the pharaohs, you can't say the pharaohs were black. You have to say they were indigenous Africans. So then you have to find out, what is an indigenous African? What do they look like? So then we see what they look like. then you would say that these, because I hate saying the term Negroid, Mongoloid. I hate those terms because obviously that was under the scientific.
Well, that's the European. Yeah, that was European socialist construct. That's what that was.
Yeah.
I mean, and it goes back. I know it goes back. Probably goes back before Darwin. But Darwin. That's why I don't blame Darwin for the books that he wrote in his theory of evolution, because Darwin was primarily talking about animals and plants and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, his younger cousin, his last name is Galton, Galton. I don't remember his first name, but his younger cousin started talking in sociobiological terms as to classifying races, of humankind, based upon where they came, supposedly where they originated from, and then of course put the Europeans on top, because he's doing this. So of course he's going to put Europeans in the best light. Okay, it's his theory, of sociobiology and the social construct of racial hierarchy, or even racial totem pole in the world. You see, and for me, I ain't about that shit, because I look at it this way: when you had people before dark skin, rich brown cocoa bean colored folks lived on the continent of Africa. Okay, they wasn't calling each other black. They wasn't calling each other.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying? So that shit came from somewhere else. And why didn't they call themselves Negroid and things like that? They all look the same. Maybe they would say, well, this group of people, this tribe of people, they're darker black. And
that's something that I noticed that is classification around.
They're darker.
Yo, man, them. Yo, can you hear me? Yeah. I'm gonna wrap up now, still, man. Because I just got back from work, kind of tired. Still, I gotta slap on a one tune, and then we're done, man. You get me? But big up for everyone jumping on the panel. Yeah, we definitely be back tomorrow morning.
Hey, appreciate
my missus was ill today, man, so I had to take the kids to school. So I had to start a little bit late, man. So if she's not well tomorrow, then I have to take the kids to school and start a little bit late still, man. But we definitely be on tomorrow anyway, still, man. So
all right, cool.
Yeah, big up everyone in the G block. Old tight Uncle Eric, big up Brad, old tight Kushat Smoke. Get me,
big up, man.
Also, everyone else that's jumped on the panel today. Everyone that's left a comment, left a like. Yeah, everyone hit the thumbs up. Anyone that wants to donate to the channel, the PayPal link is in the description. Obviously, all donations go towards the growth of the channel for equipment and any other bits and pieces. You get me? So,
gotcha.
Yeah, man, all the donations are welcome still, man. You get me? Big up everyone that's already donated. Yeah, the laptop should be back on Wednesday. Not Wednesday, on Thursday, because I've got to call him on Wednesday and then collect it on Thursday, hopefully.
Right.
So, yeah. And then we can get back on the Hangouts. You get me? And everyone can save battery. My battery can last the whole day. On this one, it's mad still, man. The phone's overheating. I got to put the phone on the window of the van to cool it down and shit. You get me? It's mad.
Yeah. My phone used to get hot like that too.
That's why I just rather listen sometimes.
Yeah. That's why I see even certain times I got to jump off myself because obviously the phone's too hot and I've been on for like a couple hours. And then hopefully when other people jump on, that's why I jump off as well. Still, obviously I'm at work as well, so I've got obviously got to do my job as well, innit?
I probably you probably won't hear from me for a while because I'm gonna be on. I got to be going to PT soon, so
okay. Hey man, all the best to you, man.
Big up, bro. You get me?
As we were saying before,
whenever you're back about. You get me? Good luck with whatever ventures you're on your way to. You get me? Obviously, G Block will still be here with the daytime streams. So
as we were saying in the ring, kick ass and take names, DC.
That's all I'm going to do, man. And clear that debt up too. Shout out to the free debt. Shout out to the debt-free black people out here.
Yeah, man. All right. So we're gonna wrap it up now, man. You get me?
Right.
It's G Black in this bitch. You know how we do. Hit the likes, hit the shares, subscribe.
Hey, Belly.
I'll catch you later, man.
Best wishes for a speedy recovery to your wife, man. You hear me?
Yeah, big up, man. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, man. Yeah. Big up. So yeah, man. All right, we out, B.
All right, man.
Yeah, listen up to the tune, man. You get me? Sing along on that. You get me? Come on.
Right.
Oh. The two on the clean skin there. See it in there. Oh.
Me said, we're going to see a dollar and the material to the boss.
We represent the girls. Poppy, let me see it one. Hey, wait. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said there? He said, nah. Oh. Represent the girls. Yeah. All right, cool, man. Yeah, we done, man. All right, 1 sec. Yo, Rob. Yeah, I'm just about to wrap it up, bruv.
No worries. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just got in from work, man.
So.
Yeah. Nice,
you're
cool,
looking a bit
man.
lonely, so I thought I'd come and see what you're up to. But if you're closing down, no worries.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Big up for that. Yeah. But pass through tomorrow, man. We're on in the daytime, Monday to Saturday, with the daytime streams and that. Still asking the question of the day, and obviously Chinese
bring religious people. That's mostly my critique, right? So just when the religious people are on, then I'll come and have a chat. Yeah.
Yeah. No problem, man. No problem.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, big up for
Take
passing
care.
through, bro. All right, peace, bro. Peace. All right, come on. We were definitely paid. Yeah, man. They get me. The back crabber, the sweat and the lever. Yeah, man. Clarks was set. Jeez. Yeah, all right. Big up, man, like Trill. I was at Ras. Them man are live right now, so jump over to the streams, hit a thumbs up, leave a surfboard and all them things there. You get me? You know, you come from the wavy gang, you get me? The artists, the baddest, the realest. G Block in this bitch.